Volume 4. 193 Leaving the Split Zone. Li Shen, Gao Qingjui called out as he rushed towards me. I felt an immense pressure on my neck as a deathly aura started to surround me. Niazun's eyes looked maddened, and his bloodthirsty gaze was merciless. Just as Gao Qingjui was about to reach Niazun, Niazun lifted his left hand. It was enshrouded with clouds of black mist. This felt familiar. It was this mist that trapped Ta Lai previously. I cannot let Niazun turn into a demon. I focused MF on my neck as I tried to create an opposite force to his hands. Gao Qingjui, be careful, I said. Niazun waved his left hand to the back as I said this. Black fog spread in the direction where Gao Qingjui was. Gao Qingjui had no choice but to back away. While Niazun was not concentrating on me, I took the opportunity to focus MF on both my hands, grabbing his hand in mine. 5 bloody streaks in the shape of my fingers appeared on his hand. I stared at Niazun. I'm Li Shen. Niazun, wake up. Niazun's bloodthirsty eyes gleamed. I'm awake now. I'm going to kill you. Ha! I smirked. Kill me? Have you forgotten what you said in the past? Niazun, you said you'll protect me forever. I placed the emphasis on the word forever. His right hand was still held in mine, and the scorpion ray on my left wrist started glowing brightly. Niazun was a little stunned at what I said. A look of confusion swept past him, but it was replaced by a bloodthirsty killing intent almost immediately. Xinshi was already in Gao Qingjui's hand as he found his footing. He lifted his sword and pointed it towards Niazun. Niazun, your opponent is over here, Gao Qingjui said with a wild and unrestrained smile. Niazun let me go as he heard this, turning around to face Gao Qingjui. Xinshi almost scratched Niazun's face when he turned back. Scorpion Ray was still glowing on my left wrist. Huan Cheng and Ku Fei supported each other as they stood. Mi Fu was slowly regaining her consciousness as well. The mysterious voice in the sky spoke again. Piercer, Xinshi, Scorpion Ray. 3 living weapons here. Seems like she wants to keep you alive. My brows furrowed. This voice seemed to be talking to me now, but what did that mean? Fine, Niazun. Let's return to the terminus. That demonic aura in Niazun dissipated and a gentle light seemed to sweep past his eyes. Noted. He then set off for the glacier without taking another look at us. I rushed forward to grab his arm. Niazun, you can't leave me again. I don't care if you remember me or not, but I won't let you leave me again. Niazun's eyes were as beautiful as the stars. He looked at me and broke into an elegant smile. He leaned in close as he said, I'm afraid you're referring to the old me. Sadly, it's no longer him standing in front of you now. Also, I wish that I'd never regained my memories if I had such bad taste in the past. I smiled, not letting go of his arm. Yes, your taste was really bad in the past. You think you've been reborn with just a little demonic power now? You've forgotten about your ties? You really think you're free now? I looked him in the eye as I said each word clearly. You, Niazun, are mine. You said you'll protect me forever, so don't even think about leaving me ever. I wasn't sure how I felt at this point. I only knew that Niazun was mine, and there was no one who could take him away from me. Niazun looked at me with a profound gaze. I'm Li Shen. Would you like to get to know me again? I forced myself to smile, even when my heart felt bitter. Niazun took my hand in his as he smiled. That smile was the one I saw when he stepped off the platform, beautiful and dangerous at the same time. I'll kill you if you continue following me. Black fog appeared around his hand, and I felt a stabbing pain on the back of my hand as he touched it. A dark, rotten, twisted aura came with that pain, making me feel like vomiting. He let me go as he turned around, his black coat billowing in a beautiful angle. Ku Fei Gij, what's wrong with you? Mi Fu was awake now, and she was crying as she hugged Ku Fei. I looked at Mi Fu coldly. Ku Fei stretched out a wrinkled hand to pat her on the head gently, trying to console her. A dark emotion overcame me. Mi Fu. I pointed at Huan Chang. Leave the split zone with him right now. Don't think that I'm unaware. You don't have any split symbol on you, so you can leave whenever you want to. If you don't leave, Huan Qing can never leave. Mi Fu stopped crying when she heard this. Huan Qing tried to stop me, but he was wrecked with a coughing bout. Didn't you ask me what I was keeping from you earlier? I'll tell you now. Huan Qing could have left the split zone, because he didn't have a split symbol on him. But there was someone who kept an eye on you in the split zone, and that individual sought Huan Qing's help to protect you, until the day you left. To keep his promise, Huan Qing gave up on his lover in the real world and stayed here to protect you. In order to do it well, he even decided to become an heir to obtain the power granted by the split symbol. But you didn't care if Huan Qing lived or died because you were smitten with Ku Fei. In about an hour, their life forces would be depleted completely. If you don't leave with Huan Qing now, he'll definitely die. Mi Fu's rosy cheeks were now pale with fear. She looked at Huan Chang. Huan Qinggij. Is whatever she said true? Was it because of me that you've been staying here? Huan Qing looked pained. There's actually someone here who wishes for you to grow up happily and healthily. You were in his dreams, and you were in my dreams too. I'm simply helping him protect you. 4. You should return to the real world. Ku Fei doesn't belong to you, he belongs here. Tears fell from Mi Fu's eyes. I couldn't see Ku Fei's expression as he lowered his head. Huan Qing lifted a trembling hand to wipe Mi Fu's tears. I can no longer leave even if I want to now. Even though he promised that I can undo the split symbol contract anytime I wanted to, I'm not able to find my soul splitter here in this demon cave. 4. Leave this place quickly, don't disappoint the people who've always been protecting you. Mi Fu hugged her knees as she started bawling. I was rather annoyed when I saw her crying like this. What would happen to you and Ku Fei Gij if I leave? What do I do? She was sniffling now. The mysterious voice spoke again. Li Shen, I can let Huan Qing leave the split zone together with this girl. I can also save Ku Fei's life, but you need to agree to one condition. Can somebody just kill me now? Why did everyone want me to agree to their conditions? Just what do I have with me that you guys are hankering for? But I looked at Niezun's figure, which was now getting further and further. What? The voice said, it's simple. I want the scorpion ray that's in your hands. Scorpion ray. This is the Bao Li Qing gave me. It has turned into a living weapon to protect me. How can I give up Li Qing's gift to anybody else? Why should I believe you? You don't even dare show your face. How do I know if you can really save them? There was no response to my questions, but a sudden pillar of light descended from above with a crash. A stranger appeared with that light. Huan Qing's eyes widened. It's you. The stranger smiled at Huan Qing before exposing an arm under his sleeve. A triangular shape glowed faintly right in the middle of his arm. I understood it immediately. The mysterious voice had summoned Huan Qing's soul splitter. This proves that the demon cave was under his control, and the pillar of light proved that Huan Qing and the rest were taken by him back in the southern district. He had also proved that he had the ability to save Huan Qing. The mysterious voice said hoarsely, he can return to the real world if he undoes the split symbol contract. As for the one who's left, I'll return him the life force I've sucked out earlier. But something still felt wrong. If there was someone who was so strong that he could simply absorb the life force from heirs, would he still need a split symbol contract? I didn't voice my doubts, since the priority was to get Huan Qing to leave. I walked up to Huan Qing and said, Huan Qing, go ahead. Bring Mi Fu along. The southern district has already been destroyed. It's the same with the eastern and western districts. We've all been forced to come to the northern district. There's no place to survive for heirs here in the split zone now. If you really have Mi-Fu's interests at heart, take her with you and leave this place. Mi-Fu sniveled and spoke softly, but I stared at her angrily. No, don't say anything. Do you really want Huan Qing to die here with you? Mi-Fu lifted a hand to clasp her own mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194. Volume 4. 194 Ghost King Huaidu. Ku Fei walked over to Mi-Fu and took her in an embrace. He was no longer as lively as when I first saw him. He looked older and filled with sorrow. Return with Lord Huanqing. You can't stay here for me forever. Mi-Fu buried her head in his arms. Have you ever loved me? Ku Fei answered, no. Mi-Fu froze at this. Mi-Fu finally let go of Ku Fei and wiped the tears off her face. She looked resolute as she walked towards Huanqing. Huanqing Gij, take me with you. Mi-Fu reached out a hand to him. Huanqing looked at me. I smiled and nodded at him. His eyes were shining brightly. He said one last thing to Gao Qingjui as he inserted his splitting key into the corresponding split symbol on his soul splitter. There's nothing else for me here if the southern district has been destroyed. I'm only worried about Si Luo, but I know you'd protect him. There's something else you must not forget. Guan Ya. A sudden harsh wind that blew across the ice buried Huanqing's last words. I didn't hear him, but I saw the change in Gao Qingjui's eyes. Huanqing and Mi-Fu's bodies started to turn transparent. This was the first time I've seen someone leave the split zone by undoing their split symbol contract. Their bodies did not dissipate into light, in the case of deaths. It turned translucent first, then they slowly became totally transparent. Mi-Fu looked at Ku Fei with tearful eyes. A miracle seemed to happen as Mi-Fu and Huanqing's bodies were turning transparent. Ku Fei's youth was returning. However, Ku Fei was expressionless. He remained absolutely still where he was standing, up until the point when Mi-Fu was about to disappear totally. He then ran towards Mi-Fu at full speed. I felt a gust of wind as he passed me. This is why he had the title of the fastest feet in the southern district. It was difficult for anyone to keep up with that speed. But no matter how fast he could be, Mi-Fu disappeared just as his hand was about to reach her. A drop of her tear dropped onto his middle finger, leaving nothing but a trace of sorrow. When his tears started falling, Ku Fei had already regained his youthful appearance. His brows regained their thickness and his skin its healthy radiance. But even so, he lacked a certain joy and liveliness. The voice in the sky spoke. I've done my part. It's your turn now. Give me the scorpion ray. There was still a chance for me to bargain, so I asked, where did Niezun go? The voice seemed to be smiling as it said, Niezun is in the glacier. I didn't make him leave earlier. I got him to help me look for something in there. It's not impossible for you to meet him, but he's a free man now. He's no longer controlled by you. I smirked. Free man? Aren't you the one controlling him right now? Who are you? What's your goal? What did you do to Niezun? I didn't do anything to him. It's his own fault for coming here to the demon cave and stepping onto that demon cultivating platform. Ta Lai placed that puppet curse on him, and Ta Lai might not know this, but Niezun has a demonic aura within him. Not only would that curse fail in controlling him, it would backfire, causing Niezun's demonic aura to devour his own consciousness, turning him into a real demon. I recalled how he almost killed Ta Lai the last time. Is that why you took Ta Lai with her? I thought it weird at first. Logically, you wouldn't be afraid of us? Does this mean that Niezun had the power to kill Ta Lai at that time? That he could kill soul splitters? Niezun, just what is that power hidden within you? The mysterious voice continued. Though the demonic power is strong, it has a greater probability of devouring its host as well. He should have died that time, but I realized he was under the protection of that old man. I guess he's trying to go against me recently. But that doesn't matter. Anyway, it'll be harmful to Niezun if that demonic aura isn't removed. If he doesn't learn how to control it, he'd be a demon, not a human being. The demon cultivating tablet changed his blood, this is why he doesn't remember you. Now that he has been reborn, he'll slowly become one with that demonic power. You'll only be hurting him if you force him to regain his memories. Enough of that talk. Don't you want this? I'll give it to you. Don't get Niezun to do anything else that he isn't willing to do. I lifted my left hand and attempted to grab Scorpion Ray with my right. However, the imprint of the Scorpion Ray was stuck to my hand and it seemed stuck to my nerves and tendons. It wasn't an easy task to remove it. I heard a voice behind me. That was a gift from Li Cheng. Who dares take Li Cheng's belongings? My heart sank. I recognized this voice. She had entered the demon cave as well. As expected, I was met with an infuriated Li Wen when I turned around. I didn't run away this time. It's the demon cave structure, I explained to Li Wen. Li Wen looked at me in Gaoqin Jui. I know. I couldn't open that stone door after the both of you went missing. I could only wait until the next day when its structure changed again before arriving here. Li Wen looked up at the sky after speaking. The king in the gate of Ghost King Huaidu, is there a need for you to be sneaking around like this? All this effort just to take back an item that serves as an affirmation of the love between you and Li Cheng? I was momentarily speechless. What? King in the gate of Ghost King. Affirmation of love, with Li Cheng. I glanced at the Scorpion Ray imprint on my left wrist. It was glowing faintly like a phosphorus bracelet in the night. Li Cheng was still alive. This was good news to me. But why did everything feel more complex now? An eerie silence ensued. Li Wen's appearance and whatever she said seemed to have turned the tide in our favor. There's no one but you who dares to come alone to my gate of Ghost and speak to me this audaciously, Li Wen. The voice was hoarse but steady, and it sounded like it was praising an excellent junior. It did not sound angry. Li Wen covered her mouth as she laughed gently. I don't deserve such praise. Ah Shin is someone important to Li Cheng. I'm sure the Ghost King would know this too. I hope you wouldn't make things difficult for her. She looked at me gently as she said this, as if she was the one who cared about me the most. Sadly, when I saw her face, the only thing that came to my mind was how she cut Yuan Shin's corpse into pieces. I felt disgusted by the thought. Make things difficult for her? I'm afraid that wouldn't be me, it'd be you, isn't it? Li Wen was smiling, but her eyes had a cruel gleam in them. The eastern, western and southern districts have all been destroyed. Do you think Li Cheng will forgive you for being in cahoots with Du Yu? I shivered. The mysterious voice laughed. Me being in cahoots with Du Yu? I don't think I need to be in cahoots with anyone. Nothing can stay alive if I, Huaidu, wish to destroy it. The end of the eastern, western and southern districts is caused by Du Yu's ambition, but I'm actually quite content to see it happen. I stepped up to Li Wen. What else do you know? Li Wen looked at me with a gentle gaze. Ah Shin, I can answer all of your questions as long as you don't leave me and do whatever I tell you to. Laughter descended upon us from above. Li Shin, you'd really die if you follow her. Even though Niezun is being controlled by me now, I still give him his freedom. I'm sure you know how Li Wen is, considering that you've been by her side for so long. As a third party, my advice for you is to reconsider your decisions. Li Wen smirked. I stole a glance at Gao Qingjui. He was standing in a corner and looking elsewhere. I wasn't able to get a good look at his face. Ku Fei was kneeling at his feet, just where Mi Fu had left. I have no interest in being on anybody's side. Li Wen, what do you want before you can let Song Lu go? I looked her in the eye as I asked. Li Wen's gaze turned cold when I mentioned Song Lu. Do what I tell you to. I'll give you whatever you want only when I get what I want. How about you, this Ghost King? What do you have in exchange for my scorpion ray? I looked at Li Wen while I addressed the mysterious voice. Since Li Wen is here, there's not much point in taking the scorpion ray now. Leave my demon cave and never come back. The glacier started quaking violently before I could even attempt to get further details about where Niezun went. Cracks appeared in the ice below our feet, and an overwhelming feeling of destruction surrounded us. Gao Qingjui grabbed me in the windy snow. I blacked out. We were back at the entrance of the cave when I opened my eyes. What's with this Ghost King? Not only can he control everything in the demon cave, he's able to control the life force of heirs too? I asked with a frown. Li Wen smiled. Ghost King. He's a demon. Not only can he control heirs, he can destroy this entire split zone if he wishes to. But he's extremely unpredictable and no one understands him. If he wasn't this volatile, there wouldn't be the need for the Gate of Ghost, Gate of Heaven and Gate of Exit to go against one another because he'd easily be king. But oh, there actually exists such a powerful figure in the split zone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195. Volume 4. 195 Isolated with no help. If he's really like how you describe him to be, then wouldn't there be no one who can be his opponent in the split zone? Why do you dare to speak to him like that then? I looked at Li Wen from the corner of my eye. Li Wen smiled. That's because I know he wouldn't dare do anything to me no matter what I did. I raised a brow. Oh, really? Li Wen seemed to look into the distance as she answered me. If he dares hurt me, he can forget about seeing Li Qing ever again. So something is really going on between Ghost King Huaidu and Li Qing. But using Li Qing as a bargaining tool was really low of her. Well, Li Wen is Li Qing's soul splitter. If Huaidu did love Li Qing, then Li Wen would have nothing to fear. I turned cold. That's right, you're the best at threatening and attacking people with their weaknesses. Li Wen knew that I was referring to how she used Jiao's to threaten me earlier, but she had no intention of arguing with me. She walked up to me and took my hand. I know you must hate me now, but don't forget who your real enemies are. Do you is the one who destroyed your western district and hurt your friends? Since you're the only one with what I am looking for, I'm not going to hurt anyone else as long as you work with me. Gao Qingjui responded with sarcasm, blaming everything on Do You? No matter what she does, at least she does it openly. But you? You do things sneakily. Li Wen's face turned pale for a moment. Though Gao Qingjui was speaking up for Do You now, I was rather satisfied as I saw the look on Li Wen's face. I realized that I've almost forgotten about someone. The ignored Ku Fei suddenly spoke. Shen, thank you for all your help. There's nothing much for me here now that the southern district has been destroyed, and Huan Chang and Mi Fu have both left. My heart sank at this. I walked over and patted Ku Fei gently on the shoulder. Don't say that, Ku Fei. Gao Qingjui is still here, Si Luo is still here. There are still people from the southern district who are still alive. You can't give up no matter what. Ku Fei's usually cheery face looked dispirited. It looked like he no longer carried any hope. I'm not even qualified to give up on myself. I can't leave the split zone if I can't find my soul splitter, and I can't even kill myself. I'm worried about Lord Si Luo too, but I can't do anything for him. Gao Qingji interrupted, how do you know that if you haven't tried? Rong Jin disappeared after a fight, and it's only us few from the southern district now. Among those who've survived, I'm afraid you're the only heir. Are you still going to give up on yourself like this? Right. Hearing Gao Qingju's words, I was reminded that most heirs in the southern district were rather weak. Even my residents weren't able to survive this catastrophe, what more about those from the southern district? If that's the case, wouldn't Ku Fei be the last surviving heir from the southern district now? Ku Fei looked at Gao Qingji. What can I do for you guys? I didn't know how Gao Qingji planned to answer this, but I had to cut him off no matter what. There's no need for you to do anything for us. You just need to follow us and find your soul splitter, undo the split symbol contract and leave the split zone. I looked at him with determination. Li Wen suddenly laughed. Gate of heaven, gate of ghost, gate of exit. The size of each group is greater than any of you could imagine. Soul splitters aren't as rare as in existence either. You just love wishing for things, Shen. How would you help him find his soul splitter? As the last surviving heir from the southern district, what he should do now is to run away and hide from Duyu so he wouldn't be controlled by her and end up living like an insect. He would be considered lucky if he can avoid her. I smirked. I focused MF on my feet and charged towards Li Wen, giving her a hard slap. You. Li Wen was stunned as she didn't expect this. She didn't think I dared do something like this since I was weaker than her, and she also thought I didn't care much for whatever happened in the world. Gao Qingji and Ku Fei probably did not expect me to do such a thing either, since they were all stunned. I looked at Li Wen gently, caressing her face. I knew she wouldn't avoid it. As expected, Li Wen did not avoid me. She looked at me with an intense gaze. I touched the part of her face where I had just slapped, saying softly, living like an insect? What right do you have to talk about others like that? Are you not living like an insect now? Though I still don't know why you had to leave me time and again, I have a nagging feeling that whatever you do is simply to make up for what you weren't able to obtain. Are you jealous of my place in Li Qing's heart? Why are you doing all this? Aren't you living like an insect yourself? Sorrow flashed in Li Wen's eyes. She took a deep breath. That's right, I'm jealous of you. Li Qing had already left the Western District with me, but you were still on her mind, and she thought about you all the time. Don't all heirs live like insects here? The split zone is a world belonging to soul splitters. She got more and more agitated as she spoke, and I could see tears in her eyes when she finished. Something felt wrong somewhere. Why did it sound like she wasn't a soul splitter? But it can't be. Her split symbol was exactly identical to Li Qing's. Li Wen seemed to realize that she had accidentally revealed something and averted her gaze. She continued after a moment. Do whatever you want, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Don't forget that you'll have to work with me if you want to save Song Lu. She retreated to a corner after that, not looking at us. Though I was filled with suspicion, settling Ku Fei was the more important task at hand. I looked at Gao Qingji, signaling for him to come up with a solution. Gao Qingji shrugged as if he could not do anything about this. Please, isn't Ku Fei someone from your southern district? I sighed as I said to Ku Fei, how about you come with us first, then we'll see. I thought of something important suddenly. How could I have forgotten something as important as this? My gaze quivered as I turned to Gao Qingji. He noticed something different about me and walked up to grab my hand. What's wrong? I left Jiaos alone with Duyu. I felt like crying now. Gao Qingji's eyes darkened. So. I thought we'd definitely make it back in 3 days, and although we still have time, I forgot that Jiaos used part of her MF to hide Si Luo. I'm afraid that Si Luo might be exposed like this. Gao Qingji swung my hand away. I could see the anger rise in him. Li Xin, Si Luo is in deep sleep now. Do you wish for his death by leaving them together with Du Yu and Ta Lai? Li Wen furrowed her brows and turned to me, asking, why didn't you tell me Si Luo was here too? However, her eyes could not hide her real emotions. Ha, you really didn't know? I asked mockingly. Enough, Li Shun. Gao Qinji cut me off angrily before turning to leave. No need to rush over to me so quickly. I've brought Si Luo here. We heard Du Yu's voice somewhere near us. She walked towards us with steady steps in her knee-high boots. Du Yu was taller than the average woman, and she was carrying Si Luo in her arms at this moment. This scene looked like something out of the ordinary. She walked up beside Gao Qinji and threw Si Luo at him. You can't even take care of your own people. I frowned. Why did I feel uncomfortable when I heard this? Gao Qinji shot me a look as he caught Si Luo. I turned to Du Yu. Where's Jiao S? If Si Luo was out, it meant that Jiao S had used up her MF. Du Yu smirked. I've brought her to someplace good. Do you want to come have a look too? My hands balled into fists. What did you do to her? Du Yu ignored me and turned to Li Wen. There's actually a tiny ant over here, but. Li Wen brushed her hair and walked up to Du Yu. It's been a long time, Du Yu? Du Yu scoffed. Your blood has turned back. Li Wen smiled. Yes, my blood can no longer kill heirs now. I'm so upset about this. But thanks to the previous collaboration, most heirs are already dead now, and there's no need for us to go against each other anymore, don't you think? I shivered. You worked with her? I pointed at Du Yu as I looked at Li Wen in surprise. Li Wen covered her mouth as she said, Shin, you dumb, you really think there's some type of blood that can kill heirs? It's just a poison, and it isn't permanent. It's the same with Song Lu. What can I say? I heard Du Yu behind me. Heirs are heirs. They love to believe people who are not worthy of their trust. At this, there was a slight change in Li Wen's expression. Gao Qinji then laughed maliciously. If being a soul splitter means I have to be cruel and ruthless like you, then I'd rather be an heir. You probably did not expect for Gao Qinji to say this? She turned to him. I helped you bring Si Luo back and I've given you all that you want, be it a peaceful life or Si Luo's safety. What else are you unhappy about? That's right, what else can I be unhappy about? Gao Qinji said in self-mockery. I looked around. Ku Fei was standing in a corner. He looked at Si Luo sometimes, but he was blanking out most of the time. Gao Qinji was looking at Du Yu. As for Li Wen, I couldn't tell what was in her head at all. But I know one thing for sure. There wasn't a single person I could trust here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196. Volume 4. 196. I like you. Since we're all here now, I think it's time someone explain all that's happening so far. I tried my best to sound calm and composed as I looked around me. Unexpectedly, Du Yu answered. Are you interested to come with me to my Palace of Cold Blood? TCH, Palace of Cold Blood. The name suits you really well, Du Yu. My mind started racing as I thought about the sudden change in her attitude towards me. Du Yu is different from Li Wen in that she doesn't usually lie to trick you in doing anything. Though she's ruthless, she does everything openly and doesn't hide. She's also very confident in her own abilities. If she wanted to hurt me, she can easily do it now instead of using extra time to take me elsewhere. She must have her reasons for doing so. Was I of any use to her? I recalled that Li Wen said I was the only one who could kill soul splitters. Do you know this too? Did she want to use me as well? Why should I leave with you? I had to ask even if it sounded a little retarded. Du Yu smirked. Jiao S is in the palace of cold blood right now. As expected of her. I turned around, expecting Li Wen to disagree. However, Gao Qingji placed Si Luo aside and he was the one who said, "You can't take her with you." I was stunned at this. Du Yu asked calmly, "Why is that?" Gao Qingji smirked. "Because she's mine. Whether it's you or Li Wen, don't even think about taking what's mine." I looked at Gao Qingji in surprise. There seemed to be a light shining from behind Gao Qingji, making it look very much like the first time I met Gao Qi. I rubbed my eyes as I mumbled, "Gao Qi." Gao Qingji's smile froze as he looked at me. "I'm not Gao Qi, I'm Gao Qingji, and you're mine." Deep in my heart, something exploded. What was it? I don't know. Are you confessing to Ashin now? Li Wen asked. Do you shot her a cold look? Gao Qingji looked at me squarely, a mischievous smile still hanging on his lips. Though I wanted to avoid those eyes which felt like they were boring into me, I chose to meet his gaze. What are you trying to do? Gao Qingji said, I said, I like you. You're mine. No one can take you. Something exploded in my heart once again. No matter how calm I was, the tips of my fingers were trembling now. I looked him in the eye. These eyes and this face, how familiar everything seemed to be. How long have I waited for him to say this? But, did he really not say this before? My heart seemed to be scrunching itself up. Pain seemed to travel across all my blood vessels and congregate in my heart, making me feel as if I was about to be destroyed. This was something I hoped for, but why did it feel so familiar when it happened? Something seemed to be reappearing in my memories. Ah Shun, I like you. Die together with me, . I lifted my arms slowly and covered both my ears, trying to block out that enchanting voice in my head which kept telling me, Ashin, come with me. I like you. Let's die together. Seeing me like this, a deep sorrow seemed to fill Gao Qingji. Li Wen rushed forward to grab my hand, interrupting that voice in my head. She looked at me with fire in her eyes. Has she appeared? Your second personality? Her words were like a sudden bucket of ice water being tipped over me. I pushed her away. No, don't even think about it. I'll never see her again, so don't even think about making use of her, ever. And you? I pointed at Du Yu. You think I don't know what you're planning? You already know who I am, and all of you want to make use of my second personality. Dream on. I won't let anyone take control of her. No one can control her anyway. I then laughed mercilessly. Do you remained calm like still water? She glanced at Gao Qingji. The one you like gets agitated so easily. Seems like you really don't have much taste. I smirked. Is that so, he doesn't have much taste? Why did I hear that he liked you before? Du Yu's gaze wavered as she looked at Gao Qingji. Gao Qingji did not meet her eyes. He looked at me and said, I like you now, and I won't let anyone else take you away from me. He said it exactly like this, as if it was romantic. But I saw an endless agony buried deep within his eyes. I finally got it. He was using me as some kind of shield. Ha ha. A bittersweet smile appeared on my face. Li Wen looked at all of us before her gaze landed on Du Yu. Right, where's Bian Ying and Ta Lai? This was a normal question, since there was Ta Lai, Bian Ying, Du Yu and Jiaois in that river when we left. However, a killing intent appeared in Du Yu's eyes. It seems as if her jealousy is enough to kill anyone who put the names Ta Lai and Bian Ying together in the same sentence. Song Ming appeared from out of nowhere and took Bian Ying away. Du Yu answered Li Wen coldly. How about Ta Lai? Li Wen's eyes seemed to smile. Du Yu stared at her as she said, he's returned to the gate of heaven? Li Wen smiled. You sure he's back in the gate of heaven? He didn't cook up an excuse for you and go looking for Bianing instead? Diyu's patience seemed to end here? She lifted a hand and gave it a big wave. That feeling was back. The ground seemed to become magnetic and my heart felt like it was a piece of iron. My heart felt like it was being sucked downwards, causing me to fall face down onto the ground. Diyu smirked before she lifted her right foot and stepped onto my head. A painful pressure was on my head, and that feeling of my heart being sucked towards the ground did not lessen a tiny bit. My heart felt like it was about to escape from my chest and stick itself to the ground. My hands were on the ground as I attempted to get up. However, I couldn't escape this force no matter how hard I tried. Moreover, there was still a foot on my head. I laughed self-mockingly. Let go of her. I heard Gao Qingju's glacial voice from the top of my head. Do you used more force on her foot? The side of my face was on the ground, and she was stepping on my right ear. I couldn't hear their conversation very clearly like this. Do you seem to ignore Gao Qingju and address Li Wen instead? Isn't she your goal? I can tell you now that I'm taking her life for sure. Does Li Qing dare to have you go against me? How about you ask her first? Gao Qingju grabbed Diyu's hand, making her unsteady for a moment. The pressure on my head seemed to lessen by a fraction, but her hand was still held in that weird position. My heart was still stuck to some unknown force from the ground. Did you not hear me clearly? I said she's mine. Don't even think about taking her away from me, Gao Qingju said to Diyu. Diyu smirked. Gao Qing, have you forgotten that we grew up together? Do you think I wouldn't know you well enough? You only look and act fierce. In reality, you aren't as cruel as you look. If you were cruel enough, you wouldn't have ended up leaving the gate of heaven together with Si Luo at that time. These people were really enjoying their conversation. There seemed to be no conclusion on the part about taking me away either. Seems like it's time for me to cut their conversation short. I focused all my MF on my heart. Something then answered from deep within it. That answer seemed to be coming from something buried in my heart that was finally being awoken. I grabbed her right foot in my right hand as I continued focusing MF on my heart. Boom! I stood up the instant I escaped from that unknown force, backing away quickly. Swinging my right hand, I threw Diyu's leg to the side. I smirked at her. Seems like not all airs are like insects. Diyu was visibly shocked at my escape. Though I had ripped one of her legs off, she was able to stand perfectly steady on one. How could you have escaped from my restraining technique? So that was called the restraining technique. I shrugged. You guys said it before, that the only thing giving you power in the split zone is MF and the split symbol. As long as your mental endurance is strong enough, there's nothing that cannot be broken here. Put simply, I'm stronger and can endure much more now. You can't do anything to me. I looked at Diyu indignantly. Know your abilities before you even try to take my life. I can give up on myself, I can avoid things and remain cowardly, but I never said I'd let you guys order me around like this. Since I've become a weapon in your war, this means my life is worth something now. Come and get it if that's the case. It's best if you guys destroy each other. This way, I can save my friends. So many lives have been lost in the eastern, western and southern districts. I no longer know how to be afraid. I no longer know how to cry. Even Nyazun has been taken away from me. Is this all because of the her in me? Come and get it then. I, Li Xin, will make the split zone a living hell. You guys owe me this much. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3. Chapter 197. Volume 4. 197 Fierce Competition. Diyu's leg seemed to be regenerating at the speed of light. She did not look like she was in an ounce of pain, as if it was simply a strand of hair instead of a leg that I had just ripped off from her. Seems like I've really underestimated you. This was the first time I heard you say something like this. However, instead of filling me with joy, this made me feel fearful. She looked at me. My patience is at its end. Jiao S is now in my palace of cold blood. I can cause her pain whenever I wish to. Come with me if you don't wish for her to go through such agony. As for you, do you turn to Gaoqin Jui? Si Luo won't be able to wake up without Yu Liang. Right now, Yu Liang is also in the palace of cold blood. Are you sure you don't want to come along? What? I said, surprised. Why would Yu Liang be in your palace of cold blood? Do you shot me a cold smile? Even Jia Pa is there too. There really are many talented individuals in that western district of yours. There's actually someone who can use that long-forgotten spatial transference technique, a technique that's lost even to the soul splitters. Spatial transference? Isn't that old man Fan's technique? A tiny glimmer of hope seemed to appear before me. Is old man Fan still alive? I tried to suppress the excitement in me. I knew that I had to remain calm in this situation. I had to look at things with a clear head. I cannot expose old man Fan's secret so easily. I asked with composure, who else is in that palace of cold blood? Do you glance at Gaoqin Jui? I don't know who in the Western District used that forbidden technique, but the few important people managed to escape from that catastrophe and arrived here in the Northern District. It was a coincidence that Jia Pa and Yu Liang landed in my territory, together with two subordinates of Jiao S. They're all in the palace of cold blood now with Jiao S. I guess it's only Jia Pa and Yu Liang who landed in her territory then. Those two subordinates of Jiao S would refer to Tao Lai and Mu Li. This is why Yuan Shen appeared in the Northern District. Does this mean that those fighting alongside Jia Pa had all survived? My eyes started to water as I was overjoyed at the thought. Everyone was still alive. Gaoqin Zhu spoke. How can I believe you? Do you glanced at me? You can choose not to believe what I say, but I'm sure you know that she'll definitely come with me after this. If she leaves with me, I'm guessing you'd do the same. Am I right? Gaoqin Zhu's eyes darkened as he looked at me. I nodded. Right, I'm coming with you. But I pointed at Ku Fei. I want you to promise me that you'll not hurt him. Let him stay here in the Northern District as an heir, and don't make things difficult for him. Ku Fei had been blanking out for a while now, and only now did he realize that we were really going to leave him. Tears shone in his eyes as his lips turned downwards. Did not bother looking at him? I'm not so bored that I'd want to go after a tiny ant like him. Fine. Let's go then. I walked towards Du. Du's leg had completed its regeneration by now, but since the lower end of her dark green trousers had been ripped off as well, her new leg was exposed to the air like a long and slender piece of lotus root. I glanced at Li Wen as I passed her. She was expressionless and she did not seem to have the intention of stopping me either. I knew that she wouldn't stop me now, since it would be 1 against 3 for her in this situation, and it would be difficult for her to win. I wonder what she'd do. Li Wen smiled as she said, Du's palace of cold blood doesn't welcome visitors usually, so how could I miss out on this rare opportunity today? May I come along too? So she's choosing to come along with us, and look for a chance to take me away after. I didn't know my second personality was this charming, so much so that a beautiful lady is in hot pursuit of her. I thought Du would reject her, but she agreed. Fine, let's go. I began to feel uncomfortable at this. The 4 of us were leaving the Gate of Ghost for the Palace of Cold Blood in the Gate of Heaven. What a stressful journey this would be. I signaled for Ku Fei to leave. He nodded and turned to go. No matter what, I had to find Niezun before we leave the Gate of Ghost. I can only depend on myself for this task now. The Gate of Ghost is huge. How do we get there? I asked. Do you and Gao Qingjui remain silent? They had no intention of answering my question. Li Wen smiled at me. Ah Shun, you're not familiar with the environment in the Northern District. Of course I'm not. I've been living outside of this place forever, how would I know what it looks like? The Northern District is huge. Just the Gate of Ghost alone is larger than the Eastern, Western and Southern districts combined. We'll take more than just a day or two to arrive in the Palace of Cold Blood in the Gate of Heaven. I was lost. Then why would Jiao S be in the Palace of Cold Blood within just a few days? Do you answer this time? Jiao S has a pill that can be used for teleportation. It's a rare pill and she's the only one who owns it. She didn't know I was aware of this, and it just so happened that her two subordinates were both in my Palace of Cold Blood. I let on that her subordinates were still alive, and she walked right into my trap when she tried to escape by using that pill. She's probably already in the Palace of Cold Blood now, and she'll be greeted by my subordinates there. My fists tightened, but I remained silent. Wait. That pill which can be used for teleportation. I suddenly remembered that Jiao S gave me something like this, and she said I shouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. That pill should still be with me right now. None of them were aware of this. I looked down at my dress and saw the tear in the fabric near my chest. I then thought of something. I look horrible right now with my clothes all torn. How about we rest here in the Gate of Ghost for today? I heard that days and nights last for 30 hours each here. It's turning dark soon, so why not we leave tomorrow instead? About I pointed at the hole in my dress created by Nyezun as I spoke. Do you glanced at me? This is the Gate of Ghost and it's not my territory here. If you guys want to rest, go ahead, but don't think that I'd help you out if you meet any trouble here. Nobody wants your help. Li Wen stood up suddenly. The only way to get to the Gate of Heaven from here is via the Heaven Ghost Bridge located at the far end in the Gate of Ghost. We're on the opposite end now, and we'll need quite some time to arrive there. I pointed behind me as I said, isn't the entrance to the Gate of Ghost right behind the river? Can't we go through there instead? Li Wen shook her head. That entrance can only be seen if you exit from the Great Hall. When you're already inside any one of the gates, you'll never be able to find those entrances again no matter where you go. This means that there's no turning back here in the Northern District, but... There's no turning back? What does that mean? Seeing my confused expression, Li Wen continued her explanation. If you're in any of these gates, the only way to leave is via a bridge that connects to another gate, and you won't be able to leave the Northern District. This is why there's no turning back here. Then how do you guys go to our world? I've told you this before, have you forgotten it again? We can reach the Great Hall through that black hole above it. Li Wen looked at me, as if she was trying to say something else. You was impatient now and she left quickly after giving us a cold look? Gao Qingjui followed closely behind after settling Si Luo in his air vortex. Looking at the both of them, Li Wen and I started moving as well. What were you trying to say earlier? I asked Li Wen. I knew Li Wen. She was intelligent. There was no way she would say something like, "There's no turning back," for no reason. Li Wen smiled but remained silent. I looked at the two individuals in front of me meaningfully. Right, soul splitters have high MF. Our conversation would probably be heard at such a distance. She probably walked ahead because she wants to eavesdrop on us too. Wait, if there's no turning back in the Northern District, then Mr. Blonde is definitely involved in all of this. Is it only Mr. Blonde who has the ability to bring them over? What other secrets are hidden in here? I frowned to myself. There's nobody else here but me. If I want answers, I'll have to tread lightly. I sped up, catching up to do you. Also, do you looked at my left ankle? If you wish to survive in the Northern District, I'd suggest for you to keep the fact that you're an heir a secret. There's no physical difference between heirs and soul splitters, and if the Gate of Ghost is so huge that it's larger than the 3 other districts combined, I'd probably not be treated any differently even though I'm an unfamiliar face. Would I still need to hide if it's not that easy to recognize this fact? Li Wen seemed to be able to read my mind and said, the Northern District isn't as simple as you think it is. There'd be many unexpected situations that would occur. There are many unfamiliar faces around given that the area is so huge, and it's true that it's nothing much. But if you show surprise or fear, the more perceptive ones would be able to tell right away. I nodded. Thanks for the reminder, but I don't think there's anything else that can shock me here in the split zone. Its existence in itself is already enough of a surprise for me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198. Volume 4. 198. It's not time yet. I realized quickly that I was overconfident this time. It was difficult for me to hide my surprise when I saw how the Northern District really looked like. When we passed through the forest with Duyu, I was met with my world. Tall buildings, the streets, and crowds, this was exactly like the real world. Li Wen was right. It was difficult for an heir who lived in the Western District not to show any signs of surprise when suddenly immersed in such an environment. No matter how much I tried to suppress how I felt, this looked exactly identical to the real world. Was it that difficult to get used to? Don't look surprised, don't look surprised. I couldn't help myself, and as I took a look around, I got a greater shock instead. It was extremely weird here. There would be a tiny old house right beside a shiny and tall new building. The roads were very wide and there were very few vehicles around. There were various makes and models of vehicles, both modern ones and vintage cars were around. The people here looked similar to those in the real world, except they were dressed in garb from different eras. The best way I can describe this would be that there was an impression that space and time were confused here in the Northern District. It was as if things from different time periods and eras were all combined together in a painting right here. Li Wen said softly to me, I told you that you'd be shocked, right? I calmed myself down before I asked, what's going on here? Li Wen laughed, as if she was filled with joy at my confusion. If I tell, that would be the equivalent of giving away the secret of the split zone. You can try guessing. You should be able to find out with this many clues right in front of you. Are you saying that I'm stupid? I felt a familiarity when she laughed just now. It was just like when we were still on good terms. She was always like this. She looked gentle and soft on the outside, but she was in fact very gutsy and mischievous. I wasn't aware of this at that time, that she also had a twisted, ruthless and cruel heart behind that mischievous demeanor. A tiny seed of sorrow seemed to sprout in me. What was it that changed us? Was it solitude? Li Wen seemed to be able to sense my emotions. She was always this perceptive. What are you worried about? Worried about Nyezun? Yes, there's still Nyezun. Can you tell me more about that king in the Gate of Ghost? I looked at Li Wen. Li Wen smiled. He has been in love with Li Qing for the longest time. The 3 gates didn't exist in the Northern District in the past, but Li Qing parted with him because she didn't agree with his views and mindset regarding bodies of consciousness. The both of them ended up like this eventually, one of them the king in the Gate of Ghost, the other. Li Wen turned pale and stopped speaking, as if suddenly realizing that there was something she shouldn't have revealed. I tried to lessen her guilt by asking, so do all the soul splitters in the Gate of Ghost have extraordinary abilities? I knew I wouldn't get any information out of Li Wen if I continued with my previous question. In this case, it'd be better for me to change the subject to diminish any doubt she might have. As expected, Li Wen looked much more relaxed at this. Of course not. No matter where we are, people will always be categorized in this world. It's even more apparent here in the split zone. Most soul splitters have a slightly higher MF than their corresponding heirs, and one of the reasons for that is to prevent the heirs from undoing their split symbol contracts easily. Their MF is usually higher by about 5. Prevent heirs from undoing split symbol contracts easily. Are you kidding me? I'm living with my life on the line even as the Western District Commander. Even if you soul splitters have 0 MF, you wouldn't be at risk of losing your lives as long as you don't leave the Northern District. If that's the case, wouldn't soul splitters be considered immortal as long as they don't leave the Northern District ever? Would this mean that there'll only be more soul splitters and no decrease in their numbers here? How would their numbers increase then? Just what exactly are soul splitters? Was it because of this that drove them to find methods to kill each other? Well, seems like it's difficult for them to enter and leave the Northern District and travel in and out of the other districts. If that wasn't the case, my life in the Western District would probably not have been that peaceful. Seeing me silent, Liwen continued. There's actually nothing you need to worry about. To be frank, heirs live like insects here in the split zone. Do use right. No matter how much you worry, there are only 2 possibilities in the end. One of them is dying here, and the other is to return to your world. If your goal is to change this place, then I can only say that it's the equivalent to dreaming of being a superhuman in the real world. I've never thought of saving others. I only want to save my friends and return them their peaceful lives. In fact, I haven't really thought about whether I want to leave the split zone, I said softly. Liwen said, then why do you always look like you want to save the world? I hate that expression of yours, it makes me jealous. I finally stopped looking around me. My gaze landed on Liwen. Liwen's eyes shone, her lips upturned in a smile. Don't you think you've already said too much? Gao Qingji turned around to face us, hands in his pockets. Liwen raised both her arms. Fine. I shan't say any more since Gao Qin doesn't want me to. I'll return her to you, alright? Her words were laced with sarcasm. Liwen skipped a few steps ahead, her pale yellow dress billowing in front of me. In a second, she was already way ahead of us. Do you seem to stop momentarily as she sensed that Gao Qingju stopped moving? But it lasted only for a split second. She continued walking after that. I sped up and caught up with Gao Qingju. We're still partners, right? I glanced at him, speaking softly since I was unsure if Du and Liwen can hear us. Gao Qingju did not meet my eyes. He simply continued walking forward. Have you forgotten that you left Si Luo with the enemy? Who'd dare partner up with you? I laughed. Gao Qingju looked at me with a funny stare. He must be wondering why I was laughing when he made it so clear that he wasn't on the same team with me. I knew him well enough now. If he said this, it means he still sees me as being on the same team. Though the word partners might not be the most accurate, it described our current relationship best. You must be thinking of looking for Nyezun as we're on the way, right? Gao Qingju spoke in such a low tone that I had to focus MF on my ears to be able to hear him. I was a little surprised as I realized what he said. Could he read my mind? Seeing that I didn't deny it, he continued, Western District Commander is really quite the loyal individual, unwilling to give up on either friend or lover. I raised a brow. Are you jealous? Why should I be jealous? Giving him a sideways glance, I asked, didn't you confess to me earlier? Gao Qingju spoke without hesitation, yes, but you've seen it too. I'm merely using you as a shield in front of her. He pointed his chin towards Du, who was in front. The smile on my face froze. I then said, I think the word loyal would describe you better. This word was usually used as a compliment, but between us, it became a weapon of sarcasm. Gao Qingju accepted my compliment rather graciously. I've always been loyal. I turned serious. There's something I always wanted to ask you. Gao Qingju reverted to that cold expression as he sensed that I was about to ask a serious question. Go ahead. I looked him in the eye. Liwen told me that you've always known about my existence. I'm talking about when I was still alive. You know everything about me, including those memories I've lost. What's more interesting is that she said you were actually the person I liked, that it wasn't Gao Qi. What did she mean by that? Gao Qingjui's eyes shone, hiding his emotions in them. You believe her? I wouldn't believe her in the past. But we've known each other for quite some time now, and I feel that you might have known me. You were pretending from the very first day we met. You're aware of so many secrets that I'm not aware of, but you just won't reveal them to me. Gao Qingjui laughed. It was not his usual cold laughter, it was a laughter that seemed to be full of solitude. Why don't you believe me when I tell you I like you, but you choose to believe her words? You didn't believe it either when I said I know you better than you know yourself. Lishan, you're always trusting the wrong people. You're missing out on those you should trust. My brows furrowed. Is that a denial? Gao Qingjui raised a hand to his face. The artificial sun in the sky shone on him, but it could not shine upon that darkness within his eyes. He regained that usual malice in his voice. Try to stay alive for now. Only those alive have the right to know the truth. I'll tell you everything when it's time. He continued walking forward after that. You'll tell me everything when it's time? When would it be time? I looked at Scorpion Ray on my wrist. It seemed to be able to sense my emotions as it glowed faintly. I caught up with Gao Qingjui quickly. As I reached him, I said casually, you seem to have forgotten to ask you where Guan Ye went. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199. Volume 4. 199 Not fitting in. Gao Qingjui said, there's no need to ask. I trust Song Ming since he said he'll save Guan Ye. Isn't Nie Zun's face already healed? Then where's Guan Ye now? Gao Qingjui shook his head. Do you wouldn't know if I don't? Guan Ye. He likes to do things alone. I smirked. Is he following you around secretly now? He'll probably come out and protect you when you're in danger. Gao Qingjui stared at me in silence. Crash. I heard the loud brakes of a car right beside me. God damn it, why am I this unlucky? Hitting garbage in the morning. On my right, a woman dressed in black silk exited a sedan. She was the one who accidentally hit somebody on the road. A teenage boy who looked to be about 15 or 16 was lying in front of her car. He was rather thin and he did not look tall either. The woman was in 3-inch heels and she was ranting all the way as she walked towards that boy. She then kicked him in the chest. What a lowly thing. How dare you hit my car when the value of your MF is so low it's less than 20. Trash like you should go extinct in the split zone. Those from the gate of heaven wouldn't dare be so audacious if it weren't for garbage like you being everywhere in the gate of ghost. She was ruthless in her kicks, stepping on the boy's chest so many times that he began to bleed. The boy let her continue. He looked at her imminently with those dark eyes, not asking for mercy nor avoiding any of her kicks. The woman got angrier as she saw that gaze of his. What are you? How dare you look at me this way? I'll blind you. She lifted her right foot, eyes shining. This was bad. She focused her MF on her right foot. To the boy whose MF was less than 20, such force would damage his MF. Even if it wasn't damaged, his eyes would probably never heal after this. MF was everything in the split zone. If a body of consciousness with a low MF value receives an attack of high MF, it was not easy to heal at all. With a light tap of my feet, I moved over to the woman in a second, grabbing her arm and stretching out one of my feet to stop her. I smirked. What are you then? Someone with an MF of only 30 being a bully here. You think you're so worthy? I could tell how high her MF was as I grabbed her wrist where her split symbol happened to be. Activating my MF on her split symbol, I realized her MF was not very high either. She was incensed. Where did you come from? Mind your own business. Gao Qinji walked over as I was about to speak. I've always heard that those in the Gate of Ghost were cruel. Seems like it really is true when even someone with an MF of 30 dares to be this audacious. The woman harumphed. You sound like you're from the Gate of Heaven. That explains it then. You guys love to poke your noses into the affairs of others, acting high and mighty all the time. I realized why Gao Qinju stepped forward. I would definitely have said something like even a soul splitter with an MF of 30 dares to be this audacious. If I said that, my identity as an heir would have been exposed. The woman whipped my hand away and retracted her foot. The boy was spitting out mouthfuls of blood, but he seemed to have no intention of getting up. The woman smiled cruelly at me. Since you love poking your nose into the affairs of others, how about you help him out all the way? Bring him with you, or else I'll torture him if I ever see him again. None of us can die here in the split zone. I'll be able to torture him forever and ever. My heart tightened. What a cruel individual. This was a soul splitter. Hate was apparent in my eyes, and this seemed to surprise the woman. My left hand was already lifted, the light of scorpion ray glowing bright. However, Gao Qinji stopped me. I looked at him in confusion. Without meeting my eyes, he turned to the woman. He's just a child with low MF, let him go. What do you want? I can satisfy you. The boy was struggling to get up now. He stood up unsteadily. His face was pale and emotionless, his eyes dark. Lifting his right hand suddenly, he pierced his own eyes. Don't! I stretched out a hand, trying to stop him. But his actions were too sudden and I was too late. All I felt was warm blood on his hands. I looked at the blood on my fingertips, unable to speak. The woman laughed. The thin boy, who was now bleeding from his eyes, bowed towards the woman. He sounded gentle and calm, as if he was free from all the desires in this world. Sorry, I was blind. Please forgive me for offending your car. The woman looked at him nonchalantly, before giving me a sideways glance. I wouldn't dare be audacious when there's a higher power helping you out here. You're bowing to the wrong person. The boy turned to me. He looked cold and unfamiliar. I don't know her. She's just poking her nose into the affairs of others. That's her fault and it has nothing to do with me. I hope you can forgive me. I was stunned. The blood on my hands was already caking up. The woman glanced at Gao Qinji and I, lips turning up in a smile. Let her kneel and kowtow to me then. I'll forgive you with that. Gao Qinji stopped me again as I was about to attack. The woman seemed to have taken an interest in Gao Qinji. Her eyes were shining as she looked at him. The boy's gaze remained calm and collected, kneeling immediately when he heard the woman. He put both his hands on the ground and started kowtowing to the woman once, twice, 3 times. As he did that, he said, I don't know her at all. It has nothing to do with me. It was me who had offended you, so I should be the one kowtowing to you. His fingers were pale against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. That was the muted sound of his head hitting the ground. His forehead started to bleed. The blood flowed into those blood-red eyes of his. I couldn't bear to look at this, but I couldn't shut my eyes to this scene either. The woman's anger seemed to have been appeased now. She looked at Gao Qinji. I'm not someone who cares about these things. I'll forgive you since you're sincere in your apology. I'm in a bit of a rush, so I'll make a move now. As she walked back to her car, she lifted a pale, white thigh and used it to brush against Gao Qinji. Gao Qinji had that usual look of evil malice on him. It didn't look like he was annoyed at all. If fate permits, we'll meet again. I like people like you. Remember whatever you've said today. I let him go, so you'll have to satisfy me in future. She left in her car after that. That made me want to vomit. For some reason, I felt disgusted by it. There wasn't anyone nearby when the woman started picking on the boy, as if everyone was used to these things happening here. However, many of them began to look at me with suspicion in their eyes when I stood up for the boy. The boy stood up slowly, looking unhurried. Why? I asked as I looked at him. He had never looked at me once. Even now, he simply wiped the blood away from his forehead. You're from the outside? If you're from the outside, then there's no way you'd stay in the Gate of Ghost forever. If you make an enemy out of her today, she might look for me to take revenge in the future after you're gone. After you're gone, there'd be no one left to protect me. I'll then be left here and continue being insulted by her. Have you ever thought of that? A sudden realization hit me. That's right, have I ever thought of that? I'm not a soul splitter, and I've always felt that my life had an expiration date. To them, however, life had no expiration date. How horrible and painful would it be if they had no power in a never-ending life? If I leave, she'd continue harassing and bullying him. There's nothing else for him to do but face the pain when he loses his protection. Is this what the soul splitters have to face? Is this why they're looking for ways to shorten their endless lives? How laughable this was. Those with limited lives wish to be immortal, but those who can be immortal are tired of living. We'll never be content. After wiping away the blood on his forehead, he finally turned to look at me. His right eye was healing very slowly, and it was still a bloody hole. Luckily, he did not really mean to blind himself, and from the looks of it, the wound should still be able to heal. You know what? If you don't have the ability to save somebody, then don't do it on a whim. Sometimes, these fake acts of kindness will end up killing more people. What you're doing is simply giving them a false sense of hope when you have neither the heart nor the ability to save somebody. But there's no hope here. Your help will turn into a fuse that will eventually lead them into the abyss. His voice sounded calm and far away. I'd choose to compromise instead of giving myself false hope. My heart sank. Whatever he said might actually be true. I'm not able to save my friends, and I'm not even able to protect myself, so who am I to give him false hope like this? How could my help be like what Li Qing described it to be? Kindness in the split zone? I don't fit in here at all. I don't seem to fit in anywhere. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200. Volume 4. 200 Saving Each Other. My heart sank right down to the bottom of the abyss, drowning in the darkness. Gao Qingji suddenly laughed and said to the boy, "You're right. We shouldn't be giving false hope to others if we aren't able to save them. But if no one gives anyone hope in this world, what would it become? You think that hope is something that others should continually be giving?" Gao Qingji was still holding my hand. We'll only need to sow a tiny seed of hope in you. It's up to you whether you'll be able to grab onto this and be reborn in the future. There's no one who owes you a living. How could you blame someone for not helping you all the time when she's willing to help you out just this once? What you should do is to grab hold of that hand and stand up on your own. If the helping hand is gone after that, you should then learn how to stand on your own 2 feet. The boy and I were both stunned by his words. The boy looked at Gao Qingji with a light in those previously dead eyes. Gao Qingjui's smile seemed to freeze. I was from the gate of heaven. The boy furrowed his brows. If I remember right, there's no one this nice from the gate of heaven. All of them are merely pretending to be righteous. There was hatred in the boy's gaze. This hate seemed to come from deep within him. It was a kind of extreme hatred. He did not have such a gaze even when the woman was picking on him earlier. Just how much do the people in the gate of heaven and the gate of ghost hate each other? If those from the gate of heaven were like what you said, they wouldn't have saved you, they'd have killed you instead. Do you walked over from her spectator stand? She's probably getting impatient at all this. She walked over to Gao Qingjui and seemed to steal a glance at my hand that was in his. As I looked at you, I felt like I suddenly understood how the boy felt. If everyone from the gate of heaven was like her, then I would really hate all of them right down to my bones. Even if it was someone like Gao Qingjui, who was cold on the outside but passionate on the inside, we'd still need to spend quite some time with him before the original impression of him changed. The boy stared at Duyu with hostility. I was secretly happy at this. This boy knew who was evil with just one glance. Duyu did not bother looking at the boy? I could tell what she was thinking from her look of disdain. She probably saw it as a gift that she was willing to speak to the boy. Duyu was someone who looks at the MF of others? Someone from the gate of ghost who had an MF of less than 20 would probably not catch her eye at all. I really had to look up to Ta Lai for this, even though he was nothing to me now that he had hurt Niezun. He is still extraordinary to have the ability to gain the loyalty of such a cruel and ruthless woman. Duyu was visibly impatient now. She said, "How long do you guys wish to linger?" "Not enough stairs?" Gao Qingjui pointed to somewhere in front. "Isn't that a hotel right there? Let's go over and take a rest." Duyu glanced at him before she looked at my hand in his. She then turned around and walked towards the hotel in her ripped trousers. It was understandable that she was impatient, since her trousers were ripped off by me, and it did not look very good to walk around like this for long either. Liwen caught up with Duyu quickly, giving me a gentle smile as she passed me by. I didn't want to look at her at all. Gao Qingjui addressed the boy. "We're leaving now. Like what you said, there's nothing wrong in compromising with the woman earlier, since it's just a way to protect yourself. But she's not at fault for giving you hope and helping you out either. You should be grateful instead of being so cold. This is the way of the world, and I hope you can understand that." The boy looked at Gao Qingjui meaningfully, hesitation in his eyes. He nodded eventually. Gao Qingjui laughed. "We'll meet again if fate permits it." He pulled me with him as he left. I turned back to look at the boy. He was still standing there, as if in deep thought. But at the same time, it looked like he was lost and confused. "How long do you plan on holding my hand?" I looked at the person beside me with a frown. Gao Qingjui raised his brows. "I'll hold on to it for as long as I can." I responded coldly, acting all the way Gao Qingjui shrugged. "Think of it however you want to. I didn't know that you could actually say something humane." I teased him. "I was just speaking my mind," said Gao Qingjui rather seriously. "Then, from when did you have such thoughts?" Gao Qingjui looked into the distance, as if he was reminiscing the past. "From a long time ago, from when I was still a child, when I was just a child, like that boy." As I looked at him, I was reminded of what happened when Si Luo tried to look into my heart. The image I saw in Si Luo's heart was that of Gao Qingjui when he was still a teenager. I couldn't even recognize him in that scene. I remembered he looked lonely in the scene, his eyes shining with an obstinate light. Was he referring to the him of the past? He was just like that boy in the past? But how could that be? Gao Qingjui was an extraordinary individual who was widely known in the split zone. Nobody knew the value of his MF, they just knew that he had extraordinary abilities. How could he be like that boy who had an MF of less than 20? Are you wondering why someone with high MF like me can understand that boy? Caught by surprise, I asked, "How did you know?" Gao Qingjui said casually, "All your thoughts are clearly reflected on your face." I knew it when I saw that constipated face of yours. My lips twitched. Sorry, bodies of consciousness in the split zone do not need the toilet. So I think you should wake up now. Gao Qingjui laughed. Okay, I'll stop teasing you and tell you why I can understand him. Sometimes, extraordinary individuals have things in common with extremely weak individuals. Extraordinary individuals and extremely weak individuals. Why did I think of Gao Qi and me at this point? Whether they are standing at the peak or hiding in the sewers, they're both equally lonely. Only those who are walking on the roads are able to enjoy the ordinary peace and quiet. They're the ones who are accepted by all the others. A faint sorrow passed Gao Qinjui's eyes. It was very, very faint. Was this the reason why Gao Qi shared that space on the rooftop only with me? Or was he part of those memories in the laboratory which I've forgotten? Or was it a secret that only he knew? Was it because he saw me going through the same things as he did? But he was already so dazzling. I took my hand away from Gao Qinjui, saying coldly, those at the top might probably think like you. You guys think that you're similar to those living in the sewers, but how could it be the same? Even though you are lonely at the top, you can still be a proud and arrogant individual. Those in the sewers live in the darkness every day. How will you be able to understand them fully? It's true that those at the top are lonely, and those who have lost everything are also lonely. However, they're never the same. I felt a little colder without the warmth from his hand, but I continued speaking. The strong talk about being lonely, but that's just a sham. The weak don't talk about being lonely, because they live it every day, and there's no hope in sight. Gao Qinjui's eyes narrowed. So you think that just because I'm stronger and that I've always been extraordinary, that I should be ostracized, that I deserve to be alone? I looked at him. That's not what I meant. Gao Qinjui responded coldly. Whatever it is, seems like you've gotten something right. It's true that we can never understand weaklings, just like how I can never understand you. This sounded like I'm strong and you, Li Xin, are weak. Because of this, I will never understand you. I smiled bitterly to myself. But didn't you say that you were the only one who understood me? Who are we contradicting? Are we both contradicting ourselves here? I didn't voice my thoughts. Instead, I said, I'm sorry, but I don't think that I'm a weakling. There'll come a day when you'll be convinced that I'm not one. Gao Qinju smirked. Really? You think that day will come? Neither Jiaos nor Niezun are by your side right now. Who are you going to depend on? And if you refuse to hold my hand when I reach out to you, who else can you depend on then? You're going to depend on yourself? I stared at him angrily. Yes, I'm going to depend on myself. I'm sure of this now. You, Gao Qinjui, do not understand me at all. It has always been like this. I won't ever be picked if there's a conflict or when there's a choice. That's your choice, and it's destined to be this way. The only thing I'm curious about is that since you've already made your choice, what are you trying to change? One shouldn't be too greedy. You've chosen the path of solitude and you have no right to regret that choice. How about you admit it? That apart from Si Luo, you have no one else by your side. After this, I continued on my path, not turning back to look. His voice was soft from behind. You've said it too, I can't regret it. Even if I wanted to choose again, no one would give me the opportunity to do so. Don't you see that too? Though I was a little upset that I had hurt him this way, I never turned around. This is us, Gao Qinjui and Li Shen. We'll never forgive and we'll never come to an understanding. We had to hurt each other all the time. Because we thought this was how we could save each other and help each other grow. But, can we really do it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 201. Volume 4. 201. Our relationship. The hotel Gao Qinji picked was the equivalent of a 3-star hotel in the real world. The condition of the hotel was not bad at all. It even felt like I was back in the real world. Do we need to spend money here? We shouldn't need to, right? There isn't some kind of currency here in the Northern District, I hope? I mumbled my question to Li Wen. Li Wen laughed at me. You really don't know anything, do you? It's the same as when you were in the Western District. What currency are you talking about? We'll just barter with the service provider if need be. If that isn't needed, then we'll simply check in. Anyway, whoever with the ability to manage such a hotel in the Gate of Ghost would definitely have a high MF. So everything still comes down to MF. I realized what Li Wen meant by people being categorized here. From the looks of it, especially in the Gate of Ghost, one had to depend on MF to live. The strong survive and the weak are simply left for dead. Why is it like this everywhere? Is this really how the world works? Li Wen could read my mind. You shouldn't be complaining, Ah Shun. Such categorization might be cruel to most, but have you ever thought about a scenario where it's not survival of the fittest? How do we continue improving? Some things are not merely coincidences, they just have to happen. That's the rule of survival. Your greatest weakness is that you're always trying to go against the natural order, that you refuse to accept it. So is this why I was always referred to as a weirdo? A pretty lady who looked to be about 17 or 18 was seated at the reception desk in the hotel lobby. She smiled as she asked how many rooms were needed. Her attitude was impeccable. I was suddenly curious about something. Did hotels in the split zone need proof of identity? It was proven that we didn't need something like that eventually. Well, how could bodies of consciousness have identities? Would it matter even if we did? Do you was her usual haughty self? She answered the receptionist coldly, "For what do you need us to do?" The receptionist looked like she had seen enough customers not to be surprised at this. She probably had already seen many who had high MF and she wasn't fazed even though you looked to be extremely strong. Her smile remained as she answered, "There's no need for you to do anything. You're welcome to stay for as long as you have to." This was an advantage being in the split zone, not needing to spend a single cent on lodging in a 3-star hotel. I think we should get 3 rooms. I'll room with her. Gao Qinji interrupted, pointing at me. Do you had a stormy expression as she heard this? I probably did not look too great either. I might have worked with him on this if it were not for the fight which happened between us earlier. Right now, I didn't want to work with him at all. I rejected it immediately. No, I don't want a room with you. I want a room of my own. I looked at Duyu as I said this, trying to tell her that she should be treating me better on this journey if she wants me to continue following her. Duyu was probably happy at this, and she said once again to the receptionist, 4 rooms? We were given 4 adjacent rooms on the 3rd floor. A family entered the lobby as we were waiting for the elevator. This family did not look too shabby, but I could sense that they did not have very high MF either. When they asked what they had to do in exchange for accommodation, the receptionist turned unfriendly all of a sudden. She said coldly without any hesitation, "Leave. You'll never be allowed in here no matter what you do. We do not welcome you." I guess there's no way I can ever understand how things work in the world of soul splitters even when this place looked so much like the real world. I chose room number 333 when we arrived on the 3rd floor. I just loved the number 3. Gao Qinji acted like a child sometimes. He seemed to be a little upset at me for not agreeing to room with him, and seeing that I chose this particular room, he said, "It's no wonder you're mental, a whole bunch of obsessive-compulsive choices." I couldn't be bothered with him. Gao Qinji chose room number 334, which was right beside me. Li Wen was in 332 and Duyu was in 335. Duyu had requested for the receptionist to prepare new sets of clothing for all 4 of us, all of which had to be identical to what we were wearing currently. I asked Li Wen, There's a marketplace for goods here in the Northern District too? Li Wen smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you about this. Just know that you'll not be in need of anything. I was quite delighted when I entered room 333. It's been a long time since I've lived like I did in the real world. Even though life was pretty much the same in the Western District, there are still differences and limitations, like how different areas like the academy, the marketplace, and the residential buildings were divided. I felt like I was revived now that I was staying in this nice hotel. It felt like I was brought back to life after being dead for too long, and I was almost moved to tears after seeing the real world that I missed so much. But I wasn't someone who was dead for too long, I was just a person who had died a long time ago. Also, I wasn't someone who was brought back to life suddenly, because this wasn't the real world. Whatever I'm experiencing now was just a sham, or at least I thought it was. I began to wonder if the split zone was territory belonging to extraterrestrial aliens who copied and imitated everything we did in the real world. It was only after a long time did I realize how idiotic I was at this point. Even though I was very emotional right now, it wasn't to the point that I was moved to tears. I took a comfortable shower and stared blankly at that scorpion insignia that was glowing faintly on my left ankle. Wrapping myself up in a towel, I looked in the mirror. The girl with red hair in the mirror looked somewhat stubborn. I reached out to touch the girl's face that was reflected in the mirror, feeling a little weird inside. Sometimes people just blank out when they look in mirrors, to the point that you wouldn't notice anyone pass behind you even when they could be seen in the mirror. Did you see me? Or did you not? I got a shock when I heard Niazun's voice behind me, almost letting go of the towel around me. I wrapped the towel tightly around my chest, turning around to face the visitor after making sure it was tight enough that it wouldn't slip. Niazun was sitting against the windowsill. I looked at the window behind him. It didn't look like it had been opened. I believe I would have known if the window had been opened, even if I had been daydreaming earlier. This meant that he didn't enter through the window. Where did he come from then if he didn't enter through the door either? Niazun the amnesiac looked audacious but dashing. Starlight was shining in his eyes, and those wispy bangs of his covered part of that charming face. He was still dressed in black, except that his gloves were gone now. I noticed that he still had that skull ring on his left hand. How did you enter? I asked carefully. Niazun the amnesiac was dangerous to me now. He pointed casually to the door behind me. The door. I brushed my red hair away. The door? How could that be? There wasn't any sound. I don't think I'm deaf. And also, I have the room keycard with me, so how did you get in? He shrugged. I was already here yesterday. I broke in. I guess they've reinstalled the lock. Anyway, none of them realized I was here. I believed him this time. If he had lost his memories, then this definitely sounded like something he would have done. I walked over to the bed, crashing into the soft mattress. Then why did you choose this particular room? Did you know I was coming over? Niazun laughed. How could I know that? It was just a coincidence that I arrived here, and I just liked the room number. What an unescapable fate this is. Stop getting involved if you've lost your memories and if you've already forgotten who I am, I thought to myself angrily. I closed my eyes and said coldly, you can leave now. I'm staying in this room. There was no response. Opening my eyes to check if he had left, I got a rude shock as I saw his face right in front of mine. He was using MF to levitate. It's no wonder I couldn't sense him approaching. He smirked as he saw me open my eyes. Deactivating his MF, he dropped immediately. Though he wasn't floating at such a height, there was still a muted thud when he dropped onto me. He was right on top of me now, propping himself up with both hands on the bed. My head was right between his hands. I stared at him coldly, but my heartbeat quickened. Are you trying to take advantage of me? He looked me all over before finally speaking. I don't think there's anything about you that I can take advantage of. Gritting my teeth angrily, I said, then get off me now. Obviously, there's no way he would listen. He would always tease me, and now that he had lost his memories, there's no stopping him. He leaned in closer to me. I felt that there was something more between us from the very moment I saw you. I want to confirm it now, the kind of relationship we had in the past. Still gritting my teeth, I answered, there was nothing between us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202. Volume 4. 202 Nyezun the Amnesiac. An evil smile appeared on Nyezun. I get to decide, not you. I wanted to kick him, but he was too quick and caught my leg in his hand. I was in nothing but a towel. You, let go of my leg. I blushed as I saw him trying to lift it. Nyezun smiled mischievously, as if satisfied with my reaction. He then let go of me. I didn't dare move this time. He leaned in closer again, blowing air into my ears. You look pretty good up close, I thought to myself angrily, annoying retard. I'll make you kneel on instant noodles when you regain your memories. You can't fight a hungry wolf head-on at times like this. You had to use persuasion. Since I'm good-looking, let me get up first. You can look all you want when the hotel attendant sends me my clothing. How about that? Nyezun looked me up and down again. He looked like he was observing a naked woman. With a smile on my face, I maintained eye contact with him. My heart was racing now, and if he had continued looking, I might just get a nosebleed. I'll let you go this time. Nyezun turned and lay down beside me, no longer paying me any heed. I sat up quickly. When I looked back at him, he was already using his arms as a pillow, resting with his eyes closed. The doorbell rang right at this moment. Thinking that it would be the attendant sending clothing, I walked over and opened the door quickly, only to be met with Gao Qinjui. He was holding a brand new red dress. For some reason, I kept telling myself that I had to prevent Gao Qinjui from realizing that Nyezun was in the room. I quickly thought about the structure of the room. Gao Qinjui shouldn't be able to see Nyezun from his current position. But if he moved a couple of steps forward into the room, he would definitely be able to see Nyezun. Right, I got this. I placed a hand on the door and the other on the doorframe as I said, "It's you sending the clothing?" Gao Qinjui looked me up and down. It was only at this point did I realize I was still in that towel. He smirked. Are you doing this on purpose? I looked down at myself. My arms were outstretched and I was covered in nothing but a towel. Though nothing could be seen through that towel, this pose was a little. I retracted the hand that was on the doorframe and quickly closed the door behind me with the other hand, leaning my back against the closed door. Snatching the red dress from him, I started to chase him away. Okay, I got my dress. You can return to your room now. Gao Qinjui glanced at the door behind me. You seem weird. Why? Is there a man hidden in your room? He meant this as a joke, but I couldn't help tensing at this. Stay calm, Li Shun. Don't let him see through you. I smiled at him calmly. Yes, that's right. There's a man in the room. What about it? You want to come in and have a look? Gao Qinjui waved a hand. Fine, you don't look like you want to let me in either. Go and get changed quickly. Who are you waiting for when you're dressed like this walking around in the hallway? I stared at him. Don't be idiot. Go back to your room. Gao Qinjui walked back to his room without much ado. I let out a sigh of relief only after I watched him enter his room. But I took in another breath shortly after as I realized I didn't bring the keycard with me. I had just closed the door behind me. Do I knock? If I do that, Gao Qinjui will hear it for sure. Why would I be knocking on the door to an empty room? I'll call for Nyezun. No, T-Hat's a worse option. The door opened as I was still thinking about what to do. I turned around in pleasant surprise, meeting Nyezun's lazy gaze. The door to Gao Qingju's room opened right at this moment. He popped his head out from his room. Why are you not going in? I glanced at Nyezun and realized that he was about to walk out. I smiled at Gao Qingju and said quickly, I'm going in now. I was just daydreaming for a bit. Nyezun seemed to be on the verge of saying something, so I pushed him into the room, kicking the door closed behind me. I used too much strength and the both of us ended up falling onto the floor. The red dress was strewn onto the floor as well. Nyezun looked slightly confused at this. I seemed to see a sliver of the old Nyezun in him now, but he regained that audacious look as he looked at me. Can't wait but to push me down like this? I wasn't in the mood for this banter now. Rolling over to his side, I said, You get up first. He stood up quickly. I picked up the dress and made my way to the washroom. I took out that teleportation pill Jiao gave me previously, tucking it safely into my new dress. After I changed, I took a glance at Nyezun as I walked out. Just one glance and I seemed to be stranded on the spot. He was leaning with his back against the wall, looking casual with both hands in his pockets. His body leaned forward slightly as he stood with his legs crossed. Those wispy bangs obscured an eye. Nyezun, I muttered, forgetting that he had lost his memories in this particular moment. Nyezun looked a little stunned at the sudden change in my attitude towards him, but he reacted quickly. Straightening up, he said, What, confessing to me now? I got my wits back together and ignored him. I laid down on the bed. Don't you have anything you want to know? Nyezun lay down beside me, but I kept my eyes closed. I answered softly, What do you wish for me to ask? Ask why you reappeared. Ask you what your goal is? Nyezun said, I thought you'd ask if I had remembered you. My eyes snapped open. Whether you remembered me? Yes, Nyezun, do you remember me? Nyezun continued beside me, What do you plan on doing if I can never remember? I answered, Then we'll just get to know each other again. Nyezun leaned in closer to my ear. You like me? I turned to look at him, using my hands as a pillow for my head. Ask me again when you've remembered who I am. I'll give you the answer at that point. I leaned in close, pulling on his sleeve. Closing my eyes, I said, Don't talk anymore. Just let me sleep close to you like this. What I didn't say was that I was never able to fall asleep ever since you left. I don't know how long I'd had this insomnia for. I knew that I had to rest if I wanted my MF to recover properly, but I'd been overtaxing myself. Nobody could understand the exhaustion that was seeping through me, not even you. Even if you don't remember me at this point, I'd be able to sleep well as long as you were by my side. I had a dreamless sleep. It was still night when I woke up. There were about 10 more hours until daylight. I suddenly felt that I should make use of this opportunity to do something, since you and the rest would probably wait until daylight before leaving. I woke Nyezun. Hey, didn't you ask me if I had any questions for you? I have one now. Nyezun opened his eyes. They looked extremely clear, devoid of the sleepiness seen in people who've just woken up. You're really weird. You refused to ask earlier and now you're waking me up in the middle of the night to ask me a question. I smiled apologetically. I just happened to wake up. Have you seen Waidu? Furrowing his brows, Nyezun asked, Who's Waidu? I pushed him. Don't pretend. That's the king in the Gate of Ghost. He's the mysterious individual who's been controlling you all this time. A sudden realization seemed to hit Nyezun. Oh, him. No, I've never seen him, but he asked me to come look for you. So this means you came here on purpose? That it wasn't a coincidence, No, I set off to look for you but ended up here before I found you. It was purely coincidental that we met here, Nyezun explained patiently. I stared at him. You seem to have become friendlier. Why is that? Do you remember something? No. I don't remember you at all. Then why are you friendly towards me now? Am I? I just don't feel like killing anyone right now. I never thought you were actually a crazed killer. Seems like our true selves would be revealed only when we lose our memories. Do you think about this nonsense on a daily basis? Nyezun looked at me with a slight smile as he said this. I didn't smile. Instead, I asked seriously, why did he want you to look for me? TCH, women. Unpredictable like the weather. Fine, he wants that item you have. He pointed at Scorpion Ray on my left hand. Why are you helping him? Why do you listen to him? Nyezun seemed to be a little stuck at my question. He seemed to wonder why he was following Huaidu's orders. Hey, I asked you a question. I waved a hand in front of him. Finally, he answered, oh. I don't know. I just remember that there was this voice which accompanied me during that tormentous time in that tablet. That voice belonged to him. Tormentous time? I frowned. Seems like it wasn't easy, whatever he had to go through. Nyezun nodded. Yes. I don't remember much, but I remember that voice of his. This is why I think that I should be listening to him. I might be able to find the answers to some questions only if I do that. What questions? He smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you that. It's personal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203. Volume 4. 203 Underground Banquet at Hong Gate. T/N, the banquet at Hong Gate or Hong Menyan was a historical event that took place during the Qing dynasty. It is usually used to describe situations that look glamorous on the outside but have a hidden agenda to it. Here's the Wikipedia link on it for more information. The doorbell rang again. I nudged Nyezun. Go open the door. I'm too lazy to move. Nyezun gave a slight smile as he shut his eyes and turned to the other side. He had no intention of opening the door. I had no choice but to do it myself. More than 10 hours of sleep was enough rest for now, but so many things seemed to have happened in this time. A petite girl in uniform greeted me at the door. The uniformed girl smiled sweetly at me. Good evening. There's a swimsuit dance party happening right now at the pool in the basement. We were wondering if you might be interested to have a look. The party is scheduled to be about 3 hours long, and both the food and alcohol are of the highest grade. There's also seafood available, and everything is complimentary. Seafood. My eyes lit up at that. There should still be about 6 hours to daylight. No harm in having a little fun here. I looked around at the other rooms. No one seemed to be out. I whispered to the girl, all right. Have you asked the rest in these rooms? The uniformed girl smiled and whispered back in response, no. It's a draw where we pick the lucky guests. I nodded. That's great. There's no need to invite them even if you happen to pick the guests in any of these rooms. We're a group so I can help you get them. I pointed at the 3 other rooms. The uniformed girl kept her smile. Sure. You might wish to head for basement 18 via the lift on the left at the end of the hallway. Is that the 18th level of hell? I simply nodded as I chided her in my heart. After she left, I returned to my room and nudged Nyezun. Hey, the attendant informed me that there's a swimsuit party at basement 18. Want to go take a look? There's food and it's probably going to be loads of fun. Nyezun sat up. Swimsuit party. Pretty girls. The corner of my lips twitched. Did the characters of Amnesiacs change as well? When did he become such a pervert? We did not meet anyone as we made our way to the lift. Do you find this hotel a little weird? Why isn't there anyone around? I asked Nyezun as we were waiting for the lift. Nyezun looked around lazily. Probably because it's night now. I pushed the B18 button as we entered the lift. As the lift began its descent, unease started to well up in me. Isn't the 18th level in the basement too coincidental of a number? T/N, the 18th level of hell is one of the many levels of hell in Chinese legend. Here is the Wikipedia link to more information on the Chinese interpretations of hell. I stole a glance at Nyezun. What am I afraid of when you're right here? Even when you've forgotten me, even when you've forgotten your promise of protecting me forever. I haven't forgotten it. Ding. We arrived quickly. I took a deep breath before the door opened, preparing myself just in case we were met with an entire floor of corpses. When the doors finally opened, the scene in front of me proved that I was worrying about nothing. There was a ring-shaped pool in the middle of the spacious lobby. A glamorous crystal chandelier was hanging from the ceiling and conveyor belts filled with food surrounded the space. Hundreds of partygoers were present. Two beautiful ushers welcomed us as we exited the lift. Welcome to the underground pool and entertainment center at the Royal Hotel. Your seats have been labeled with your room numbers and they can be found to the left at the end of the walkway. Thank you. I pulled Nyezun along with me, looking around in excitement. The ground looked like it had been paved with pebbles, but it was actually a mosaic made with gravel that glowed with a faint white light. Those with trypophobia might find this a little disturbing, but it was actually quite comfortable to walk on. But that's only if you were in flats. Luckily, I changed out of my heels earlier into short, red boots that I had requested from the hotel. It was better not to expose my split symbol here in the Gate of Ghost, since it was indeed very different from the Western District. Nyezun let me lead him along. His eyes were shining with curiosity. I guess a scene like this would be very interesting to an amnesiac. There were ring-shaped pools on either side as we continued on our path. A bunch of girls dressed in bikinis were performing in those pools. They looked graceful as they floated and swished around in the water. How nice was it to have high MF? One could walk on water anytime. The uniformed girl I saw appeared in front of us. She had an elegant smile as approached us. Miss Lishin, this way please. Like a knight, she held out a hand as she led the way. Wait, why did she know my name? I carefully asked, how do you know that my name is Li Shun? She answered calmly, that's because you've registered at the ground floor lobby when you checked into room number 333. You might have forgotten that. Oh, I see. It's right there. Okay. Pulling Nyezun with me, I walked to where the girl pointed me to. There was a table with 3 chairs around it. Everything was made of glass and everything was transparent. It looked exquisitely made. I spoke softly to Nyezun, I didn't register anything when I checked in, so there's no way they'd know my name. There's definitely something going on here, so we should be careful. This did not bother Nyezun at all. He simply remained silent. After taking my seat, I started to observe the people around me. There were a few individuals at another table that was closer to Nyezun. They weren't suspicious. They looked like ordinary guests who were here to have a good time. The guests seated nearer to me were rowdier and raucous bouts of laughter could be heard. But they didn't seem to be out of the ordinary either. Right in front of us was a group of women who were performing in the pool. Every one of them was in a leopard print bikini as they danced gracefully in the water. The woman in the middle was in a nude bikini. It was just a shade darker than her skin, making it look like it was a naked woman dancing in the pool if we watched from afar. This girl, I muttered as I tried to make out the features on her face. Nyazun continued, very sexy indeed. I rolled my eyes. I find her familiar. You've lost your memories now, but you probably might have been able to recognize her. Nyazun looked at me with bright eyes. Oh, I was acquainted with such a sexy lady? I think I kind of remember now. I swear I'm going to get your memories back. Just what have you become? I observed that lady in the middle, warning Nyazun, I'm telling you that girl in the middle is not someone who's simple. She's an expert in using poisons and she might be targeting us. You better be careful. I recognized the girl now. It was Yuan Xian, Yuan Shen's younger sister. I could not imagine what it was that could have made the quiet and calm Yuan Xian wear something like this in such a dance. But I knew she was here for me. She might just be here to kill me. Her brother died because of me. My mind replayed the scene of Yuan Shen's death, making me feel uncomfortable. There's no way I could save those I've already lost, but I can't lose anyone else now. I took a deep breath after I've made a decision. I looked directly at Yuan Xian in the pool. Yuan Xian happened to be looking at me right at this moment, and she seemed to be smiling. The uniformed girl appeared before me just as I was concentrating on Yuan Xian, blocking her from my sight. I realized the girl was rather short. Though she had the height of a child, her face did not look as young. For some reason, I found her familiar. I seemed to have heard her voice from somewhere. The uniformed girl smiled at me. Dear valued guest, what would you like to have for food and drinks? I responded with a faint smile. Seafood. Any set meals available? If there is, we'll get two. For drinks, anything is fine. The uniformed girl nodded with that polite smile of hers. All right. Just a moment. Nyazun pointed at the girl who just left. Why does she ask you every time? She doesn't ask me anything. I propped my hands up on the table and asked, why do you think? You snuck in here. It's lucky they aren't asking anything more, and you want them to treat you like a proper guest? The uniformed girl was back as I finished my sentence. What amazing speed she had. She held two plates. One for Nyazun and one for me. I was a little stunned as I took the plate. The plate had There was a worm on the plate. It was black and yellow and probably measured about 10 centimeters or more. It had no head and it seemed a little squishy. There were two claws at its end resembling crab pincers. The uniformed girl spoke softly, this is the best crab we have here. You might want to have a taste. My throat tightened. I didn't know what to say to this. There's no way I would have gotten it wrong. This thing in front of me was definitely one of those dead leeches. I looked at the uniformed girl. She still had that smile on her. Her hands were slightly crossed and placed in front, a respectful pose. I smiled after looking at her for a couple of seconds. This is definitely something good. You can have it. Treat it like a tip from me. I lifted the plate to her face and looked at her, waiting for a response. She wasn't flustered and she kept her smile. Taking the plate, she said, all right, I'll do as our guest wishes. With her free hand, she took the dead leech and popped it into her mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204. Volume 4. 204 Swallowing Poison. After swallowing that leech, she wiped the corners of her mouth as if it was delicious. Thank you for the delicious crab. I'll get you another one. I stared at her. Who are you? The uniformed girl never lost her smile. I can understand that Miss Li Shen might have forgotten, but from what I remember, you weren't such an impatient person. How about enjoying the entire performance? Some things shouldn't be rushed, don't you agree? She turned to leave after saying this. Niazun knocked on the table. Hey, what are the two of you talking about? Can this be eaten or not? I really missed the old Niazun. At least he wasn't a retard. I stared at him angrily. You can eat it if you wish. Eat till you die from it. A look of confused bewilderment appeared on Niazun. This individual acted just like a demon when he came out of that cave, and now he's trying to act all cute with me? Has his character changed so much, or is it that he's suffering from schizophrenia now? There was no time for me to think about why Niazun turned out like this, as Yuan Xian had now completed her dance and she was already walking towards us. I smiled to myself bitterly. How popular am I that everyone seemed to be looking for me wherever I went? Then a long time, I spoke first. Yuan Xian probably did not expect for me to make the first move. She was a little surprised, but not for long. Yes, it is a long time. Sit down, I said as I pointed at the chair between me and Niazun. Yuan Xian nodded as she sat her. I glanced at Niazun. To my surprise, he didn't seem to be interested in her anymore now that she's so close. He was looking elsewhere now. Seems like you've been made aware of your brother's death. I decided to be direct. A look of pain flashed past Yuan Xian's face, but it was gone in a moment. Yes, I'm aware of that. Are you looking for me to take revenge? I asked simply. Yuan Xian looked at me. Are you admitting that you actually killed him? Tapping my finger on the table, I said, no, but I was definitely involved in some way. I guess you wouldn't believe me no matter what I say now. Yuan Xian kept her eyes on me. Yes. At first, I didn't believe you'd kill my brother, or let him die such a horrible death. However, he was an extremely rational individual, and I believe that apart from you, there would be nobody else who could approach him without ringing any alarm bells. So you think I killed him? Yuan Xian bit her lip. At least I think you're involved somehow. I sighed. It has something to do with me. But I'm curious about something. Who is it who told you I killed him? Li Wen was in the hotel now, and if she was the culprit, she should be here right now. There might be something else going on here. Yuan Xian pushed the plate that was in front of Niazun towards me. Eat it and I'll tell you. I looked at the disgusting leech on that shiny white plate. It would probably be laced with a heavy poison if it was prepared by Yuan Xian. I reached out to grab the leech. However, Niazun suddenly snatched the plate and threw it to the side, smashing it into smithereens. Niazun smirked with malice in his eyes. This lady right here, it's not nice to make others eat weird things. Moreover, this bug doesn't even look delicious. Tears dripped down Yuan Xian's face, surprising me. She looked at me with sorrowful eyes. Shen, I've trusted you all this time. Did you really kill my brother? I didn't know how to answer, and my hand that was resting on the table balled into a fist involuntarily. Yuan Xian grabbed my arm as she looked at me with wide eyes. My brother and I depended on no one but each other. He never put me in any kind of danger, no matter how helpless and afraid this split zone made me. I was never afraid as long as he was around. He was the only one I could rely on. How could you take his life? Her nails were digging into my flesh, but this pain was nothing to me now. Senses and feelings were twisted here in the split zone, whether it was inflicted on the flesh or upon one's soul. There was no point in avoiding this. I'm no longer the me of the past. I said calmly, Yuan Xian, I'll give you an explanation regarding your brother's death. Come with me and I'll give you the truth. Gritting her teeth, Yuan Xian asked, why should I believe you? My finger was digging into the tabletop. What do you plan to do? I'll listen to you. Yuan Xian took out a white pill from inside her bikini bra. Passing it to me, she said, eat this. At least it'll let me control you. Okay. I swallowed it immediately. It didn't feel any different, it just tasted sweet. This must be poison then, since medicine was usually bitter. But there's something I don't understand. Why do you have to come here and dance like this? If you came here for me, you could have just approached me straight away. Yuan Xian pursed her lips in response. I realized something as I looked at her hesitant expression. Are you being controlled as well? She's being controlled by me, Jieje. A girl's voice came from behind Yuan Xian. It was a familiar voice that sounded crisp and mischievous. I stood up as I tried to take a look at the individual. This voice belonged to Laurel. The owner of the voice, that uniformed girl, appeared. Lifting a hand to her chin, she peeled a layer of skin off her face. I frowned as I saw her. Why the disguise, Laurel? Laurel laughed. It's so much fun like this, Jieje. I was reminded of the lively Laurel from the past as I looked at that mischievous face. But I knew that she would never be that Laurel anymore. Her body double was stabbed, and she has turned into a demon after having been bitten by those poisonous leeches. I still remember that cruelty and bloodlust of hers. My adorable Laurel would never be the same. But even so, she still saved all of us from the Western District. Does this mean that I can still save her? Jieje, what are you thinking about? Laurel tiptoed and waved her hand at me. I forced myself to speak coldly as I looked at that innocent face of hers. No need to pretend here. What's your goal? Laurel pouted. I don't have any goal. I just wanted to see Jieje. It's been a long time since I've seen Jieje. I'm about to go insane. Niazun interrupted at this point. Little lady, you're blocking the pretty women from my sight. Niazun leaned back in his chair as he pointed at the women who were still dancing in the pool. Laurel stepped in front of Niazun, blinking as she asked, Niazun Gij, you haven't confessed to Jieje yet? You've been protecting her for so long, and you even woke the demon within you in that stone cave just to save her. Others might not know this, but I would know. It was so painful that day when you were strangling me. Laurel's hands went up to her own neck as she said this, demonstrating how Niazun had attacked her. Niazun's smile made it look like he had actually remembered everything, and for a second, I thought he did. What are you talking about, little lady? Clicking her tongue, Laurel answered, Niazun Gij, Jieje will be taken by others if you continue being like this. Everyone can see that you've been quietly protecting her all these years, so stop hiding. Niazun turned to me with upturned lips. I was that dumb in the past? I was a little hurt at this, as if someone had ripped a blood vessel out of my heart. I stared at him. That's right, you were really dumb in the past. You were also irritating, following me all day, every day. Laurel looked at us. You mean you don't remember what happened in the past, Gij? I said angrily, that's right. He's lost his memories. Just tell us what your goal is, no need to waste any more time with him here. The adorable expression on Laurel turned icy in a split second. Her smile was gone and her voice turned sharp. So it's like this. I guess there's nothing much to be afraid of now that you've lost Niazun's protection. I smirked. Finally revealing yourself? Laurel gave an evil smile. Jieje, I don't really wish for your death. I wouldn't have brought you here to the Northern District with that snake if I wanted you to die. Mimi just wants one thing from you. You won't be that petty to disagree, right? She wants something? I hope it's not my second personality again. What do you want? Laurel pointed at piercer that was hanging on my waist. I want that living weapon of yours. I raised my brows. Piercer? Only this? Not this? I waved my left wrist that had scorpion rays insignia on it. Laurel shook her head. Nope. But I'll gladly accept them if Jia wishes to give both of them to me, but it wouldn't be Huaidu if she wants Piercer instead of Scorpion Ray. If she wasn't sent by Huaidu nor do you, then who could it be? It's unlikely to be Li Wen. Knowing her, she wouldn't do something like this. Is there some other secret group tailing me? That could be likely. When Laurel went missing in the Western District, she wasn't caught by Duyu to be an experimental subject, and she didn't fall into Li Wen's hands either. She was merely a child at that time, and there was no way she could have survived up till now if she didn't have a strong backing. Moreover, she had newfound abilities now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205. Volume 4. 205 Fight to obtain Piercer. Who sent you? Laurel thought for a moment before answering. It wouldn't be me coming to Jia if I could tell you that, right? Jia, this is your only flaw. Always doing dumb things and asking dumb questions. Nya Zun raised a hand suddenly. I agree with that. My lips twitched in annoyance. I really wanted to beat this shameless amnesiac up. Jia, are you going to give it to me or not? Laurel was losing her patience. She was still addressing me as Jia, but her gaze was sharp. Let her go. I pointed at Yuan Qian. Laurel laughed. Old habits die hard, Ashin Jia. You want to save everyone, but in the end, nobody would be saved. You might even lose your life in the process. Don't do it if you don't have the ability. Why don't you understand this? Hate flashed momentarily in her eyes as she finished. I'll admit that I felt apologetic towards her, but feeling sorry won't bring my friends back. Now wasn't the time to think about all this. I responded coldly, you're right, I'm always thinking about saving the world. I admit that it was my fault that time when I wasn't able to save you, but I'm the only one involved in it, it had nothing to do with her. Laurel raised her pitch. Nothing to do with her? Why are you pretending to be the nice guy here? You think I didn't see it? You let Li Wen cut up her brother's corpse in that cave. You saw it with your own eyes, but you didn't do anything about it. You, Li Shen, love to say things that merely sound nice. Do you dare deny whatever I've seen? So it was Laurel who told Yuan Qian about this. But why would Laurel be there? Even if she was there, there's no way Li Wen wouldn't have sensed her presence. Or was it that Li Wen pretended not to have sensed it? There were only two possibilities. The first was that Li Wen did it on purpose, and the second would be that Laurel had gotten much stronger, to the point that Li Wen wasn't able to sense her presence. I started to plan my next move. What was more likely? There had to be different solutions for different situations. I asked, Li Wen asked you to do this? Laurel smirked. Her? She can't wait to make use of me, so there's no way I'd work with her. Soul splitters are all horrid, and you're working with them all day. Li Shen, what are you thinking? You let the Western District down and you let your friends down. I was a little angered at this. Why be so pretentious? It's true that I've let the Western District down and that I wasn't able to save you guys. But do you have the right to say these things? Look at what you're doing now. Laurel answered coldly. I've told you this before when we were in the Eastern District. We've made our choices and we've chosen to go on different paths. You're on the path to destruction while I'm trying to survive. I was silent. Taking a deep breath, I told myself to stay calm. From what Laurel had said, she wasn't working for the Soul Splitters. It was obvious how much she hated them from how she talked about them. Who would she be helping then? The Eastern, Western and Southern districts have been destroyed and only a few heirs survived. Just who was it controlling everything behind the scenes? It must be somebody who had gone missing but who was still alive. A name appeared in my mind. Yes, he had been missing for a while. I asked again, "Are you sent by Rong Jean?" Laurel frowned. Rong Jean? Seems like she wasn't. Rong Jean had been missing since that battle. With his abilities, it's unlikely that he died in the southern district. This was why I suspect that he might have been acting behind the scenes. Enough with the small talk. Give Piercer to me, or else, you can forget about leaving this place today. Laurel clapped her hands and everyone stopped to look at me. So this was how it felt to be under the spotlight. It was terrifying. I took Piercer out and said, "This treasure of mine is really stubborn. Do you think you can control it even when I can't? Come and get it then." A fight seemed to be inevitable. I looked around me as I retreated. The only way out now was to pass by that huge pool. But the path was littered with people on both sides. Laurel smiled in a weird manner as she looked at Yuan Xian. Hesitation could be seen in Yuan Xian as she bit her lip. "Ashen, I'll ask you again. Was Laurel telling the truth? That you let my brother die?" I looked at her. Yes. Pain and anger surged in her eyes. I knew Yuan Xian was someone loyal. Though she and her brother were not very sociable people and they did not speak much to others, I knew they have always been loyal to me. I knew they were loyal to Li Qing too. She must be in a dilemma now that she had to decide between loyalty and revenge. I helped her make a decision as I raised Piercer. No need to hesitate. Since you've already made your choice, go ahead, the both of you. Niazun said, "I don't want to fight now. Can you let them continue dancing?" He pointed at those dancers who had stepped out from the pool with faces that were full of killing intent. Laurel answered, "Sure, I'll let them accompany you." With a snap of her fingers, the bikini-clad dancers suddenly laid face down on the floor. Their limbs turned into spider legs and they started crawling quickly towards Niazun and I like a bunch of spider demons. They looked merciless. I was sure that nothing good was in it for us if we ended up getting caught by one of these things. You caused this. Solve it yourself. I retreated behind Niazun as I told him this. Who told you to get them to dance? Go and play with them now that they have so many legs. There's no way I'm getting involved in this. Niazun seemed to yawn. I could almost imagine that lazy look on his face. He waved a hand at the spider women. Black fog emanated from his palm and it floated towards them. Laurel looked grave. Niazun, didn't you say you don't remember her? Why are you protecting her even when you've lost your memories? Niazun pulled me out from behind him, smiling at me. You protect me since I've lost my memories. That black fog had already knocked 5 or 6 of those spider women down. The corner of my lips twitched. What do you need me for when your abilities are more than enough? Laurel snapped her fingers again. The spider women who looked like they had been strangled with that black fog suddenly got up, all energetic. One of them even jumped right at me. Goosebumps appeared all over me. That thing was disgusting. Raising my right hand, I swung Piercer into the air. Swoosh! Violet light appeared as the spider woman was slashed into 2. A pain shot through my chest at that moment. Laurel laughed. Ashen Jejie, how does Yuan Qian's pill feel? After you've swallowed it, you'll feel extreme pain in your chest as long as you use MF in the next 3 days. The pain will double each time you use MF. I wonder how you can leave this place without using MF. I could still bear with this pain. Having been in the split zone for so long, this was nothing much. I raised my hand again, pouring MF into Piercer. A dark purple light emanated from it this time. I felt a bone-chilling cold from Piercer. It made me more uneasy than that pain in my chest. Was Piercer trying to devour me again? Be good. Don't act up at crucial moments during fights. I wasn't able to control the dark purple light produced by Piercer. A deathly aura spread around it, and Nyazun looked at Piercer with a fire in his eyes as he sensed its energy. Was he attracted to the dark energy? I seemed to have lost control over my MF as it was continuously being absorbed by Piercer. The pain in my chest caused my brows to knit. Laurel waved a hand and another bunch of spider women rushed towards me. Before I could respond, Piercer produced blades of dark purple light that seemed to have gone in all directions. These blades of light were much faster than the usual violet blade as it shot everywhere, piercing the spider women in midair. Like lasers, bright light was produced as it stabbed through their bodies. Screams could be heard everywhere. MF emanated in the environment, causing ripples in the air. Laurel's eyes shone. That is a good weapon. It's no wonder it's called a living weapon. Don't even think about taking a good weapon like this. Piercer is mine, I answered. I swung Piercer again with my right hand. Just when I was about to leap into the air to launch another attack, I heard a woman's voice from Piercer. It was a chilling, twisted voice that induced fear. Do you wish to die, Li Xin? I looked around me. No one else seemed to be surprised at this. Seems like I was the only one who could hear the voice. I continued directing MF to my palm, as I thought, who are you? Are you the soul in Piercer? The woman's voice sounded like it was from the dregs of hell. You know it's me and you dare be this audacious, but... If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206. Volume 4. 206 Horrifying Pool of Blood. The chill continued spreading from my palms to my heart, making it feel like it was painfully twisted as it burnt in an icy cold. My pupils started to tremble. Laurel probably thought that I was in pain from Yuan Qian's pill, and she signaled for the spider women to focus their attacks on me. Suppressing the pain, I looked at Nyazun. No need to help me, just make sure you don't die here. Nyazun looked a little excited at this, as if he was enjoying being immersed in this murderous environment. He did not look the least bit anxious. I heard the dark and cold voice again. Let me go, release me. I answered fiercely in my heart, let you go? I wasn't the one who locked you in here. You should work for me since you're a living weapon belonging to me now. I raised Piercer and whipped it, producing a ray with a chilly killing intent. Fear could be seen in the eyes of the spider women. A lot of MF was used in this particular attack, and I felt an unease in my chest. Ah, I called out, retreating involuntarily. PCH, I spat out a mouthful of blood. Laurel smirked at this. Yuan Qian's pill is good. As expected of the poison lady from the Western District. Pressing down on my chest, I looked up, only to be met with Yuan Qian's complex gaze. I knew what she was thinking about, because this wasn't caused by her poison at all. Nyazun walked towards me with hands in his pockets. Why are you so weak? I ignored him. There was a burning sensation in my throat and the taste of blood in my mouth. The voice spoke again. It's not too late if you let me go now. Or else, I'll devour your soul and have you keep this little lady company. My eyes widened. I thought angrily, little lady? Is that Bianing? Before I heard an answer, Laurel looked enraged as she spoke. What's with that expression? Ah, Shinjiajie, do you hate me so much? Why did she say that? I looked at Laurel in confusion. Immense hate surged in Laurel's eyes. She pulled Yuan Qian closer to her. Laurel's hand turned into a slimy liquid that stuck onto Yuan Qian's arm. It spread to her neck in just a few seconds. Yuan Qian's eyes widened as she called out painfully. Let her go. I shouted. With this, another mouthful of blood spurted from my mouth. Laurel stared at me. Let her go? Sure, only if you hand over Piercer. I couldn't bear to look at Yuan Xian in pain. That voice was also tormenting me, and I decided to throw Piercer at Laurel. You want it? Try taking it. A dark purple light appeared in Piercer's wake as it flew through the air. Laurel let go of Yuan Xian and reached out for Piercer. I leapt up into the air, red dress billowing. Focusing my MF, I trapped Laurel and Piercer into a circular ball of air. As Laurel grabbed the thong of Piercer, I pulled the handle hard towards myself. The stinger on the end of Piercer embedded itself into Laurel's hand, cutting into the flesh of her palm. SS. Ow! I pulled Piercer back as Laurel frowned in pain. Piercer was wrapped around her now. Just as I was about to pull her towards me, that voice appeared again. You never learn. Boom! An explosion occurred in my palm that held Piercer. I fell after being hit in midair. I kept falling and I couldn't control my MF at all. There seemed to be something that was being taken from me. Just when I was about to hit the floor, I felt a cold embrace around me. Though my hair was obstructing my vision, I could still make out those starry eyes of his. Niazun caught me and landed on the ground steadily. Just as I wanted to speak, I realized my 5 senses were starting to deteriorate. The ringing in my ears got louder and louder, and my vision was blurring. My world was being forcefully torn apart by something. Piercer turned into a black flame that trapped me. I saw a look of worry in Niazun's eyes, but I pushed him away. That dark purple flame then encased me. The burning sensation wasn't felt on my skin, it was felt within my soul. Laurel fell onto the ground opposite me. Her hand, which had been in contact with Piercer, was now bloodied, looking like a claw that came out from hell. She stared at me coldly. None of those monsters dared approach me. Everyone was looking at me with a weird stare. Niazun was staring at me as well. After about 3 seconds, he decided to walk towards me again. I shouted, "Don't come over." Horrified, I realized that it wasn't my voice. That dark purple flame continued burning around me, but it didn't feel like I was being burnt. It was a thorough bone-chilling cold that seeped through me. Something seemed to be swallowing my consciousness. That dark voice rang around me. Sleep now. Give your body to me. Bow down to me and listen to me. I was losing awareness and everything seemed to quieten. Everything was white now. Just when I was about to lose everything, I heard a lazy voice. This voice was different from that cold, dark voice from before. This voice sounded like the summer wind, breezing past my ears into my heart. Shunur. Not going to ask for my help even at such a time. A dash of red appeared in front of me. It was a bright red. A glorious red. She had a brilliant smile on her face as she tried to take me in an embrace. Shunur. Don't exclude me. Accept me. Won't you accept me? Ah! I screamed with flailing arms. Stop her, quick. My senses were returning to me. When I woke up, I heard Gao Qinju's voice. At the same time, I felt a hand holding mine. My eyes snapped open. Everything was clear now. I was in the pool now, but instead of being filled with water, it was filled with blood. All I could feel and smell was blood. Yuan Xian was taken away from Laurel by an unknown man, and Laurel was currently immobilized by Shinqi's human form. I turned to the side, seeing Niazun in the pool of blood. His eyes had a quiet anger to them, but they looked lonely and cold. He pulled me along as he swam towards the edge of the pool. The ringing in my ears subsided, but something grabbed my leg from under that pool of blood. I heard a voice say, "You destroyed me. You destroyed me." I could no longer stand being haunted by this eerie voice. I shouted, "Who are you? Come out." Hearing me scream, Niazun pulled me into an embrace. At the same time, he seemed to have done something else which caused the hand pulling at my leg to let go. Gao Qingji appeared at the edge of the pool, calling out to Niezun, "Get her out." Niezun's gaze tightened. He carried me out of that pool of blood. Blood dripped from us as we stepped out. When Niezun leapt into the air, an ugly, giant hand that was devoid of skin caught us. The scarred, grotesque hand shot up from that pool of blood. The hand was enormous. Niezun and I were being squished like thin straws in it. We seemed to have been flattened against each other to the point that I felt like my bones were about to merge with his. Ah! There was an indescribable fear as I lost all feeling in my limbs. I was nauseated with the disgusting smell coming from that hand. I saw black fire as I met Niezun's eyes. I suddenly became wide awake. "Oh no," I muttered. Before I could stop him, I heard her voice from above. "Shinner, let him save you. You don't need me with him around." I turned around, trying to find her. My neck started cracking as I turned, and it actually rotated 180 degrees. Crack! I turned back, seeing black fog surround Niezun and slowly wrap around us. The hand let go of us as it came into contact with the black fog. Niezun was still hugging me tightly as we landed on the ground. I regained feeling in my limbs as we touched the ground. That hand from the pool of blood turned into a terrifying woman drenched in blood. Her skin was broken everywhere and blood was continuously dripping from all over her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207. Volume 4. 207. A leech infestation. "Who are you?" I asked as I stared at that terrifying woman. Laurel rushed over with excitement as she looked at that woman. "You're the soul in Piercer." Her flesh was broken and blood covered her entire face. There was no way to make out her expression and what she looked like. Her eyeballs were mystifyingly dark. "You want to take me away?" Laurel nodded. "Come with me. I might be able to help you regain your freedom." The terrifying woman laughed out loud. "I've been hating the world ever since that adulterous pair trapped me in this whip. I've thought of so many ways, but in the end, I realized that all I could do was to devour those who wanted my soul. There's no way I can escape from this whip, and now a mere girl is telling me that you can help me regain my freedom? Ha, do you wish to die?" Laurel laughed. "How do you know that a mere girl wouldn't be able to help you regain your freedom? Do you have any idea who it was that asked me to come look for you?" The terrifying woman smirked. "Who is the one with such guts?" Laurel giggled. "You'll definitely be familiar with this name. Zoan." I shivered. Zoan. How could it be? Why is Laurel and Zoan working together? Is Zoan still alive? But that made sense. There's no way Zoan would go down that easily. Does this mean he's in the Northern District too? There wasn't much time for me to think about things. The soul in Piercer was instantly enraged the moment she heard Zoan's name. Seems like the soul in this living weapon had a great hatred for the creator. Gao Qingji interrupted, "Little lady, where's Zoan now?" "Right, I almost forgot. Why did Gao Qingji suddenly appear?" I looked at him with suspicion, but he paid me no heed. Piercer's soul called out to Gao Qingji before Laurel could answer. "Gao Qingji. Do you still remember me?" Gao Qingji acted as if he had forgotten. "I don't quite remember. I felt a headache coming on." Gao Qingji was the one who saved Zoan and his wife that time when Piercer devoured Bianying's soul. Piercer's soul might hate him too. Just what is happening here? My weapon turned into a terrifying female ghost who was about to engage Gao Qingji in a battle to the death, and Laurel still had her eyes on Piercer. There was no peace to be had anywhere. Piercer's soul raised her arms, producing fiery red flames. "Then I'll help you remember." "What?" fighting Gao Qingji already? I stepped forward, calling out to her. Hey, Piercer. I don't care who you have a past with and why you hate them. Don't forget that you're a living weapon belonging to me, Li Xin, now. I reached out towards her in a catching motion with my right hand. I learned more about how to manipulate MF after that meditation session. I've been using Piercer for quite some time now. A weapon will forever be a weapon, and its master will forever be the master. There's no way I'd let her go insane here. Those flames were extinguished by my MF. Her face got even more twisted. Li Xin, I'm already being very nice by helping you until now. You think you're really able to control me? You're lucky that I haven't cursed you to die, and you dare talk to me like this? I pulled my right hand back. Blood in the pool sprayed everywhere with the force of MF. I smirked at her. A weapon will remain a weapon. Since you're with me, you're mine now. Nobody would be able to take you away from me. I won't let anyone hurt you, but you'll have to listen to me. I stole a glance at Laurel, catching a slight smile at the corner of her lips. I'm telling her indirectly that she can forget about taking Piercer away. I wasn't able to control Piercer's soul for long with just my MF. Jiapa had told me before that to successfully conquer the soul in a living weapon, you had to get them to recognize you as worthy. Gao Qingji raised a brow as he saw me control Piercer's soul. Slowly, he drew Shin-Chi from his waist. This was bad. He was about to release Shin-Chi. Though it was not much of a problem for living weapons to go against each other, I was afraid that Shin-Chi might hurt Piercer. Laurel knew how powerful Shin-Chi was, and she did something with her hands. The pool seemed to transform suddenly. A milky liquid seemed to bubble from the bottom of the pools, and a gigantic female emerged from each of the pools. The bodies were female, but they had no facial features, and their bodies were covered in pustules. What are these disgusting things? I frowned, feeling nauseated as I looked at them. I turned to Nyezun, only to be met with a sleepy face. He looked like he was sunbathing at the beach instead of being in the middle of a bloody fight. I was rather angered by his lazy expression. He could make any scenario look unnatural by being in it. Gao Qingji made ripples in the air while Shin-Chi turned into its human form beside him. Looking at him, I realized that I might have forgotten how powerful he was. Piercer's soul escaped as I lost my concentration for just a moment. Her eyes opened wide and two fiery red flames rose up as she stretched her bloody arms. Laurel wasn't relaxing either. With a clap, the pustules which were on those faceless female bodies started bursting one after another. Blood started pouring from those bodies, coupled with a horrible smell. Something horrific happened at this very moment. Countless leeches were crawling out of the burst pustules. These were at least 3 to 4 times larger than the ones we've seen before, and they were just like gigantic, hungry crabs. Those 2 black pincers snapped away as they produced a creepy sound. They were crawling towards us now. I shivered as I looked at the gigantic leeches. I still remembered how Song Lu was tortured inside the wooden barrel in that stone room. Those disgusting pincers cut open Song Lu's pale flesh before the leeches entered through her skin and ate at her, bringing her unimaginable pain. That scene will forever be embedded in my mind. I could no longer suppress the anger and hate in me when I saw those leeches crawling out. Those gigantic bodies looked like they were a breeding ground for the leeches. Shutting my eyes, I thought, Scorpion Ray, if you're really a living weapon of mine, then help me get rid of these monsters. When I opened my eyes, I saw Scorpion Ray on my left wrist produce a dazzling light. I drew a semicircle in the air with my left arm, and Scorpion Ray produced a smooth line of white light. I poured my MF into Scorpion Ray, trying to get a better feel of it. I realized that the biggest difference between a normal weapon and a living weapon was that a living weapon could communicate with its master. From that, a powerful attack could then be launched. The leeches were at my feet now. Nyazun was floating in the air. Even with amnesia, he still liked to levitate. Gao Qingjui surrounded himself with air currents, and it was difficult for the leeches to approach him like this. Catching Laurel's gaze, I realized that these leeches had Niazun and I as the targets. It was to prevent me from controlling Piercer. Since I was still its owner, Piercer's power and my MF were linked. If I went forward to help Gao Qingjui in the fight, it was unlikely Piercer would win. Apart from these leeches, everyone else here seemed to be working for Laurel as well. They were encroaching on Niazun and I right at this moment. Yuan Qian had disappeared. No time to wonder about that now. I poured MF into Scorpion Ray again. It's no wonder others said Scorpion Ray was an incomplete living weapon. It definitely felt like something was missing. Although Piercer was complete, it did not listen to me. That's right, this was the feeling. I felt a warmth on my left wrist. Raising my left hand, I drew a circular bow in the air as I pulled back with my right hand. I let go of the ray of light that was drawn by my right hand. Countless needles of light shot out at those leeches. These needles of light left bright trails in their wake. I couldn't help but admire the beautiful scene. As expected of Scorpion Ray, a present from Li Qing. Those needles of light exploded after piercing through the leeches, looking like spectacular fireworks in the night sky, except that they could kill. Boom! The leeches exploded everywhere. I was overjoyed at seeing Scorpion Ray's power, but I could feel my MF running out fast from controlling the circular bow. I had to be extremely careful now because I couldn't afford to make any mistake. Feeling the MF coursing through my wrist and my palm, I raised Scorpion Ray again. Scorpion Ray, kill them. Laurel looked at me with dark eyes. She clasped her hands and those gigantic female bodies instantly doubled in size. Pustules continued appearing on their bodies, like thousands of tiny mice scurrying under their skin. The pustules then burst, producing even more of those leeches. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208. Volume 4. 208 Niazun, the Stranger. I couldn't win against so many leeches at once. Every single one of them had to be destroyed since I might lose the ability to regenerate if I ended up being bitten just once. Though Scorpion Ray was suitable for long-range battle, it drained MF too quickly. I was using way too much strength to maintain that circular bow. Tilting my head to look at Niazun, who looked like he was about to fall asleep anytime, I said, "Hey, help me kill some of these. We're on the same side now. I might just die if you continue lazing around like this." Niazun smiled at me, his wispy bangs falling across his forehead. "It's obvious that they're your enemies. Why should I help you when they have nothing to do with me? This guy." My lips twitched in irritation. "She's also your enemy, thank you very much." Niazun asked in mock earnesty, "Oh, is that so? How could that be?" He descended to the ground looking like he did not have a care in the world with both hands in his pockets and a slightly hunched back. He looked at Laurel. "Little lady, do we have something against each other?" Laurel smirked. "Of course not. There's no need for Niazun Gij to protect Jejia since you don't remember her anymore." For some reason, I was a little angered at what she said. Drawing an arrow of light with my right hand, I shot at the row of leeches in front of me. Laurel giggled at me. "I think Ashin Jejia still cares about Niazun Gij. Are you angry now? Why is this child so annoying now when we used to be on such good terms?" Niazun scratched the tip of his nose and the corner of his lips turned up at an angle. "Then I'm really sorry. According to you, we might not have anything against each other. But I'm not feeling too good right now, and these things are irritating. So, we might have something against each other in future." Before I could react, Niazun lifted a hand and pointed at the leeches. A black ray shot out from his finger as his eyes shone with a chilly light. "Crew! Crew! The leeches were producing a funny crew sound before all of them flipped over. Laurel frowned. This is demonic energy. You've turned into a demon. Nyazun scratched his head. I think there was the word demon from where I came from. I recalled the character for demon which was on that stone tablet he was in earlier. Who was behind all this? There was action going on at Gao Qingjui's side as well. Though he was facing the enemy solo, the scene was rather horrific. He was leaping around the pool of blood that Piercer was in. Following closely behind him was Shinchi. A black light emanated from Shinchi as he left a trail of destruction in his wake. The fiery red flames produced by Piercer's soul had already set the area in front of the pool on fire. The flames were fierce and they seemed to be licking at Gao Qingjui's ankles. White fog surged continuously in Gao Qingjui's eyes. I could see the blood vessels in the corners of his eyes as he concentrated on controlling the air currents around him to parry the fierce flames. This was the first time I've seen Gao Qingjui focus so much on controlling air currents. I guess Piercer's soul was no easy opponent. I was suddenly envious of how well Gao Qingjui and Shinchi could work together, and I silently promised myself that I will conquer Piercer. Engaging in a long-drawn battle was not a good idea. Daylight was in about a couple of hours, and if Du Yu and Li Wen weren't able to find Gao Qingji and I, the situation might become even more complicated. I focused my MF on Scorpion Ray as I created a larger, rotational circular bow to launch attacks at the leeches. The leeches kept on increasing in number and they never seemed to decrease. I was beginning to tire. A leech suddenly flew onto my leg from behind. My heart sank as I felt a cold and prickly feeling on the back of my calf. I felt a prickly pain as I turned to look. Clack! My flesh had been cut with those giant leech pincers. I waved my right hand at it. Using MF, I broke the leech into pieces. I thought to myself, oh no, I'm going to lose my ability to regenerate. Laurel laughed. Ayaya. You were bitten, a Shinjieje. What to do? Your constitution will turn to one that belongs to a normal human being. Just as my mind was flustered over this, I realized that my calf had healed miraculously. My constitution didn't turn into that of a normal human being even after being bitten by the leech. No. That can't be. Why is your leg? Laurel stared at my healed calf. I didn't know why it happened either. After a moment, Laurel said, it's no wonder everyone wants you. They're all here for you. Shinjieje is really different from the rest. Different from the rest. Why such a description again? I've had enough of being a weirdo. It was too tiring. Gritting my teeth, I replied angrily, it doesn't matter whether I'm different or not. What matters is that you can forget about taking anything or anyone away from me, all of you. I, Li Xin, will stop losing things from now on. Placing my palms against each other, I focused my MF. Scorpion Ray. With the force from my MF, the blood sprayed everywhere from the pool opposite me. Those gigantic female bodies shattered as Scorpion Ray produced a blinding light. Laurel turned back in shock, before looking back at me. Seems like I really shouldn't go easy on you. I smirked. Don't go easy on me. A loud crash was heard at Gao Qingjui's side. Looking over, I could only see Shinchi running around Piercer in circles. White fog continued surging in Gao Qingjui's eyes as he combined the air currents with Shinchi's movements. Piercer was trapped within. The skin on Piercer's soul continued to peel. I couldn't make out what she looked like, and it looked horrifying. Apart from that continually shedding skin and the burning flames, Piercer didn't seem to be doing anything else. However, Gao Qingjui looked serious, as if he was putting in a lot of effort in the fight. Just as I was about to launch an attack on Laurel, the lazy Nyazun seemed to have spotted some opportunity. Like a black flash of lightning, he appeared in the middle of Gao Qingjui's air current, landing right in front of Piercer. Hey, what are you doing? I shouted, wondering what Nyezun was planning. He ignored me. All I could see was a black figure. He then raised a pale and slender hand to create a dark storm. I have always liked those eyes and hands, probably because it was so rarely seen. He could always be seen wearing those black gloves in the past, and it felt like a black screen which separated us. It was difficult for me to even catch a glimpse of those hands. As time passed, I was the only one left beside him. I guess that's why I was lucky enough to have seen them more than once. Things turn really precious when they are rare. In my eyes, these hands did not belong to a devil. They were an extremely precious pair of hands, even if they were feared by everyone when he was alive. Even when these hands were emanating the aura of death as they strangled someone's neck the few times I had seen them. It was all for me. If he had really turned into a demon, it would all be because of me. But now? Gao Qingji looked on dumbfounded as these hands were able to contain Piercer in just a few moves. Laurel, Gao Qingji, and I were not able to do anything but watch as Nyezun literally stepped on Piercer's soul. Nyezun had that indifferent expression on him throughout, even when Piercer's soul continued letting out blood-curdling screams. The fiery red flame in the middle of Nyezun's forehead was burning brightly when Piercer's soul fell at his feet. Black and red flames surrounded him. His bloodthirsty eyes looked mystifying. Black fog obscured his hands, making them a gray color. Gao Qingji could tell when it was dangerous. He called Shinshi back to him when Nyezun attacked. He then came over to me. Looking at me with a fiery warmth, he said, "You actually came out with Nyezun without letting me know?" I didn't understand this. Why did I have to inform you? Seeing me silent, Gao Qingji seemed to get angry. Li Xin, you're really stupid. Have you forgotten how Nyezun was like in that demon cave? He's not the Nyezun of the past anymore, and you dare trust him like this? Don't you know anything about safety? I looked at Nyezun, who was still torturing Piercer with that demonic energy. Yes, he's no longer the Nyezun of the past. How could I have forgotten that? Scenes of how we accompanied each other every day flooded through my brain when I saw that face of his in my room. It wasn't easy to tell the difference. Wasn't it still him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209. Volume 4. 209. Between a rock and a hard place. Nyezun was stepping on the body of Piercer's soul. The black fog surrounding his feet made it scream in pain. He laughed cruelly as he said, "Turn back into what you originally were. You should be acting like a weapon. You're mine in future." I could no longer watch in silence. Nyezun, what are you doing? Let her go. I looked at him coldly. Nyezun tilted his head with a crooked smile. The wispy bangs which fell across his eyes could not obscure the fiery emblem between his brows. I want to have this. What, you're not willing to give it to me? I thought you liked this body. Now you're not even willing to give me a weapon? He pointed a pale, slender finger at himself as he spoke. I bit my lip, refusing to believe that he could have changed so much. I knew he had lost his memories after exiting that demon cave, and I knew there was no way that someone who had lost their memories would treat me like they previously did and accept all my shortcomings immediately. Even though I knew this, when he reappeared before me, I stubbornly chose to believe that he would never hurt me even when his memories were gone. Didn't he protect me just moments before? But. Seeing me silent, Gao Qingji nudged me and said, "Wake up. No matter how you feel about him, leave it until he regains his memories. He's not his old self. He's not his old self." I bit my lip. Why are you doing this? Because you want that weapon for yourself? Nyezun seemed to smile. Yes. He used more force on his feet as he said this. Ah. Piercer's soul let out a blood-curdling scream. With a blinding light, she turned back into a whip. You! I was rendered speechless at how he treated my Piercer. With a hand in his pocket, he bent down to pick Piercer up with the other. He looked at the purple whip intently before finally smiling at me. A very good weapon. I'm taking it. I bit my lip again. While I was considering if I should attack, Laurel giggled. Why is Nyazungij snatching something that I want? Nyazun's shining eyes landed on Laurel. Lifting Piercer, he said, "Little lady, you'll have to fight for what you want. Now that it's mine, you'll have to get it from me if you want it for yourself." Laurel pondered for a moment. I don't think I can snatch it from Nyazungij. If Nyazungij likes it, you can have it. These people. That item belongs to me. I told myself to stay calm. If Laurel said Nyazun can take it, it means she doesn't have the confidence to take Piercer away from him. Demonic energy emanated from Nyazun when he attacked earlier, and that was a power that I had never witnessed in the split zone. If Gaoqin Jui and I were both a little wary of this, Laurel would be too. She's probably thinking of backing away for a bit before planning her next move. If that's the case. I straightened up and smiled at Nyazun. Like what you said, I did like you before. If you like this weapon, I'll give it to you. But can you tell me what you're planning to do with it? Gaoqin Ju stared at me as he did not expect me to say this, much less admit my feelings for Nyazun. I tried to signal to him that it was more important to stabilize Nyazun's emotions at this moment. He had extraordinary power, and he had lost his memories. Whoever gains his trust will be able to harness that great power he possessed. Even if I can't get him to remember who I was, I could prevent others from making use of him to go against me. There was no way I could win whether it was against his abilities or simply against him. Nyazun's eyes sparked with interest, as if curious about my sudden change in attitude. He answered simply, "The why do you mentioned asked me to do something." "Why? Are you interested to come with me? What is it?" I raised my brows. Nyazun fiddled with Piercer in his hand. He said there were a few ants who trespassed into his territory, and he wants me to locate them. First, I'll have to look for someone called Shoyu. I don't know who that is, but since I've got nothing to do anyway, I'll just try looking for this person. My heart sank. Shoyu. Seems like Shoyu had survived with Jiepa and the rest. But I got Shoyu to stay by Jiepa's side at all times, so did he get separated from Jiepa when they arrived in the northern district? Even so, why would Huaidu be getting Nyazun to look for Shoyu? Was it because Shoyu was one of the few heirs who had survived? And among these, he was one of those in the Gate of Ghost? But why would Huaidu know that Shoyu was in the Gate of Ghost? If he knew Shoyu was there, why didn't he have the ability to look for Shoyu then? Nothing made sense. I asked carefully. How do you go about looking for this person if all you have is a name? Nyazun smiled. This Shoyu will come looking for that lady you guys were addressing as Yuan Xian. A sudden realization hit me. This is why Nyazun appeared here. He learnt about Yuan Xian's whereabouts from Huaidu. I was reminded of that unknown figure who took Yuan Xian away earlier. It must have been Shoyu. It was not surprising that Yuan Xian and Shoyu knew each other, since I was the one who asked Shoyu and the Yuan siblings to protect Jiepa at all times. Since they've worked together for quite some time, I'm sure they had some friendship there. So this is why Huaidu wanted Nyazun to track Yuan Xian, because he knew that Shoyu would appear wherever Yuan Xian was. Even after I've thought about all this, I still didn't understand why Huaidu wanted to look for Shoyu. There's still something that was not quite right. I frowned at Nyazun. If you were here for Yuan Xian, then I'm sure you must have noticed when somebody took her away. Why didn't you chase after them? Nyazun continued fiddling with Piercer. Because I suddenly felt that this was a good item, and I wanted to take it for myself. They won't go far anyway, and it'll be easy to catch up with them. Niazun the amnesiac was uncontrollable to the point that it could get dangerous. Huaidu did not have complete control over him, and they seemed to just be in a working relationship. I didn't know why Niazun was helping Huaidu, but it was obvious that Niazun still had a mind of his own. This was why he gave up on chasing after Yuan Xian temporarily when Piercer caught his eye. This also proved how confident he was in his abilities. He believed that he could track Yuan Xian down no matter how far she went. My palms were sweating now. Everything seemed so complicated, but the goal was clear. Though there were 3 parties fighting for something, all of them had hurt others in their quest to obtain new power, and this included destroying heirs. The scariest part about this is that they weren't willing to let go of the few heirs left in the split zone. They were forcefully entrapping us in their fight, turning us into tools and weapons. How can I just sit and watch like this? Laurel laughed out loud. I see. So everyone has an agenda here. That makes it all the more interesting. What should we do next, huh? Shun Jie? Her eyes shone with excitement. Did she want to plunge the world into chaos? We should be staying calm at this point, but how do I continue being calm like this? I couldn't trust Gaoqin Jui fully either. Niazun was the only one I could rely on previously, but he's being controlled by somebody else now. I was really stuck in this split zone now. My hands balled into fists. There's no way I'd continue being treated like a fool now. You can go chase after them now that you have Piercer with you, I told Niazun. He seemed to take an interest in what I've said as he asked calmly, that girl named Yuan Xian seemed to have poisoned you. Are you planning to look for her with me now? Laurel interrupted with resentment in her eyes. Humph, forget about being poisoned. I think she actually helped you. You wouldn't have been able to escape so many leeches if it really was poison. Also, you should have lost your healing abilities when you were cut by the leech, but your leg healed so quickly. I thought it weird at the time, but I get it now. Yuan Xian might have said she hated you, but she still helped you out in the end. She's saying that I didn't lose my healing abilities because of Yuan Xian's pill? I looked at Niazun again. What do you plan to do when you find them? Where will you take them? Niazun shrugged. To the demon cave. That place where you came out from. There must be something going on here. What should I do? I looked at Gaoqin Jui, trying to get his thoughts on whether I should leave with Niazun. Gaoqin Jui understood me right away, but he said, in just a bit, you and Li Wen will realize that neither of us are in our rooms. Li Xin, you seem to keep forgetting that I exist, about my goals and about how I feel too. You probably might not have ever considered any of these, right? He came closer. I want Si Luo to wake up, I can't wait anymore. I don't want him to continue sleeping in my air vortex. I want to go with you to look for Yu Liang. Your friend Yu Liang might have already woken up after undoing the split freeze. I can't be wasting more time here. What are you going to do, Li Shun? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210. Volume 4. 210. As long as you are forever by my side. There's also Jiao S. We don't know how she's being tortured in Duyu's Palace of Cold Blood right now. You sure you want to continue wasting your time here? Or is helping him regain his memories your top priority now? Gaoqin Jui looked at me with a slightly judgmental gaze. Niazun walked over with one hand in his pocket as he held Piercer in the other. His steps were light, but they resounded heavily in my heart. He spoke in my ear as he reached me, "Are you coming with me?" He then started making his way to the exit. My heart twisted in a knot. Would Yuan Xian and Shouyu be in danger if I don't leave with him? Piercer has also been taken by him. What would you do if I choose to leave with him? Would she take it out on Jiao S? Gaoqin Ju's voice trembled slightly, like a soft petal in the breeze. You're actually hesitating? I've never seen you hesitate in saving your friends, but you're actually hesitating now? Is this because of Niazun? I looked at him stubbornly. Yuan Qian and Cho, you are my friends too. I felt Gao Qingju's breath on my face. No, Jiao S is the one who's most important to you, but you're still choosing to leave with him. You want to help him regain his memories, you want him to remember you because you can't stand the fact that he has forgotten you. Admit it, Li Shun. Even if everything changes if you choose to leave with him, the path ahead will be fraught with danger. And you're still choosing to leave me because of him. Leave you because of him? A bitter smile escaped me. Where did that come from? Gao Qingju, you have never been by my side. I stared at him. How about you? Aren't you this anxious because of Si Luo? Yes, I want him to regain his memories. I don't want him to be used by others when he doesn't remember a thing now. I cannot imagine what might happen to him if I'm not by his side. I realized only after I said this that I couldn't leave without him. Even if I hadn't met him here in this hotel, there's no way I would leave the Gate of Ghost without him. I spent almost every single day with him ever since I've arrived in the split zone. It was hell for me during the time he was taken by Talai. He's back now, but there's someone who took away his memories, and people who are trying to take him away. I won't let that happen. With a deep breath, I smacked Gao Qingju's hand away. Sorry, you can leave with Du Yu and the rest first. Pass a message to Du Yu for me. If she wants me to come with her, wait for me to find Niazun first. I'll go to the Gate of Heaven to visit her personally after that. I have to leave with him now. I turned to leave after this. Li Shun. It was the first time Gao Qingju called my name so loudly, but I didn't turn back. Laurel had already snuck out before Niazun left. She might have decided to retreat for now since she wasn't able to obtain Piercer. I didn't stop her from leaving. I didn't have the time nor the energy to. I chose to leave with Niazun, leaving Gao Qingju alone in that bloody place. Niazun and I arrived at the ground floor of the hotel. It was still dark when we left. It's going to be daylight soon. Where do you plan to go? I asked Niazun. A smile hung on his face as he looked at the darkness in front. As I was wondering what he might say, he suddenly answered, "Let's go have some fun." What? Before I could process this, he grabbed my hand and rushed forward. The sky turned bright while we ran. Here in the split zone, it took only a moment for night to become day. As I looked up at the sun and the sky, I still had that feeling that I was back in the real world. Niazun grabbed my hand as he continued running across this space where different eras seemed to have merged with one another. The wind blew across his hair and it ruffled my red dress. I became a little starry-eyed as I looked at that chiseled profile of his. Visibility was greatly increased during the day, and I took a good look at the Gate of Ghost. The townsfolk looked just like ordinary people, and the houses and buildings looked like what could be seen in the real world. Though the faces of the people here lacked emotion, there was a sort of thirst for power in their eyes. Many of them were fighting each other, and there were even some who were engaging in self-harm. The darkness that accumulated in my heart started to dissipate as I was running alongside Niazun. Even when I'm witnessing the cruelty and violence here, for some reason, I felt quite at ease. Probably because I haven't ran like this in such a long time. The wind might also have helped clear the darkness in my heart. Niazun was smiling like a child as he ran. The outside world is indeed interesting. I've been in that demon cave for 1,000 years. It's really boring. What he said brought me back to reality. Why do you feel that you've been there for 1,000 years? You don't believe me that we knew each other from before? You've only been in there for 3 days. I heard Niazun's voice in the wind. You're right, I don't believe you. I don't know how long I've been in there either, but that feeling of everlasting solitude has stayed in my mind. That feeling when you woke me after I felt like I'd been sleeping for 1,000 years is also fresh in my head. So I won't believe you if you tell me that I've only been there for 3 days. Then why do you believe? Why do? Why are you willing to help him? Because he can let me see someone. Who is it? My older sister. My eyes widened. Your sister? Nie Xian? How could that be? His sister isn't dead. Wasn't she saved? Why would he be able to see his sister here in the split zone? No, the question I should be asking now is whether he even remembered her. You remember your older sister? He nodded. Yes. She's the only thing I remember, but I don't remember the things that happened between us. I just know that there was somebody who was extremely important. I was looking for my memories with her, and Huaidu agreed that if I completed 3 tasks for him, he would return me the memories I had with her. So he didn't have the memories with his older sister either. He simply remembered the emotions and the feelings, and the tie he had with his sister. Though I don't remember her, I know she was extremely important to me. I also felt that I had stayed too long in that demon cave, to the point that there was a hopeless solitude that surrounded me. Isn't that just the lonely feeling of being trapped alone inside that cave? Or, is that the feeling of solitude that you were never able to talk about? All this happened because of those hands of yours. Should I really force you to remember the things that you've finally forgotten? What saddened me most was that I wasn't present in his lost memories. I felt a bitterness in my heart. Why wasn't I present? Li Xin, why do you have to be present? What are you thinking about? Nie Zhu nudged me, interrupting my thoughts. I smiled at him. Nothing much. I'm just a little sad that you weren't able to remember me. An evil aura appeared in Nie Zhu's eyes. I wouldn't believe you even if you say this. As I was about to argue, I spotted 3 familiar figures in front of us. Wait. Although he didn't know the reason, Nie Zhu still stopped in his tracks. I looked at the group in front. I was right. Even though individuals in the Gate of Ghosts seemed to have passed through time, most of them were still dressed in modern garb. The 3 figures were dressed in white with bamboo hats, and they were rather prominent even among the crowd. Weren't the 3 of them Jiao's personal guards? Right, they wouldn't go down that easily with those abilities. They were escorting Yu Liang back to the Western District. Did they end up here after getting separated? It was normal to get separated, but why were the 3 of them so coincidentally still together? I was suspicious of their identities from the get-go. I found their voices familiar, and they had some extraordinary abilities as well. I nudged Nie Zhu as I saw them moving somewhere. It's fun to stalk others. Want to have some fun? The corner of Nie Zhu's lips turned up. Sure. I got it now. Who said Huaidu could control Nie Zhu? Whatever is fun would attract this amnesiac's attention now. Hand in hand, Nie Zhu and I began to trail foam, and lay through the crowd. Nie Zhu did not avoid me when I took his hand in mine. I learned something new from this bout of amnesia. I could make use of this opportunity to hold his hand more often. Even if Gao Qingju was right, that he was a danger to me now, even if he had turned into a demon, I still wanted him to stay by my side. I still want you to stay by my side. I stole a glance at Nie Zhu. I loved those eyes that shone like the stars. I've changed since losing you the last time. My heart had changed. It's now tied to you. I had thought of this several times. About how I could survive the time here if I could never leave the split zone, if I was never able to return to the real world. If everything went back to being peaceful and quiet, how would I be able to survive such a long and lonely time? The answer was you. As long as you're by my side, I'm willing to stay here in Split Zone 13 forever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211. Volume 4. 211 The Li Qing in My Memories. The bamboo hat trio entered a basement car park after crossing the street. Nye Zun and I followed closely behind. There was such a place in the split zone that looked so similar to the real world. I really didn't know this before. I was amazed at the basement car park. It was exactly like those in the real world, except that the cars here were from different times. There were brands like Honda, Audi and Rolls-Royce, but there were also rickshaws parked here, and there were even horse-drawn carriages. What kind of place was the split zone? And why did I feel that this was less of a coincidence, but more of a planned event? I was beginning to think that I might really be able to leave this place someday. Everything will probably be revealed when that day comes. Nye Zun and I focused our MF on our feet as we followed the bamboo hat trio. We tried our best not to produce any sound as we kept a 1 centimeter gap between our feet and the ground. The bamboo hat trio opened a door in the wall after passing the last vehicle in the car park. It was an ordinary door which looked like it led to an office from the car park. Sensing one of them looking back at us as the door opened, I pulled Nye Zun to hide behind a vehicle. Why are you following them? Nye Zun asked with curiosity. I glanced at him. Why do you have so many questions? You don't seem to be anxious about completing Huaidu's task anyway, so how about doing something fun with me? Nye Zun looked at me lazily. Sure thing, but if your goal is to snatch Piercer somewhere along our journey, I'll advise you to drop the idea. I'm not returning something I like to you, he said as he pointed at Piercer hanging at his waist. He hung Piercer at the waist just like how I used to. I almost laughed at this look of his. What I didn't say was that it wasn't because of this that I'm with you. I'm with you because I was always with you before, no matter what I did. I'm together with you because it feels right to me. It's just that you've forgotten this temporarily. I hit myself on the face gently, telling myself, Li Xin, don't be sad now. You'll find a way to get him to remember you. Gao Qinjui was right. My real motive was to get Nye Zun to regain his memories, and I was not in the mood to do anything else until he remembered me. Don't worry, I have no interest in snatching it away from you since I've already given it to you. She doesn't listen to me anyway. I should tell you though, that this thing is cursed. You knew it before, but you've forgotten it now. Legend has it that Piercer will bring harm to whoever uses it, I said as I pointed at the weapon hanging at his waist. I didn't believe the curse. Zoan came up with this because he knew how it was created. He knew that he owed the soul in this living weapon, and he knew that soul carried a deep hatred within it. I was curious at how Nye Zun would react upon hearing this. He smirked. Curse? Then it's perfect for me. As expected. Let's go through that door. We'll lose them if we don't. As we reached it, Nye Zun asked, just open it? I realized that we didn't actually need to creep up on them, so I decided to open the door right there and then. I was stunned at what I saw. I saw someone whom I thought I never would be able to see again, or rather, thought impossible that I would see here again. Nye Zun waved a hand in front of me. I smacked his hand away as I took a better look at the people behind the door. The room was medium-sized, and it was empty except for 4 individuals who were standing. They were all facing the door. It was an obvious invitation for me to walk into a trap. There were no windows here and it would be dark once we enter. One of them from the bamboo hat trio spoke. Come in and close the door. I stared at the 4th individual in the room as I said to Nye Zun, let's go in. Close the door. Nye Zun actually listened to me this time, probably because I looked serious. He closed the door behind him as we entered. Visibility decreased to 10 square meters as soon as the door closed, but almost instantaneously, a light was lit. It was an ordinary light, but it lit up the entire room. I could take a clearer look at her now. It really was her. Niazun was beside me, hands in his pockets, looking bored as he observed the four individuals. I was simply staring at whatever was opposite me. Apart from the bamboo hat trio, who were all disguised, there was another woman here. She was standing right in the middle, flashing a brilliant smile at me. I wasn't able to return that smile of hers. I really hoped my eyes fooled me. I looked at her, feeling like I'd just been drenched in cold water. The one who was smiling brilliantly at me was none other than Li Qing. I thought she died, or went missing. Li Qing still had that head of indigo hair, but she was no longer in that silver armor. She was currently dressed in a hot pink tracksuit. She never dressed like this in my memories. The Li Qing I knew did not return. Ah Shen, it really is me. Li Qing stepped towards me. I retreated immediately, smiling. It's you. Her expression did not change. Ah Shen, you might have misunderstood me. I'm here to explain everything to you. I shook my head, raising a hand to stop her. No need for that, Li Qing. I don't want to hear it. I smiled gently at her. You're already dead in my memories. One from the bamboo hat trio took off his hat suddenly as he spoke. Miss Li Xin, you might have forgotten. It's not that Lord Li Qing died, it's that you've forgotten her. A charming face was revealed under his hat. The character For Hua was engraved on his forehead. I recognized him straight away. He didn't have that character on his forehead previously. The two others took off their hats as well. One of them had foam on his forehead, while the other had lei. All of them had the exact same face. I suddenly felt like the dumbest person in the world. Yes, Li Xin, how could you have forgotten? How could you have forgotten this? After Li Qing's disappearance, apart from Li Wen, her three subordinates, those triplets, had disappeared as well. Why weren't you able to tell who they were when they've appeared several times before you in the name of protecting Jiao? Smirking, I said, so the three of you didn't disappear. You were with Jiao instead. Is Jiao aware of your identities? Li Qing signaled for them to stay silent. She addressed me. It was me who got them to help and protect Jiao. Jiao is not fully aware of this, and she did not keep it from you intentionally. She thought I was dead as well. What should I say? I laughed with irony. I didn't know why I was acting like this. I should be happy that she's alive. I should be running to her in an embrace and crying to her about how the Western District was destroyed, about how I let her down by letting something like this happen. I should be asking for her forgiveness. But why did I feel a sort of hatred towards her? Why? None of this might have had anything to do with her at all. She simply went missing and left you alone. She simply threw everything to you and hid herself elsewhere. Can you blame her for this, Li Xin? She had always protected you before, so can't you forgive her for this? I just couldn't stand the fact that you kept secrets from me. I just couldn't stand the fact that I was upset over your death for so long, and it all ended up being a sham. Ah Shen, there are some things that are out of our control. I hope you don't blame me. I took a deep breath. Even though all I wanted to do was to turn around and leave, there were some things that I definitely had to face. I walked over to Li Qing. Since I'm already here, go ahead and say whatever it is that you want to tell me. Li Qing was silent for a while as she looked at me with a gentle gaze. When I was about to get frustrated with her, she finally spoke. I asked Hua and the rest to lure you here because I've set up a protective barrier around it. Others won't be able to see the door. I glanced at the trio behind Li Qing. All of them had a poker face. They weren't like this in my memories. There might be some misunderstanding here. But misunderstandings were normal in the general scheme of things, since time changes everyone. Ah Shen, I wanted to advise you that you shouldn't be staying in the Gate of Ghost for too long. I know about what happened in the Western District, and no matter what you're planning to do after this, just remember that it can only be done if you're alive. Leave the gate of ghost. I laughed. Where should I go after I leave the gate of ghost? You've said it yourself, that the Western District has been destroyed. Where do I go? I leaned in, my face almost touching hers. You knew the Western District has been destroyed, and you didn't stop it? Have you been hiding all this time? Hua pulled me away. Li Shen, there are some things that you don't know, so don't. Li Qing interrupted, stop. Did I say you could speak? I saw the old Li Qing in this very moment. Her authority was so apparent here. The old Li Qing was someone who looked dashing in battles and who had an authority about her. She was someone who was decisive in everything she did, that Li Qing who was always positive and who was always sure of herself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212. Volume 4. 212 The Cause of Amnesia. Hua seemed to want to continue, but he retreated upon Li Qing's interruption. Li Qing said, Shen, I know it's frustrating when you're not given the truth about many things, and I'm not able to explain everything to you right now either. But please, just trust me no matter what happens. Everything will be made known someday. Before that, you have to wait and be patient. You'll have to survive in order to do that. Stay alive. She touched a nerve in me. I looked up at her. There are many things that cannot be explained. Why is everyone being like this? Huan Qing, Si Luo, Gao Qinjui, and even you? Don't come looking for me if things cannot be explained. It's my choice whatever path I choose to go on. Why are all of you trying to direct me while refusing to tell me a thing? There's also Mr. Blonde. All of you were people I once trusted. Why is everyone treating me like this now? I got a little emotional as I spoke. However, Li Qing narrowed her eyes. You've met Mr. Blonde? His words replayed themselves in my mind. I answered coldly, I haven't seen him, and this is also why I want to know how long you guys plan on leaving me alone like this. Li Qing seemed to heave a sigh of relief. I was a little confused. Why did she look anxious when she thought I might have seen Mr. Blonde? It was rare to see her anxious over anything in the past. Shen, many things are not as simple as you think. I cut her off. I know that. It might be nothing like I imagine it to be, but I'm following my heart here. Before I know the truth, I can only act based on how I feel. What I'm seeing now is that all of you are lying to me, that you've all left me, and also made me lose many whom I cared about. I have you guys to thank for all the loneliness I've experienced in the split zone. Li Qing, do you know how important you were to me? I moved closer to her. I'd rather you didn't treat me that nicely in the past. I didn't know why I said this. I shouldn't have done so, I shouldn't have blamed her. No matter what she hid from me, it doesn't change the fact that she was the one who gave me the courage to continue living here. Nobody can replace her in my heart. Maybe it was because I cared about this too much, that I couldn't stand even a little mistake. I couldn't stand it when she turned her back against me, even if it was just for a little while. Li Qing was still looking at me with that gentle gaze. I don't care what you might be thinking now. I'm here to tell you that you have to leave the gate of ghost. You'll be in danger here. Do you think that I'll definitely listen to you? For you to tell me this in person, you must have had the impression that no one else would be able to convince me on this, isn't it? Without giving her a chance to answer, I looked at the trio behind her. Weren't you guys always protecting Jiao S? She's now in Duyu's palace of cold blood in the gate of heaven. Aren't you guys going to save her? None of them answered. Li Qing sighed. Jiao will be fine. I'm worried about her too, but I'm more worried about you now. You're the only one who can change all this, and nothing can happen to you. Shen, listen to me, go to the gate of heaven. No matter what, it's safer for you as long as you are there. I smiled bitterly. You're remarkable, Li Qing. You know everything. You even know my whereabouts. You've been watching everything and you choose to appear only now? Li Qing shook her head. No. I just found you. Have you finished? I'm tired of listening. I want to leave. Niezun's lazy voice sounded behind me. Li Qing frowned. What's wrong with him? She didn't seem to be aware of what happened to Niezun, so she probably found it funny that he would say something like this. I don't know what's wrong with him either. He lost his memories after coming out of that demon cave, and he's working with some king of the Gate of Ghosts now. Since she might be the only one who can save him now, I decided to tell her everything that happened to Niezun. What I didn't expect was for her expression to turn sour after I finished. Her voice seemed to have changed as well. You mean to say he entered that demon cave? I felt unease creeping up on me as I asked, yes. What's wrong? Li Qing was silent as she walked past me to Niezun. Why are you making Niezun follow her? What's your goal? I turned back in surprise. Some of Niezun's bangs covered his eyes as he answered, I got caught. But it's not him on me right now. Who are you? My palms turned cold. I grabbed Li Qing. What's the meaning of this? Li Qing took a deep breath before she started explaining. Huaidu has the ability to move souls. Whoever has been to his demon cave and had their blood changed with that demon tablet would leave a part of their consciousness there. He can then attach a part of his consciousness to them. If I'm correct in my guess, Huaidu has already attached a part of his consciousness in Niezun. Such attachment isn't permanent, which means that Niezun would only listen to Huaidu whenever Huaidu's consciousness is awoken within him. Huaidu will also be aware of whoever Niezun meets and whatever he does. Simply put, Huaidu will be able to see everything that has happened when his consciousness is being activated in Niezun. So, you mean Huaidu will know Niezun's every move whenever his consciousness is being activated? Li Qing nodded gravely. Apart from that, he's able to get Niezun to do anything. Niezun will feel that there's something relying on him deep within his consciousness, and this is why he'll listen. Yes, Niezun mentioned this before, that he'll listen to Huaidu because Huaidu promised to help him regain those memories with his sister. Seems like some form of mind control. Niezun smiled at this. What are you guys talking about? I hastily asked Li Qing, is there any way to solve this? When would Huaidu's consciousness be activated then? Under normal circumstances, it will be activated once per day after leaving the demon cave. It lasts for about 10 minutes every time it happens. In those 10 minutes, Huaidu will use his attached consciousness to look into Niezun's memories and tell him what to do. So this means that when Niezun took Piercer last night, it was highly likely that Huaidu's consciousness was active. Does this mean that whatever he does in that 10 minutes are all under Huaidu's orders? He's still able to make his own decisions, it's just that Huaidu can see everything. This will give Huaidu some clue to what he's like as a person. Since that tablet changed his blood, he'll simply return to what he's originally like as a person. Huaidu can then make use of this information to make him complete certain tasks, which can also benefit Huaidu at the same time. This is the secret of the demon cave, but the tablet has rarely been used in thousands of years. Huaidu has cut down on his activities in recent years, up until Diu turned rather active. This is why we have reason to suspect that Huaidu might be planning something big. I raised a brow. Li Qing knew she had accidentally revealed a minor bit of information, so she chose to ignore my question instead. I then posed her a different question. Li Wen said Huaidu has feelings for you. I was in the demon cave too, and Huaidu asked me for Scorpion Ray. I waved my left wrist, showing her the bow she gave me. Upon seeing the Scorpion Ray on my wrist, Li Qing's gaze darkened. It doesn't matter what I say now. Since Niezun is under his control, the the situation is totally different from what I initially anticipated. We have to tweak the plan. Li Qing's eyes shone brightly. The weight in my heart was gone instantly. I knew that the Li Qing in front of me right now was the Li Qing of the past. As long as she had this determination in her, she would always be able to find a new solution no matter what happened. She never complained and she never gave up. She was someone who was exceptionally strong. She was my role model. Apart from the fact that she had left me, she could do no wrong in my eyes. But it wasn't the time to think about all this now. After my rant was over, my heart returned to Li Qing once again. I trusted her. I believed she was kind. I believed that she would never disappoint those heirs that she had once protected. Li Qing looked at Niazun. Why do? I knew you'd learn of all this someday. I just want to tell you that, yes, I'm here in the Gate of Ghosts now. You can come directly at me, don't hurt Ashun. I'll never let you go if you hurt her. A mysterious smile hung on Niazun's face, but he remained silent. Li Qing turned to me. Since it's like this now, I'm sure you wouldn't leave Niazun alone here in the Gate of Ghost even though I really don't want you to stay and put yourself in danger here. How about this then? Go look for Niazun's blood and his memories first before you head to the Gate of Heaven to look for Jiao's. My head snapped up in surprise. Niazun's memories? Can we get them back? How? Li Qing nodded. The reason Niazun lost his memories is because that demon tablet changed his blood. You said you've been in that cave too. Have you seen that tablet? I nodded in quick succession. I've seen it. I was there when Niazun woke up. Li Qing continued, was the word demon on the back of the tablet? Yes. Was it a blood-red color? Yes. That's it then. That word was engraved there by a technique, and that blood red is Niazun's blood. It's the blood that the tablet absorbed from him when he was embedded in there. Then what should I do to get Niazun's blood back? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213. Volume 4. 213 The Truth Behind the Blood-Changing Demon Cave. It's not an easy task. Li Qing glanced at Niazun. I did something to his hearing earlier, so he's not able to hear our conversation now. But since his MF is high, this can only last for a while. I'll make it quick. I nodded quickly. Okay. Firstly, you have to convince Niazun to return to that demon cave. The cave will have reactivated after you had exited it, and there will be many monsters that have an incomplete consciousness in there. It would be dangerous. Also, before entering the cave, I can help you shut down Huaidu's attached consciousness once. I can only do this one time, so this means it has to be the day before you enter the cave. Huaidu wouldn't be aware of what had happened if he isn't able to activate the consciousness in him. But that's only for a day. So this means you'll only have a day to enter the cave, find the tablet and change his blood. If you fail to do so, Huaidu will sense that something is wrong and he'd activate the consciousness in Niazun immediately on the second day. He'll then stop Niazun when he sees what's happening. You'll only have one day and it's not easy to activate that tablet either. A large amount of MF is needed to do that, so you'd have to look for someone with a very high MF. From what I know, there's no one around you now who has MF high enough to activate the tablet at one go. Not even you? I asked urgently. Li Qing sighed. I might be able to, but I can't enter the cave. He'll notice once I enter it. Then what should I do? There are two ways to do this. But you might not like either of it. What are they? The first method is to look for your soul splitter, that is, Gaoqin Jui. Soul splitters and their heirs have the same split symbols, and if your symbols are able to resonate with each other, the combined force might be able to activate the tablet in one try. But for this to work, both of you have to be of the same mind. That is, he'd have to want to save Niezun as much as you do. I know that you've gotten closer with Gao Qingjui recently, but this is something that's almost impossible to achieve. No, it's not almost impossible, it's definitely impossible. Gao Qingjui isn't friendly with Niezun, so there's no way he would want to save Niezun as much as I do. Furthermore, I'm not about to go looking for him when he's with Du Yu and Li Wen now. That will only make Niezun's situation worse. What's the other method? Li Qing hesitated at this. I looked at Niezun before nudging her. Quick, we're running out of time. Li Cheng answered, the other method is to awaken the power inside of you. You might not know this yourself, but do you know the real purpose of having two bodies of consciousness? It means that you have two different power sources. The first is the one that you present to others, the one from the consciousness you're always using, while the other is hidden, that is, the power from your other personality. When you merge that hidden power with the power you already have, you'll be able to activate the tablet. My heart slowly sank. Li Qing sighed. I'm not going to lie, but the reason that many others are trying to approach you is because of this hidden power of yours. I don't have the time to explain everything to you right now. The only thing I can tell you is that you don't have the ability to fully combine the two powers together at this point, because there are many conditions for that to happen. The first is that you have to accept her from the bottom of your heart. The second is that you have to intricately and excellently manipulate your MF. The third is that your consciousness has to have the ability to withstand the pain of being combined with another. You aren't able to achieve any of the above right now. She's right. Li Qing knew me well. I wasn't able to achieve any of the above right now. I had to accept her first. But there's no way I could do that, ever. Wouldn't this mean there's no way to accomplish this then? Li Qing looked at me. Though it's not possible to combine your consciousness with that of your second personality, we can do it temporarily. This method doesn't require you to accept her from the bottom of your heart, since it's only temporary, but there are high risks for this, and the price is high. Looking at this situation now, it seems to be the only feasible method. Do you want to hear it? I nodded. Go ahead. Li Qing sighed again. We'd have to break the barriers to your consciousness for that to happen. Meaning, we'd have to change something about your consciousness. Your consciousness will be at its weakest at the very moment that it's being changed, and we'll get her out at that point. In this way, she'll be able to combine with you temporarily. I frowned in confusion. I don't understand. Li Qing looked a little awkward at this point, making me suspicious. Say it. Scratching her head, Li Qing said, in your current condition, there are two ways to weaken your consciousness. The first is to kill someone that you really care about, that will weaken your consciousness immediately, but it's obvious we can't do that now. The other method is, when you lose your virginity. What? My expression looked like I just swallowed a basket full of eggs. Li Qing looked somewhat embarrassed at this. Though there isn't much proof for this, but to a girl, that's when we're at our weakest. If you're able to summon her at that point, you'll be able to temporarily merge with her. This means that, you'll have to convince Niezun in that demon cave. I shook my head vigorously. Li Qing grabbed my hand. Shen, this is the easiest method right now. If you do that, Niezun will also be at his weakest, and it's easier for him to be absorbed by that tablet. We might be seeing success at first if we use other methods, but if Niezun is strongly against it, the tablet won't be able to absorb him either. All our efforts will be wasted if that happens. My lips twitched. But I find this difficult. Even before he lost his memories, it's difficult to get into, what more when he has forgotten everything now. He's a lot more unpredictable, so how do I get into? Li Qing shook her head. It's easier because he doesn't remember. Can't you feel it these few days when you were with him? He doesn't act like those who've lost their memories in the real world. His amnesia is the loss of his ability to tell right from wrong. He decides with his heart now, just like a child. He does everything he wants to, giving no heed to whether it's right or wrong. Nyezun is also a normal male, so if you encourage him to have certain thoughts about you, he'll act on them without much consideration. There isn't anything like morals or restrictions in his head right now. You'll just have to seduce him. Good heavens! I'll have to sacrifice myself to save somebody else. Li Qing looked at me weirdly. Actually, Li Shun, you love him, right? My heart exploded. Did I love Nyezun? I remained silent. Li Qing spoke softly. I don't know this, the only one who does is you. What I can tell you is that if you don't get Nyezun's blood back, he might never remember you again. What did you say? I looked at her in a daze. Li Qing sighed. Do you think those memories will be contained forever in that blood? There's a time limit to it. You'll notice a tiny hourglass on the bottom of that tablet when you're there. When all the sand is in the bottom half, it means all the memories in the blood have been lost. There'd be no difference in getting the blood back when that happens, since the memories are all gone. Because of this, the MF contained within it will be affected as well, and the MF might be totally gone as well. It's because of this that I was looking for you so urgently. I cut her off hastily. I'll head for the demon cave with Nyezun right now, but nothing else mattered after hearing that he might never remember me. That's the only thing resonating in my mind right now. This is something I cannot accept. It's something that I can never accept. You might not be able to convince him to head for the demon cave, and Huaidu will learn of whatever happens today when he activates his consciousness in Nyezun the very next time. What should I do then? Li Qing said, I'll leave now. I'll get Feng, Hua, and Lei to fight the two of you. Nyezun's memories will contain the part where you guys saw me after being lured here, and then I'd have disappeared. I'll mention a location that's close to the demon cave, and I'll leave you guys to battle the three of them. If Nyezun gets hurt in battle, Huaidu's consciousness will be automatically activated in him. After seeing me, Huaidu will definitely get Nyezun to go in the direction of the demon cave. When you guys arrive there, I'll get Feng, Hua, and Lei to force the two of you into the cave. At the same time, I'll get Hua to shut down Huaidu's consciousness in Nyezun for an entire day. It'll be up to you then. Here's a watch. Take it and use it to keep time. Make sure you do everything in 60 hours. Just as Li Qing finished, Nyezun asked, Why aren't you guys talking? Li Qing raised a hand, and I could sense that she was concentrating her MF on her wrist. She stabbed me in the abdomen as she said, Ashin, since you're not going to reveal where she is, I'll just have to go over to that demon river to look for her myself. So that river where we met Bianing was called the Demon River. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214. Volume 4. 214 Feng, Hua, Lei. I could understand that Li Qing did this to make it look more realistic, but having another hole in your stomach was not fun. I backed away quickly and returned to Nyezun's side. Bring me out, I said to Nyezun, leaning against him. Nyezun supported me as the both of us retreated. As we exited the room, Li Qing rushed out. Her indigo hair dazzled even though we were not under direct sunlight. She smiled at Nyezun as she flipped her hair. Let my subordinates play with the both of you for a while. I'm going over first. I didn't know exactly what picture Li Qing was trying to paint for Huaidu by doing this. My abdomen was beginning to heal when Feng, Hua, and Lei were about to attack. I looked at the gigantic hole in my dress, thinking to myself, I'll have to get a new one again. After Li Qing left, Hua produced bright firelight as he waved a cold hand at Nyezun. I knew how powerful these three subordinates of Li Qing were. They were one of the few in the split zone who could control the natural elements. Not only did they have great MF, their attacks were extremely powerful since they were all interconnected with the natural elements. An angry fireball that seemed to be armed with sharp teeth rushed at Nyazun. Without hesitation, Nyazun pushed me to the side, causing me to fall on the ground instantly. Even though I could stand with MF, the pain of having one's stomach ripped open was pretty hard to bear. I struggled to get up, staring at Nyazun's figure angrily as I did so. I noticed that Nyazun had been using the demonic energy from his hands most of the time after losing his memories. That fireball turned into an enormous, fiery python, looking like it was about to devour Nyazun at any moment with those jaws. With black fog emanating from his hands, Nyazun asked casually, "Why are we fighting?" That's right. From Nyazun's perspective, they had no reason to attack him. Hua answered coldly, "To kill your girlfriend." I almost puked at this. I don't think I'm his girlfriend. Nyazun turned back at me with narrowed eyes. Seems like I'll have to reconsider whatever you've said before, since so many others think that we're a couple. I was speechless. I can tell you have no intention of reconsidering whatever I've said earlier. Continue with your fight. Make sure you don't die, I answered sarcastically. Nyazun was still engaged in fierce battle with Hua when my abdomen finally healed completely. But, I realized something else. Why wasn't there anyone else here in this car park? Phone and Lei did not look like they had any intention of joining the fight. With the current situation, it did not look like they had to intervene at all. Both Hua's hands had turned into fiery torches, and everything he touched was charred instantly. Though I was more than 3 meters away, I could feel the power of his MF coursing through those flames. As expected from Li Qing's best subordinates. There was still something I didn't quite understand. Though they were under orders to protect Jiao's, now that the Eastern District has been destroyed, and Jiao's is powerful enough on her own, it would have made more sense for Li Qing to let them stay with me, considering that she had always favored me. But why didn't she do that? If things didn't flow logically like this, then there must be something else going on here. I was seated on the ground thinking about this when I felt a sudden gust of wind blow past. Sensing danger, I lifted my left hand as a shield and retreated a few steps back. Feng was a short distance away from me when I looked up. Did he want to fight me too? Fine. I was sure that they were trying to make the scene look all the more realistic when he sent a gust of wind at me. Scorpion Ray. Scorpion Ray turned into a bow as I drew an arrow of light with my right hand. Swoosh. Countless needles of light shot towards Feng. I had gotten better at using Scorpion Ray now after the few times I combined my MF with it. Feng was someone who made use of the wind in his attacks, and he was as quick as lightning in his movements. As he raised a hand, rainbow-colored rays shot through the car park. The needles of light from Scorpion Ray shattered as they hit a translucent wall. Behind that rainbow wall was Feng's tall and sturdy figure. The wind shield. Been a while. I smiled at him. Feng kept a straight face, not returning my smile. My face froze for an instant. Among the three, I was on the best terms with Feng. I had seen this technique before, and he even used it to protect me previously. The triplets seemed to have misunderstood something about me, but I don't remember doing anything that might have let them down. Was it because of my failure to take care of the Western District? Feng looked at me with a cold and unfamiliar gaze. He raised a hand and grabbed the air in front of him. Air vortexes appeared in the air, turning into sharp, merciless drills that flew towards me from all directions. Danger loomed. I knew that Feng was an expert in using wind, and he might be better at Gaoqin Jui when it comes to manipulating air currents. I focused my MF on defense, trying to create a barrier around me. I wasn't very good at defense, and now that Piercer wasn't with me and Scorpion Ray's attacks don't seem to be working, the only thing I could do was to create a protective barrier around myself with MF, even though it was a weak defense. My MF could cancel about half the attack power of those air vortexes, but my exposed skin was still wounded by the remaining force. I frowned at Feng, who looked like he was ready to kill. This didn't feel like acting, it felt like he was being serious. How should I be interpreting this? Staying silent cannot solve anything. Lei stood standing in a corner, not moving an inch, while Hua and Feng were in the midst of a fierce battle with Niezun and I. I looked at Feng as I waited for his response. Feng answered casually, "Since we've met, how about a spar? Let me see how much you've grown in these couple of years. I don't think I've improved very much. Furthermore, Piercer has been taken away by somebody else." I turned to shout at Niezun, "Hey, could you return Piercer for a while? I'll give it back when I'm done. You aren't using it anyway." Jet black mist surrounded Niezun's hands as he moved with great agility, as if this was just a simple game and not a battle. He smiled as he answered, "No. I really wanted to beat this guy up." As I turned back, I saw Feng raise his slender hands under that white robe. His fingers moved like he was strumming invisible strings. I was a little anxious at this. A melody sounded in the air. It was created by his strumming. One had to be able to manipulate MF extremely intricately to be able to produce such melodic sounds in the air. The melody was gentle and crisp at first, but it turned heavy after a while. Fang's pupils tightened. As he continued plucking the invisible strings in the air, a crack appeared in the ground, as if it was a mark left by an invisible sword that slashed through it. Boom! 6 vehicles rose up into the air behind me before flying right at me. One of these vehicles was an old-fashioned horse-drawn carriage with a horse attached. That horse was currently defecating. Its excrement flew through the air. Though it was animal dung, it still had great force. It seemed to carry some sort of killing intent as it flew towards me together with the other vehicles. I focused my MF on my feet and avoided it quickly. Unfortunately, those vehicles were a red herring. A strong blade of air hit me as I was busy avoiding those vehicles, making me fly more than 10 meters away. Sparks appeared under my feet as I tried to steady myself from the attack, but I seemed to have hit somebody behind me. Subconsciously, I wanted to grab the person from behind and use their body as a shield. I came into contact with sturdy arms as I reached out. Looking up, I realized it was Choyu. "Why are you here?" I asked in surprise. Choyu smiled politely. "Miss Ah Shun." I then saw Yuan Xian walk in from the entrance of the car park. "The two of you," my brows furrowed. Yuan Xian looked at me. "I can track you with that pill I gave you earlier." Seeing Yuan Xian and Choyu, Niezun made Ho retreat with a ray of black light. He then started making his way towards us. Damn, what should I do now? I couldn't tell Choyu and Yuan Xian the truth, since I didn't know what Yuan Xian really thought of me right now, and I didn't know the effects of her poison either. I had to bring Niezun to the demon cave as soon as possible. Right now, the only solution was to forcefully activate Huaidu's consciousness in Niezun by badly wounding him. I told Yuan Xian, "I don't know why you're here, but you have to leave now. Someone is after you." Choyu was the one who responded. He looked worried as he spoke. "Miss Ah Shun, what do you mean by that?" With one look at Choyu, I realized the two of them were actually a couple. I said to Choyu with renewed determination, "Niezun wants to take her life, With that, Choyu stepped forward to shield Yuan Xian as he looked at the approaching Niezun vigilantly. Feng, Hua, and Lei did not disappoint. The three of them went after Niezun immediately as they saw the change in the situation. A blade of air, a fireball, and a bolt of lightning combined in an attack that was going straight for Niezun's back, towards his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215. Volume 4. 215 Niezun's ability. Niezun's abilities were still as sharp even when he had lost his memories. He turned around as he sensed an incoming attack from behind, and I definitely had to make use of this opportunity. I raised my hand and released rays of light with Scorpion Ray. Shoyu was wary of Niazun because of what I had said, and he thought Niazun was about to attack Yuan Xian at this point. Because of that, he was ready to counter it. Choyu's fists were powerful, and since he was closer to Niazun, Niazun turned to parry Choyu's attack first. As he turned, Feng, Huo and Lei's attack hit him in the back. I pulled Choyu away as I grabbed Niazun's left hand. I knew his MF was focused mostly on his hands, even though he might have forgotten about his past at this point. Initially, I thought of breaking his wrists to activate Huaidu's consciousness in that very moment, but nothing ever goes according to plan. When I grabbed his left hand, I felt that ring on it. He never took off that ring. I've always found it familiar, but I just can't seem to recall anything that had to do with that skull ring. A ray of black and red light shot out from that ring. My MF seemed to be attracted to that light, as if they were two pieces of magnets. This confused me for a moment. This feeling. It felt rather familiar. When I looked up at Niazun again, his eyes looked a little teary and confused. But that lasted for only a second. He smiled in an evil manner after that. I have a new mission. He slapped my hand away and headed for the car park's exit without any heed to the injuries on his back. I looked at Feng, Hua and Lei, and they rushed forward after exchanging gazes with one another. Gritting my teeth, I turned to Yuan Xian. I'll give you an explanation about your brother. Since you're able to track me down with that pill, come look for me a few days later. I'm a little tied up now. Choyu, protect her. Before I left, I was reminded of something else. I turned to the both of them again. If you really have her interests at heart, please don't follow us. Please. I then turned to chase after Niazun, leaving the both of them with confused looks. Niazun was fast and agile. He had probably gotten the order to look for Li Qing at the Demon River. Feng, Hua and Lei were able to control the natural elements, so it was easy for them to run at high speeds for long distances, but it wasn't the case for me. I haven't rested in days, and I've been using my MF too frequently. It was difficult for me to catch up with them in my exhausted state. With Niazun's speed, Huaidu seemed to have given him an urgent mission. This showed how much Huaidu cared about Li Qing. We were met with countless stares as we passed through the crowds. What attracted their attention was probably not because there were 4 individuals chasing a single figure, but probably because among the 4, there were 3 in bamboo hats, while the last one was in a tattered red dress. I might have been too tired, or it might just have been very far away, but I felt like it was forever before we arrived at that forest. Though I wanted nothing more but to take a nap when we reached the river, I knew I didn't have the luxury of time. We were so far from even catching a glimpse of that hourglass in the tablet, and I don't know what Niazun might become. I did not have any time to waste. Niazun looked around as he stood at the riverbank. He turned back and smiled condescendingly at Feng, Hua and Lei. Where's Li Qing? Hua answered calmly, you'll have to beat us if you want to find her. The 3 of them took off their bamboo hats one by one before they got into position, each of them raising a hand towards Niazun. I was screaming silently. They were really pulling out all stops in order to force Niazun into the demon cave. From the air, one would be able to see that the 3 of them had formed a triangle in their positions. If I remember right, this was called the tripoint position. With this triangular position, they were able to cover one another from all angles. Furthermore, the combination of the 3 natural elements made a powerful attack. I don't remember seeing them in this position often. The damage would be great, and it was not only because they could control the elements. They were a team of triplets, and they were able to work together seamlessly because of that. They had also been working together for years, and they'd definitely be at least 6 times stronger than if they were fighting alone. But I didn't understand why they had to start so strongly. Did they think Niazun was so powerful that they had to go against him like this right at the beginning? After some thought, I realized it was a logical choice. We had the same goal now, that is, to force Niazun into that demon cave. They might have already thought about the most efficient way to go about this, and the most efficient method might simply be to force him into the cave quickly by going all out against him. Niazun gave a dashing smile. So it's to fight me. The outside world is just no fun, everyone wants to pick a fight with me. I lit up at this. How about you go back to your demon cave then? Niazun waved a hand in mock earnesty. No. It's way too boring in there. I'd rather have fights outside than go back there. Alright, I guess a fight is inevitable then. Foam, Hua, and Lei produced 3 different types of attacks in the very next second. There was a fireball, a blade of air, and a ray of lightning. The 3 forces combined into one before charging at Niazun. Niazun was leaning on 1 foot with his head slightly tilted. He had a casual smile on him as he made a weird gesture with his hands in front of his chest. Foam, Hua, and Lei's attack combined into a ball of whirling air. Smoke and dust rose around it, and I could hear the wind roaring in my ears. With Niazun's weird gesture, black fog started to close in on us. It spread out and enclosed Foam, Hua, and Lei within. I could not really keep tabs on the entire situation from where I was. The 3 natural elements were easily parried by Niazun as that black fog surrounding his hands seemed to have the ability of cancelling MF. Niazun's eyes were shining now. I knew that he could use his pupils, but I haven't seen him use that ability ever since he had lost his memories. Foam, Hua, and Lei did not seem to be getting the upper hand in this even though they were in the tri-point position. From what I could see, it served only the purpose of defense. They might have been wary that Niazun might go all out against them. Their attacks did not work on Niazun so far. This was a waste of time. It'd be better not to have this fight at all. I lifted my left wrist slowly, wondering if I should attack. The demon cave was still some distance away. Why were they fighting here? Very quickly, I was given the answer as Li Qing appeared on the other side of the river. Niazun's eyes shone upon seeing her. He leapt away from the battle and walked over to her. There's someone who wants to see you, and that someone wants me to take you somewhere, Niazun said as he smiled at Li Qing. Li Qing gave a charming smile. Too bad. I don't want to see that person. Niazun lifted a hand shrouded in black mist as he walked towards her. Then I'll just have to use force. Li Qing glanced at me. She then squinted as she raised her arms, placing her palms together. Boom! A gully suddenly appeared between Li Qing and Niazun. The ground shook violently, and the water in the river crashed and roared loudly as it flowed into the gully. Niazun stared at Li Qing as he narrowed his eyes. An external force seemed to be controlling the water. It looked like transparent silk as it rippled in the air. Li Qing smiled as she released her palms. The water splashed everywhere, and beads of water shot right at Niazun like bullets. Niazun's pupils widened as black light shone in his eyes. The beads of water stopped right in front of him. Those beads were tiny to begin with, and they turned into mist as they disintegrated. Niazun lifted a hand to grab the air suddenly. The black fog surrounded the mist in the air, turning them into black blades that flew towards Li Qing. It was so quick that I could only see their tails even when I focused MF on my vision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wildfire. Fire spouted from the gully as Hua shouted. The temperature rose instantly, almost suffocating me. It felt as if all the water had evaporated in an instant. The black blades under Niazun's control had all evaporated since they were made of water. Li Qing looked careful now, as if still wary of Niazun's earlier attack. I saw a light shine in her eyes as she muttered something I wasn't able to hear. White light encased her before turning into that silvery white armor she used to have. Her sword had also appeared on her back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216. Volume 4. 216 Returning to the Demon Cave. This was the real Li Qing. Seeing her whip out the big guns, I stepped forward, ready to join the fight if it turned ugly. To my surprise, Li Qing turned and headed somewhere else. She had no intention of fighting at all. A hint of doubt appeared in Nie Zun's eyes. He probably wondered why Li Qing wanted to avoid a fight even with those abilities. He leapt into the air immediately, chasing after her at the speed of light. Feng, Hua, and Lei followed after him closely. I said to myself with gritted teeth, do they think this is some competition of sorts? Everyone is running so quickly. I had no choice but to focus my MF on my feet and run after them. The wind roared past my ears at the speed I was going, and it felt as if everything on my face was being distorted. Even so, I was still quite a distance away from the rest. Pain shot through my chest just as I attempted to quicken my pace. What's happening? Was this caused by my lack of rest and frequent use of MF? This pain felt like it came from the depths of my soul, and it seemed to emanate from my heart. With no time to think about what was happening, I continued running. The top priority now is to help Nie Zun regain his memories. I realized what Li Qing was trying to do when the giant mushroom in front of the demon cave appeared before me. She was trying to lure him here, and all we had to do now was to enter the cave. Li Qing had already drawn her sword when I finally caught up with them at the cave's entrance. Nie Zun squinted at the entrance. Even when faced with 4 enemies right in front of him, he was still able to ask me in a casual manner, "This is where I came out from, right?" I shook my head vigorously. I don't know. How would I know when there are so many caves around? Nie Zun scratched his head in confusion, as if he was in some sort of dilemma. Li Qing did not give him much time to continue being confused. With a tap of her feet, she raised her sword and charged at Nie Zun. I became rather emotional as I saw her like this. It was 2 years since I've seen her fight, and I've been missing her for as long as I could remember. At that time, I felt contented and happy knowing that she'll always be behind me to protect me. I even thought that I would be able to survive here in the split zone forever as long as she was around. It could have been because I hadn't seen her in a long time, or it might have been because I thought she was dead. The image of her with shut eyes and a pale face reappeared in my mind. I teared at the thought. She exuded a kind of resilience as she carried that sword with her. She was made for battle. In my eyes, not even Hua Mulan or Fan Lihua can hold a candle against her. T/N, historical figures, Hua Mulan and Fan Lihua were famous female warriors. Even though she was excellent in battle, she did not carelessly engage in fights. I don't remember ever seeing her fight to protect herself. She had always fought for others, or to protect somebody else. Li Qing was someone who did not know how to love herself. I was of that opinion up until now, when she reappeared before me, when Feng, Hua and Lei looked at me with those unfamiliar gazes. I was confused. Had I been wrong about her all this time? Was Li Qing not like what I thought she was? The fight was already underway as I got lost in my own thoughts. Li Qing's sword slashed through the air. Every move of hers was fast and furious, and she moved quickly and confidently without the slightest hint of hesitation. As for Nie Zun, his reflexes were quick and he was extremely agile. He used his pupils to control the air around him as he avoided Li Qing's attacks. Feng, Hua, and Lei were standing at the sidelines, looking like they were ready to attack any time. "Hey, aren't you going to help me out?" Nie Zun could even chide me in the middle of his fight. I looked at him. I can't win them. How about we just run? Nie Zun smirked. Where to? I pointed at the demon cave behind him. Let's go in and have a look. It was empty when you came out of there, but it'd be interesting now. Feng, Hua, and Lei attacked at this very moment when Nie Zun was in a dilemma on whether he should enter. It was a powerful attack. The ground started quaking and the air rippled to the point that it blurred my vision. Bubbles started coming out from the ground, as if the ground was boiling liquid. This was bad. Focusing MF on my feet, I leapt into the air. Just as I leapt, sparks started shooting up from the ground. Countless red sparks appeared, and they burned fierce and bright. Nyazun narrowed his eyes, as if he was thinking of a counterattack. The blue sky then turned dark in an instant. I looked up to see a dark shadow above. Not good, it was Lei. Lei had not really launched any attack up until now. He was good in controlling electrons, and I remembered him literally being as fast as lightning. Li Qing smiled as she raised her sword again. All four of them were about to go against him now. Nyazun sensed it too, that he was already being surrounded and that the only escape was the cave behind him. I looked around us before I made a decision. Spreading my MF throughout my body, I rushed into the middle of the fight. It felt as if something was automatically put into motion the moment I entered the fight. I thought I could counter the force, but I only felt my MF continually weaken as the flames from the ground licked my skin. Li Qing charged towards Nyazun and I with her sword as a bolt of lightning appeared with a thunderous clap. I pushed Nyazun into the cave behind him and a loud explosion sounded behind us as we fell forward. As we struggled to get up, I saw a stone door seal the entrance to the cave behind us. There was probably a mechanism already in place. But Li Qing didn't tell me what to do next from here. And has she already disabled Huaidu's consciousness in Nyazun? Nyazun stood up, frowning. What's happening? Okay, this was an idiot right here. You're going to look for whoever Huaidu wants you to look for. I don't think you've lost your memories, I think you've been brainwashed instead. I stared at him as I spoke. Nyazun shrugged. I keep hearing his voice in my head, and that happens at least once a day. There didn't seem to be anything wrong if I listened to him, and I'd be able to regain those lost memories as well. I was so frustrated that I wanted to scream at him. All the memories you've lost had to do with me. But that would sound like I was getting at something else if I said it. I guess I should leave it until he regains his memories then. Because of this, I was even more anxious in getting his memories back. No use wasting time here. Since we won't be able to get out from that door anyway, let's just go further in and find another exit. I looked at my watch. It's been an hour since Huaidu's consciousness awoke in him. I had to find his blood within the next 23 hours. In fact, I had to find that tablet within the next 23 hours. I didn't know how much sand had already flowed to the bottom half of that hourglass, and I didn't know what to do to change his blood either. Li Qing didn't tell me how to go about any of these. Why can't we exit from that door? Nyazun asked as he pointed to where we came from. I answered in a frustrated manner. From what I know, all the stones in this cave absorb MF. No matter how much MF you use, it'll end up being absorbed in the end. How can we open it in this case? Or do you think you can use mere strength to open that stone door without using your MF? Nyazun smirked as if that would be an easy task for him. He strolled over to the door with hands in his pockets. As if avoiding the uneven areas, he placed his palms carefully against the door. He turned back after one try, flashing me a brilliant smile. His eyes were clear like spring water and his confidence did not seem to have buckled at all. It really doesn't work. When I walked over and screamed at the door, Nyazun had already made his way into the cave. There was no answer from outside the stone door either. I said to myself in frustration, not telling me what to do. Do I really need to sacrifice myself for this? Just how should I get his blood back? This was mission impossible, but I followed Nyazun into the cave quickly. He was already disappearing into the darkness. Visibility had reduced to a radius of 10 meters in the cave. I felt something following behind as I quickened my steps, but there seemed to be nothing there when I turned around to look. Hey, slow down. I tapped him on the shoulder as I finally caught up with him. He was rather fast, though he looked like he was just taking a nice evening stroll. As Nyezun turned around, his starry eyes and handsome features were gone. The individual who turned around did not have a face. His face was as white as paper and there was nothing on it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217. Volume 4. 217 Faceless Creatures. If this happened in the real world, I would have screamed my lungs out before throwing punches and kicks at him. Don't call me violent. This is simply the logical reaction of a weak girl. However, I can no longer be considered a weak girl after arriving here in the split zone. I kept my eyes on the creature. Who are you? A hole began to appear on the creature's white face. It appeared somewhere where the mouth should have been. As that hole slowly opened to form a mouth, I saw nothing but rows of teeth against a bloody red background. There were hundreds of teeth in that mouth. Goosebumps appeared all over me. I think I might have trypophobia. Stepping backwards, I frowned as I asked, "What exactly are you?" I readied my left hand, preparing to counter with Scorpion Ray at a moment's notice. That scary mouth moved as it spoke in a villainous voice, "So yummy." I swear I wanted to take a shower immediately after hearing this. It was darkness all around me, and the stone walls had disappeared. There were two possibilities here. The first was that the cave was extremely wide, and it had a width of more than 20 meters across. If so, I wouldn't be able to see any of the walls since they were more than 10 meters away from me. The second possibility was that something else was obscuring my vision. When I was thinking about the more likely scenario, that disgusting creature in front of me reached out with a hand. I used Scorpion Ray to cut his hand off immediately. The creature didn't seem to be in pain from my attack, or rather, I wouldn't be able to tell even if it was, since he did not have a face. It started walking towards me with a single arm, like a zombie. Grossed out by the creature, I retreated a few steps, planning to use Scorpion Ray's circular bow to turn him into mincemeat. However, things did not go as planned. I bumped into someone else as I walked backwards. As I turned to look, I realized it was the same faceless creature. But this time, it seemed to be a woman instead of a man. How should I describe her? She was floating in midair and she had a full head of hair. There were no features on her face at all. Her head was just like a furry round ball that was full of hair. Her hair circled around my neck the moment I turned back. It was so sharp it pricked my flesh. This was uncomfortable. Just as I wanted to attack, I saw a pale and slender hand grab her head from the back, as if it was holding a baby. That hand then made two quick turns, left and right. Crack! The hair around my neck loosened immediately as the head dropped to the ground. I then saw Nyezun's face. Before I could say a thing, he reached out to grab the creature behind me, destroying it easily. "Where did you go earlier?" I asked softly. I don't know if it was because of the darkness or because I had just seen two faceless creatures, but at this point, there was an evil aura about Nyezun's face. His lips turned up at an angle. "I've always been here." I thought these things were quite interesting, and I wanted to see if you'd be frightened, so I hid myself. Upon another look, I found this face way too thin and too full of malice. What an ugly man. I pulled him with me in annoyance. I had to admit, I really didn't want to face those weird creatures on my own again. As we continued, he said suddenly, "Actually, there's someone else following behind us." He was not whispering. If there really was anyone behind us now, they would definitely be able to hear him. I didn't know how to answer him like this. Aren't you curious about what's following us?" Nyezun asked with interest. I frowned. I wouldn't be curious if you asked it like this. Because you asked if I was curious about what was following, instead of who was following. This confirmed that it was some kind of creature. But the feeling of being followed and not taking a look made me feel frustrated as well. So, I grabbed Nyezun's hand tightly as I turned back very slowly. There was nothing but complete darkness. Ha 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 ha, you actually believed me? Nyezun started laughing. I took a deep breath. I could stand it no more. Focusing my MF on my feet, I stepped on him with all my might. You're really violent. Luckily I don't really feel any pain, Nyezun said as he looked at his foot. This man was crazy. I continued dragging him further into the cave as I wondered about what might await us. How had the demon cave changed? How long is it till we find that tablet? Can we even manage to find it? ZZZ, SSSS. Weird sounds started coming from both sides in the darkness, and the sounds were getting louder and louder as we walked further in. I felt goosebumps. It was eerie and it sounded like the nails of a woman scratching on glass. I grabbed Nyezun tightly in fear. Oh, so you're actually scared? I thought you weren't afraid of anything. Nyezun was teasing me casually, as if he hadn't heard the sound. I stared at him angrily. Nyezun then snapped his fingers. With that, our surroundings lit up immediately. This was a tunnel of stone, and it was very wide. There were torches on both walls, except that they weren't lit before this. The path before us seemed to go on forever. The source of the sounds was revealed as well. Behind us were things that looked to be human beings. They were crawling on the ground and also on both walls. That's right, they merely looked to be human beings. These things had human torsos and a head of long hair, but they did not have faces. They simply had mouths, similar to those faceless creatures we met earlier. The bottom half of their bodies were lizard parts and they stuck to the walls and to the ground. Their fingers were transparent and sharp, looking exactly like fingernails. Those hands were scratching against the surface continuously, making that sound. There were at least 5 or 6 of them behind us crawling on the ground now. They were not far from us, and there were 3 or 4 of them on both sides of the walls as well. The only clear path was forward. What are these? I felt my hairs stand. Nyezun shrugged. I don't know. I wanted to give that annoying face a slap. Fine, but does this mean we have to fight these things? I looked at the creatures. There was nothing but a mouth filled with teeth on their white faces. They had no eyes, and I couldn't tell what they could possibly be thinking. I didn't know if I could communicate with them either, nor did I want to find out. These things were just crawling on the wall and on the ground. They did not seem to have the intention of doing anything else. I pulled Nyezun with me and took a few steps forward. Something interesting then happened. These things moved only when we moved, and they stopped when we stopped. They did not seem to be approaching us, nor did they seem to have the intention of retreating. What's this? I muttered. Nyezun answered, just grab one of them and ask. How about you do it, huh? Nyezun smirked. He then grabbed me and pushed me to the side. I didn't expect him to do that, and I almost slammed into the wall. Luckily, the path was wide and I could stop myself before it happened. The first thing I did was not to look at the creatures on the wall, but to turn and scold Nyezun. Do you have a death wish, Nyezun? I almost roared at him. Nyezun pretended to look all innocent as he pouted his lips. I just asked you to take a look at these things. I'm really. I turned back slowly to face those creatures. Hi, can you speak human? This question seemed a little. The creature's mouth opened as it answered, so yummy. This again. My lips twitched in annoyance. What are you? What are you planning to do? Better to be direct about this. The creature did not move as it continued, so yummy. I took a deep breath and walked back to Nyezun with a glum expression. You asked me to take a look, right? I've seen them. They're just big eaters. I ignored him and continued into the tunnel. Nyezun caught up quickly, laughing. They're still following us. My hairs stood up. I know. Let them. Even though I said that, I kept my eyes on both walls, keeping track of their every move as they continued following us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218. Volume 4. 218. Call me Shinner. After some walking, we finally reached some sort of checkpoint. There was heavy white fog in front of us. Nyazun and I looked at each other before walking towards the fog. I realized the creatures had stopped. They seemed to be avoiding the fog. As we closed in, we realized that the fog had obscured the path forward. To continue, we had to go through the fog. However, it looked like our vision would be obscured once we walked into it. Should we go through? I asked, unsure. Nyazun answered without hesitation, why not? I looked back at those creatures. They were still now, none of them moving an inch. There's nowhere else to go but forward then. Let's go. I pulled Nyazun along. Ever since he had lost his memories, I've always wanted to hold his hand every time he's beside me, afraid that I'll lose him again. I'm willing to do this even though he treats me like a stranger, or even if he doesn't care about what I do. I wanted him to remember me, but there would be times when I hoped this could last forever. Nothing could be seen around us as we walked into the fog. A pain shot through my wrist as I tried to hold his hand tight, and his hand just slipped away like this. I looked around the whiteness as I called out, Nyazun. I flailed my arms about as I tried searching for him, but there was nothing around me. Stay calm, Li Shin, stay calm. I looked around me again. Everything was white fog, including the ground. I was sure this was an illusion. Though the demon cave was an unpredictable place, there was something else going on right here. It might be the work of a powerful illusionist. I suddenly thought of Guan Ye, who had been missing in the Gate of Ghost for quite a while now. Would he be in here? Where are you, Nyazun? No one answered when I tried calling out again. I took baby steps forward as I spread my MF all around me, trying to get a better sense of my surroundings. Surprisingly, I couldn't sense a thing. While I was at a loss of what to do, the white fog right in front of me seemed to dissipate slightly. I walked up quickly to the empty space that appeared. That space was surrounded by white fog, as if it was right under a huge spotlight. Why did this feel so familiar? Right. This was the scene when Si Luo stuck his hand into my heart the last time. Was this an illusion created by MF? I hesitated a little before deciding to walk over to that bright, empty spot. I heard my name just as I stepped into the space. Ah Shen. I looked around me. It can't be. Will the same thing happen again? I smiled bitterly to myself as I saw him emerge from the fog. I guess the same thing will happen again. But it was Gao Qinji the last time. Who was it this time? I asked slowly, you're Gao Qinji? Or Gao Qi? He was dressed exactly like Gao Qinji, but he had a rather expressionless face. He looked at me with a deep gaze. You can't tell me apart from him now, can you? What did that mean? I looked down at his waist as he moved closer to me. Shin Shi wasn't there. I felt his cold breath on my face as he said, he had always wanted to take you away from me, always. I tried ways and means to prevent him from doing so, but you? You still left with him in the end. What is he saying? I looked up at him in confusion. Are you Gao Qi? Gao Qi, what are you talking about? Gao Qi laughed. That's right, I'm Gao Qi. I'm here to visit you in the split zone, I'm here to bring you back. My heart seemed to explode at this with a force that could destroy an entire city, the shrapnel cutting me right through the bones. Something seemed to be re-emerging from within my memories. Did he say something like this to me before? Yes, I remember seeing him in Huan Qing's illusion at the time when I just arrived in the southern district. Pomelo was present too. He told me to leave with him at that time, that he was here to pick me up from the split zone. But, in the end, Niazun's Shanur brought me back to reality. Gauchi and Pomelo were both gone. I was still in the split zone, and no one could bring me back. I smiled bitterly. You're an illusion, right? Great. It just so happens that there's something I want to say. I moved in closer and caressed his face. I've fallen head over heels for that face once, but it felt a little foreign now that I looked at it again. I've always wanted to say sorry, that I've killed you. I know you're a nightmare living in my heart, and I know that I've lost most of the memories we had together. But I know that you're still here in my heart. Please forgive me. I felt warm skin under my fingers. This felt extremely realistic. His eyes looked like they were sighing. Why don't you believe me? Yes, it was me who had hurt you so badly in the past, and that had caused you to forget me. You're still wary of me and you refuse to believe me now. It's all my fault. What are you talking about? I asked in confusion. Gauchi looked me in the eye, entrapping me with that gaze. You've always been in love with Gauchin Jui, not me. And I've always been jealous of him. Because of that, I was afraid that he'll take you away from me, and that was why I did it. I should be the one saying sorry. I should be the one who should have left. But, not only did I fail in doing that and returning you a peaceful life, I've pulled you in here instead. My heart felt like it twisted into a knot. I didn't understand him at all. This was all nonsense to me. Wasn't I living in the real world before? Wasn't it Gauchi I fell in love with? My senior, Gauchi? Even if I killed him with my own two hands, even if I'd forgotten most of what happened between us, I was very sure of whatever I could remember. I knew who it was that I loved. Why was he saying this? Unease crept up on me. If this was an illusion, it would have to be based on whatever was deep inside my heart. No matter how unpredictable this demon cave was, the illusion had to come from somewhere. Why did the Gauchi in front of me say things like this? I felt extremely uneasy. There was nothing but doubt and tons of questions in my mind right now. I could only clarify them one by one. Why are you saying that Gauchin Jui was the one I fell in love with, not you? I didn't know him before I arrived here in the split zone. I tried to calm myself down, but I could hear my voice trembling. Gauchi's eyes suddenly turned gentle. His gentle gaze melted me every time, but this time, when I was met with that gaze again, all I could think of was Niazun. I was distracted momentarily. I looked away quickly, embarrassed to meet his eyes. Gauchi answered in that enchanting and mesmerizing voice of his, "He's the one you love. You'll know everything if you uncover the secret of the split zone." Enough, I said loudly. I was getting a little emotional now. Uncover the secret of the split zone? I'll know everything once I uncover the secret of the split zone? But I don't know what secrets there are in here. I've lost too many people because of this secret. My peaceful life from before had been interrupted. The Western District had been destroyed. And you guys are still trying to get me to chase after some secret? Some tell me that the time isn't right, while others tell me that I'll uncover it someday. Someday? What day is someday? I couldn't stand this anymore. Are you going to tell me? Or not? If you're not going to tell me about it, then please leave. I looked at the person in front of me with slightly teary eyes. Gauchi's gaze remained gentle. He did not frown nor did he sound like he blamed me for anything. I've owed you too much, Ashun. The only thing I can do for you now is to take you away. I admit that I have my own selfish reasons for doing so, and I'd rather choose to believe that you still love me, even if it's just a tiny bit. That it isn't Gauchin Jui you love. Come with me, Ashun. Return to the real world with me. Ha ha. What a great illusion. He could even promise to bring me out of this place. So leaving the split zone was actually such an easy thing to do. Gao Qi spoke again. I know you don't believe me. But you can try. I can take you with me as long as you wish for it to be. Try it. You won't be losing anything again. You can take me with you as long as I wish for it to be? What if I don't? I was surprised by my own thoughts. But what was it that made me think like that? Was it because of that particular reason? That I was afraid I'd continue being ostracized in the real world because of my mental disorder? Look, Ashin, my eyes are no longer like what they were in the past. Have you fallen in love with Gao Qinjui in the time that you hung out with him? Gao Qi's voice sounded like a steady anchor in all that white fog. But I suddenly felt lonely. I missed Niezun so much. No, I can't stay in this illusion forever. I need to wake up soon. I need to get his memories back. I want him to remember me. I want him to call me Shinner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219. Volume 4. 219 The Weirdo, Big Gold Rooster. Once I made my decision, I realized I could look at Gao Qi with clearer eyes. I said gently, sorry. Even if you're telling the truth, this isn't my top priority right now. There are many things I have to do. I need to get somebody's memories back, I need to find myself, and I need to find my friends who've gone missing. There are too many things I still have to do. I was met with Gao Qi's sorrowful gaze as I finished. His gaze carried with it a kind of chill, as if it was about to asphyxiate me. A tear seemed to escape his eyes, but he disappeared right in front of me before I could take a clearer look. Gao Qi. I looked around. Only now did I wonder about my actions. What was I doing? What was I saying? Didn't I love him before? Why did I become like this? A flood of emotions overwhelmed me. Hey, how could we get separated even while holding hands? I heard Niezun's lazy voice from behind. I saw those starry eyes and that casual smile as I turned around and took him in a sudden embrace. Hey, what are you doing? He wasn't gentle now, and he wasn't kind either. He did not understand why I did this at all. I looked up at him happily. Nothing. Let's go. You'll be back by my side soon. Niezun raised his brows. You're one weird lady. But, where do we go from here? Heavy white fog surrounded us. We shouldn't have let phone come in with us. This fog would probably be dissipated easily with wind. Niezun waved a hand. It wouldn't work since this is an illusion. You can tell? Well, he was good at using his pupils. Then why did he take so long to find me? I only realized it moments ago. Let's continue. The illusion might just go away once we pass this layer. Niezun put his hands back into his pockets and started walking. I rushed forward, snatching a hand from out of his pocket. This place is scary. It's better if I hold your hand. I looked away after I created this bad excuse for myself. Niezun didn't seem to mind. He answered sarcastically, I knew you were a scaredy cat, We finally seemed to have reached the checkpoint after passing through layers and layers of white fog. Though the path ahead was still covered in fog, I could sense that there was something different in front as I activated my MF. The white fog suddenly disappeared, and the scene around us changed instantly. I sighed inwardly as I took in the scene around me. We were back in that glacial wonderland. There were glaciers everywhere, and we were stepping on ice. I looked down in defeat as the cold closed in on me. Why are we back here? Niezun asked. I answered gloomily, yes. I don't know why. Why are we back here? And, how do we go to that stone room from here? It was obvious that we couldn't go into the river judging from the thickness of the ice below us. There was nothing else but glaciers here, so where do I even start looking for that stone room? I realized I was too naive this time. This is our second time here, so how could it be exactly the same as the first? The ice in front of us cracked suddenly, and an icicle emerged from the ground. Somebody was standing on that icicle. The person was balancing with one leg on the tip of that icicle, as if he was doing yoga. I decided that this was a crazy person from looking at the position he was in. Yes, he's definitely mad. The person was a sloppy-looking male with a face full of facial hair. He also had extremely long hair. It looked like it was tied in braids all over his head. He had beady eyes like a thief, and he was still in that one-legged position, with both his arms raised high above him. He was mad, no matter how I look at it. I hate couples, especially those who look good with each other, like you guys. I'll carve an ice sculpture out of the both of you today. He spoke as he saw me staring at him. His voice sounded crisp, and it felt like he was just a boring old man who practiced some weird skill. Hey big gold rooster, I don't believe you can make an ice sculpture out of me, I challenged. T/N, the pose where one balances on one leg with raised arms is commonly called Jinji Duli in Chinese, and Jinji literally translates to golden chicken. Well, this lady sure talks big. But who's big gold rooster? He looked confused, squinting his eyes until they looked like they were about to be squashed together. He's definitely a lunatic. Big gold rooster refers to you, old man. Why are you standing on an icicle? Can't you come down and have a proper conversation? It's weird for me to look at you like that. Nyezun spoke before he could answer. Is that so? I think it's interesting. I even thought about having a go at it myself. I was rendered momentarily speechless at this. Big Gold Rooster looked extremely satisfied with whatever Nyezun said. He looked at Nyezun with acknowledgement. This young man here has good taste, except when choosing a girlfriend. I wouldn't want this lady even if she's dog food. What? What did he just say about me? I flashed a brilliant smile at him. Smelly golden rooster, come down and say that again if you dare. I thought he would come down from that icicle once I challenged him like this, but I didn't expect for him to refuse my challenge. I'm not going down. It's not fun down there. He jumped once and the icicle started moving across the ground, like a shark's fin that was moving in the water. Before long, he started moving in circles. I'll turn, turn and turn. He started having fun on his own just like this. He was overjoyed at his own little game. I turned to Nyezun. Are you sure you want to be like him? Turn and turn? Nyezun smiled. That looks pretty interesting. He's more interesting than you. I love what that young boy is saying. Come on over. Come and turn with me. Big Gold Rooster appeared right beside me, scaring me with his invitation. I snapped alert immediately. Anyone who could creep up on me like this must have a very high MF. Let's go, young man. I'll take you to have some fun. Let's not care about this old hag. I'm an old hag? I was about to blow my top. That big gold rooster stretched out a hand towards Nyezun, who smiled as he raised a hand, as if he was about to accept the invitation. At that very moment, the hand of that big gold rooster turned into an icicle. I also noticed several transparent spikes on that icicle he was standing on. It was too late to stop Nyezun, but he didn't take that hand either. Nyezun had quick reflexes and he had realized something was wrong. His hand stopped just 2 centimeters away from the other hand. Big Gold Rooster could have stabbed him at such a distance, but he didn't. Nyezun did not avoid the hand. With his reflexes, his hand was already enshrouded in thick, black mist. I laughed. So it's somebody who likes to joke around and attack suddenly. Big Gold Rooster stared at me. Says who? I just wanted to let him witness my skills. Fine, you'll always have an explanation. I want to know who you are and why you're here now. Big Gold Rooster retracted his hand and continued staring at me. I'm the ice spirit in this glacier. PCH, I didn't believe him at all. Ice spirit? The spirit of this glacier? Or just a random soul in the glacier, He didn't look like any of those. He stared at me angrily upon seeing my look of disbelief. You're really annoying, lady. I'm definitely turning you into an ice sculpture. However, he didn't have any follow-up actions after that. I found him rather interesting at this point. I leaned in closer and asked, Are you really the ice spirit of this glacier? Then can you tell me why the first time I came here, there was a river instead of this ice? Do you know why? Big Gold Rooster finally jumped off his icicle. He touched his beard as he answered, You're referring to a glacier, that's for sure, but it isn't this one. This glacier is huge, and everyone who enters the demon cave will reach a glacier. Why are you looking for that particular place? At least you can still stand here, Should I tell him that I'm looking for that stone room? Can I trust him? As I hesitated, Big Gold Rooster asked, Don't tell me you're looking for that demon palace under that icy river. Demon palace. That seemed to refer to that stone room. I smiled at him. Why? I can't go there? He leapt up suddenly, jumping around all over the place as he flailed his arms about. Mad, 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 mad. Others are running away while you're actually heading for that godforsaken place? You're really mad, mad, mad. I think you're the one who's mad. I answered patiently, I have to go there for something important. Are you able to lead the way to that icy river? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220. Volume 4. 220 Looking for the Icy River. Big Gold Rooster looked at me with slight disdain. Why should I be doing that, you annoying girl? Do you want to become my ice sculpture? I rolled my eyes. Fine. As long as you can take me there, I'll agree to whatever you say once I exit the place. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The Big Gold Rooster pointed a condemning finger at me. You're a sly one. There's no one who can exit the demon palace once they enter. I'll definitely be on the losing end of this deal. I raised a brow. Oh, is that so? But I've entered just a few days ago, and I've successfully left it too. Crazy, crazy, crazy. You're really mad. Big Gold Rooster shook his head vigorously. Are you guys done chatting? I'm falling asleep here. Niezun yawned lazily. After this, he lay down on the icy ground and closed his eyes, using his hand as a pillow. Big Gold Rooster stared at Niezun. Looking at Big Gold Rooster, I waved a hand in front of his face. Have you fallen in love with him? I asked. Though Big Gold Rooster shook his head, he didn't give a definite answer to my question. He looks rather familiar. Big Gold Rooster scratched his head as he continued observing Niezun, as if he was recalling something from the past. I narrowed my eyes and grabbed his arms. Have you seen him before, when he first arrived here? Try to recall what happened. Do you know what happened to him then? Big Gold Rooster's eyes shone as he saw me grab his arm. In the next second, both my arms were frozen. Crack, crack, crack. What seemed like pieces of broken ice spread all over my arms, as if it was going to encase me entirely. Even so, I did not avoid it. And as expected, the ice stopped spreading further after both my arms had been frozen. You're pretty gutsy for a lady. I smirked. Stop being such a nag. Tell me, have you seen him? I pointed my chin at Nyazun, who looked like he was enjoying his sleep. Big Gold Rooster said, you should worry about yourself first. This freezing technique will slowly absorb your MF. I didn't mind it at first, but once he said that, I got reminded of how Huan Qing was stripped of his MF and life force in that glacier. Did that happen because he was trapped in the glacier, or was it because of this ice and snow here? I tried moving my arms, but I was trapped. I couldn't move them at all. I looked at Big Gold Rooster as I said, I guess I shouldn't be hasty since it's such a powerful technique. May I ask how I should go about undoing it? He laughed loudly. His smiling expression was completely different from that look he had on his face when he was encasing my arms in ice. This ice sealing technique uses telepathy, and the MF comes from that. If you want to melt this ice, you'll have to find the man who loves you to do so. What? How do I get him to help me? Big Gold Rooster pondered for a moment before he said, I guess it can be done with a hug. My face twitched in annoyance. Why am I wasting time with this guy right here? Right, talking about time. I said urgently, I don't care what you're planning to do with me. Please just tell me the way to that icy ricer. I have to go to that demon palace. This young man whom you like here, he'll die if he doesn't go there. I exaggerated on purpose this time. Big Gold Rooster looked a little shaken by this. He's probably someone who's easily convinced. Fine, I'll tell you then. But you'll really be my ice sculpture once you come out of there, right? Big Gold Rooster asked with a face full of innocent naivety. I smiled, nodding profusely. Definitely. You're free to order me around. Yeah, right, let's see if you're even able to locate me after that. Then I'll bring you guys there. But I can only bring you somewhere close by, since I'm not able to go near that icy river. Release my arms first. I signaled to my frozen arms. Big Gold Rooster regarded me with a look of disdain. I'm helping you because of this young man, you annoying girl. Okay, Big Gold. Oh no, Big Brother. You're the best. Come on, release me. I smiled at him while I stole a glance at that sleeping individual on the ground. Helping me because of this young man? That young man is sleeping like a pig here. After my arms were released, I walked over and kicked Nyazun. Hey, get up. We have to go. There was no response. Hey, get up. Stop playing dead. I still did not get a response. Fine. I bent down and reached for his waist, looking for Piercer. As expected, he opened his eyes at the very moment I touched him. You're molesting me. Why are there so many retards around me today? I kicked him again. Do I even have the time to molest you? Get up quickly. We have to go. Where to? Nyazun yawned. I rolled my eyes at him as I wondered to myself, where should I say we're going? Would he come with me if I say we were heading for the demon palace? I guess not, since he came out from there originally, and he finds it boring. Thus, I said, we're going to look for the exit. Nyazun finally got up at this, though he still looked as lazy as ever. Big Gold Rooster suddenly spoke. The exit? Then you can't go to that icy ricer. It's really far from the exit, . It's to lure Nyazun there, okay? I stared at Big Gold Rooster, signaling for him to shut up. He kept quiet as he saw my expression. Nyazun didn't seem to mind what Big Gold Rooster said as he stood up lazily, saying, let's go. Big Gold Rooster seemed to really like Nyazun, and he hopped after Nyazun upon seeing him get up. He hopped back onto that icicle and went back to that one-legged position. He seemed to wobble quite a bit, but he managed to stay on top. Oh, right. Big Gold Rooster glanced at me. Did you meet white swallows on your way here? Huh, what are white swallows? I asked in confusion. Big Gold Rooster scratched his head. They're faceless monsters who only have one mouth and who like to crawl on the floor. He was referring to those things which followed us all the way before we reached the fog. I nodded. Yes, we've seen those things. Why is that? Big Gold Rooster glanced at me. What a dumb girl. You don't even know that your MF had been absorbed. What? What are you talking about? Big Gold Rooster performed a pirouette. Those monsters are known for sucking up MF in the split zone. The best way to counter it is not to talk to them. How many times have you spoken to them? I spoke once to the first one, and I spoke twice to the second one. About 3 times. Then you're finished. They'd have absorbed a lot of your MF, Big Gold Rooster said. Absorbed my MF, dot. But I didn't feel my MF being drained even when I tried activating it, and it didn't feel any different even when I touched my split symbol. This isn't important right now. I looked at Big Gold Rooster. Leave it, it's not important right now. You'd better bring me and your new friend to that place. Big Gold Rooster clapped his hands. PCH, PCH. 2 icicles rose up from the ground. Step on these and come with me. Big Gold Rooster seemed to float away as he said that. Can we really step on them? Well, let's just do it if Big Gold Rooster tells us to. Nyazun looked rather excited at this. I realized it wasn't difficult to balance myself with MF when I stepped on the icicle. It turned out to be pretty fun. Big Gold Rooster might have noticed the smile that appeared on my face as he asked, "How is it?" It's fun, isn't it? Little girl, you've been here for too long and you've forgotten how to have some fun. You were pulling a long face, looking just like a bitter gourd. Nothing good comes out of that mouth of his. Following his example of using MF to drive the icicle, we reached another glacier very quickly. I'll open the door for you. Big Gold Rooster jumped off his icicle suddenly. I was suspicious of this. Open the door? What door? I realized that there might be a door on the glacier as Big Gold Rooster jumped off and walked over to the foot of the glacier. I guess anything is possible within the demon cave. The glacier in front of us was just like the one we saw previously. It looked white and translucent, and we couldn't really see what was inside it. My perspective on glaciers has changed totally. In fact, my perspective towards many other things have changed ever since I've arrived in the split zone. Nothing was impossible here in the split zone. Big Gold Rooster bent down in front of the glacier, placing his palms against the ground as he seemed to chant a series of unintelligible words. The ground then shook below us. I immediately felt something amiss, probably because I've been fighting too much lately. But my intuition proved right when the ice below us collapsed suddenly. I tried to grab hold of Nyazun, but there was no way to stop ourselves from falling. Both of us started falling through the broken ice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221. Volume 4. 221 The Fear of Loneliness. Why did I keep falling? I seem to be tricked all the time and falling everywhere during battles. But also because of this, I had a lot of experience in falling. This time, I controlled my MF well as I fell. Nyazun and I were able to achieve some sort of balance. Though he had lost his memories, there was still some muscle memory in him, since we did spend every single day and night together. To prevent crashing into the ground too badly, we tried to keep ourselves from touching the ground. As we stabilized ourselves, I realized it was that icy river right below us. The sky was above us, and around us. Nothing but glaciers surrounded us. We returned to those glaciers just like this. I thought Big Gold Rooster would do something to that glacier as he opened the door. Little did I imagine he meant to drop us right here. Big Gold Rooster was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Nyazun looked around. I don't know. Anyway, let's jump down. It'll be the Demon Palace once we pass through the river. I pointed at the icy river. There was a layer of ice on the river, but we might be able to break that. Nyazun frowned. Why do you insist on going back there? I glanced at him. Look around you. Would there be another way out if we don't go back there? Nyazun narrowed his eyes at me, as if he doubted my words. I smiled at him and took his hand in mine as I jumped down. Both of us dropped into the river. Damn, it's still this cold here. I swam towards Nyazun, hungry for some warmth. Nyazun stretched out a hand to stop me. Are you going to molest me again? I smirked. Not only do I want to do that, I want you to die with me. I pulled him into the water after that. My red hair spread out in the water, but the cold did not make me suffer like before when I could see Nyazun's bright eyes in the icy river. I focused my MF on improving my blood circulation as I pulled him deeper into the water. However, I slowly realized that it wasn't as simple as I thought it would be. There was no light to be seen even when we've been swimming for quite some time now. It was getting darker and darker, and I felt like I was about to suffocate. I looked at Nyazun. He looked like a fish in the water as his hair floated around his face. I couldn't spare any more MF to take a clearer look at him, and my vision was blurring slowly. This feeling of suffocation brought with it a kind of fear. It's a reflex that we hold our breath when we enter water. Even though we can't hold our breaths forever, bodies of consciousness in the split zone wouldn't die like this. But the process was still a painful one. Just imagine choking with water. It wouldn't feel great. Even if one manipulates MF well and obtains the skill of swimming like a fish in the water, the process of doing that would not be easy either. Just as I was about to suffocate, the water around me disappeared. I shut my eyes as a bright light flashed in front of me. I was back in that stone room as I opened them. I looked around. Nyazun was gone. What's happening? I muttered to myself. It was that stone room for sure, but there was nobody else here. Nyazun. I tried calling out. There was no response. I made my way to that room within. Nyazun was already standing there when I finally reached the stone platform. Hey, you, I tapped him on the shoulder carefully. This place was full of surprises. I just might see another one of those creatures when he turned around. Luckily, it was him this time. What's happening? Nyazun turned to me before turning back to look at the tablet. I think I might have forgotten about some of the things that have happened during my time here. I smirked. You've forgotten more than that. Nyazun looked at me earnestly for the first time since he had exited the cave. I really knew you from before? I frowned. You're definitely careful, but I didn't know you were this cautious. You definitely knew me from before. We were together every day for more than 2 years. A light flashed past Nyazun's eyes. Together every day? I blushed. It's not like what you think. It's because. If I told him that it was because we couldn't be more than 500 meters apart, he'll probably not believe it either. Nobody told me the reason behind it, of why we had to stay so close to each other. And nobody told me why we can stay apart now. I used to hate that 500-meter restriction. I had to bring him along for everything, and I could see him everywhere. I was annoyed, frustrated, and I even hated him for it. But now, I wished so hard for that to happen again. Because of that, I had no need to fear that he might just disappear suddenly. He's always being taken away so easily by others now. I really missed him. There was nothing more to say to him now if he didn't trust my words nor remember who I was anyway. I answered, you won't believe it even if I told you. Think of it however you want to. Nyezun laughed. I was a little taken aback at this. It always looked like he remembered who I was when he laughed like this. Since you said you knew me from before, how about you help me get my memories back? I kind of want to know what happened now. Nyezun's eyes brushed past that stone tablet as he smiled. I followed his gaze. It was that exact stone tablet with a human-shaped depression in it on the very same stone platform. You might have to pay a price if you want to recall your past. Nyezun raised a brow. Oh? What price? How should I say this? You'll have to get in bed with me. No. You'll have to sleep with me. There was no way I could say this. I scratched my head as I said awkwardly, let me take a look at this stone tablet first. You're referring to this? Nyezun pointed at the tablet. Yes. Didn't you come out from there? How long do you think you've been there? Nyezun's eyes seemed to lose its focus for a moment. It seemed to be a very, very long time. All I felt was loneliness. When you woke me up, it felt like I could finally be free of this solitude. All I knew was that I never wanted to come back here ever again. My heart hurt for him. Why did I have a nagging feeling that the solitude wasn't brought on by this stone tablet? He had lost his memories because his blood was taken, and whatever was left in his subconscious mind was nothing but solitude and loneliness. The cause of his solitude was because he had always been lonely before, and the Nyezun in my mind was exactly like that. He was always dressed in black from head to toe, and even his hair and eyes were a jet black. He was always behind me, like a tall shadow. He gave others the impression that he didn't have a care in the world, and he could also be sarcastic sometimes, but only sometimes. Most of the time, there was a hint of solitude in his eyes. Even so, instead of distancing me from him, I felt like I had found someone similar to me. It was like something I wanted to approach, but something that I was afraid of at the same time. Nyezun had always given me the impression that he was lonely, but it wasn't a loneliness that begged for sympathy. I realized I was wrong now, and that I might have been wrong from the start. Nyezun did not need the sympathy of others, but he definitely needed somebody else's company. I felt myself tear up as I looked up at those slightly confused eyes of his. Something between us made it so that I would always know how he felt. It wasn't something as simple as merely understanding him or knowing him. It was a total empathy for him. He had always been lonely, and I had always thought he was used to it, that he didn't need any consolation. But now that he had lost his memories, everything he said came from deep within his heart. He was revealing how he felt in the past 2 years, or even in all his years of life. That he was also afraid of being lonely. That he needed the company of others as well. Why couldn't I see that? Or should I say, why did I keep forgetting that? Why did I keep thinking that he could never be beaten? I had been making use of him to protect me all this while, and I haven't really given him any consolation. All I did was stay beside him in the past. I didn't try, nor even think about lessening that loneliness he felt. I was selfish. That loneliness he felt now and his avoidance towards it wasn't caused by that stone tablet. He felt that way because he had always been like this, except that he had always been suppressing that fear towards solitude. Just like me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222. Volume 4. 222 The Taking. Should I help him regain his memories? Though he was a little weird, he could really be himself and be free like this. He was so much happier without those memories about his hands being cursed. I could see that happiness seep out from within him. It was such freedom when whatever he had been suppressing in the past was no longer being suppressed. Did I really have the right to decide if he should get his memories back? You? Actually, if you don't want to recall whatever you've forgotten, I hesitated. Nyezun smiled. If you can really help me do so, let's just try it. It's kind of boring now anyway, when I can't remember a thing. Boring. You're really happy right now though. I suddenly felt that I would be responsible for his happiness if he recalled the past. I had to be responsible for whether he was happy or upset about it, for his solitude. What would you do if recalling the past only gives you pain? That suffering might be even worse than the loneliness you felt on that stone tablet. It would be a solitude that comes from deep within your heart. Are you afraid of that? Nyezun looked at that tablet for a long while before he spoke. I really didn't want to return here at first, and I haven't really wondered about what happened in the past either. But now that I'm standing here again, I suddenly feel as if I should try to remember what happened in the past, even if I don't want to. There seems to be something extremely important to me in those lost memories. I want to find out exactly what it is. He smiled as he turned to me. We looked at each other for about a minute. After that, I took a deep breath and walked over to the tablet. Going to the back, I saw the character for demon. It was a bright red, and it had this mysterious, bloodthirsty aura. I then walked around the platform looking for that hourglass. In it, only a little bit of sand was left in the top half. Quickly, I calculated how much time we still had left, looking at my watch to double-check. If I couldn't get his blood back within 3 hours, he'd never be able to get it back. As I was about to walk back to where Nyezun was, I heard a voice in my brain just as I happened to glance at the word demon on the tablet. Though there is great power with this demonic energy, its side effects are extreme. He should have died that time, but I found the old man's protection on him. I guess he's trying to go against me now, but in any case, it'll be a bane to Nyezun if that demonic energy stays with him. Instead of a human, he'll be a demon as long as he doesn't learn how to control that power. He doesn't remember you because his blood had been changed. Now that he's reborn, he'll slowly merge with that demonic energy. You'll be doing him a disfavor if you want to get his blood and his memories back. For some reason, Huaidu's words echoed in my mind, as if it was suddenly activated. According to Huaidu, this tablet had not only changed his blood, it had also activated Nyezun's demonic powers so that he'd be able to merge with it. He might end up being in danger if I forcefully change his blood. But Li Qing didn't mention this. No, Li Qing will never lie to me. This was what my instincts told me. But I used to think this way, and she still lied to me in the end. Would she take a chance on Nyezun? I don't think so though. Nothing's in it for her even if she did so. Even so, I didn't know what to do. Li Qing did not tell me how to execute this. What are you standing here for? Didn't you say you'll help me get my memories? Nyezun appeared beside me. I looked at him awkwardly. I don't actually know how to do it. I just know that you'll be able to recall the past when your blood and the blood in that demon character is exchanged. Nyezun looked at the character and suddenly jumped onto the stone platform. I was a little taken aback. Didn't the platform have a protective screen? Was this because Nyezun wasn't there now? I leapt up onto the platform. Nyezun touched the demon character with those pale and slender fingers of his. It was such a contrast to the bright red. I felt fear overwhelm me suddenly. I walked up to him quickly, trying to stop him from doing anything else. But when I reached him, his eyes seemed to have darkened. Something didn't feel right. What's wrong? Nyezun stared at that demon character. I seemed to have remembered something. I asked in joyous surprise, really? What is it? Nyezun's gaze turned darker and darker as bleak coldness seemed to emanate from his eyes. I shouldn't touch this. Forget about my memories. What? Why the sudden change of heart now? I glanced at the hourglass in the corner. Not much time was left. I grabbed his arm. No, you can't give up. Since we're already here, I have to help you get your memories back. Niazoon's lips turned up at a condescending angle. Do you think you can force me into doing anything I don't wish to? I started getting anxious at this. If he really recalled something he didn't want to remember after looking at that demon character, then I probably couldn't change his mind on this. His abilities were extraordinary now, and he could even fight evenly against Li Qing, Feng, Hua, and Lei. How would I be able to force him into doing anything? He looked like he was about to turn and leave at any moment. I was at a loss of what to do for a split second. In my discomposure, I grabbed his other hand and tiptoed towards him. A flood of emotions overwhelmed me again as I touched those ice-cold lips of his. This was the first time I realized that I had missed him so badly. He looked slightly surprised when my lips touched his, but he did not avoid it. I looked at him as I thought about what I should do next. Taking his neck, I kissed him harder on the lips. I saw a fire light up in those starry eyes of his. Something changed in that very moment. Niazoon grabbed me in an embrace and returned my kiss with fiery passion. Something seemed to explode in my brain, and I wasn't able to remain rational about it. He entrapped me with those fiery eyes of his, before pushing me back against the stone tablet. Instead of cold stone, I felt a sudden warmth as my back came into contact with the tablet. As I tried to catch my breath in a tiny break, Niazoon's lips crashed into mine again. The warmth from behind and the heat on my lips created a deep crevice that I could not get out of. Niazoon's eyes looked maddened and bloodthirsty. My head was spinning and my mind was a total blank. This is what Li Qing described as his deepest wish after he had lost his memories. He trapped me against the stone tablet and I could feel the engraved character 4 demon against my back. Rip. The ripping of the fabric behind my back pulled me back to reality. The tablet had affected Niazoon's mind. He couldn't see me clearly now, and that calmness in him was gone. All that was left was a bloodthirsty madness. I was suddenly fearful. Even though I've been fighting in the split zone for so long, as a woman, I was still fearful. I wanted to break free, but I realized that the demon character was a force of its own as it seemed to trap me against that tablet. I felt something painful on my lips as Niazoon bit it. As I looked at him with tearful eyes, he forced my lips open with his tongue, and I felt a softness enter my mouth with the flavor of blood. At the same time, I felt an eerie cold in the air. My heart felt like it was being continually squeezed by something, and my vision started to blur. Everything happened so quickly. I saw a tear roll down Niazoon's cheek. I was almost immune to pain now, but this pain made my lips quiver. I smiled at those sorrowful eyes of his, and returned his kiss with welcoming lips. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223. Volume 4. 223. You're not Niazoon. The pain receded as I slowly accepted it, and I felt his tears fall on my cheeks. I hugged him as we sunk to the floor, taking him in a tight embrace as we both lay on the stone platform. His lips finally left mine after I opened my eyes to look at his tear-filled ones. He looked at me as he said, "Shiner." I was stunned. Did he remember? But I didn't do a thing. I kept my eyes on him. His gaze was cloudy. Looks like he didn't recall anything, but this looked to be what Li Qing described as when he is at his most vulnerable, when the both of us were at our most vulnerable. But Li Qing didn't tell me what to do now, and my second personality did not appear either, so what should I? Just as my thoughts were all over the place, I heard a soft voice beside me. "Shunur." I looked behind Niazoon. She actually appeared. She was floating above him now, her red hair brushing past my neck with a prickly kind of cold. She spoke in an airy voice, "Do you need me to give you power?" I bit my lips, wanting to scream for her to leave. But I knew I couldn't do that since I needed her power. I needed her help to get Niazoon's blood back. I pushed Niazoon away from me. He crashed into that stone tablet even though I didn't use much strength. A pair of cold hands embraced me as I turned to look at the stone tablet. As she came closer, I felt her cold touch all over my body, and new fabric reappeared where it was originally torn. Shortly, my red dress was as good as new. She spoke clearly into my ear, "Come on, accept me. I'm the only one who can help you. Let me tell you everything Li Qing didn't." I refused to look back at that face that was identical to mine. Niazun sank to the floor after being pushed against the stone tablet. I felt unease creep up on me. I crawled towards him on all fours, tidying his clothes as I reached him. Taking his face in my hands, I realized his eyes were shut. "What's wrong with him?" I muttered. A breeze blew past me. It might be too late if you don't save him soon." Swoosh. The tablet produced a bright light that was as beautiful as an aurora. The blood red of that demon character suddenly came alive. The blood was flowing in it like it was in a blood vessel. I grabbed her cold body. "Tell me what to do. What should I do to save him?" Her eyes were so identical to mine, but there seemed to be nothing in them. It was empty. There was nobody there, and there were no emotions present. She spoke softly, "He's already taken in the demonic energy, and he might die if you forcefully change his blood. But if you don't, he might never remember you ever, and if that demonic energy ends up devouring him, he'll end up being the scariest thing in existence here in the split zone." The scariest thing in existence. How could that be possible? How could I allow him to turn into what people see as the most terrifying monster again? I can't let that happen. What should I do? I looked at her, waiting for a response. She smiled. "You've forgotten me, and you've forgotten so many important things from the past. Do you have the right to help him regain his memories if you can't even remember these things?" My heart sank. I took one step closer to her as I grabbed her arm tightly. "You're not helping me?" She leaned in closer. "Li Xin, do you really need my help? Is it me who looks down on you, or is it you who looks down upon yourself? Think about it. Why did he come to the split zone? Think about it carefully. What have you forgotten?" My brows furrowed. Why did he come to the split zone? Didn't he end up here because he couldn't accept the fact that he thought he had caused his sister's death? Yes, soul splitters. My eyes widened as I wondered who Niazun's soul splitter was. This had never crossed my mind. And also, Niazun's split symbol. I let go of her arm and went to Niazun, reaching for the back of his neck. If I remember right, nobody else in the split zone but Mr. Blonde and I were aware of the location of his split symbol. Not even Li Qing. When I pulled that high collar down to reveal a shining splitting key, it was inserted into a split symbol the shape of a crescent moon. My hand went towards it slowly. A weird feeling overcame me as I reached it. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I wasn't sure if this question came from the voice behind me or from deep within my heart. Just as I pulled his splitting key out, all the blood in the tablet started moving, as if I had just pulled a sort of lever to activate it. The blood was a bright red. Niazun stood up suddenly, opening his eyes slowly. His eyes were a blood red. He looked at me with emotionless eyes, glancing at the splitting key in my hand. His eyes narrowed. I felt a prickly cold before I saw my right hand fall onto the stone platform. Niazun then reached out for the splitting key which levitated in the air before him. I began to fall backwards towards the stone platform. As I looked up, I saw the blood on the tablet snake into Niazun's split symbol. Niazun looked at me with emotionless eyes as he held the splitting key in hand. My lips turned into a smile. I've finally succeeded. He might still be cold now, but he'll remember me soon. It doesn't matter even if I died, as long as he could remember me, as long as he still remembered me. I heard a sigh behind me. Cold and gentle arms took me in an embrace, slowing my fall. You just refuse to accept me. You refuse to accept me, and you refuse to really be free. How could this power be enough? Her crisp voice echoed in my ears as her gentle arms placed me gently on the ground below the stone platform. I smiled bitterly. Help me get my arm back. It'll heal very slowly like this, Dot. I was lying on the ground and I could see Nyezun standing in front of the tablet while she squatted by my side. She stretched out a hand. With a quick movement of that white and slender hand, my broken hand flew towards her. She caught it and reattached it on me. I felt the pain of flesh and bone combining on my wrist. This is worth it. At least I've saved him. I muttered as I looked at my right wrist. Hee hee, she laughed softly. I frowned. Why are you laughing like this? Instead of replying, she simply looked at Nyezun with an icy gaze. I followed her gaze and realized that the blood in the tablet was almost gone. His eyes were now a demonic red. A funny feeling overcame me. I struggled to get up. When the last drop of blood entered his split symbol, Nyezun reinserted his splitting key back into the split symbol. For some reason, I had a feeling that his MF wouldn't be gone for a month even though I've taken it out of his split symbol. He was unique, just like I was. I looked at him with anticipation, totally forgetting about the girl beside me. When Nyezun looked at me again, his eyes were a pure black. His indifferent gaze had finally returned, and his hands were, as usual, placed within his pockets. At that moment, he was standing on the stone platform looking like someone who had great might as I looked up at him from the ground. He looked down upon me as I called out to him softly, Nyezun. His lips turned up slightly. Thank you for helping me regain my memories. It's really quite a headache to have forgotten so many things. His gaze was unfocused, as if he was organizing those memories. But why did I feel that something was different? What was it? Her voice sounded in my ear again, hee hee. Though he remembers you now. He seems to be. I shouted, enough. At this, she disappeared in a flash of light right before me. My emotions were running amok now, and I felt like I was being ripped apart. Nyezun's lips were still upturned. With a light tap of his feet, he landed on the ground below the stone platform and walked towards me. How long do you plan on sitting there? My brows furrowed at this. There's definitely something wrong here. Just what is wrong here? He was approaching me quickly. As he reached me, he stretched out an arm. His pale and slender hand had no palm prints on it. Come on, get up. I stayed still and stared at him squarely in the eye. He looked at me with those starry eyes of his. What? Did I tire you out? You were so full of passion. I don't think it's your first time, right? To the point that you can't even get up? My heart felt like it was being thrown into an icy lake. This isn't Nyezun. You, who are you? My throat felt dry as I asked this question. There was an evil aura entwined in those indifferent eyes of his. Of course I'm Nyezun. Why? Are you afraid that I'm not able to remember you, Li Shun? I stood up then. You're not Nyezun, definitely not, I enunciated every word clearly as I stared at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224. Volume 4. 224. I can't do without you. Nyezun narrowed his eyes. Li Shun, it's been 2 years and you're still the same. Do you still remember what I said to you when you first arrived? I shivered. He continued. I said that to you when we were both sent to the Western District by Mr. Blonde. I said that we'll have to be together forever from then onwards. I looked at him, not moving a muscle. I didn't know what to do. He was definitely Nyezun, or at least, his memories were complete. Because he was the only one who had said something like that to me, and I've remembered it since then. But why did he look so cold and distant? Though he was indifferent to many things in the past and acted like he didn't have a care in the world, he was filled with passion when it came to me. He had never treated me like this in the past. His eyes were never that cold either. I didn't know what to say. His smile faded, replaced by that indifference he always had. Except this time, there was a coldness in that indifference. Do you believe I'm Nyezu now? He asked as he looked at me. I maintained eye contact with him. You've changed. Why is that? I noticed that skull ring he wore on his finger as he scratched his nose with his left hand. Nothing really. Apart from returning me my memories, the tablet had also given me some truths. I now know what a selfish person you are, Li Shun. In the future, you can go on your own path. Let's not have anything to do with each other in future. My eyes widened at this. Was this really Nyazun? The one who said he'll always protect me and stay by my side? The Nyazun who'll be with me forever? He's saying I'm selfish and that he wants to leave me? I said softly, you're still leaving me even when you've recalled everything that happened? Including me? Nyazun's eyes flashed. That's right, because I've recalled the past. I suddenly find it too tiring to be together with you. You go save your friends and I'll continue living my lazy life. I don't think you'd stick to me forever just because of one night, would you? I laughed in self-mockery. What did you say, Dot? As I steeled myself for harsher words, I heard a loud splash from behind Nyazun. Looking towards the source of the noise, Gao Qingji emerged dripping wet from one of the water vats. I was stunned. Why is he here? The water didn't seem to be boiling this time. Beads of water sprayed everywhere as he shook his head. Nyazun did not even bother to look. I frowned at the fast-approaching Gao Qingji. What are you doing here? Gao Qingji looked worried, and a little angry. You have the gall to ask what I'm doing here? What happened to you? He brushed past Nyazun as he spoke. He pulled me up and looked me up and down. I was confused at this. How did he know what happened here? Didn't we separate at the hotel? Nyazun smirked. Seems like your lover from when you were alive is the one you really love. He can even sense that I've taken your virginity and came all the way here for you. My heart hurt at what he said. Why did he have to hurt me like this? Gao Qingji froze as he looked at me with disbelief. What did he say? You? I was heartbroken. It had never felt so broken before. I was faced with Nyazun's chilly gaze and Gao Qingji's look of surprise. I closed my eyes. I felt my arms turn numb in Gao Qingji's grip, and that numbness spread to my entire body, going into my nerves and into all my organs. I felt like I was being suffocated, as if my heart was being squeezed hard by a giant hand. Just why are you here? I spoke after a while. Gao Qingji seemed to be trembling. Is he telling the truth? I met Nyazun's wintry gaze, but I asked Gao Qingji again, why are you here? I could hear the tremble in Gao Qingji's voice now. Is he telling the truth? I remained silent this time. He couldn't take it anymore as he grabbed me by the shoulders. I'm asking you if he's telling the truth. Did you and him really, in here? Is it true? I'm asking you a question. My head was dizzy as he shook me hard by the shoulders. I saw my own reflection in his eyes. I looked extremely pale, as if some vampire had sucked all the blood out of me. Nyazun laughed suddenly. It wasn't a mocking smile nor was it a smirk. Instead, it sounded bitter and sorrowful. Do you hate me? For saying all this to the one you love the most, Li Shen? Finally, I could stand it no more. A beast was about to be unleashed from inside of me. I pushed Gao Qingju away as I stared at Niazun. You're the one I love the most. I've fallen in love with you ever since arriving here in the split zone. That's right, I've never dared to admit it. I've never wanted to admit that I've fallen in love with you, that I've fallen in love with a devil like you. Not only did I let Gao Qi down, I killed him and I even betrayed him like this. My hands were trembling and my eyes were wet with tears. Niazun, I've always wanted to get away from you in the past, I've always wanted to leave. I've always thought that I hated you like I hated her. But I slowly began to realize that it wasn't the case. Slowly, I began to steal glances at those lazy eyes of yours, that indifferent demeanor you had, those wispy bangs that covered a little of your eyes. I looked at how you were always alone at night, I looked at how you were always behind me with those black gloves of yours, I looked at how quiet you were when you leaned against the wall in silence. There were traces of you everywhere in my life, you were everywhere. I couldn't stop my tears now. I've never felt like this in the past 2 years. I've never felt so heartbroken like this. The cold in Niazun's eyes seemed to have crystallized into something undecipherable. I heard my own voice echoing in this space. Slowly. I realized I liked you. But how could I? I can't. Shouldn't I be liking Gao Qi? Shouldn't I like him forever, love him forever, and pay for my crimes here after killing him? Why did I end up liking you? Why did I have a change of heart? What right did I have to like you? I screamed as I forgot about Gao Qingju who was still beside me. I didn't realize that he too seemed to be trembling with emotion. My eyes were fixed on Niazun, who was now staring at me, unmoving. My hands were still trembling, and the tears did not stop. But it's a fact that I like you. You said you'll protect me forever. You said you'll forever be by my side. You promised. I sank to the ground slowly, hugging my knees, as if all my energy had been taken away. Not wanting to look at his cold and emotionless face, I buried my face between my knees, looking at the cold, stone ground. I muttered, "You said you'll be together with me forever. How could you tell me that you want to leave me just when I've finally found the courage to tell you I love you? Niazun. Don't you want me anymore?" I never thought I'd ever end up being this pathetic, but this was too much for me to take. My heart felt empty ever since he had been taken away by Talai. I looked perfectly fine on the surface, but I'd never be able to continue living if that emptiness wasn't filled up. That empty hole in my heart seemed to welcome a cold wind that cut me continuously on the inside. I knew there was no way I could survive if I didn't fill this hole, and I thought that I could fill up that hole as long as I found him. But it was only until I found him that I realized I couldn't fill the hole. Instead, a greater fear seemed to have found its way into that hole, and it brought me nothing but greater anxiety. This is why I've been grabbing hold of his hand whenever I could, afraid that he would leave me while I wasn't looking. When he appeared before me without his memories, I thought my heart was already dead. I realized I was finished when my very first reaction was not one of rejection at the moment I heard Li Qing tell me about the price we had to pay to get his memories back. I've fallen in love with Niazun. Not only have I fallen in love with him, I've somehow engraved him deep into my heart. He has conquered my heart and filled my entire brain. I was willing to lose everything because of him. But when what's happened has happened and what's been said has been said, he decides to reject me. He decides to leave me now. To me, this felt like the end of the world. I hugged my knees tightly as I cried my eyes out. I didn't care even if Niazun was watching right in front of me, nor did I remember that Gao Qingju was now a bystander here. I've forgotten everything in this very moment. The only thing I know is that the one I loved the most would be leaving me again. He said he was tired of being together with me, he said he was leaving me. Nothing mattered now. What mattered most was that I could not let Niazun leave me. I could not endure a life without Niazun. My hands balled tightly into fists and I felt my fingernails dig deep into my palms. I was still shaking as I saw the blood drip onto the floor from my hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225. Volume 4. 225. I have never loved her. As I was bawling my eyes out, I heard the sound of a punch being thrown. Looking up, I saw Gao Qingjui's fist land on Niezun's face. He looked angry and defeated, as if something precious that belonged to him had been hurt. I could feel his emotions run high and he looked as if he was about to take revenge. I stood up immediately. Niezun's bangs fell across his eyes as his face went to the side from the force of the punch. Gao Qingjui sounded angry as he said, "Didn't you love her? Weren't you always protecting her? Then keep loving her and protecting her. How could you say that you're leaving her at this time?" Niezun turned back slowly to look at Gao Qingjui. His eyes still carried that undecipherable, cold but sorrowful gaze. So what? My blood seemed to freeze at that. Gao Qingjui threw a second punch, but Niezun blocked it this time. He stared at me as he addressed Gao Qingjui, "Don't think that I wouldn't know. Gao Qingjui, you're the one that she has been in love with all this while. You've been living in the split zone for so long and accompanying her in her dreams for so long. You've even brought her here to save her. Are you not planning to tell her how much you've done for her?" My head snapped up as I heard this. I looked at Gao Qingjui, but all I could see was his back. I looked at Niezun. He held Gao Qingjui's fist in one hand and looked at me with those cold and emotionless eyes. A trickle of blood ran down the corner of his lips. "What do you mean by that?" I muttered. Niezun pushed Gao Qingjui's hand away, and Gao Qingjui simply let him do so like someone with no more strength left in him. His hair was in a mess, and his eyes looked like they were staring into an empty abyss. Niezun wiped the corner of his mouth and answered, "You ask him yourself." I looked at Gao Qingjui, but he looked like he was avoiding something. What did he mean by all that? I asked slowly. Gao Qingjui opened his mouth as if to speak, but he didn't say anything in the end. Niezun smirked. "Don't you have the guts to tell her? Do you need me to help you say it?" Gao Qingjui turned to him. "How do you know this?" I interrupted him. "Gao Qingjui, what did he mean by that? Is it true? Tell me." Gao Qingjui kept his eyes on me. After a moment, I heard that exhausted but still enchanting voice of his. "Yes." My hands started trembling again. "What do you mean?" I was at a loss for words. The only thing I could do now was to get to the bottom of this matter. I killed the one I loved and ended up here to pay for my crimes. I've been here for 2 years now and you're telling me that I've been loving the wrong person all this time? Gao Qingjui looked at me with sorrow in his eyes. Gao Qi and I are doppelgangers, and you fell in love with me, not him. I'm not able to explain about doppelgangers fully now, since you've lost too much of your memories about the time spent with Gao Qi, even about the process of falling in love with him. You only remember loving him after arriving here, but that wasn't the case. Actually, you and him, or rather, you and I, we had been together before. Since Gao Qi and I are doppelgangers, we share one soul. Because he's incomplete, he might end up doing certain things that normal people wouldn't, and some of those things might have hurt you. To protect you, I've been going over to help you out. I was able to save you once or twice, but there's no way I can do that forever. The only way to help you stay alive is to bring you here. Was this a joke? I looked at Gao Qingjui with tears in my eyes, unwilling to believe what I'd just heard. Broken images flashed through my brain. Though these were just fragments, I was still able to see Gao Qi's face clearly in them. He was smiling maniacally in that lab as he slashed my skin with a knife. He wanted me to drink the liquid in the jar as he brought me that jar with the head of a cat in it. More and more images like this popped into my head. Ah! What's this? No way. Ah! I screamed as I clutched my own head, still in disbelief over the images that continued appearing in my mind. Cao Qi was a devil in them. Ah! I continued screaming as tears drenched my face. Gao Qingjui could no longer watch as he walked over and tried to calm me down by taking me in an embrace. I grabbed his arm and bit him hard. Ugh, I tasted blood in my mouth as I saw it drip down his arm. Gao Qingjui said, "I know it's painful, and I know it's hard to believe. But it's the truth. He and I are doppelgangers. I live in the split zone while he lives in your world. I can only see him and you in the other world when I'm dreaming." I had never thought of meddling into his affairs, but slowly, I found myself falling in love with you. I've always known that he loved you, but with a part of his soul missing, he was incomplete. That caused him to turn a little demonic, and you always ended up hurt when he goes crazy. I've overtaken his consciousness many times in order to save you. I pretended to be him, to make you think that he was someone gentle. Actually, Ashun, Nyazun might be wrong. He might be the one you've fallen in love with, instead of me. You already know what he's like as a person. It's just that you refuse to come to terms with it. Enough! I shouted. The blood trickled down my mouth, making me look like a crazed vampire. Nyazun interrupted, "She loves him? She doesn't even know who she loves. As a doppelganger, you're a unique existence both in the split zone and in the real world. You've been ostracized since young because you had been powerful since then, you were seen as a weirdo. Gao Qi had too little power, and he was being devoured by demonic energy, turning him into a crazy person. Both of you are similar like this. Lishan has double identity disorder, and the consciousness of her soul would be about 4 times stronger than that of yours. You and Gao Qi keep saying that you love her, but is it really love, or is it a mere attraction between souls?" Though I didn't understand a single word Nyazun said, Gao Qingjui responded almost immediately. "How about you, Nyazun? You mean to say that you don't love her? Though I'm not sure how you became aware of doppelgangers in the split zone, I want to know what kind of existence you are in the split zone. If my sources are accurate, you don't have a soul splitter here. Why would there be an heir without a corresponding soul splitter in the split zone? Who exactly are you?" This just made me more confused. I took deep breaths to calm myself down at this turn of events. "Lishan, forget everything that happened. Forget that Nyazun said he wanted to leave you. None of this is important now. Right now, you had to figure out what exactly is happening. There might be something else going on here. Don't be afraid, Lishan, everything will turn out fine." I looked at the two of them as I tried to piece together all the information in my head. At the same time, I tried to match what they said with all the clues I currently had. Though I couldn't tell how the split zone was connected to the real world, I knew now that Gao Qingjui and Gao Qi are technically the same person. They shared one soul, but they had 2 different consciousness and 2 different minds. According to Nyazun, Gao Qingjui was more powerful. Could that be interpreted as Gao Qingjui being the more dominant party if he and Gao Qi were sharing one soul? Gao Qi was the less dominant one, and thus not complete. Was this why he could attract demonic energy easily, causing a change in his personality? Did this lead to him hurting me? This looked like a case of opposites. He naturally absorbed the demonic energy in the world because he was an incomplete soul. Since Gao Qingjui had too much power within him, he also ended up a target in the split zone. But why did it come to this? Did this mean that all the bodies of consciousness in the split zone shared a soul with a corresponding body of consciousness in the real world? No, that's not right. If Gao Qingjui is the exception, then there must be some other rule to this. Also, why did Nyazun not have a soul splitter? According to Mr. Blonde, Nyazun's personality had resonated with mine and we completed each other. If so, his soul would be incomplete as well. Was this the reason he could absorb demonic energy? I spoke abruptly. Nyazun, are you like Gao Qingjui? Are you a soul splitter in the real world? Nyazun's eyes squinted in a mocking smile. What amazing imagination. Sadly, both of you are wrong. First, I'm not like him. He pointed at Gao Qingjui and turned to him. Second, you're wrong. I don't love her. The one who loves her and the one who's willing to sacrifice his life for her had been you all this while, and also that incomplete doppelganger of yours. I've never loved her. In order to achieve my goal, I've been forced to stay with her all this while after arriving here. There's no need for me to continue pretending since that restriction is gone now. After hearing this, I felt my heart drop into a bottomless pit where no redemption would be found. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226. Volume 4. 226 Gao Qinjui's Heart. So you've never loved me, I said bitterly as I squatted on the floor. Niezun responded coldly, yes, I've never loved you. I shut my eyes and sucked in a breath, wiping the tears off my face. Standing up, I saw her again as I looked towards Niezun. She was standing behind him. Niezun was half a head taller than her, and she looked so tiny and frail in that red dress. They looked like a perfect couple. She smiled faintly. She looked a little lonely like this. She continued looking at me as she stood behind Niezun. Her gaze seemed to be asking if I thought he was speaking the truth, whether it was really true that he didn't love me anymore. I slowly made my way towards her, towards him. I reached out for his hand as I reached him, putting it on my chest. Rip my heart out and tell her that you've never loved her. Niezun's beautiful eyelashes fluttered slightly. I couldn't tell what he was thinking behind those unfathomable eyes. His hand was cold like before, and I felt no warmth from him even when it was on my chest. He did not move an inch. I looked at him. Someone who only thinks about protecting me and who had never thought about saving himself in times of danger, he's telling me now that he had never loved me. I pressed harder on his hand as I spoke with certainty. Niezun, do you think I'm that dumb? That I'll believe you if you say this? Niezun spoke calmly, but he did not sound as cold as before. Think of it however you want to. I can't do anything about your thoughts anyway. He pulled his hand away from me and looked away. I laughed in self-mockery. It's fine if you really don't love me. I'm just afraid that you're really treating me like an idiot who'll believe whatever you've said. After taking a breath, I continued. There's no use talking about all this now. I've achieved my goal since you've remembered everything. Since you don't love me, let's go on our separate paths from now on, as you have wished. I turned around and pulled Gao Qingjui towards that vat of water he had originally come from. I spoke as calmly as I could as I passed Niezun. Niezun, I'll only say I love you just this once. I don't know why you're doing this, but if you're really letting me go today, I'll never be coming back. From now on, let's go on our own paths and never turn back. I teared up after this. Once again, I've confirmed that I had fallen in love with him for real. My heart was racing as I hoped he would extend a hand to stop me from leaving. I could forget everything if he did this. I would run into his arms in tears. I would tell him that no matter who I loved in the past, be it Gao Qi or Gao Qingjui or whoever it might have been, the one I loved now was you, Niezun. But nothing of that sort happened. He remained silent as he stood behind me, letting me leave with Gao Qingjui. I lost all hope as I reached that vat of water. A pair of hands stopped me just as I was about to pull Gao Qingjui with me into the water. She disappeared earlier, but she appeared again right before me. Her slender hands blocked my path. Are you really leaving him? He had just regained his memories and he needs you by his side right now. Have you also forgotten what Huaidu said? How would you know that he really isn't affected by this blood-changing process? What if he still has demonic energy in him? Are you really leaving him like this? Just because he says he doesn't love you? Didn't he still stay by your side for so long even when you didn't show your affection for him in the past? And you're deciding to give up on him so easily now? I let go of Gao Qingjui's hand slightly. Am I going to give up like this? Am I really going to abandon him like this? No. I have to get to the bottom of this no matter how he treats me. Just when I made my decision, I felt something pull on my arm. Gao Qingjui was pulling me towards the water vat with him. Before I could even react, Gao Qingjui was already pulling me somewhere else through the water. PCH, I spat out a mouthful of water as we finally surfaced. Instead of glaciers, we were in another stone room. Before I could speak, Gao Qingji pulled me out of the water by the collar. I stared at him as I pushed him away. Why did you grab me? I haven't finished talking. Gao Qingjui looked at me with fiery eyes. What else do you have to say? He already said he doesn't love you. Why stay when he didn't even stop you from leaving? I was rendered speechless. Right. What else was I hoping for? Lishan, you might want to take a look at me. I'm right here beside you. It's not only Nie Zun who had been by your side. I, Gao Qingjui, had been here too. I've known you for a longer time even. I've been protecting you all this while. Why did you fall in love with Gao Qi previously, Li Shan? And you've also fallen in love with somebody else when I finally thought you'd be by my side. Tell me why. He took me by the shoulders as he looked at me like a helpless child. I have never seen Gao Qingji like this. I turned pale. I'm sorry. I just don't understand. If everything is like what you described it to be, then why didn't you just tell me everything? Gao Qingjui, why did you have to do all this behind my back? You even pretended to be Gao Qi. If I remember right, you've never even acted like you knew me from the very moment I met you here in the split zone. Gao Qingjui let go of me slowly. Honestly, I've never thought of meeting you again. I just wanted you to live a peaceful life in the Western District. Life here can be good too. You even have people protecting you here. I smirked. What right do you have to decide for others? If you really loved me, why did you bring me here but refuse to meet me? Gao Qingjui's gaze wavered. Because you'd be sad if you learnt the truth. My heart hurt at this. So it's like this. Because if I learnt that you were the one I liked instead of Gao Qi, then that guilt I felt towards Gao Qi would turn into a worse sorrow. Is this the reason you chose to hide the truth? So, you chose to save me but keep me in the dark about your existence? I cried. You. Why are you such an idiot? An exhausted smile appeared on Gao Qingjui. Idiot? Not really, since I didn't treat you very well anyway. I wasn't able to give you a happy life even after bringing you here. I wasn't able to protect you all the time either, because there's someone else who needs my protection here, and I cannot betray him. My tears fell. You're referring to Si Luo? Gao Qingjui looked into the distance. Yes. I've always been living in darkness in this world, but Si Luo lit the way for me. Li Shan, I never should have liked you. You and Gao Qi were the perfect couple. Gao Qi's flaws were caused by me, and your happiness was destroyed by me. Everything happened because of me. What right do I have to be by your side like this? I just didn't expect that someone like Nie Zun would appear by your side. He continued after a short pause. I was initially happy for you when I saw him protecting you. I thought there was finally someone who existed solely for you. Since he was able to protect you, I kept telling myself that I should be retreating now. I could retreat with peace of mind. But, it's really difficult. There's also Si Luo. You might find that I'm always hot and cold towards you, probably because of these reasons. I envy Nie Zun, but I can't help but be jealous of him at the same time. My tears continued flowing as I saw Gao Qingjui's vulnerable side. He had never been like this. He had always been proud, noble and cold, like a mighty god of death. But now, he looked so vulnerable. This was all because of me. Fate teases us in strange ways. If only I didn't kill Gao Qi, if only I didn't misunderstand Gao Qingjui. If only I didn't meet Niezun. Sadly, we cannot turn back time. I started weeping quietly. I knew exactly how I felt now, and because of this certainty, I knew that I could never go back. There was no way I could go back now. I have fallen in love with Niezun for real. I have fallen too deeply for him. Because I know that you've fallen for Niezun, there's no way I could tell you all this. You'd just be more upset if you learn about this after falling in love with him. Gao Qingji smiled bitterly. I guess there are some selfish reasons behind my actions too, because I'd rather not talk about love, ever. I hoped that I would never have to hear you say that you love him. Sadly, all of it was a mere pipe dream. The corners of his eyes were wet now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227. Volume 4. 227. Don't underestimate me. No. It's not like this. Images flashed past my mind as I recalled what Bianing told me earlier. I couldn't wrap my head around this. All of it just happened too suddenly. Bianing told me that it was impossible for us to be captured and brought to the split zone, and in order to save her, Song Ming and Ta Lai both had to share the same split symbol with her. She also told me that although Gao Qingji wasn't like Song Ming, who was born with great MF, he wasn't weak either. Logically speaking, there was no need for him to establish a split symbol contract with me and restrict himself like this. So, why did he do something like that? Was he telling the truth? That he did it to save me from Gao Qi? I don't remember what happened from before, and I wasn't able to piece together a full picture from those fragments that appeared in my mind. Was there something else going on here? What's wrong? Gao Qingjui looked at me. I met his eyes. Bianing told me that others had to make a sacrifice if people like us wanted to survive in the split zone. I didn't know what she was talking about at that time, but is this what you've been talking about? Also, before you tell me that, can you tell me why you're here? I asked. Gao Qingji placed his hands back into his pockets. You was in a rage after you left, and I don't know where Li Wen went after that. Initially, Yu's plan was to look for you first, but she scrapped that after hearing news about Ta Lai and went to look for him instead. So you came here after they left? Isn't this a little too contrived? You don't know I'm in the demon cave. I stared at him. He shrugged as he answered, I didn't know you were here. And actually, I didn't come here to look for you. Oh, you weren't looking for me? He's here to look for me. I turned in surprise as I heard another voice from within the stone room. I didn't realize that there was actually someone else in this place. Wait, no, he wasn't here from before. Where did he come from? Somewhere behind us, an evil-looking man wearing a blood-red robe was resting on the ground. He rested his head on a hand, propping himself up with an elbow as he rested against his side while he looked at us. Song Ming, I muttered subconsciously. Song Ming ignored me as he continued speaking to Gao Qingjui, you're becoming less and less like yourself. You're going to lose this woman if you continue being indecisive like this. He pointed a finger at me, regarding me with what felt like a mocking gaze. What an audacious individual. Gao Qingjui's expression instantly returned to that cold arrogance as he spoke to Song Ming. I've already lost her. I just hope for her to have a happy life. I'm not going to follow your example in locking somebody up. I sucked in a breath. This was obviously referring to how he forcefully kept Bianing by his side. Song Ming was rather strange. He didn't get angry when I thought he would. He simply smiled and answered in a conversational tone, "You're right in not choosing to follow my example." Is he really that audacious Song Ming from before? Hey, woman. I heard that you're just like my woman, that you have a second personality here in the split zone. Song Ming posed me a question that I did not know how to answer. Woman. I heard that you're just like my woman. So much must have went on between them. Yes. Why, are you interested in my second personality too? I raised my brows in mock curiosity. The corners of Song Ming's eyes turned up slightly. Two? Who else is interested? I pondered for a moment. Should I tell him the truth? Should I tell him that your Bianing might be able to find that lost consciousness of hers? By taking over the empty shell of my soul? Should I tell him that this is Ta Lai's goal? I couldn't decide on this right away. I stole a glance at Gao Qingjui. He was silent and he did not look like he wanted to be a part of this conversation at all. I guess I'll just have to depend on myself for this. Ta Lai has been chasing after me to find out more about this, probably. And possibly, also to find out why Bianing had a change of heart. I smiled at Song Ming as I answered. Gao Qingjui interrupted me. You think she'd know? She's just like the Bianing of the past. She's simply being kept in the dark and being used as a tool. You're better off asking me. Song Ming laughed, waving a hand. There's no need to play such games with me, Gao Qingjui. I know you well enough. No one can get information out of you unless you're willing to provide it. I frowned at this. I knew he was referring to the fact that Gao Qingjui was a sly fox, but this felt like an indirect attack on my intelligence. Trying to get information from me when he knows it's impossible to get it from Gao Qingjui? Am I that dumb? Gao Qingjui's eyes squinted in a smile. Let's not talk about all this. Where's your Bianing now? Song Ming's smile seemed to freeze at this. Gao Qingjui noticed it immediately, and his smile faded gradually. Don't tell me that you've lost her. It doesn't look like something you'd do, that she isn't here with you now. Song Ming got up slowly, resting his elbows on his knees as he sat up. Her condition is getting from bad to worse these days. Is it you or do you who did something to her? Or does this involve Piercer somehow? Gao Qingjui furrowed his brows slightly. Her condition is getting from bad to worse? Do you mean that there are signs of possible death? Song Ming nodded. There are similar symptoms. So this is why you're here. It's not merely for do you, is it? Gao Qingjui's eyes had a cold glaze to them. A mirthless smile appeared on Song Ming. There's no need for me to explain anymore since you can already tell. Gao Qingjui, I'll be frank with you. Bianing sunk into soul coma when I took her away from DU the other day. Her condition isn't improving even though she regained consciousness after I woke her up. I'm disinclined to believe that this was DU's doing, since Ta Lai was there as well, and he wouldn't let her do such a thing. But I'm not 100% sure about that at all. So, what of it? I don't care what DU is plotting, but I've heard an interesting story. Song Ming laughed wickedly and seemed to steal a glance in my direction. Gao Qingjui raised a brow as he asked, what is it? Song Ming pointed at me as he replied, I heard that her second personality can become a vessel for Bianying's consciousness. Ta Lai is going about this right now. If he succeeds, Bianying's life will no longer be in danger. Is that true? Gao Qingjui glanced at me. What do you think? Ta Lai is obsessed with saving Bianing, and the one thing he wants to see is for Bianing to leave you. You believe Ta Lai just because it's true that Li Shan has a second personality? You think you can whitewash Li Shan's second personality to the point that it can turn into a vessel for Bianying's consciousness? Firstly, you should know that this isn't something Bianing would be willing to do. Secondly, what do you plan to do if it doesn't work? Song Ming stood up. But she has Piercer with her, and Piercer will recognize her as its owner. Is this all mere coincidence? Gao Qingjui, you'd better pray that all this has nothing to do with her. If not, I'm definitely taking her life. Definitely taking my life? Ha 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 ha. Seems like I'd been way too nice. Taking my life? Aren't you taking another person's life too lightly like this? I smirked. Song Ming turned to me with disdain in his eyes. I don't know if taking your life would be an easy task, but I like efficient and effective solutions. If I remember right, that person whose face I helped to heal, you have feelings for him, right? Do you think I'd let him go easily if you refused to listen to me? I was incensed at this. I hate it when others use Niazun to threaten me, especially when Niazun has changed so much that even I was not able to understand him fully. Someone had the gall to use him to threaten me at a time like this? I smiled cruelly. I'm sorry, but firstly, I don't think you'd be able to do anything to Niazun. Secondly, I'd like to tell you that Bian Ying's opinions run contrary to yours. If you continue like this, you'll lose Bian Ying someday. You think that you have extraordinary abilities, but the fact is, even if everything goes according to your plan, you won't be able to save her without my second personality. Do you think you should be talking to me like that? Song Ming finally seemed to take a slight interest in me. Are you admitting that your second personality can save her? I smirked. There's a possibility, but I'm not sure of it. No matter what my second personality can do or whether she can really help you, I'd advise you guys to give up. Do you really think you're able to control me just because you have greater MF? Even I'm not able to control that personality of mine. I spoke slowly now. Don't underestimate me, Song Ming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228. Volume 4. 228 Brazen Talk. Song Ming shrugged with impudence. Fine, I guess I have underestimated you. My face broke out in cold sweat. He was a strange man indeed. No matter what, I'll definitely have to try since so many have told me your second personality is able to save Bian Ying. So, how about it? Are you prepared to come with me? Song Ming smiled dangerously. Gao Qingjui stepped forward as if to shield me. Instead of believing in such rumors, how about you go and try separating Bian Ying's consciousness that's in Piercer right now? Song Ming raised a brow. Isn't that a more difficult task? I shook my head. I'm not saying this because I'm afraid of what you might do to me. I'm saying this as someone who has been using Piercer for up to 2 years now. I'm sure that the soul within Piercer is not an absolutely cruel and merciless one. I believe she had her reasons for whatever she did in the past. Because of that, I just might be able to help you find Bian Ying's lost consciousness that had been devoured by her. Song Ming looked towards my waist. Where's Piercer now? Recalling that Piercer was with Niazun at this moment, I suddenly felt joy out of nowhere. I said, Piercer is with someone else now. Not to worry though, he's right here. Do you want to go look for him together? Who knew that Gao Qingjui would actually be angered by this? He turned to look at me with cold eyes. You just can't wait to return to him, can you? Even when he had just hurt you like that? You're still looking for an excuse to go back? I looked at him. Running away doesn't solve anything. Gao Qingjui looked pained. Go back to him then. Don't say that you're leaving him and return to him the very next second because you miss him too much. Go ahead, Li Shen. Go back and experience all the pain that he'll bring to you. I bit my lip. How do you know that he'll definitely bring me pain? Gao Qingjui smiled bitterly, but he remained silent. Song Ming responded. You're saying that Piercer is now with that person whose face I healed? I nodded. Yes, it's with Niazun. Where is he now? I pointed at the vat of water. He should be there, in a place similar to this one. Song Ming squinted. Another stone room. Is it the one with the demon cultivating tablet? I nodded profusely. Yes, he's right there. Song Ming glanced at the stone platform that was in this space. You guys escaped from there? Then why didn't he follow? Right, why didn't Nyezun follow? Did he plan to stay there forever? Song Ming seemed to be able to read my mind. Seems like you don't know much about this place, nor about him. I'll take you with me to look for him, but you'll have to bring Piercer and leave with me after that. This doesn't sound like a fair deal. Song Ming laughed out loud. That's right, this isn't a fair transaction. But without my help, it would be close to impossible for you to find him in this complex demon cave. I gave an indifferent smile. There's no need for me to look for him, but if you insist on taking me and waking Piercer for you, I have but one request. It's a simple request. Care to hear it? Go on. I smirked. I want to see Huaidu. Gaoqing Jui and Song Ming did not reveal their thoughts and emotions easily to others, but both of them simply stared at me when I said that. Song Ming scratched his ear. Did my ears fool me? Even the soul splitters in the Gate of Ghost avoid him because they are respectfully afraid of him. You're telling me that you want to meet him? Do you know that you'll die? Do you think I'm living now? You're wrong. I'm no different from a corpse right now. I'm doing all this firstly, for my friends, and also because I want to live. Song Ming laughed loudly. What an interesting individual. It's no wonder both Nyezun and Gaoqing Ji like you. I'm in a good mood today, so let me reveal a secret to you. Another secret. There really are many secrets here in the split zone indeed. It's great that he's here to reveal one, and not to create another one. Go ahead. I looked at him. He smiled casually. What I want to tell you is that you might think that your plan is seamless now, including brainy Li Qing. But sadly, Huaidu will be aware of all that you guys are doing. Does Li Qing really think she can hide from Huaidu with that tiny trick? Huaidu knows everything that goes on in this demon cave, and even when you've used Li Qing's method to hide from him, he can use another method to control you. You won't even be able to guess how he did it. I frowned. What do you mean? What did he mean by this? Does it mean that even though we can hide from Huaidu using Li Qing's method, it's no use in the end? According to Song Ming, Huaidu will know all that goes on here because he controls everything in here. Instead of speaking my mind, I decided to challenge Song Ming. How can I be sure that you're telling the truth? Even if you were, would that matter? He isn't doing anything to us now, is he? Song Ming smirked. Why don't you understand, woman? Have you even thought about why I would appear here? Is this really a coincidence? And your lover, that person whose face I healed, how can you be so sure that his behavior isn't caused by Huaidu? Gaoqing Jui furrowed his brows at this. Seems like there are many things I'm still unaware of. I guess it's not a coincidence that you're here at all. You might also have expected for me to come looking for you, and it might all have been part of your plan, including the part where we came over from where Nyezun was. He said this with a vile expression. Gaoqing Ji doesn't back down even after getting beaten up, and I was sure he wouldn't retreat just because of what Song Ming had just said. Looking at him like this, I felt that he and Song Ming were compatible in many ways. Both of them were soul splitters with extraordinary abilities and both were extremely audacious. Song Ming's chest ended up slightly exposed with a wave of his blood-red robe. You're mistaken. This isn't part of my plan, it is part of Huaidu's plan. No matter how dumb I was, Song Ming had made it very clear now. The secret that he revealed was that everything was going according to Huaidu's plan, and all this happened not because we had blindsided Huaidu. Though this sounded unbelievable, I actually believed it the moment I heard it. I looked at Song Ming as I said, Seems like Li Qing wasn't able to grasp the situation fully. It's too bad she let the bad guy win. I wanted to see how Song Ming would react to me chiding why do like this. Song Ming's upturned eyes seemed to waver for a moment, but there was no other obvious change in him. He spoke casually like before. Li Qing shouldn't have come to the Gate of Ghost. You're quite something, seeing that there are so many who are willing to risk themselves for you. Even taking risks that they shouldn't be taking. Ha! I should really thoroughly analyze what he just said. Risk themselves for me? Did Li Qing really do everything for me? In the past, I would definitely believe her. But now, it was different. Trust is so fragile and easily broken. I believed in what my instincts told me. I felt that even though Li Qing had her reasons for doing what she did, she definitely would have had some goal in mind. Because of that goal, Li Qing had turned into someone else. Unwilling to waste any more time, I folded my arms before me, trying to look casual. Since you've already told us all this, how about you come clean about why do sent you here? Song Ming smiled. Yes, why did he send me here? Even though I was strange myself, I still found it really difficult to converse with this strange individual. Song Ming turned serious suddenly. Why do thinks like you? He thinks that I'd be on his side as the second king of the Gate of Ghost. Unfortunately, things aren't this simple. Second king in the Gate of Ghost? Ha! Did he enthrone himself? Gao Qingji regained that insolence he always had as he asked, so you're here because why do sent you, but you have your own thoughts about what to do. Song Ming's eyes flashed. Gao Qingji, this is why I let you live even when you saved that weaponsmithing couple from here. I appreciate your intelligence. Gao Qingji smirked. I'm grateful for that appreciation, but please don't say things like you let me live. Whether you really appreciate me or not, I don't think you have the right or the ability to choose to let me live. These two, they really are shameless. I was rendered speechless at their exchange. Why am I being forced to listen to these presumptuous individuals? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229. Volume 4. 229 Spatial Connections. I don't care what Huaidu plans to do with the bunch of you, and I'm only here because he sent me. He can't do anything about what I plan to do after that. That confidence actually made Song Ming look pretty dashing. An explosion was heard near the wall just when I was about to speak. All three of us were visibly taken aback at the sudden sound as we looked towards its source. A huge hole appeared in the stone wall, as if it had just bore the brunt of a powerful attack. Niezun's tall figure appeared as the smoke and dust settled. Song Ming was the first to speak. How could that happen? All the spaces in the demon cave are independent of each other. The space with that demon cultivating tablet you were in is totally independent of this space. How did you come here by breaking through a wall? Though I didn't fully comprehend him, I could understand what he was getting at. This meant that no matter what we had seen earlier, be it that glacial wonderland, the stone rooms, the stone tunnel or even that icy river, they were all independent spaces that had no connection to one another. In other words, we can imagine these spaces to be separate houses floating by themselves in the air without anything connecting them in between. But if that was the case, then how did we go from one space to the other? Niezun spoke calmly. Since the spaces are independent of each other, then of course it isn't a simple case of breaking a wall. But realization hit Song Ming. So this is a manifestation of forcefully breaking through the barriers between two spaces. What does that mean? I asked finally, unable to contain my curiosity. Song Ming ignored me while Gao Qingji responded, there is a specific way to go between any two independent spaces, just like how you arrived in the water vat from that icy river, because that's one of the ways to get from that icy river to this space. Of course, there's more than a single way to go between the spaces. However, One would need to use one of those specific methods to travel between the spaces, and these methods are usually created by the very person who had created this entire demon cave. He continued after a short pause. If I'm right, the method of breaking through the wall that Nyazun just used isn't one of those specific methods to get to this particular space. I frowned. If I'm hearing this right, this means that the demon cave and all its specific connections between the spaces had been created by Huaidu with MF. But the fact that Nyazun can break through one of these specific connections implies that his MF is already off the charts? I didn't expect myself to be able to analyze this so clearly. This might probably be because I've been forced to use my brain a lot recently. Song Ming raised a brow. That's right. From this, you can already tell how high Huaidu's MF is. Whatever you have seen in here is but a manifestation of a tiny fraction of it. Gao Qingjui, I respect you as a talented individual, and I don't wish for you to die too soon. I'd suggest you leave the Gate of Ghosts soon. You guys shouldn't stay here. If you're asking us to leave because we aren't powerful enough or because we've been too impudent, then how about you? You don't look like the kind who can be easily controlled either. Why is Huaidu giving you special treatment? Is that just because you can be considered a subordinate of his? I don't think it's that simple, is it? Or is there some other reason that you're here as well? Red flashed past me, and before I knew what was happening, I saw Song Ming right before me. I could almost be considered petite in front of his large frame. The demonic man looked down upon me as he spoke with those blood-red lips. His half-hearted smile terrified me. Do you still think I don't have the ability to survive here? He raised a fist towards me as I looked at him in confusion. As I stretched out an uncertain hand, he placed something on it. After I realized what it was, I quickly put it back where it originally belonged in my red dress. Gao Qingjui and Nyazun's vision would be obscured by Song Ming's wide frame, and none of them would have seen what happened. Song Ming handed me Jiao S's teleportation pill, telling me indirectly that he had great power by being able to reach me and steal something from me all in the blink of an eye. I couldn't tell what he was thinking, but I suspected that the reason he chose to take this from me was to also make it clear that he knew what it was, and that he knew I only had one of these. He definitely was a terrifying individual if that was the case, since even Duyu was not aware of this. Instead of guessing, I decided to probe for more information. I smiled at him. No need to return such trash to me. I can just give it to you. Song Ming smirked. You sure that's trash? Or is this your attempt at deception? Right, seems like he really knows everything. But Jiao S and I did not really come into contact with him, and we didn't know each other at all. How did he know this? What a terrifying individual. He turned back and swaggered towards Nyazun, as if about to tell him something. I called out from behind him, do you want to take a look at what you might be missing? I saw an obvious flinch. He reached for his waist. He then glanced at both my hands. After confirming that the item in his pocket was gone, he narrowed his eyes at me threateningly. Give it back to me. I held that white handkerchief with rhododendrons embroidered on it behind my back. Taking my hand out, I planned to throw it back at him. However, a flash of red appeared before me yet again before I felt a numbing pain on my wrist. Song Ming had my wrist in his hand. I knew it was too late as I looked at those wrathful eyes. He might not let this go even after possibly snapping my wrist in two. I was prepared to take whatever came at me, since I thought I wouldn't be able to avoid it anyway. However, nothing happened after that numbing pain. I could smell him even before I saw him. To be accurate, it wasn't a distinct smell but more of a change in the atmosphere when he was near me. I felt a distinct cold around me as I looked up. That handkerchief was still in my hand and Song Ming had my wrist in a tight grip. My skin was turning red under his fingers. However, he did not use any more strength, because there was another hand on his. It was beautiful, slender and pale, as if that hand had not seen the sun in a long time. It was Nyazun's hand. Niezun placed his hand on Song Ming's wrist, and there was also another hand on Niezun's arm. Gao Qingjui was holding onto Niezun's upper arm. This scenario looked a little weird. All four of us were gathered in a tiny space, our hands seemingly intertwined with one another as no one could emerge the winner. Even though the situation was clear to everyone, none of us wanted to be the first to let go. There's no use in keeping silent if none of us are going to move. If this silence has to be broken, let me break it with a question. There was a hint of sorrow in my voice as I spoke. Didn't you not love me anymore? Didn't we decide to go on our separate ways? Why save me now? I saw a flicker in Gao Qingjui's eyes. My heart broke for him, but I couldn't take my words back. This was what I really wanted to know. When Niezun did not respond, Song Ming suddenly laughed. I guess it isn't easy to touch you. This was obviously directed at me, but I was incensed at how badly timed it was. I wouldn't be able to hear any answer from Niezun because of him. Even if Niezun might have hurt me further if he had answered, I still wanted to hear it. I realized that it was easy for someone to make their way into your heart, but it was no easy task if you wanted to make that person go away. I chided Song Ming in my heart, finding him a thoughtless individual. I spoke impatiently, you can take your hand away now since you know that you can't touch me. There's no need to resort to violence. It's not like I'm not returning you that handkerchief anyway. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230. Volume 4. 230. You belong to me. Instead of letting go, Song Ming glanced at Gao Qingjui and Niezun. He spoke with malice in his voice, I'm curious to know what happens if I don't let go. As I felt his grip tighten, black fog emanated from Niezun's hand at the same time. Unease crept up on me. I focused my MF onto my arm before sending it towards my wrist. The sudden force of my MF then separated the four of us, making all of us retreat. I regarded Song Ming coldly before throwing him that handkerchief. His eyes darkened as he caught it, but he regained his untethered arrogance very quickly. Not bad, woman. You haven't told me how you got here. He directed his question to Niezun after he praised me. Niezun put his hands back into his pockets as he answered casually, I was trapped in that stone room with nowhere else to go. I simply arrived here after breaking through a wall. I stole a glance at him. The Niezun now must be the Niezun of the past. Although he was cold and distant at first when he just regained his memories, I knew the Niezun of the past had returned when I saw him put his hands in his pockets. The only exception was that while he was cold and distant to everyone else but me in the past, he was cold and distant to literally everyone right now. There must be something else going on here. Song Ming stuffed that handkerchief back into his robe. Though it looked like he was putting it back without much thought, I could see that he handled that handkerchief pretty carefully. I guess he really loves Bianing. Yes, I believed that this handkerchief belonged to Bianing. Would he have cared so much if it didn't? You think I'd believe you like this? How are you connected to this demon cave? Huaidu sent me here for you, and this shows that he's taken an interest in you. You should know that Huaidu wouldn't send me for menial tasks. If he asks me for a favor because of you, I'd like to know why. I interrupted this presumptuous man. He wouldn't send you for menial tasks? Would that be because he knows that you aren't even able to complete them properly? Instead of getting angry, Song Ming looked amused. Woman, you have to know that I don't follow any rules. I might not follow his orders even if he sends me to complete certain tasks. I change my mind whenever I want to, and Huaidu knows this too, so he doesn't send me on errands that often. Isn't this what I just said? That you aren't even able to complete your tasks properly. I raised a brow. Oh, but according to what you said, then he shouldn't have assigned you on this errand. Niezun is unpredictable enough. Wouldn't the situation be made worse if you join in as well? Song Ming smirked. Gao Qingji looked at Song Ming as he answered me, because Huaidu knows Niezun is unpredictable, he got someone equally unpredictable to go against him. This is why he sent Song Ming. In terms of MF, intelligence, or in finding unorthodox solutions, Song Ming is the only one who fits the criteria. He's willing to take this risk even if there's no way he can predict or control what happens. This Huaidu was so highly praised that I'm beginning to feel a little scared. Niezun spoke. I'm just an ordinary person. There's no need for you people to take out the big guns. Song Ming regarded him with a sideways glance. If that's really what you think, then there's no need for us to make each other's lives difficult. We can settle this in a peaceful manner. You should know what I'm here for anyway. I frowned inwardly to myself. What did that mean? Though I knew Song Ming was here for Niezun, I was still rather upset at being unaware of everything that seemed to be happening. Niezun had that indifferent look on him, as if he did not have a care in the world. What are we supposed to settle? I don't know what you're here for. You're not here to get paid for healing my face, are you? It was obvious that Niezun was playing the fool now. Song Ming laughed loudly. Nothing. You can tell me what you plan to do next. Leave this place. Niezun's gaze was as still as deep water. Song Ming waved a finger. That can't do. I received orders to stop you from exiting the demon cave. Gao Qingji interrupted suddenly. Oh, is that your goal? You don't look like someone who listens to orders. I think you're just trying to make use of the opportunity to find a way to save Bianing. Song Ming narrowed his eyes as he regarded Gao Qingji with what looked like slight admiration. That's absolutely right. I don't even have to do much since everyone I'm looking for is right here. He pointed a finger at all of us. I raised a curious brow. I'm one of those you're looking for? No need to pretend. I've already said this before. Do you think that I wouldn't give it a shot after hearing about how your second personality might be able to save my woman? I pointed at Niezun, Gao Qingji, and myself. Do you think you'd be able to get anything from the three of us if we worked together against you? I have no interest in working together with you. Count me out of whatever you guys are plotting, Niezun said coldly. I frowned at him. Something was definitely amiss. There was no need to cut off all ties with me like this. Song Ming's gaze brushed past Niezun's waist. How about this? Give this to me and I'll let you leave this place and do whatever you want to. He pointed at piercer that was now hanging on Niezun's waist. Niezun seemed to have forgotten about piercer. He looked surprised when Song Ming mentioned it, and he even looked down to confirm piercer was on him. He then looked at me. I met his eyes and spoke without hesitation. What, are you confused about this? Or have you already forgotten what happened during the period you were an amnesiac? You stole piercer from me during that time, Niezun answered unhurriedly, I haven't forgotten. I thought he might return piercer to me after that, seeing that he didn't seem to care about anything right now. Instead, he took piercer and threw it at Song Ming. You said I can leave this place without obstruction if I give this to you. Song Ming grabbed piercer in midair. You have my word. I believed Song Ming wouldn't stop Niezun since he had given his word. This didn't have anything to do with me. But piercer belonged to me. I let Niezun be when he lost his memories, since he was just like a child who acted on his whims and fancies. But he had regained his memories now, and there was no need for him to use my belongings as collateral even if he was being cold and distant to me. I walked towards him. If I remember right, you've regained your memories now. If there's nothing wrong with your brain, you should have recalled that this item belongs to me. You're just giving it to another person instead of returning it to its rightful owner? Am I invisible to the both of you? I could compromise on some things, but there are certain things which I would never back down from even if it was against Nyazun. Nyazun, that belongs to me. Did you even consider my feelings when you gave it to somebody else? I frowned at him. Nyazun's gaze was inscrutable as he spoke calmly. Why should I have to consider your feelings? It's better for me if I give it to him and get you guys off my back. I don't remember who it belonged to, I just know it happened to be in my hands, but I was quite riled up by that emotionless delivery. You don't remember who it belonged to? Ha, how forgetful. You even belonged to me in the past. Now you're deciding to cut off all ties just because you've lost your memories once? And you're even giving away my belongings? I was a little emotional at this point, but it wasn't exactly because he gave Piercer to Tsung Ming. I just couldn't stay cordial because of that cold and distant attitude he had towards me right now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231. Volume 4. 231 Fighting over Piercer. Nyazun spoke with no emotion. There's no use in you throwing a tantrum here, but. Putting his hands back into his pockets, he walked away towards one of the water vats. I pulled on his sleeve. What do you mean by throwing a tantrum? Return Piercer to me if you're going to leave. Actually, it did look like I was throwing a tantrum here. But I didn't care about that. All I knew was that I didn't want him to disappear right in front of me. Nyazun looked at my hand that was on his sleeve. Piercer is no longer with me. You should be looking elsewhere. I said stubbornly, you threw it at Tsung Ming. I want you to get it back for me. Nyazun furrowed his brows. Just when I thought Nyazun was about to say something to hurt me yet again, Gao Qinji rushed over and took me into an embrace. There was a fire in his eyes and he was so quick that I didn't have enough time to react. A kiss landed on my lips. This was the first time Gao Qinji put his lips against mine. I was absolutely stunned. He retreated just as quickly. Looking at me with fiery passion, he said, "Let him go. I can help you get Piercer back. Leave everything to me in future." His words seemed to explode right beside my ears. It was lucky that I was no longer that childish Li Shen, the one who would be bedazzled after a single kiss. As I tried to calm myself, I stole a glance at Nyazun, noticing that he had stopped in his tracks. He seemed to be taking note of Gao Qinji and me. I looked at Gao Qinji again. Though his eyes were bright and clear, something seemed to be amiss. Gao Qinji was audacious, but he wasn't someone who acted on impulse. Even though he had confessed to me before, there was no need for him to do this. Was he doing this to confirm if Nyazun still had feelings for me? Was he such a kind individual? I felt Gao Qinji's lips touch mine again. There was a wet softness to it as his tongue explored my lips. I couldn't accept this kiss even if he was really trying to help me. I stole another glance at Nyazun before deciding if I wanted to avoid this. Just when I could almost make out Nyazun's expression, something else distracted me. The source of that distraction came from countless images flashing past my mind. Coupled with those images were feelings of being helpless and terrified. I could not focus on Nyazun's expression at this point. All I could do was to look into Gao Qinji's eyes, which were right in front of me. White fog surged in them and it looked just like he was controlling the air currents around him. Before I could react, I heard a voice in my head. "Ashen, you have to stab me with this knife if I turn into a devil and lose control someday. Ashen, I'm giving you this knife. Keep it with you at all times. I'll be waiting for the day when you finally end this. I love you, Ashen, even if you might find out that I'm not me someday. You aren't who you thought you were either. Please remember that I, Gao Qi, really loved you." My lips quivered as thousands of voices seemed to appear in my head. Gao Qinji hugged me harder, and just as my lips were about to be pried open, Nyazun pulled the two of us apart. There was a dark, killing intent in his eyes. He stood between us as he said in a low voice, "Don't even think of using whatever I've used a second time." He stared at Gao Qingjui sharply. Gao Qingjui kept his eyes on me. He looked a little exhausted as he spoke. "I don't care about that. I'm going to take whatever you don't want. What can you do about it?" He shot a sharp look at Niezun. Sizzle. Two blades of air pushed Niezun's hands away, forcing Niezun to step backwards. I retreated a couple of steps as well. Gao Qingjui looked at me with furrowed brows, as if asking why I stepped back. None of them knew that I didn't feel like talking right now, because all my energy was focused on Gao Qi's words that I had just heard. What did that mean? I didn't even flinch at those hurtful words Niezun said, as I was too preoccupied with piecing together what I could find in my memories. In those images, Gao Qi took me in an embrace on the balcony as I felt his lips meet mine with sorrow. His voice seemed to stab right through to my heart as he spoke. "Ashen, you'll have to kill me if I turn into a devil someday. You have to kill me in exchange for your freedom. You should never go there." As I recalled his words, I looked at Gao Qingjui and asked, "What did Gao Qi know? Just how are the both of you related to each other?" Gao Qingjui's eyes seemed to shine. "What do you remember?" I answered immediately, "Are you afraid that I'll remember? I've already explained this to you, haven't I? I'm the one you loved, not Gao Qi. Gao Qi had fallen in love with you as well, and to protect you, he was ready to give everything up." "What do you mean he was ready to give everything up?" Sung Ming swung piercer suddenly before Gao Qingjui could finish. Crack! Violet sparks appeared and a violet blade flew towards me. I've never thought that my own weapon would end up attacking me someday. I raised Scorpion Ray on my left hand. My brain was on overdrive now. Why did Song Ming attack? Was it some secret that he didn't want me to know? Is this why Song Ming decided to interfere? But before I could even ask further questions, I had to win this. "Scorpion Ray!" I called out. Light condensed in front of me to form a screen. It shattered like glass upon contact with the violet blade. With that, the power of the violet blade was reduced as well. In the smoke and dust, I heard air currents whirling around me. Had Gao Qingjui been controlling the air currents all this while? Does this mean that both Scorpion Ray's and Piercer's attacks would be affected? I could see streaks of black amidst the white fog that appeared. The streaks looked like strands of hair floating in the wind. Looking towards Niezun, I realized one of his hands was already outside of his pockets, looking like it was simply resting by his side. I backed away in the chaos. I couldn't understand any of them. Though it seemed like I might have the key to breaking this gridlock, I was actually entrapped in it myself. I guess there are some things you don't wish for me to know. I smirked at Song Ming as I said so. Why else did he attack so suddenly if it wasn't to prevent Gao Qingjui from speaking? Piercer was glowing with a violet light as Song Ming held it in his hand. I stared at Piercer as I focused MF on my thoughts. Come back to me if you don't want to be used by them. I can help you find Zoan. I didn't know if this would work, but I had to try whatever I could think of. Unexpectedly, Piercer seemed to be able to sense my thoughts. Piercer glowed brightly and Song Ming's eyes darkened as he was forced to let go of it. Now's the time. Stretching out my left hand, I created something resembling a whirlpool with my palm. Piercer flew towards it, looking like a purple snake that was flying through the air. Just as it was about to reach me, a dark mist wrapped itself around Piercer like a pair of gigantic hands. I reached out in haste to grab Piercer's end. A numbing pain shot through my palm all the way to my heart. The drug applied to Piercer was no ordinary one, and it jolted me wide awake as I saw the blood seep out from my palm. Niezun was pulling on Piercer at the other end with his hand that was enshrouded in black mist. I focused MF onto my hand as I pulled Piercer hard towards me. Niazun was also pulling hard on the other end as we engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with Piercer being pulled taut in the middle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232. Volume 4. 232 Big Gold Rooster's Scheme. I stared at Niazun, ignoring the pain in my palm. Even if you don't love me anymore, is there a need for you to try this hard at snatching what's mine? Niazun spoke calmly, but he did not let go of Piercer. This item will only bring misfortune to you. It's not entirely bad if you give it away. Just when I was about to argue, I heard an eerie scratching sound. Looking around, I realized those faceless creatures had us surrounded. They looked like chimeras crawling on the stone walls as their long hair covered their white faces. What are these? Gao Qingjui frowned. Distracted by those creatures, I lost my focus on Piercer for a moment, leading to Niazun being able to win our tug-of-war. I looked at him angrily, but he was keeping an eye on those faceless creatures on the wall. Those creatures had also gotten Song Ming's attention, who was about to engage me in a fight just 1 minute ago. The faceless creatures were the ones producing those scratching sounds as they crawled slowly. There were many more of them here, and they seemed to be moving with purpose this time. Though I've been in the split zone long enough to forget how fear felt like, it was still natural for humans to be afraid of the unknown. The fact that these creatures suddenly appeared made me feel a little uncomfortable. As I was lost in my own thoughts, two of the creatures started to combine with each other. Both of them seemed to straighten up as their hands, faces and hair wrapped around each other. It was eerie. What happened next was even weirder. The two creatures melted into each other and turned into something new. This new creature was standing in a weird position. He had beady eyes and he looked unshaven as he stood on one leg with his arms outstretched on both sides. Big Gold Rooster. Big Gold Rooster stared at me. Why do you have to be so annoying all the time? Big Gold Rooster sounds horrible. I flashed a smile at him, not realizing that there was something amiss. You didn't say anything when I called you that previously. Oh yes, why are you here now? Didn't you say that you're afraid to go to the glacier? Cunning light flashed in Big Gold Rooster's eyes. The situation is different now. My precious daughters smelt something delicious, and there's no way I can deny them of a good meal as a father, can I? What? My precious daughters? As a father? I stared at him open-mouthed while he casually petted one of those faceless creatures near him. These things are your precious daughters? I asked while pointing at those faceless creatures on the wall. Big Gold Rooster ignored me this time as he turned to Niazun. I couldn't tell earlier, and I didn't expect you to be the demon cultivating vessel. Since I helped out earlier, shouldn't you show your gratitude by filling the stomachs of my precious daughters too? What? Niazun, however, did not seem to be as surprised as I was. He looked as if he had already anticipated something like this to happen. Sadly, I'm not as delicious as you think I am. Big Gold Rooster cackled. A vessel personally picked by the Ghost King. Even though you're still not complete, the MF of my precious daughters would still increase tenfold by eating you. I'll then never have to be scared of stepping into this glacial land anymore, but... Niazun was a vessel chosen by Huaidu? So, the real purpose of this demon cave was to cultivate demons? Song Ming spoke suddenly. Have you been going around with your eyes closed recently, Golden Rooster? Did you not see me? Or are you pretending not to have seen me? A look of surprise appeared on Big Gold Rooster's face as he turned to Song Ming. It didn't look like an act. What happened next was a total eye-opener for me. Big Gold Rooster's head dropped to the ground immediately upon seeing Song Ming. It looked just like an apple falling from a tree, and I could hear the thud when it hit the ground. Big Gold Rooster was now balancing on only his head while his legs were still in that one-legged position in the air. He sounded a little different now. This servant was blind not to have seen Lord Song-ming. Song-ming seemed to be extremely satisfied with this display. That's more like it. But, why are you here? Big Gold Rooster answered quickly. To answer Lord Song-ming's question, my precious daughters sensed an external presence on this glacial land. I came over to take a look immediately since protecting the land is my duty. I almost choked at his nonsense. Capturing intruders? You were the one who actually helped Niazun and I get here in the first place, so why are you acting all responsible now? Are you afraid of Song-ming? But listening to what he said, he seemed to be indirectly working for Huaidu, since he's Song-ming's subordinate. Song-ming lost his smile and spoke threateningly, you know I don't like it when others lie. I'm not deaf nor am I blind. Didn't you come here for him? He pointed at Niazun. Big Gold Rooster's back was facing us, and I thought he wasn't able to see Song-ming, but he responded immediately. Yes, I did. As expected of Lord Song-ming, nothing can escape your eyes. Please forgive me. I did come here in search of the demon cultivating vessel, but I have no intention of betraying the Gate of Ghost. I didn't know that this individual was someone you had your eyes on. I looked at those faceless creatures which were now motionless on the wall. I suddenly realized that these precious daughters of his might actually just be an extension of himself. Though they had no eyes, they definitely had the ability to sense what was happening around them. Did he actually send them to surveil us earlier? Song-ming smirked. Aren't you daring? This is a body of consciousness personally picked by the Ghost King. Upon hearing this, Big Gold Rooster jumped back onto his feet to face us. His hands were clasped together as if he was begging for sympathy, but those beady eyes and that face of his made him look absolutely disgusting. Big Gold Rooster begged, Lord Song-ming, please allow Big Gold Rooster to assist in completing Lord Ghost King's mission. He clapped his palms together right after saying this. With that clap, sharp claws appeared on the hands of those faceless creatures. They sank their claws deep into the stone walls, as if they were embedding themselves there. At the same time, all of them opened those huge mouths they had. I've seen their rows of tiny teeth once, but the only way to describe the current scene was that they literally had bloody, huge mouths. All of them were stuck onto the walls with a huge mouth on their faces. I could smell the rotten blood from them, and they looked like gigantic rafflesias. Big Gold Rooster obviously took pride in this show of his precious daughter's abilities as he said, Lord, no need to be afraid of these intruders. My precious daughters will be able to take them on easily. I laughed to myself. That wasn't very intelligent of Big Gold Rooster if he was trying to get Song-ming on his side. As expected, Song-ming's expression turned dark. Are you joking? Who would I be afraid of going up against? Who in the Gate of Ghost would even dare say that I'm afraid of anything? Big Gold Rooster was stunned for a moment as he realized he might have angered Song-ming. But he continued quickly, Lord Song-ming, what I meant was that there's no need for you to waste more time here if you have the help of my precious daughters. Everyone here is simply a waste of time anyway. Song-ming squinted at him. Do you know what I'm planning? Big Gold Rooster looked stumped at this. He stuttered, aren't you here to look for the demon cultivating vessel? This servant is aware that it has been many years since an almost perfect vessel like this appeared in the Gate of Ghost. Although my lord rarely meddles in such worldly affairs, I'm of the opinion that my lord might have taken an interest in this particular body of consciousness this time. They were referring to Niazun, but I felt a little upset at how they were talking about him. Niazun wasn't some object. Who gave you people in the Gate of Ghost the right to toy with him like this? And why are so many of you trying to take him for yourselves? Song-ming laughed. That old fogey Huaidu did get me to look for the demon cultivating vessel, but do you really think that I'd appear here if I had nothing else to gain from this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233. Volume 4. 233 in denial. Big Gold Rooster was again stunned at what Song Ming said, but he regained that uncanny smile of his quickly. I understand, Lord Song Ming. I'll help you capture all of them right now. He signaled to his precious daughters behind. The faceless creatures seemed to turn into those plants in the game Plants vs. Zombies. Their heads turned to face Niezun, Gao Qinjui, and I as they readied their aim. I raised my left arm in anticipation of an attack. My spine was tingling with unease as I saw these weird creatures taking aim at us. Hey, Song Ming, you're not planning to have this big gold rooster subordinate of yours attack us with those disgusting creatures, are you? This was merely a stalling tactic, but instead of answering me, Song Ming spoke to Niezun. I won't go back on my word. But Piercer. Niezun smiled as he interrupted Song Ming. I've already given it to you earlier. You've also promised me, so this means it's a done deal. It's none of my business if you weren't able to keep Piercer with you. I'm not planning on giving it to you a second time now. Niezun waved Piercer in his hand as he spoke. The old Niezun really seemed to be back this time. Instead of getting angry, Song Ming regained the devil-may-care attitude as he signaled to Big Gold Rooster that he can go ahead with his attack. Scorpion Ray was at the ready. No matter what those disgusting faceless creatures did, I was ready to riddle them with holes. Sadly, things do not always go as planned. Those creatures produced a blood-red mist from their mouths. When I readied myself for an incoming attack, I suddenly felt myself floating into the air. Like a magnet, I was floating towards those creatures, as if I was being sucked in. I saw Niezun in the same situation as I looked up. Niezun looked slightly confused. It seemed like he didn't know what caused this either. Hey! I was about to be sucked into one of those mouths now. Nothing good would be waiting for me in that bloody mouth. I focused my MF as I grabbed Niezun's hand. At the same time, I took that red teleportation pill in my other hand. I didn't know if this would work, but I knew that I needed that pill now. Not only did I not want to enter that bloody mouth, my instincts told me that everyone here had their personal agendas. Though Song Ming was here on Huaidu's orders, my gut told me that his target was actually Niezun. Things like the Demon Cave, Demon Cultivating Vessel and Demon Cultivating Tablet, all of them had something to do with Niezun. Even if he had turned into a devil, I can't let Niezun become a tool in this fight. I won't let anybody manipulate or hurt him. The red pill glowed faintly as I poured my MF into it. A faint ruby light surrounded Niezun and I. We were no longer being sucked into those mouths as we levitated in midair. Teleportation pill. Gao Qinjui sounded surprised. Before I could turn to look at Gao Qinjui, I saw confusion on both Big Gold Rooster and Song Ming's faces. Where did you get this? This is something that belongs only to Si Luo, Gao Qinjui said coldly. Something that belongs only to Si Luo. But this was given to me by Jiao S. There isn't much to wonder about here. I believe that Si Luo loved her. Hey, Li Xin, where are you going? Gao Qinjui sounded anxious as he rushed towards Niezun and I. The light seemed to condense around us before it exploded. Though it felt like I was spinning way too quickly, I never let go of Niezun. I heard Gao Qinjui's sorrowful voice from somewhere. You're still abandoning me even after I've shown you my heart? You're still leaving me like this? I wanted to tell him that I simply wanted to keep Niezun away from danger, that I wasn't choosing to abandon him. But I didn't. Even if I did, he wouldn't have heard it anyway. My head seemed to be spinning for more than 10 minutes now, and it did feel like I was passing through time and space. I was in a foreign place when I finally opened my eyes. Niezun's left hand was gripped tightly in my right. I met Niezun's eyes as I looked up slowly. Niezun's gaze looked gentle, but his words were harsh when he spoke. You should let go now. Or are you that hungry? I let go of him slowly as I took a look around me. We were in a real palace this time. This wasn't some stone room, it was really the hall of a palace. This place was huge. It looked to be about 1,000 square meters with pillars made of sandalwood, glazed walls, and jade lamps. Pearls were used as floor-length curtains for the huge windows. A bright pearl was shining in the middle of the hall, looking like a full moon as it levitated in the air. The floor was made of white jade with golden engravings of lotus flowers. Looking inside, a silk gauze curtain seemed to be fluttering as it covered a golden throne that had a dragon engraving on it. Such a beautiful palace was a rare find even in the real world. Though it looked beautiful, there seemed to be no one else around. Where is this place? Seeing that there was nobody around, I naturally lowered my voice, as if I was afraid of being caught. Nyazun's hands were back in his pockets and he looked indifferent as usual. I don't know. This is really nice. I'm not dreaming, am I? Or did that pill have with it powers of illusion? I blinked as I took in the sights of this luxurious palace. I might have lost my mind. Nyazun sounded annoyed as he said, "You might really be dreaming. But I know that I'm wide awake. If you're awake, it means that I'm awake too." I rolled my eyes at him. Let's go and have a look. I naturally pulled on his sleeve as I began to head towards that silk gauze curtain. However, Nyazun did not move. I turned to him. What are you doing? Don't you want to find out what's going on here? Nyazun glanced at me. What do I have to find out? It's that pill of yours which brought us here. What else do we have to find out? There are still many things we don't know about this place. Just where is it? Why did the pill take us here? Could you work with me just once? Just sometimes? I looked at him with furrowed brows. If it was the Nyazun of the past, he would have said in the gentlest of voices, "All right, I'll accompany you just this once." But he isn't like this now. You can go explore on your own if you're that curious. Nyazun brushed my hand away before walking towards the main entrance of the palace hall. The palace hall was huge, and judging from his pace, he wouldn't be able to reach the entrance that quickly. This meant that I still had hope. I rushed forward with the intention to block his path and get him to accompany me to go further in. However, something seemed to possess me when I saw that dark, lonely figure of his. I ran straight into his back and took him in a tight embrace. As the side of my face leaned against his cold back, I thought I felt him flinch a little. I held on tight as I said, "Don't leave me. Oh, Li Shin, when have you become this pitiful?" Was this love? I have never done something like this, even if it was towards Gao Qi. Nyazun did not move. He simply stayed still and let me hug him. He remained silent and still, as if he was fossilized. This gave me slight joy. If he hesitated at this point, it meant that he might still have feelings for me. After what seemed like a long time, he spoke hoarsely. "You're really annoying." Though his words were harsh, I found his voice warm and gentle. I might really have gone mad. People say women are idiots when in love. This might just be me hallucinating, and he might not feel anything for me at all. I might just be in denial. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234. Volume 4. 234. Hiding in the Palace of Cold Blood. I didn't mind being an idiot right now. I was still hugging him tightly as I said, "That's right. I'm just so annoying." Nyazun seemed to freeze for a split second before turning around suddenly. He leaned in close as he grabbed my arm. I felt his bangs brush against my forehead as he closed in, an arm reaching for my chest. I frowned as I felt the pinch. "This is what you want, right?" He spoke with cold sarcasm. I remained perfectly still as I looked at him. I could see everything with perfect clarity. This was no illusion. Even though he spoke harshly, he could not hide those lonely and sorrowful eyes of his. I bit my lip as I let him do as he pleased, not saying a single word. After a while, he let me go. I thought I saw tears in his eyes. My vision seemed to blur as well, making me unsure who was the one crying here. We were both silent now, but an enchanting voice came from somewhere near the entrance of the hall. It sounded like it came from outside the hall. Nyazun reacted quickly and pulled me behind one of those huge pillars in a corner. The pillar was big enough that it could hide the both of us behind it. White light shone in when the doors to the palace hall opened, making its interior shine even brighter. I squinted slightly as I focused MF on my vision, trying to get a clearer look. I was quite shocked at what I saw. These two. There were two individuals who walked in. They were in identical floor-length brown robes with their faces covered in black chiffon masks. Those demonic eyes could not be obscured by their masks. Those outfits looked familiar. I suddenly realized these were the women who were in that underground stone room when we were looking for Laurel previously. But didn't they die in there? Even though they were far away from me, I would definitely be able to recognize those demonic eyes anywhere. I could hear their conversation from where I was. We don't know when owner will be back. If owner isn't back soon, we'll have to keep looking at those trashy things. Those trashy things are really stubborn. We can expect death if one of them manages to escape from here. Ah, that's right. But there's no need to worry, Jijia. They are merely heirs from the outside world. Even if their abilities are extraordinary among heirs, it's nothing in this palace of cold blood. Owner is wise to have locked them up separately. You know where they are too. Do you think they'll be able to do anything on their own? I know that, but I'm still a little uneasy. Owner was so serious about getting us to keep an eye on them, so I'm just afraid that something will go wrong. It's alright, Jie. Owner will be back very soon. We can always get the shaman to contact owner anyway. Enough of that nonsense. What right do we have to contact owner like that? Let's just be patient. How many of those reformed bodies are favored like Jie is? Haven't you seen the new batch? They're all trying to emulate you. This shows that owner sees Jie as important. That's sweet of you. You're not bad either. There are others who are following your example too. Let's support each other, Mimi. We'll definitely be rewarded like this. Yes, Jie. I'll listen to Jie. They sounded like concubines in the royal palace. But if my eyes were not fooling me, that Mimi was the one who poured those leeches on Son Lu in that stone room. Seems like this Mimi has some tricks up her sleeve. From their conversation, the owner they were referring to seemed to be Duyu, since this is the palace of cold blood. As expected of Jiao S's teleportation pill, it brought me right here. Jiao S might be trapped and her MF might be under some form of restriction. If it weren't, I should have been able to reach her immediately. If this was the palace of cold blood, then those trapped heirs they were talking about should be referring to my friends as well. Though I was upset at hearing that conversation, it gave me quite a bit of information. At least I now know they've been locked up separately. This would make a rescue attempt much more difficult, especially when I still didn't know where they were. Do you wouldn't know that I've teleported here so quickly, since I was in the demon cave just moments ago? This means I had an opportunity to save them. I guess the only way to find out where they were was to capture the weird women who just appeared. Nyazun held me back just as I was about to peek my head out from behind the pillar. I met his eyes as I turned, seeing him shake his head at me. All that anger and anxiety in my heart seemed to simmer down at this. Though I wasn't able to understand what he was really getting at, the fact that he held me back made me calm down. As I pondered, I recalled something important. I wasn't sure if those women in that stone room were the same ones in front of us now. At that time, the women chose death over being captured. If I were to show myself now, Nyazun and I would immediately be exposed, and we might not even be able to get any information from the two of them. Moreover, we were in enemy territory. We had to have a proper plan for this. I retracted my foot, which had been peeking out from behind the pillar earlier. Seeing me calm down, Nyezun began to let go of me, but I grabbed him tightly instead. He looked at me before refocusing on the two women. He didn't do anything else. At this, I continued grabbing his hand tightly as a smile formed on my face. The two women had not realized that there were two strangers peeking at them from behind a pillar as they walked over to that silk gauze curtain. We have to keep this clean. Owner looks upon this throne as a prized possession. The one who was addressed as Jia lifted a corner of the silk gauze carefully as she bent down. Chirp, a beautiful chirping sound emerged from behind that silk gauze. A bright, white light appeared before a translucent, icy phoenix flew out. Its feathers looked like beautiful white crystals as it flew into the air, producing snow that fluttered around it. I had never seen such a beautiful bird in real life. From the looks of it, it resembled the legendary ice phoenix. The ice phoenix was gentler than the fire phoenix, and it was a creature which always looked cold as it left a trail of snow wherever it went. Oh my! What's wrong with this precious baby today? It usually doesn't want to leave the throne. As the two ladies started running towards the ice phoenix, it seemed to be flying straight at Nyezun and I. This was bad. However, I saw Nyezun staring at the eyes of the ice phoenix. Right, Nyezun's pupil abilities. I wondered if Nyezun's ability would hurt that beautiful, living creature. It's not often that I could see creatures like these which weren't human in the split zone. Even if I had, they were all monsters which had the intention to kill me. I suddenly felt a little pity for the creature. Nyezun's eyes churned like a deep lake, and I subconsciously squeezed his hand. He seemed to sense it as his pupils enlarged. At the same time, the ice phoenix also sensed something and flew in the opposite direction immediately, going towards the two women. My dear creature, what's wrong with you today? Why are you playing like this? The two ladies were at a loss when they saw the ice phoenix flying in circles near the ceiling. I guess this ice phoenix is no simple creature. This won't do, Jia. It doesn't want to come back at all. We can't leave it as it is though. We'd be in hot soup if it flies out the door. It's a precious treasure of owners. Isn't it weird though? For 2 years, it has always stayed on that throne. Why is it so lively today? This is why I'm worried. How about we get it back with MF? Oh Mimi. We can't be hasty. We'd be in greater trouble if we end up hurting it. It might be missing that fire phoenix. How about we lure that fire phoenix here? Are you joking, Jia? You know the temper of that fire phoenix. We can't even tame this ice phoenix and you think you can lure that fire phoenix here? That's true. What do we do? How about we go get the high priest? That's a good idea. Let's go look for the high priest. She's still an outsider even though she's highly favored. If anything happens, we can just push the responsibility to her. Yes, let's go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235. Volume 4. 235 Ice Phoenix. Lifting their robes, the two ladies rushed out of the hall. As they walked, the Jia asked the Mimi, the ice phoenix wouldn't fly away once we opened the door, would it? It wouldn't. Look, it's just flying around in circles right now. We have to make use of this time. It won't fly out the door so quickly. Right, let's move quickly and get the high priest here. They then ran over to the entrance. Creak. A bright light blinded me as the door opened. I lifted a hand to shield my eyes, and the two ladies were gone before I knew it. I stepped out from behind the pillar and looked at the ice phoenix which was still flying in circles above. That ice phoenix seemed to be able to understand humans. After the ladies left, it flew straight at me. I focused MF on my vision and saw that it had a pair of bright, transparent eyes, just like an ice sculpture. However, those eyes did not belong to a human, and I couldn't sense its emotions simply by looking at them. It flew across the great hall directly towards me, but I had no intention of avoiding it. For some reason, I had a good feeling about this creature. I wanted to see what it planned to do next. The ice phoenix did not slow down at all even when it was about to reach me. Right at that moment, Nyazun pulled on my right hand as he appeared on my right suddenly. I didn't let him pull me away this time. I didn't even blink when that ice phoenix arrived right in front of me. It stopped in the air suddenly, hovering with those outstretched, icy wings. It was staring at me. It was so beautiful. I couldn't help but smile at those bright and clear eyes that looked like crystals. "Are you able to understand me?" "Chirp," it called out softly. Overjoyed, I reached out a hand to caress the creature's head. An icy cold spread from my palm to my heart as the creature did not avoid my touch. It can actually understand me. "Nyazun, come and have a look." I turned to Nyazun in surprise. His eyes seemed to shine a little at this. What should I ask? Are you an ice phoenix?" "Chirp. Do you your owner?" I thought this was an ordinary question, but the ice phoenix seemed to get a little agitated at this as it flapped its wings. "What's wrong?" I frowned. The ice phoenix seemed to fear the words "do you." I could see a hint of fear in its eyes. It was a kind of raw fear that could be seen in all living things. "Chirp," the ice phoenix called out again. This time, it ended on a much sadder note as a tear formed in those crystal eyes. I felt heartbroken for it. "What's wrong, ice phoenix? Do you lock you up against your will?" The ice phoenix remained silent this time. It kept flapping its wings, as if it was reminiscing some sorrowful past. "Don't worry. How about this, you can follow me, and I'll protect you. Or, I can take you away from here." I spoke gently to this pitiful ice phoenix. Nyazun suddenly said, "It'll believe you if you make casual promises like this. Animals are different from human beings. Furthermore, this ice phoenix is no ordinary animal, it's a divine creature. We can't even keep ourselves safe in this foreign place and you're here making promises that you might not be able to fulfill? Isn't that a little too cruel even to a bird?" He sounded calm and indifferent, as if he was simply talking about the weather instead of criticizing me. "That's true. But I can still give it hope even if it is a phoenix." I furrowed my brows. "Nyazun, you weren't like this in the past. You didn't look at everything like there was no hope to be found. Just what happened during that blood-changing process in the demon cave?" A bitter smile appeared on Nyazun. "Wasn't I exactly like this in the past? It's you who didn't understand me. I've always been like this. I've never carried hope in my heart for anything, even towards me? You've never hoped for anything?" Nyazun's eyes shone as he answered, "Yes, even towards you." I laughed. I flashed a brilliant smile at him as I shrugged. "Nyazun, look at how strong I am now. I'll no longer be upset at those words of yours. It isn't because your words don't matter to me anymore, but it's because I have hope. I believe that there's definitely some reason that you're doing this. I believe that I'll find you again, that I'll let you rely on me like you did in the past, that you'll trust me again. Because I love you." I said those last words very lightly, and I could see the gentleness in his eyes as he looked at me. It didn't matter to me even if these words didn't change anything right now. If loving him meant that I had to fight a long battle and climb a high mountain, I was willing to do just that. I swear that I will never be afraid again. I will never go back on that same path I did when I killed Gao Qi. From the moment I admitted to myself how I felt about Nyazun, I made a decision that I'd continue loving him no matter what. You weren't like this in the past either. You've been really direct and open recently. Is this because you're not satisfied? Nyazun asked suddenly. I smiled. Seems like you've become pitiful too. Why is that? You're not willing to tell me why you're avoiding me and you're trying to suppress everything in your heart again? That's okay though. I have time. I turned back to the ice phoenix and said gently, are you willing to come with me? Call once if you are. If you aren't, you can call out twice. Chirp. I smiled at Nyazun. See? It's willing to come with me. It should be given hope. What do you plan to do next? You, me, and the creature, do we just walk out of here? Nyazun asked. Do you have any ideas? Aren't you rational, intelligent, and a great problem solver? Even if we aren't a couple now, there's no need to be this selfish and keep those ideas to yourself, is there? I'm just asking. It's none of my business whatever you plan to do. That coldness emerged in his eyes again. I didn't mind it. It doesn't matter. From now on, I'm going to stick to you whether you like it or not. I wanted to be brave for myself, just this once. I was too cowardly and naive and in the past, weren't I? You were just like that too, weren't you? Ice Phoenix, I don't know your name yet. You can't talk, so you can't tell me either. I guess I'll just have to give you a new name, alright? What should I call you? Right, how about Binger? It was nice and simple, and it matched the translucent body perfectly. T/N, Binger can be roughly translated to little ice since the Chinese character for ice is Bing. Chirp. Binger looked happy. That tear in its eye was gone now. Okay now. Although I don't know what happened to you here, but you have to believe that I'll be able to bring you out, okay? It's just that I've just arrived here and I don't know this place as well as you do. It might be difficult to escape from here, but you'll still have to believe in me, alright? I'll definitely take you away, okay? I petted its head again. Sorrow seemed to fill its eyes again. Nyazun seemed to be slightly irritated as he addressed Binger. Can you fly out of this palace on your own? Call out once if you can, call twice if you can't. I'm referring only to your ability to do so. Chirp, Binger called out softly. Hey, don't be so cold. You're scaring it, I scolded Nyazun. Nyazun ignored me as he continued with his questions. I heard those two ladies say that you've been here for a while now. Is there some reason that you were not able to leave this place? Chirp. It was a short, sharp call, as if it was replying in an anxious manner. Nyazun continued after a short pause. Those two ladies were talking about a fire phoenix earlier. Are you worried about that fire phoenix? Chirp, Binger called out as it raised its head. Nyazun turned to me. Do you understand? Seems like that fire phoenix is being locked up too. Either way, it can't leave the fire phoenix, and this is why she's not leaving this place. My guess is that you manipulated these phoenixes by making use of their feelings for each other. You is really cruel? The hatred I had towards you wasn't new. But it seemed to deepen because of this little phoenix now. Are you able to take us to your fiery partner? I even made a bird with my hands, afraid that Binger wouldn't understand me. Chirp, it was the first time Binger gave a negative response. Its eyes drooped as it did so. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236. Volume 4. 236 The High Priest. Nyazun glanced at me. Are you an idiot? If it could bring us out, why can't it fly out on its own? Would it still be locked up like this? I scratched my head. But those two ladies talked about luring the fire phoenix over, so that would mean that it still had some freedom to roam, isn't it? Those ladies wouldn't have said that if it really was trapped somewhere. Why can't the two phoenixes meet then? Binger looked anxious as its eyes shone brightly at what I just said. It seemed to be anxious because it wasn't able to explain what exactly happened. Nyazun asked something which stunned me. Were you human before? I turned to him in surprise, and little did I expect that Binger would actually answer him so quickly. I looked at Binger again. Though this wasn't the first time that a body of consciousness turned into something that wasn't human, I've only seen them turn into horrific monsters. I couldn't believe that somebody could actually turn into such a beautiful phoenix. You, how did you know it was a human? I stuttered as I asked Nyazun. He answered calmly, there are no phoenixes in the real world, it's simply an auspicious representation in the form of a bird. No matter how weird the split zone is, there's no way something can exist here if it doesn't even exist in the real world. Weren't those monsters all bodies of consciousness originally? Some of them might have been merged using a technique similar to Rong Jin's as well. From the looks of it, the ice phoenix wouldn't have appeared here without rhyme or reason. This is why I deduced that it could have been human before. Put simply, it is also a body of consciousness. Except that it turned into a creature, and we don't know the reason behind that yet. Li Shun, nothing exists in this world without a reason. Everything that exists has a purpose. Do you know that? He didn't sound like he was criticizing me. Instead, he sounded a little helpless when he said that. I wondered if my ears were fooling me. But that was not important at this very moment. The point was that I have not heard him analyze things in such a calm and rational manner in such a long time. Why did I not cherish the moments in the past when he used to do this? I only realized his importance and how irreplaceable he was when I lost him. I missed this intelligent and rational side of him so much. I stopped myself from going forth and hugging him as I said, what you said made sense. But why did it become like this? In an attempt to lighten the atmosphere, I went ahead and asked a question I knew Nyazun wouldn't be able to answer. Nyazun resumed his one-sided conversation with Binger. Was that fire phoenix a human too? Chirp. Did the both of you become like this because of Duyu? Binger did not give an affirmative response. Nyazun was not surprised at this, and he actually looked like he had already anticipated the answer. Then, is it Huaidu who did this to the both of you? I didn't know why he mentioned Huaidu all of a sudden. But what surprised me more was Binger's affirmative response this time. What's happening? I asked Nyazun hastily. Nyazun ignored me as he let me stew in anxiety. He continued talking to Binger unhurriedly. Is there a way to save you and that fire phoenix? Chirp, though Binger answered positively, it called out so softly as if it was not confident of the possibility of success. Great. There's no need to worry as long as there's a way to do so. Follow us from now on, and protect us whenever needed. We'll look into this, and we'll try to save your little friend while we save ours. Nyazun sounded a lot gentler as he said this. I even felt that he sounded rather adorable when he said, your little friend. Passerby, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Me, that's none of your business. I was still immersed in Nyazun's voice when he pulled me back behind that large pillar. He slapped an arm across my throat to prevent me from making any sound. He said softly, someone's here. Binger reacted very quickly as it turned and flew towards the ceiling. Creak. The two robed ladies appeared again, this time with another woman in front of them. That woman was dressed in a sequin top and a mini skirt with her midriff exposed. I looked at that woman's slender legs and that tiny waist. What a pair of... I froze when I saw her face. There was no need for Nyazun to stop me from moving, because I was stock still. I was literally rooted to the ground. That woman who looked enchantingly beautiful with a face full of makeup was none other than Song Lu. Is this really Song Lu? How can it be Song Lu? My mind was in a mess. Song Lu had been missing for a while now, and she was the very person I was trying so hard to find. But I wasn't able to go forth and hug her even when she's right in front of me. Wasn't she taken away by Li Wen? Why is she in Duyu's palace of cold blood? High Priest, this is the Ice Phoenix. As you know, it has been with owner for a long time, and it has always been very tame. But it's being naughty now and it refuses to go back under that curtain. We had no choice but to report this to the High Priest in the hopes that you would be able to make a decision on this matter. If we leave it be, it may just fly out the door someday. Both Mimi and I will be as good as dead if that happens. I didn't expect that serious Jie to actually be able to talk about this so casually. A cunning light shone through Son Lu's eyes. That light complemented that enchanting outfit and perfect body of hers, drawing others to her like moths to a bright flame. Her lips turned up in an angle, and though she spoke seductively, that killing intent was apparent in her voice. You mean to say that this treasure is now acting like a spoilt child who's refusing to listen? And, since owner loves it so much, the both of you can't use force on it. But you're afraid it might fly away, and you don't really know what to do about this, so in the end, the both of you have decided to push that responsibility to me? Though her words were not friendly, they were not threatening either. The Jie dropped to the ground on her knees. The High Priest is wise, there's nothing that escapes you. It's not that Mimi and I were lazing around, we just went to take a short break. I hope my Lord will forgive us for our sins. High Priest. Son Lu is the High Priest? Is she working for Duyu now? Could she have been brainwashed by Duyu during that experiment? But wasn't she taken away by Li Wen previously? If Li Wen's aim was to take her to Duyu, why did she have to stop us at that time? Or did Li Wen use Son Lu as a bargaining chip in exchange for something from Duyu? I suddenly felt angry about this. Son Lu had been through so much, and it was all because of me. Instead of addressing the Jie, Son Lu turned to the Mimi who was still standing. You're not anxious, are you? Seems like you got some guts there. The Mimi smiled with upturned eyes. If the High Priest can see through us that quickly, there's no need for further apologies. We'll do whatever the High Priest wishes. Son Lu blinked and leaned in close to the Mimi. I'm guessing that you're trying to differentiate yourself from her, are you? TSK, sisters you are. You seem to be too ambitious for your own good. You should go through some torture. The Mimi's smile seemed to freeze at this, but she continued stubbornly, please don't tease us like this, High Priest. Jie and I depend on no one but each other, so there's no way I would step all over her to differentiate myself. Isn't that right, Jie? The Mimi looked at the kneeling Jie with a sincere gaze. The Jie seemed to have been momentarily distracted as she said, oh yes, that's right, High Priest. Though this Mimi of mine might have some tiny tricks up her sleeve, she's not a bad person. We've been relying on each other in this palace of cold blood for so long, and I'm sure that wasn't what she meant. Son Lu folded her arms in front of her chest, as if she was enjoying a show. That's up to you then, if you choose to believe her. I'm not getting involved in this. But if you really get killed by her one day, just remember that there was a High Priest who reminded you of that possibility. The Jie looked resolute, even after all that Son Lu had said. I'll remember the teachings of the High Priest, but I believe in Mimi. But seeing her being adamant, Son Lu shrugged as she walked over to that silk gauze curtain. So this little one is being naughty now. Son Lu smiled as she walked, her boots clicking against the floor as she moved with those beautiful and slender legs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237. Volume 4. 237 Cold-Blooded Son Lu. Oh right. Son Lu stopped before reaching the inner area of the palace hall. She turned to the two ladies as she said, the both of you can leave now. I'll handle it from here. The Jie and Mimi looked at each other, at a loss for words. Son Lu smiled beautifully as she raised a brow. What? Do you still have questions for me? Don't you remember what owner said? Everyone in the Palace of Cold Blood should heed my orders when she's not around. I was surprised when I heard this. Counting silently, I realized that Song Lu had already been missing for more than half a year. It wasn't that long, but she's already in Do Use Good books. I felt a little upset at this, not because I felt betrayed by Song Lu, but because I couldn't imagine just how much Song Lu had to endure under someone like Du Yu in order to climb to such a position in such a short amount of time. It felt like I hadn't seen her in forever. She was all alone here in this time without us, without Yu Liang by her side. Yu Liang had been protecting her all this while, but she had to face this all alone. I wonder how lonely she must have felt. As I wondered about this, I looked up, trying to get a better look at Song Lu. But Song Lu suddenly shot us a look, making me flinch. I retreated behind the pillar as quickly as I could. My heart was racing, but Song Lu did not say anything. She might not have seen us then. Still not going out? Yes. As the High Priest wishes, we'll leave now. Shortly after, I heard the door open. The two ladies seemed to have left. Click, click, click. Those boots clicked against the floor again. Click, tap, click, tap, click. My heart started racing again, as if it was beating to the rhythm of those boots. There were only the three of us left in the palace hall now. Niazun usually looked like a statue when he was calmly waiting for something. He was exactly like that in this moment, standing silently, unmoving. Click, tap, click, tap, click. I wondered if I was hallucinating as I thought I felt those steps coming closer and closer to me. Song Lu finally spoke just when I wondered if I should peek my head out from the pillar. How long more do the both of you plan on hiding? My eyes widened. At times like this, I'd usually look toward Niazun for help. I did the same thing this time. Looking up at Niazun, I saw a calm and indifferent expression on his face, as if nothing had happened. In the next moment, he walked out from behind the pillar. Seeing him step out, I followed closely behind. I was a little anxious. It wasn't some stranger I had to face right now. This was Song Lu, who had to go through so much because of me. I felt so sorry towards her. I looked up slowly. Her eyes squinted in a smile on her heavily made-up face. Her smooth, curly hair fell across her shoulders as she folded her arms across her well-endowed bosom. It's been a long time, Li Shun. She sounded so natural when she greeted me. She addressed me as Li Shen. I didn't say a single word among those which were already hanging on my lips. How are you? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Yu Liang is still alive, and I'll help you look for him. Everything will be okay. I didn't say any of this when I heard her call me Li Shen. I forced myself to smile at her. Yes, it's been a long time, Song Lu. She seemed to be satisfied with my response. Still smiling, she addressed Niazun this time. You too. It's been a long time, Niazun. Niazun smirked. There's no need for this pretense, is there? Song Lu shrugged casually. I'm just being polite. Everything she did was enchanting. Song Lu was a femme fatale. In the past, she liked to dress in conservative clothes and be in black from head to toe, showing very little of her skin. Right now, she was a completely different person. Crip. The ice phoenix suddenly called out from its perch on one of the wall lamps. I looked at it first before turning to look at Song Lu, wondering how she would react. Song Lu did not react to this. She had a lazy expression on her face as she smiled slightly. This little thing is being so naughty. I guess I'll have to handle it first before we can have a proper conversation. Niazun said quickly, we should catch up first. It's really been quite a while. Song Lu glanced at him with those beautiful eyes. All right, we'll do just that then. I couldn't bear to watch this. After having gone through so much, I really wanted to be someone who could be calm and rational at times like these, but I just wasn't a calm and rational individual. Moreover, this was the man I loved and a woman I loved. One of them had changed so much, while the other was being so cold and distant. And the both of them seemed to be speaking in riddles now. I had to interrupt them. I looked at Song Lu. Song Lu, tell me what happened that made you become like this. I know I let you down, but I hope you'll be able to give me a chance to make it up to you. I know it was my irresponsibility that caused you and Yu Liang to end up like this. It's all my fault. Song Lu put on a surprised face. How can this be your fault? Li Shan doesn't ever admit that anything is her fault. Mimi, you're overthinking things. I've realized that Yu Liang and I aren't suitable for each other at all. I should be thanking you for enlightening me on this. I was about to go crazy. It was okay even if she viewed me as the enemy, and I could bear with anything but this. Yu Liang belongs deep in her heart. I wouldn't let her kill that part of herself like this. Stop pretending, Song Lu. I know this is all my fault. I just hope that you can give me one more chance to help you save Yu Liang. Song Lu seemed to get a little impatient at this. How many times do you want me to say this? I've realized that we're not compatible. He doesn't have anything to do with me now, and I no longer love him. Her words pained me. I stepped forward suddenly, trying to close the distance between us. I stared into her eyes. Stop joking. I'll believe anything you say, except this. I'll never believe that, not even after I die. Being slightly agitated, I choked a little on my words. While I watched her say she didn't love Yu Liang in that emotionless tone, I was reminded of Nie Zun's cold and distant face that day when we were in front of that demon-cultivating tablet. Don't begin loving someone if you decide you don't want to love them suddenly. Why give the other party happiness in your company when you're going to say you don't love them so easily in the end? Be it Nie Zun or Song Lu, I could never accept such a thing. Or rather, I could not believe this. There's not enough love in this world to go around. If what you refer to as love couldn't be counted, what else can we then cherish in our hearts? This is why I chose to believe that they had their reasons for doing so. But I wasn't intelligent or rational enough to wait for the right moment where you can explain it all to me. What I want is for you to be honest right at this moment. Song Lu laughed casually. Why is that impossible, Li Shan? Not everyone can be happy like you. Even when you aren't doing anything, there will still be others who are willing to protect you. We don't have such a blessed life, so nothing is impossible to us. Not even parting with our lovers. So you actually refer to him as your lover? I looked at her resolutely. I don't want to hear all this. What I want to know is what happened to you in the time we were separated. She looked at me with a mysterious smile. After about 10 seconds of pondering, I saw those red lips move. Nothing. I was just being transferred from the hands of one woman to the hands of another. I haven't gained anything nor have I lost anything. You haven't lost Yu Liang? Are you willing to tell me what happened between the two of you? I decided to ask her directly. She laughed out loud. He became an experimental subject after being captured, and I became a killing weapon. Are you satisfied now? Though I was heartbroken, I pretended to be calm as I continued. What else? Song Lu continued laughing. You really want a blow-by-blow account of what happened, do you? I smiled in response. Yes, because I've lost two very important friends during this time. I'm going to give whatever it takes, even if it's my life, to get them back. Song Lu's smile faded a little. Very important friends, huh? Yes, it's these very important friends who have been waiting for you to rescue them. But you've just been going about your daily life after forgetting about them. I knew she would bring this up, but I had to bear with this for now. Song Lu, whether you believe it or not, I swear that I've been looking for you. I would give everything, except that I just wasn't able to locate you no matter how hard I tried. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238. Volume 4. 238 Song Lu's Deal. Song Lu did not want to hear me continue. She waved a hand and said, "There's no need to talk about all that. What's past is past, and I'm living quite well now as Diyu's high priest in the gate of heaven. I have power over everyone else here, and it's much better than when I was in the Western District." Seeing the rush of emotion in her eyes, I stopped talking. There's no use in rushing things. She must have been through so much pain. I decided to change the subject instead. Since you're the high priest in this palace of cold blood, you must be on the same side as Diyu now. Do you know what her goal is? Song Lu smiled. Li Shun, you've said it yourself. Since I'm on the same side as Diyu now, do you think I'll tell you that? Why are you guys here anyway? As the high priest in the palace of cold blood, I can't let intruders get away scot-free. Niazun responded, but you've not attacked and you've even let her speak. Song Lu looked at Niazun with an appreciative gaze. Niazun is still as intelligent as ever. Observant and always quick to react. Chirp, Binger called out again, as if it was trying to warn us of something. A mysterious smile appeared on Song Lu's face. I guess I have to teach this creature a lesson before I can go against the both of you. Go against the both of us? Before I could react, she was already headed towards the inner area of the palace hall. Worried about Binger, I turned to Niazun with unease. But Niazun was not intending to stop Song Lu at all, and he acted like this had nothing to do with him. In my anxiety, I went after Song Lu. Tap, 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 tap. She seemed to be walking faster and faster, and it felt like I had to chase after her. Song Lu. Li Shin, we can talk later. Song Lu addressed me without even turning around. What are you going to do to Binger? It's just an ordinary bird. I grabbed Song Lu's arm as I caught up to her. She seemed to flinch slightly at my touch, and I wondered if it was me just hallucinating. Haha, an ordinary bird? If you can tell it's a body of consciousness, do you think that I, as the high priest, wouldn't be able to tell? Li Shin, there's no need to act so childishly even if you want to save someone. She stopped in her tracks as she said this. She then continued with a smirk. No wonder you weren't able to save us. If you're trying to save people like this, it's no surprise that you'll lose them. She seemed to have placed more emphasis on those last words. I thought I didn't mind this, but in all honesty, it was upsetting to hear harsh words from someone who used to be so close to me. I didn't know what to say to her, and she continued on her path towards the ice phoenix. Binger flew up as it seemed to sense her looming presence. With a flap of those snowy wings, it flew straight towards Song Lu. Song Lu remained perfectly still, reacting exactly as I did earlier. She then asked me, "You like this phoenix?" I nodded, before saying yes when I realized she wasn't able to see me nod. Ha, good. I'll destroy it. I didn't expect for Song Lu to say something like that. She must hate me so. She grabbed the air with a hand. Lifting that hand, she swung it towards Binger. Though her arms were not very powerful, the beads of water that came out from her palms seemed to fly towards Binger at great speed. I squinted my eyes as I focused MF on my vision to see how fast those beads of water were going. But I was too late to do anything about it. Binger stopped in mid-air, staying still like a statue as those beads of water were about to reach it. I reached out a hand, trying to stop whatever might happen, but it was just a futile attempt on my part. All of a sudden, a black ray passed through those beads of water, shattering them all. Looking like beads of mercury, they dropped to the ground abruptly. I turned to Niazun and saw that he was using his pupil abilities. Song Lu did not sound upset, and she turned to praise Niazun instead. Great pupil ability. You've always been hiding it, but you're finally willing to use it now? Niazun smiled casually as he pointed at Binger. Don't scare that little creature there. It isn't very brave. Song Lu laughed out loud. Little creature? Isn't very brave? I guess the both of you really know nothing at all. Her expression turned cold in the next second. This creature can never leave the palace of cold blood. This is an order from Du Yu. I looked at Binger, wondering if it could understand all that was happening. I tried to change the subject again in an attempt to stall Song Lu's attack on Binger. Tell me, where are you Liang and the rest? Even though Song Lu said she didn't love Yu Liang anymore, I didn't believe that she'd really leave him for dead. Song Lu's unexpected response surprised me. Yu Liang is here? I frowned. Aren't you the high priest in the gate of heaven? Don't you know that Yu Liang is being locked up by Du Yu right now? Song Lu regarded me with doubt in her eyes. Are you kidding? I know that your friend from the Eastern District is here, but I've not heard Du Yu say anything about Yu Liang being here as well. I do know that he survived that catastrophe in the Western District though. I nodded. When we were in the Gate of Ghost, Du Yu told me that Yu Liang is in the Gate of Heaven? I'm guessing that he's being locked up just like Jiao S and the rest. I want to save them. Are you able to provide me with their locations? Song Lu's brows furrowed. There's no way I'm betraying Du Yu. As for the two of you, don't think you can escape easily once you've stepped into the Gate of Heaven, especially now that you're in the Palace of Cold Blood. As for whether Yu Liang is here or not, I'll be looking into that. Where's Jia Pa? Niazun asked suddenly. Song Lu regained her indifferent expression upon hearing this. Your doctor is fine, no need to worry about him. You should take care of yourself instead. He seems to be really worried about you. I was stunned at what happened next. Niazun seemed to have teleported right in front of Song Lu as he grabbed her neck. I'll ask you one more time. Where is he? Something flashed in Song Lu's eyes, but she remained silent. Black fog began to rise in Niazun's eyes. This was a sign of Niazun turning demonic, and this meant he was ready to destroy everything in his path. I rushed forward to grab him. We're all friends. You're not an amnesiac now, so there's no need for this. Song Lu will tell you where Jia Pa is if you ask nicely enough. Niazun then let go of Song Lu slowly. Song Lu smiled at me. Li Shun, Niazun seems to have changed. Why is that? Are the both of you no longer in love? Are the both of you like Yu Liang and I now? This made me feel a little uncomfortable, but it wasn't the time for such a discussion. I spoke quickly. Song Lu, can you tell us where Jia Pa is being hidden? At least this friend of mine can go take a look at him. Song Lu brushed her hair aside unhurriedly. How about we make a deal? Niazun and I responded immediately as we heard the word deal. Okay. Such telepathy made my heart jump with joy. I stole a glance at Niazun, but he was focused on Song Lu right now. What deal do you have in mind? We'll try our best. Try our best? When did you start seeing me as being on the same team? Song Lu smiled as she answered, it's easy. I'll bring you to Jia Pa if you leave Piercer with me. She was referring to Jia Pa, not to the group of friends who were being locked up. I realized Niazun and Piercer were the two things which were the most valuable in the split zone at this point. Many have been looking for me because their goal was to find them. But this meant that all these people were of the opinion that the both of them belonged to me. As I was pondering about this, Niazun took Piercer from his waist and waved it at Song Lu. There's no need for an introduction, is there? It's not like you haven't seen this before. Song Lu's eyes narrowed upon seeing Piercer. That's right, it's Piercer. What, Li Shin gave it to you because she doesn't want it anymore? I responded coldly. He snatched it from me. But what do you want Piercer for? Song Lu stretched lazily. Who doesn't want a powerful living weapon like this? Power is what we rely on in order to survive in the split zone. There are only a few living weapons, and it's probably impossible that any new living weapons would appear. Why wouldn't I want it if given an opportunity? I replied immediately, it belongs to me, sadly. And I don't intend to give it away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239. Volume 4. 239 Endless Stairs. I snatched Piercer from Nyezun immediately. Nyezun did not resist this time. He glanced at me. I guess you're never going to give up if this item is with me. Take it back if that's the case, and stop following me from now on. Also, I'd suggest for you to leave it. It brings nothing but misfortune. Holding Piercer, I said, thank you for the reminder. When did you start talking so much? Song Lu smiled as she interrupted. How about this, Li Xin? I'll do something else for you. If you leave Piercer with me, not only can I bring Nyezun to Jiepa, I can bring you to Jiao S as well. What do you think? Bring me to Jiao S? I knew nothing about the Gate of Heaven, and it was best if I could save them before Du returns. That seems fine too. It was Nyezun who suppressed the female soul in Piercer previously, and I might not be able to use it well in such a short time. I can just give it to her first. And, no matter what Song Lu had become, she's still a friend to me. I'd rather give it to her than give it to anybody else. I threw Piercer at Song Lu after I made my decision. Song Lu caught it and said, "You're really nice to Jiao S. You compromised really quickly when you just said you wouldn't give it away just moments ago." I looked her in the eye. I won't hesitate if I could get you back in exchange for Piercer either. But there was no one who made an offer like this when you were missing. There was exhaustion in Song Lu's eyes as she hung Piercer on her waist. Let's go. I'll keep my word. But, this phoenix, she turned to take a look at Binger, which was perched on a lamp. Song Lu waved a hand at Binger as it called out with a chirp. I was focused on Song Lu's hand since I wanted to stop her attack, but there was no indication of an oncoming one. In the next moment, I heard Binger call out again. Binger struggled as it was trapped in a ball of water in midair. What did you do to it? This was definitely caused by Song Lu. Song Lu continued towards the exit as she said, "It won't die. You can choose to either stay here or come with me to see Jiao S decide." Nyezun shot me a cold look before catching up to Song Lu. Gritting my teeth, I turned back to Binger and said softly, "Binger, I'll be back. Wait for me." I ran up to Song Lu after that. Song Lu blinked as she saw me. It's difficult, isn't it? You're always like this, trying to save everyone. But Li Xin, you aren't the Messiah. Choices have to be made sometimes, and if you've acted like today, who knows, I might not have ended up like this. A familiar image popped up in my mind, but it was something I did not want to recall. Though I felt bitter, I calmed myself down before answering Song Lu. You're right. But you got one thing wrong. I've always known what I was doing, from the very beginning. It's just that you might not be aware of this. It was obvious Song Lu did not understand what I was getting at. I looked her in the eye as I decided to tell her what exactly happened. I had to make a choice, causing you to be taken away by Li Wen. I didn't hesitate at that time. You were unconscious, and Jiao S's life was in Li Wen's hands. She wanted me to choose between the two of you. At that time, I chose Jiao S because her MF was already depleted, and I let Li Wen take you away. Song Lu turned pale. I bit my lip. I wouldn't say I regretted it, because I might do the same thing if I'm faced with the same situation today, since it was more critical to save Jiao S at that time. Just like today, Jiao S is in a more dangerous situation now, and like what you said, I didn't hesitate to make a decision. Song Lu, I'm grateful that you're telling me I have to make difficult decisions, because if no one thinks like this, there might be nobody else who can empathize with me. I don't know what you've been through in this time, but I know that I was the one who let you down since I made that choice. You can blame me for that, but you can't say that I didn't make a choice. A bitter smile appeared on Song Lu's pale face. I get it now. You're trying to say that you simply didn't choose me, and it's not that you didn't know how to make a choice. I nodded and said, yes. But, why did I feel so heartbroken after I said so? I didn't want Song Lu to feel upset about this, and although it did sound like Jiao S was the only one I cared about and that I didn't care about her at all, I had no choice but to put it this way. And I did choose Jiao S in that situation. After we got separated, have you seen Yu Liang again? I brought this up in a feeble attempt to change the subject. Song Lu turned away from me to look in front. I couldn't see her expression from where I was. No, I haven't seen him at all. I haven't heard any news about him being in the gate of heaven either, so I was rather surprised when you mentioned it earlier. But I've said so previously, that I don't love him anymore. I remained silent. I have already decided that I had to bring Yu Liang back to Song Lu. All of this happened because of me, and I'll be the one to end it all. Creak. The door of the palace hall opened easily. A blinding white light flooded the hall. It was so bright that I had to shield my eyes from it. I looked outside as I got used to the brightness. It was different from how I imagined it to be. Instead of a street, we were met with stairs that led underground. It was like a bottomless pit that was welcoming us, and we were walking into that abyss voluntarily. Didn't expect the layout outside of the Palace of Cold Blood to be this unique. Niazun spoke after being silent for quite some time. Song Lu smiled enchantingly. Is that so? Actually, the outside of the Palace of Cold Blood doesn't look like this, and the two ladies didn't come in from here either. You mean you created these stairs? I looked at the steps. It was a spiral staircase, and we weren't able to see more than a few steps ahead of us. Please, go on ahead. Instead of answering me, Song Lu directed me towards the stairs. As I was about to step forward, Niazun said, "We're not familiar with this place. How about you lead the way?" My foot crept back slowly at this. Song Lu shrugged and said, "Sure." She stepped onto those stairs in her boots shortly after. I glanced at Niazun, but he did not return my gaze. We then continued on the path without looking at each other. The door to the palace hall closed behind us. I thought it sounded a little different from when it opened. Click, click, click. Song Lu's boots clicked against the floor with crisp sounds. Though I was in kitten heels, my sandals were light and they rarely made a sound even when I hopped or jumped around. The spiral staircase seemed to continue on forever. The three of us were silent as we walked, and this made me more anxious. I have never liked such silent atmospheres. Therefore, I decided to start a conversation. What should I talk about? Should I tell Song Lu about Yu Liang? Wait, why did I even think of that? Am I supposed to tell her that yes, I have seen Yu Liang just once in this time when he engaged us in a 3-versus-1 battle in order to force me to look for you, and that he's also turned into a monster where his hand can turn into a tentacle? What a dumb idea it was. I can't say this. What should I say then? What if I talk about how to use Piercer? Forget it. That might sound like I'm going back on my word. Just when I was cracking my head thinking about possible topics to talk about, I happened to catch a glimpse of Niazun. He seemed to be stealing glances at me from time to time. He turned away just as I looked at him, as if he had never been taking notice of me at all with that indifferent expression of his. For some reason, I felt joy at being able to look at his side profile like this. I didn't care what he turned into as long as he was right here beside me. In my heart, he was still Niazun. I didn't notice Song Lu turning to me as I was being too focused on Niazun. I guess you no longer hide your feelings now. But this makes me more confused. Li Shen, if you can stare at Niazun like this, why aren't the both of you together already? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240. Volume 4. 240 Underground Prison. Niazun answered while I was still wondering how to respond. We had already been together once. Turning red, I said, there's no need to go around announcing this. Niazun blinked at me in mock innocence, but I could tell he was teasing me with those eyes of his. Did I say anything wrong? Weren't we together as lovers once? Gritting my teeth, I said, I know what you're trying to get at. Just continue pretending like this. Song Lu asked with genuine surprise, you were together once? Why did you guys get separated then? There was a hint of that adorable Song Lu of the past as she posed her question. Well, there's no real need to hide this anyway. I thus answered without hesitation, because he lost his memories. Song Lu looked shocked at this. She turned to Niazun. You lost your memories? Do you still remember me then? She even waved a hand in front of Niazun, as if he had turned blind. Warmth emanated from my chest as I saw the kind Song Lu in this very moment. Sometimes, pain can temporarily change a person, but it's difficult to erase somebody's personality entirely. I didn't give Niazun a chance to answer this time. He has already regained his memories, it's just that he's changed a lot. Probably because he ate something that was unclean. I was still upset at how cold he was acting towards me. There seemed to be a hint of a smile on Song Lu's face, and I wasn't the only one who realized this. I could tell that she realized it too. Her face froze a little when she found herself talking to me just like in the past. She turned around and said, "We're arriving soon." Shortly after, we arrived in a dungeon-like place at the end of the spiral staircase. There was a square room separated by iron bars on one side. This place did not look like a modern prison at all. It looked like a dungeon used in medieval times. There were arms trapped in the iron shackles that were connected to the wall. The woman currently trapped in those shackles should be Jiao S, though I couldn't see her clearly from where I was. She was seated leaning against the wall, dressed in white. Her head hung and she was completely still. I wanted to call out to her, but I hesitated, unsure if it really was her. Song Lu kept quiet as she looked at me, as if waiting for my next move. Just as I was about to call out, the woman in the cell lifted her head slowly. Rendered speechless, I covered my mouth in shock upon seeing her face. It was definitely Jiao S, but she had no eyes. Her eyeballs were replaced with two black holes, and those huge eyes of hers were gone. The first time I saw those eyes, I was afraid, and I even hated them. But slowly, I found myself liking them. I couldn't believe that those emotionless eyes were nothing but two bloody holes now. Pale, dry lips moved on a blood-streaked face. Is it Shen? I couldn't bear it anymore as I heard her feeble voice. Rushing forward, I grabbed onto those iron bars. It's me. What happened to you, Jiao S? Jiao S smiled. I knew it was you. I wasn't able to stay calm like her. I turned and stared at Song Lu. What happened here? What did you do to her? Song Lu shrugged. I don't know. I didn't do anything to her. I'm just in charge of keeping an eye on her. You should be asking her what happened instead. At this moment, Niazun appeared right beside Song Lu. Where's Jia Pa? Song Lu gave an enchanting smile. Are you worried about that doctor of yours after seeing Li Shen's friend like this? Niazun smirked, and I saw him take his right hand out of his pocket. I don't have much patience. You'd better give me an answer, or else I'll wreck this place. Song Lu pointed at me. I can only bring you to one individual at any one point of time. If she refuses to leave now, I can't bring you to Jia Pa. How about you ask her if she's willing to leave this place and go to Jiapa with you? She was trying to drive a wedge between me and Nyazun. She knew how important Jiapa was to Nyazun, and how important Jiaos was to me. Nyazun just glanced at me coldly without saying anything. Turning back to face those iron bars, I poured MF into them as I took the opportunity to try and pry them open. Jiaos spoke softly, "Ashen, don't do that. This is different from what we've seen before. Those bars have been enchanted, and MF is no use. It'll just be absorbed." I did not want to give up just like this, but I felt a cold wind on my palms, evident of MF being sucked away. These iron bars felt like sponges absorbing my MF. Defeat overwhelmed me. There was nothing I could do when my close friend was trapped in there. As if she knew what went through my mind, Jiaos smiled and consoled me. "It's alright, Ashen, stop trying. I wouldn't be trapped here if I could have escaped earlier. The materials here are all specially made, and it's like nothing I've ever seen before in the eastern or western districts. You don't have to blame yourself." Hearing this made me even more upset. I tried grabbing those iron bars again, but that feeling of my MF being sucked away made me let go of them immediately. Song Lu said in a casual manner, "It's no use. MF does nothing to it." I turned around to face her. "Then what do I have to do to save her? I'm sure you have a way." Nyazun was in front of those bars now as he tried touching them. He spoke calmly. "I think this can only be activated with a key." Clap, clap, clap. Song Lu started clapping out of nowhere. What great imagination. Even I might have been fooled. Nyazun continued, "You mean to say this gate isn't activated with a key? From the looks of it, I'm guessing you have the key, right?" I stared at Song Lu. Song Lu glanced at me before she smirked. "That's right. We do need a key to open this gate here. But you've only gotten half of it right. Do you is the only one who has the key to this gate?" Frowning, I asked, "Is there any other way to open it?" Song Lu remained silent, but she turned to look at Nyazun. I followed her gaze to see Nyazun backing away a little before stretching out a palm towards those iron bars. A rotting smell accompanied the black mist that emanated from his palm. The mist wrapped itself around the iron bars, but nothing happened. Nyazun then said, "Seems like using the key is the only way." Grabbing the bars again, I tried using mere strength to pry them open this time. "Do you think you're Popeye?" I heard Nyazun's voice from above me. I met his eyes as I looked up, but this wasn't the time to be immersed in them. "Help!" I spoke curtly without much thought, and I didn't expect him to really help me out. To my surprise, he actually grabbed those bars and tried to pull them apart. Jiaos then spoke in her hoarse voice. "Stop it, Ashen. I've tried everything." Taking a deep breath, I tried to speak as calmly as I could. "Tell me, who did this to you? And why aren't you healing? Is it do you?" Instead of answering my questions, Jiaos said, "That's not important. Tell me who else is here, apart from you and Nyazun." "Song Lu," I answered softly. Jiaos seemed to flinch a little at this. "Was it you who did this to her?" Song Lu still had that enchanting smile on her face. "So what if I did?" If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241. Volume 4. 241. You're wrong. Swoosh. Drawing a circle in the air with Scorpion Ray, I had Song Lu entrapped in a ring of light. I could adjust the size of the ring with the tip of my finger through a string of light that served as a connection between my index finger and that ring. Song Lu looked rather calm as she remained motionless. "You're a quick learner. Are you imitating the way I controlled the water earlier?" Focusing MF on my finger, I tried to keep the ring of light stable. "I'm not imitating you, but I did learn something from you earlier. You've never used such a restriction technique in the past, and there aren't many in the split zone who use such techniques either. Do you is one of them, so it's obvious that you've learnt it from her? The foundation to such techniques is identical, and one can create further advanced techniques with that. I used my MF to sense how you controlled yours when you attacked that ice phoenix, committing it to memory at the same time. I'm simply using my MF at the same frequency as yours when I activated Scorpion Ray to create this ring of light. Song Lu's eyes flashed. You've always been intelligent. You've never bothered to learn how to manipulate your MF seriously when I tried teaching you in the past. But even so, you've always been able to control it well. I knew at that time that if you were willing to put in more effort, you'd definitely have been able to create stronger and more advanced techniques. You've improved a lot, seeing that you don't have a teacher like me. I'm not sure how I fare in the gate of heaven, but I know that I'm the best in manipulating MF compared to everyone else in the eastern, western and southern districts. You've made great improvement in the time we've been separated. I guess I've underestimated you earlier, since it wasn't that you couldn't stop me from attacking that ice phoenix, but because you wasted some time in trying to sense how I was using MF. I actually had Liwen to thank for this improvement, since I was able to manipulate my MF much better after that session of meditation. Calculating MF before launching an attack was not a good strategy at all. The real skill lies in using what little MF we have to its fullest extent. Thus, there was no actual need to calculate the exact MF used for each attack. But you're still a beginner in this, and there is still room for improvement. Song Lu's eyes flashed again. Song Lu was trapped in the ring of light at the other end, but there was a layer of moving water that wrapped around that ring. That water was creeping slowly towards my finger. Since you've already made a move, is there really a need to go this slowly? If this water is moving so slowly, does it mean that you don't actually intend to hurt me? I gave Song Lu a mirthless smile as I kept my eyes on her. You've really changed, Li Shun. You're more rational and intelligent now. I was forced to. After I spoke, I deactivated that string of light immediately. Song Lu was referring to how I had to use that string of light as a connection to trap her within that ring, while she could easily restrict the movement of the ice phoenix as if through telekinesis. This was where I was lacking, and this was also why I deactivated that string of light. A gust of wind howled past me as I grabbed the air with my hand, but that ring of light shattered around Song Lu. I stared at the broken ring. I guess I've failed this time. Song Lu walked towards me elegantly, making me back away subconsciously. She drew Piercer as she said, "Do you know why you've failed? You don't have enough power. But you're pretty good in being able to see that I controlled my MF without needing a connecting factor. You might just be able to do that in future, as long as you practice, but you'll also have to learn how to manipulate MF more intricately." I stared at her as I asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Lifting Piercer to observe it, she smiled. "Because I've never wanted to see you as an enemy. You should know that." "Let her go then." I pointed to Jiao S who was in the cell. Song Lu caressed Piercer as she continued, "Her? I really can't do that. I can't help you with this since Du is the only one who has the key." Jiao S spoke. "Leave it, Shun. She literally cannot let me go." I was a little agitated as I turned to her. "Why did you flinch when I mentioned her earlier? Jiao S, when did you start saying things like leave it? When have you become such a coward? There's no way I'm giving up on you like this, so please don't give up on yourself either." Song Lu flashed a brilliant smile as she heard this. What an endearing relationship. I wonder how you can save her though. Even without her eyes, Jiao S was able to determine where I was as she looked straight at me. "Shin, listen to me. I'm not afraid of anything. You should know this. It's just that things aren't as simple as you think they are. You can't even imagine the price you have to pay in order to save me. I won't die, so there's no need to worry about me. Don't you trust me?" But Nyezun interrupted me before I could continue. Why can't that rationality and intelligence last for a while longer in you? Hearing that reminder, I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. I've been trying very hard to stay calm in situations which had the potential to push me to the edge of my sanity, but I was no holy being, and I believed that the only ones who could look at everything with equal calmness was someone who did not have a heart. As long as we were worried about someone or something, there was no way we don't fear anything. Those who feared nothing at all were those who didn't care about anything. I cared too much about everything. The calmness in me came from all that I've thrown away, but there was no way I could turn into a cold-blooded monster. I don't think I did anything wrong. But no matter how upset I felt, I knew I had to remain calm in this situation. I turned back to face Song Lu. What do you want? Just say it. Song Lu laughed. Since no one else will come to this underground prison, we can work out an agreement in here. How about this? I'll let you spend some time with Jiao S here while I take Nyezun to Jiapa. Though I'm not able to release Jiao S, I can release Jiapa. Wait for me here if you really want to save her. Nyezun responded immediately with a question. Why should I believe you and leave with you? Song Lu looked at him. Do you have any other suggestions, Nyezun? Or are you afraid that Li Shen might end up in trouble if you leave her alone here? I turned to Nyezun, whose eyes seemed to turn cold as he looked at me. I've got nothing to do with her. I'll leave with you. Though my heart felt like it was being smashed into smithereens, I forced myself to smile. It's okay, Li Shen. You'll be fine on your own. Are you really going to rely on Nyezun forever? Isn't it great that he's going to save Jiapa? Don't you want him to save Jiapa? But why did I feel so heartbroken? Did I really not want him to leave, not even for a minute? Or was it because I would be afraid if he left me for just a minute? Let's go. Song Lu glanced at me before stepping onto a new set of stairs that appeared behind her. Nyezun followed closely behind, never turning back. Jiao S spoke in that coarse voice as I sat on the ground hugging my knees. Have they left? Nmem. Ashen, is there anything you want to ask me? With a bitter smile, I said, I'm sorry. I know that I won't be able to understand all the pain that you have been through during this time. This is why I'd rather not ask you anything. Jiao S seemed to sigh. Ashen, you're being too hard on yourself, as always. My tears started falling. No, I'm not being hard on myself. I'm being too easy on myself. I hate to see the people around me leave or turn into someone else. But more and more of them have been forced to change because of my inability and weakness. First it was Laurel, then Song Lu, and now it's you. This is all my fault. Shun, I've never changed. No, I was crying now. You've changed. You weren't like this in the past. Because of me, that aura and attitude of yours is all gone. You're not the Jiao S from before, and I know this is all because I didn't come to save you in time. I let them hurt you. Just look at Song Lu, she wasn't like this in the past. It's all because of me that all of you are hurt and forced to change. You're wrong. Jiao S spoke loudly this time, using a tone that made it difficult for others to argue with. The old Jiao S seemed to have returned. Hearing her like this, I stopped crying and looked at her. She regarded me with those black holes for eyes. Shun, I've never changed. I've always acted according to what the situation requires of me. You can't say that I've changed because I'm not always acting the same. This is your first mistake. Your second mistake is that you're always blaming yourself for everything that happens. Why do you have to take responsibility for everyone's lives like this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242. Volume 4. 242. Why would you be responsible? You've always been like this, blaming yourself for everything. Think about it though, if you weren't here in the split zone, would we be free from this pain? Are you trying to make us owe you one by putting the responsibility all on yourself? Remember this, Li Shun, each individual is in charge of their own lives, and that has nothing to do with you at all. Similarly, there's no one who's responsible for your life. Jiao S sounded serious, and that attitude of hers was apparent as she spoke. I couldn't help but end up a little stunned at this. She continued gently as I did not respond. Shen, there's something else you have to remember. No one has changed. It's difficult to change a person entirely. It's the same for Laurel and Song Lu. You think Laurel has changed, but didn't she still save you guys in the end? She saved us. You think Song Lu has changed, but she didn't imprison you the very moment she saw you, even when she definitely has the ability to do so. No one has changed. It's just circumstance that might be forcing them to act like somebody else, but they haven't really changed. They might have lost some things, causing a certain part of their personality to be more apparent. For example, they might become more cruel and ruthless. But there's always a limit to that. Everyone has a limit, and no matter how much they've exceeded it, that has nothing to do with you at all. You might be a tiny factor that caused it, but they will still be the one responsible for themselves. For some reason, I calmed down after hearing her say this. Jiao S sighed again. I know that you've always been hiding ever since you've arrived in the split zone. You've been avoiding things, and that has caused you to lose many things. You blame yourself for it, and this is why you're forcing yourself to face everything head-on, to the point that you're trying to take responsibility for everything, even if it has nothing to do with you. But this isn't your life, it's ours. Why be so hard on yourself, Shen? I understand that you want to help us, but that heart cannot come from guilt. It's no longer sincere if it's guilt that's driving you. It's because you're our friend that you want to save us and help us. It's because you treat us as your friends from the bottom of your heart that you're willing to do all this for us, not because you have to take responsibility for us. If you're trying to take the blame for everything, not only are you being way too hard on yourself, you'll end up pushing me away at the same time. Shen, you're no longer alone now. You need to learn how to accommodate others and how to borrow their strength, the strength of your friends. You shouldn't be taking it all upon yourself, you get that? Learn how to accommodate others. Shen, there's one thing you haven't gotten used to ever since arriving here in the split zone. You keep thinking that you're alone. You're no longer living in solitude like when you were alive. I've already realized that, so when will you be able to realize it too? Jiao S choked a little on her words, and my tears just wouldn't stop. She was right. I was no longer alone. There were always people by my side through both the good and bad times, and we went through it all together. Why did I have to look at myself like a freak which would bring disaster to the rest? Why did I have to keep a distance from the others? Out of them all, Niazun was the only one who was able to enter your heart. You might not have realized this, have you? Jiao S continued. I wiped my tears as I said, no, I'm clear about that. I've been together with him once. Jiao S would definitely have looked at me with wide eyes if she still had her eyeballs. What do you mean by been together once? I answered simply, that's in the past. Why did you break up? Because he's being cold and distant to me all of a sudden. But I believe he has his reasons for doing so. Yes, there must be a reason behind it. To be honest, I used to envy you. I've heard a lot about you even before I met you. I envied you for the fact that Li Qing favored you, and I heard that there was always someone following behind you. I envied that too. Don't you understand, Li Shun? We're all lonely here, most of us who end up in the split zone are. But there have always been others by your side in this lonely place, and there are many who are willing to trust and protect you. You're definitely lucky. Was I the only one who belittled your presence, Niazun? Even though she couldn't see me, I nodded in response. Yes, Niazun has always been by my side, and I've not been able to see that for the longest time. But it was already too late when I realized this. I refuse to fall in love with another, because I've caused the death of someone else before. But I can't let Nyazun carry this burden from my past. He's lonely too, so what right do I have to force him like this? I looked at Jiao S as I continued. You're right, my heart is too fragile. I've been looking at everything through distorted lenses. I have to make everything right, everything. Jiao S nodded slowly. It's good that you can look at things like this. Nyazun isn't like the others, you aren't either. I'm sure of that. Nyazun is different from everyone else here in the split zone. Though everyone is technically different, he makes a lasting impression. In the past, I thought he existed just to protect you, but that doesn't seem like the case now. He is his own person, and he doesn't exist for anybody else. But his heart belongs to you, and you should cherish and protect that. I smiled as my tears dried up. It's not only him that I have to protect. I have to protect you too, and many others. I'll not be taking everything upon myself this time, but I can at least protect you guys. This isn't something I feel responsible for, it's something that I want to do from the bottom of my heart. Jiao S's lips then turned up at an angle. Right, can you tell me all that has happened after you ended up here? Jiao S's smile faded slowly as she answered, I'm not sure about the others, since I ended up here alone. I was already in here when I woke up, and Du was the one who gouged my eyes out. I don't know if there's anything else she used, since it's not healing. Have you lost the ability to regenerate? Jiao S shook her head. No. I've tried it and realized that I could still regenerate. It's just that my eyes wouldn't. I find it weird though. According to Du, she did this in order to target you. There could be something going on with those eyes, and it's possible that she's using it as bait to lure you over. You have to be careful. You can't be impulsive just because you want to get me out. We could lose everything with just one wrong move. Do you understand that? I get that. But I don't understand what she can do to me with those eyes of yours. She went to the Gate of Ghosts to look for me, and I've arrived here with that pill you gave me. She wouldn't have been able to anticipate all that had happened so far. She might not even know that I'm already here in the Palace of Cold Blood, so what else can she do with your eyes? I don't know either. But are you sure you arrived here through that pill? Jiao S asked suddenly. You mean I didn't? Somebody has to create an enchantment over on this side for that pill to work. Tao Lai and Muli were the ones in charge of that pill I gave you. How would you be able to come here without either of them? I've heard that they're both in the Palace of Cold Blood too. Do you said this to me personally? Jiao S had a complicated expression on her face. Actually, I've thought about this. Everyone in the Western District might have been brought here, and I ended up here because I passed out from using up too much of my MF during that fight with Du and Tao Lai. This means that they haven't seen each other. But that doesn't sound right. If you arrived here with Tao Lai and Muli's help, you would have appeared right before me instead of ending up in some random corner inside the Palace of Cold Blood. I nodded in agreement. Yes, I find that fishy too. There's definitely something going on here. Are you able to use your MF now? Jiao S shook those iron shackles. This restricts me from using it. Du has the most amazing things? Have you seen any others apart from Du and Son Lu? No, I've been here all the while. The only person I've met is Son Lu. Though she does seem different from before, I believe that she has her reasons. I don't think she's being totally controlled by Du. Du should be well aware of this too. What's interesting is that Du has been giving Son Lu more and more power and freedom, and it seems as if she wants to push Son Lu's boundaries by doing that. But Son Lu has never broken so far. Son Lu Jiejie. I knew she had always been intelligent, and she has always treated Zhu Liang and me with nothing but sincerity. Ashen, there's something else you need to prepare yourself for. In order to get my eyes back, Son Lu might have to pay a price. I'm not sure what exactly that is, but I hope you're not too anxious about this, because I don't want to put you in a difficult position. I'll look into this and figure this out. Don't be impulsive for now. Son Lu has to pay a price? What does that mean? No, I should forget it. I'll believe Jiao S if she says she can figure this out. I smiled at her. Okay. I'll play by ear when Son Lu gets back. Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to turn the tables. There's nothing I fear with you and Nia Zun by my side. Though I said this, I didn't feel confident at all. Nia Zun was ignoring me, and Jiao S was locked up. They were literally just being by my side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243. Volume 4. 243 Ingesting Poison. That was quick. I stood up, looking at Song Lu as I said so. Song Lu blinked. Aren't you going to ask me where I took your Nia Zun? With his abilities, you aren't able to do anything to him right now. If he isn't back, this just means that there might be some issues over at Jiepa's side. Song Lu shook her head in response. Jiepa has been saved. He didn't return because he got me to pass you a message, that we should go on our separate ways from now on. Go on our separate ways. Nia Zun, when have you begun to have such a wild imagination? Do you think that I can't locate you simply because you're avoiding me like this? Let's not talk about this. Tell me how to save Jiao S. Son Lu glanced at Jiao S. The only thing I can tell you is how to get her eyes back. How do I get them back? Her eyes are in your memories. As long as you are able to find them in your memories, she'll be able to regain her sight. What? A look of confusion appeared on me. Her eyes are in my memories? What does that even mean? Song Lu stared at me. Somebody had set something in motion in those lost memories of yours, and it had led to the result of today. You'll have to remember the particular part that involves her eyes in those memories of yours if you want to save her. But I didn't know Jiao S when I was alive. Song Lu smiled. Do you think that all the bodies of consciousness in the split zone don't have anything to do with one another at all? I know that the both of you didn't know each other before, but she lost her eyes because there was someone who set that in motion somewhere in your consciousness, causing this to happen. You'll have to find it. It's difficult for me to explain everything plainly. But you'll just have to find the part in your memories that has to do with this pair of eyes. Think, there must be a pair of eyes you've forgotten. I was getting more and more confused. But I understood one thing. She was telling me that I had to recall a particular moment in my memories that involved those eyes, and only by doing that can I get Jiao S's eyes back. But how do I get those lost memories back? A tiny bottle appeared in Son Lu's hands. It was a white bottle which looked like it contained medicine. I caught it hastily as she threw it towards me. Eat it. This is a type of drug that causes you to lose control over your consciousness by stimulating it. You might be able to recall what happened in those buried memories through this. I looked down at that tiny white bottle in my hands. Losing control over my consciousness. Was this a hallucinogen? Is this given to you by Do You Too? I waved the bottle at her. Yes. This is only one of the many interesting drugs in her possession. You can choose not to believe me on this, but I'll tell you this first. I'm not sure about the damage this can cause to one's consciousness. What I've heard is that most of them who've ingested it end up having a really hard time, and some of them were not able to regain their consciousness. These individuals end up in a second coma in the split zone where they will forever be tortured in their subconscious minds. What a horrifying drug. Who'd dare take it after hearing that? Son Lu shrugged. I'm just warning you first, and the decision whether to take it or not still lies with you. But I know one thing. If you are able to overcome this, you'll definitely be able to find those memories. I know it's difficult to come across such an opportunity for you to be able to dive back into those memories again, but now that I've given you a chance, and I've also told you its possible side effects, you can make a decision on this. If you want to save Jiao's, you'll have to get those memories back. Is this all part of Du Yu's scheme? I suddenly felt as if I had walked right into her trap. To my surprise, Song Lu admitted it frankly. That's right, it is. Though Du Yu doesn't know that you've already arrived here in the gate of heaven, she told me to find a way to get you to eat this if you ever come here. Do you think I'd still dare to eat it after all you've said? Du Yu would never help me out like this, I said with a frown. Song Lu spoke in a low tone this time. According to what I've heard, somebody in the gate of heaven called Ta Lai once ate this, and he was able to wake up after that. There are some who say that it's Du Yu who got him to eat it. If Du Yu is willing to make him do such a thing even when she likes him so much, I guess it's because she trusts in his abilities. It might be the same for you too. Though I don't know what Du Yu's eventual goal is, there's really no need for her to go through all this trouble if she's trying to harm you. This is why I think that there might really be some truths which can be uncovered through this. I pondered with that tiny white bottle in my hands as I recalled something else. Ta Lai had a nightmare once within that exclusive space he had created. He looked really weird then. That nightmare was him falling into a second coma. I remembered that clear as day. Was that a side effect of this drug that Du Yu got him to ingest? That might have been possible. Dianing has always been on Ta Lai's mind, and Du Yu hates it because Ta Lai doesn't love her. A woman's jealousy was terrifying. Hatred that emerges from love is something that was even more terrifying. There might be horrible side effects after ingesting this, but it might really be of some use after all. But no matter what, I should still be able to trust Song Lu on this, right? Fine, I'll eat it. I opened the bottle, only to see a single pill inside it. Shen, are you really going to believe her and eat it? Jiao asked with worry. I answered without turning to look at her. Don't worry. I'll definitely be able to save you. Right after that, I popped the pill into my mouth. It had no taste at all, but the feeling of the pill going down my gullet was still a little uncomfortable. It was not a small pill. Song Lu looked surprised at this. You look surprised. Why is that? You didn't expect me to swallow it so quickly? I waved the empty bottle in front of me. Song Lu's eyes flashed as she asked, "Do you feel anything?" I didn't feel any different except for a little warmth in my chest, but that warmth was getting hotter by the second. Nothing much except for a little hotness here, I said as I pointed to my chest where my heart was. Song Lu suddenly walked over to a corner of the room, folding her arms across her chest as she leaned back against the wall. I'll be waiting for you here. You'll feel it after a short while, and you'll be rolling around on the ground in pain shortly. It's better for me to stand back and wait while you battle with its effects. Rolling on the ground. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Since I've already eaten it, I had no choice but to bear with all its side effects. I'll just have to bear with all the pain that comes with it. It's a small price to pay if I could get my memories back. I've always wanted to recall them, and I know it definitely wasn't going to be easy. A dark veil seemed to have fallen over Song Lu after she settled against the wall. To be able to make out her expression, I had to place more focus on my vision. But I didn't do that, since there was no need for me to do so anyway. That pose of hers made me think of Nia Zun. My lips turned up in a bittersweet smile. I guess I really can't leave him even for a moment. I'm already missing him. Nothing can save me now. I laughed at myself. Should I be sitting down to wait for this to take effect? It might be painful if I end up falling over onto the ground. I'd better find myself a comfortable position. Song Lu waved a hand at me, signaling for me to do as I pleased. It might be better if you're seated. It's not that extreme actually. You'll lose consciousness in a short while, but to us, you'll just look like you've fallen asleep. All the pain and torture happens in your subconscious mind. If you lie down, it might just be a little more comfortable. I'll be right here waiting for you to wake up. Whether you can overcome the drug depends solely on you. I sat down after picking a spot that was closer to Jiao's cell. How do I look for Jiao's eyes then? Do you told you that as long as I ate this and found my memories, I'll naturally know how? That's right. Nodding, I said, fine. Let's wait for it then. I turned around, putting my hands on those iron bars again. Don't worry, Jiao's. I'll definitely think of a way to get you out. Jiao's lips turned up at a slight angle. You've said this countless times, Ashun. I trust you. But remember what I told you. If you arrive at crossroads, you have to place yourself first. Understand? Right, I answered. Idiot, I'll definitely be placing you first. But it's okay, because there won't be any situations like that. I won't let anything happen to you, and nothing will happen to me either. I'll bring you out. I'll take those surviving heirs with me and we'll all escape this forsaken place that is the split zone. My vision began to blur at this very moment, as if whatever was in front of me was merely a mirage. Jiao's face and those iron bars began to blur right in front of my eyes. The drug seemed to be taking effect now. Before I lost my grip on my consciousness, I wondered if Niazun would regret not coming back to me if I ended up not being able to wake up. Will he be sad? No, don't regret it, and do not be sad either. With all the pain that I've already brought you, I shouldn't be harassing you anymore. You may have been right. I've always taken you for granted, but that has evolved into something that I refuse to let go of now. That hotness in my chest receded, replaced with a chilling cold. This cold felt familiar. When have I experienced this before? I then felt myself falling backwards. All I could see was nothing but a sea of white. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244. Volume 4. 244. Returning to the laboratory. White fog surrounded me as I regained my vision. This fog was familiar. It looked exactly the same as that fog which appeared when I looked into Si Luo's heart, or I saw Gao Qingji attack Niazun. No matter how much I tried to tell myself that this was an effect of that hallucinogen I just ingested, I was still paranoid. What if something terrifying happened again? I walked aimlessly in the fog, realizing I was in a white dress only when I happened to look down at myself. I looked at my hair. It was black. A white dress and black hair that fell across my shoulders? Wasn't this how I looked like when I was alive? Was I in that world now? Looking around me, there was nothing but endless white fog. It was all around me, and there seemed to be nothing else here. No, this was merely an illusion. Niazun, I subconsciously called out for him. I didn't know if I was calling out for help or if I was afraid of seeing Niazun get hurt in this place again. A chilling cold emanated from my chest the moment I called out. I pressed down on my chest. This cold. No, it was a chill. It was a bone-chilling cold. It felt just like how it felt when I held Piercer. This was the chill I experienced when the female soul in Piercer tried to devour my soul and overtake my consciousness. Was there something else trying to overtake my consciousness here? I turned to look around me again. There was no one else here. Feeling afraid in this empty space, I tried to activate my MF. But I realized there wasn't MF at all. To be more accurate, instead of a lack of MF, I simply felt lost. I didn't know what I was doing at all. What was MF? How do I sense it? How does it manifest? I felt was like an ordinary human being instead of a body of consciousness in the split zone. But I knew this wasn't possible. Even if I had really returned, there was no way that I would go back in this form and end up in such a weird place. As I thought about this situation that I was in, Song Lu's words reappeared in my mind. Right, this isn't a mere illusion. This was in my subconscious mind. This was the second coma. My body in the real world would have entered a deep coma, I would be brain dead. But having lived in Split Zone 13 for quite a while, death was no longer what I feared most. What I was afraid of is how we cannot die, how we cannot afford to die, or how we were afraid to die. The chill in my heart grew as my thoughts ran wild. I pressed down harder on my chest. It felt like something was trying to gnaw its way out of my chest, and I'm trying to prevent her from doing so because I was afraid of her. But in truth, she might just be coming out to protect me. Ugh, I called out as my heart felt painfully frozen. That chill seemed to be gaining some sort of strength. Just when something seemed to have successfully clawed its way through, the white fog suddenly began to dissipate. I looked around in surprise, distracted from the chilling cold in my heart. The white fog subsided slowly, as if a scene from a fairy tale was being unveiled. An image of the real world then appeared before me. There were rows and rows of desks, and a model figure in the corner of the room. The curtains were black, blocking all light from the outside. This was the laboratory where Gao Qi took me. An immense fear suddenly overwhelmed me. I felt extremely insecure. I didn't know whether it was because of what I was wearing, making me feel like I was back in the real world, or whether it was because I wasn't able to sense my MF, but I felt like there was this monster hiding in the darkness. That monster seemed to be looking at me as it monitored my every move from its hiding spot. It was waiting for an opportunity. It was waiting for me to lower my defenses before it jumped out to tear me apart and devour me. I felt nothing but fear and helplessness. I wasn't even able to tell where that monster would jump out from. Regarding this laboratory, Gao Qinju's words reappeared in my mind. Was Gao Qi really a bad person? Were there dead rats floating in formalin in here? But that wasn't important. What's important was the reason behind my killing of Gao Qi. What could have happened that led to such an action on my part? I heard Gao Qi's voice in my mind. Kill me if I end up hurting you. Right, that knife. He was the one who gave me the knife. But why did he do so? What exactly happened then? I then heard a voice in my mind. Do you want to know? Do you really want to know? Are you scared? I shook my head quickly, trying to clear my mind. At a loss, I began to look around me. A glass bottle caught my eye. That bottle was hidden right in the back of the cabinet inside the laboratory. For some reason, the bottle was partially exposed now, and I noticed it immediately. Taking one step at a time, I walked over slowly. Bending, I tried to take the bottle out of the cabinet. However, it seemed to be stuck. I tried again, pressing my other hand against the cabinet as I pulled the bottle out. Finally. Clank. The bottle toppled, but it did not look broken. It rolled all the way over to where my feet were. I then picked it up slowly from the ground. There were two eyeballs floating inside the transparent glass bottle. Those eyeballs looked so bright, and there were huge black irises on them. My hands started to tremble. But I knew I shouldn't break this, so I put it back carefully on the ground. My knees gave out under me as I sat onto the ground. Those were Jiao S's eyes. An enchanting voice said, "Ashen, you're here." Jolted by the voice, I stood up abruptly. In my attempt to turn around to look at the source of the voice, I lost my balance and fell backwards instead. Clank, clank. The glass bottle rolled over to a corner of the room after being accidentally kicked by me. Those eyeballs were rolling around in the bottle, as if Jiao S was blinking at me. I hit the cabinet behind me as I reached out with my hands to break my fall, while my eyes were glued to those eyeballs which were rolling farther and farther from me in that glass bottle. A chilling cold shot through my palm as I came into contact with the steel cabinet behind me. "Are you okay, Ah-shun?" It was Gao Qi. He reached out with those strong and gentle hands in an attempt to steady me. "Ah!" I called out as I raised my arms to stop him. You're afraid of me?" Gao Qi's gaze was gentle, with a hint of solitude in them. His hands stopped in midair. Try as I might, I just couldn't stop my arms from trembling. I didn't dare meet his eyes, and my eyes darted around the room, trying to find something else that I could focus on. I happened to see that glass bottle stop, and Jiao S's eyes were staring straight at me. That caused me to call out again. "Ah! Don't be afraid, Ah-shun." "It's nothing," Gao Qi said as he followed my gaze to that glass bottle. "It's just a specimen that's inside." I tried to suppress my disgust as I spoke. Surprisingly, my voice sounded rather hoarse. "No, it's not a specimen. Those are Jiao S's eyes. But why would they appear here?" Gao Qi looked as if he couldn't hear what I just said as he continued, "I know you're scared. It's okay, take a moment. I'll explain everything to you later. Come over here, how about you take a seat first?" Before I knew it, Gao Qi was already pulling me towards a chair behind a desk. Pressing on my shoulders, he pushed me onto the seat. The desk obscured my view of that glass bottle and those eyes, but my gaze did not shift. "Stop looking, Ah-shun. Look at me." I felt a warmth on my cheeks. It came from Gao Qi's hands. He turned my face to him. Looking at me with those gentle eyes, he said, "Ah-shun, didn't you say you liked this place? Why are you still afraid?" Blame seemed to emerge in those eyes. "Didn't Ah-shun say that you'll forever be by my side to support me? Why, are you scared now?" My lips started to quiver. Gao Qi's hands pressed hard on my cheeks, squishing my face like it was dough, but I didn't avoid his touch. "This is my hobby, Ah-shun. It's weird, and it's not accepted by others. It's not just what I'm learning. You said you'll always be by my side, you said you'll be with me forever. You don't mind it, right?" My heart sank. I pushed his hands away from my face. Staring straight into his eyes, I said, "I'm asking you if those are Jiao S's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 245. Volume 4. 245 Tiny Fragments of Memory. Gao Qi's gaze remained gentle, but it contained a hint of sorrow as he said, "Ah-shun, why aren't you talking?" My eyes widened at this. Does this mean that he can't hear me? Was this illusion just like those dreams I had in the split zone? Were they mere memories which cannot be altered? How would I be able to help Jiao S if I couldn't change things? What's happening here? I guess I'll just have to try everything I can then. I pushed Gao Qi away and ran over to pick that bottle up, hugging it tight against my chest. Gao Qi was already behind me when I turned around. His eyes were on me. I took a deep breath before I attempted another question. "Are these Jiao S's eyes? Can you hear me?" Gao Qi smiled as he reached out for the bottle in my arms. "This is a new addition to my collection. Do you like it, Ah-shun?" I collided with the wall behind me as I backed away. "Stay away!" I shouted. Gao Qi's brows furrowed. "You're afraid of me?" I was thinking to myself, let me go back, get me out of this illusion quickly. I was at a loss. I couldn't sense MF in me at all, and Gao Qi looked intimidating here. I didn't know what to do with Jiao S's eyes either. What can I do? What should I do? How about I leave this place first? I should try and put a greater distance between us. After I made that decision, I grabbed the glass bottle tightly as I ran towards the door of the laboratory. Li Shun! Gao Qi called out urgently. He sounded anxious. Without MF, it felt as if my body couldn't keep up. I moved rather slowly and Gao Qi caught up with me easily. Just as I was about to push the door open, a hand pushed against it. It was terrifying. I was being forcefully turned around by the shoulder. Afraid that I'd smashed the bottle, I quickly put it on a tiny desk to my right before I raised my hands to try and stop Gao Qi from coming any closer. There was a dangerous light in Gao Qi's eyes as he grabbed both my arms. Ah Shen, didn't you say that you'll be able to accept me no matter what I became? Didn't you say that you'll always love me, that you'll always be by my side? I bit my lip, unsure of what to say. He wouldn't be able to hear me anyway. But my silence seemed to anger him even more. He pushed me against the door. Trapping both my arms with one hand, he started tearing my clothes off with his other hand. I was shocked at this turn of events. This wasn't what Gao Qi would have done. Let me go! I roared as I struggled to break free from his grip, but he did not have the slightest intention of letting me go. There was anger and a possessive light in his eyes. With a heave, I finally broke free from him. But in my haste to escape, I slipped and fell to the ground. Before I could turn around, I felt a weight on my back. I was terrified by this, and I suddenly thought of Nyezun at this point. For some reason, I found the strength to push him away and off me. However, just as I was about to get up and run, he grabbed hold of one of my legs. I kicked him hard. Gao Qi's eyes looked crazed now. Why are you afraid of me? Why are you avoiding me? Didn't you say you'd always be supporting me? Why are you acting like the others now? Gao Qi did not sound gentle anymore. His voice was filled with madness and anger. His hands trembled as he reached for my neck and his pupils widened as that gentle face twisted into an ugly one. He pushed me down and the pressure on my neck made my eyes widen as I felt myself suffocating. Gao Qi's tears actually fell into my eyes. Drip! My eyes were wet from them, and his tears continued falling. Why is he crying? Why cry? Why did I start crying too? I couldn't tell if this was something from my memories or something that was happening right at this moment. Time and space were contorted here, and my soul and consciousness seemed to be separated. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his lips. I saw the knife in my hand, and it was plunged right into his chest. In that image, his eyes were filled with sorrow, but they were gentle. He spoke with a surprisingly demanding voice. Li Shun, you have to remember me forever. I finally remembered it. That's right. That person was not Gao Qi, it was Gao Qinjui. My tears started falling as images started flashing past my brain. They pierced my heart mercilessly, causing it to bleed. He gasped for breath as he rested his head on my shoulders. Yes, Ashun, you did well. I've told you this before. It's me if that skull ring on his right hand is gone. Ashun, I've only been with you for a while, but he loves you. Though he definitely made mistakes, he is still me, and I'm still him. You have to love him. Don't forget him, and don't forget me. I couldn't stop crying. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Sunlight reflected off Gao Qi's hair. We were at the field, and his eyes were a beautiful dark brown. He looked at me with unfocused eyes before he fell backwards. In the midst of picking up the trash, I dropped everything in my hand as I ran towards him. You, wake up. It's me, it's me. Senior. I saw a foreign gaze when he opened his eyes. This is your world? I was stunned at this. Did he hurt his head? Senior, how about this? How about I take you to the nurse? Slap. I reached out a hand but it was slapped away. You're that girl in my dreams? He frowned with a look that looked nothing like the approachable Gao Qi senior of mine. I sat down on the ground, looking at him sit up. You. Who are you? Is Senior Gao Qi being possessed? A malicious smile appeared on him. I'm Gao Qinjui and I come from another dimension. I'm currently in that senior's body. His consciousness is asleep now. My jaw dropped at this. Slap. I gave myself a slap. It wasn't a dream. I wasn't daydreaming either. Gao Qinjui waved a hand in front of me. What are you looking at? Help me up. Do you know how difficult it is for my consciousness to pass through the split zone and take over his body over here? It's all for you. Just as I was about to reach out to him, that memory ended. My vision cleared up and I was back in the laboratory. What did I just see? Was that what happened shortly after the first time I met Gao Qi? How could it be? Why did I not remember anything at all? Gao Qi stumbled to the side as he looked at me with a complex gaze. You, I began, not knowing what else to say. Gao Qi looked crazed. You? What's up with you? Why don't you know how to protect yourself? Didn't I tell you to take that ring off if he bullies you again? I'll appear if you do that. He waved a hand at me. I saw a skull ring on his right hand which looked exactly identical to the one Yizun had. You don't even listen to me now, and I have to force my way through the split zone to come here. Do you know how terrible that process is? Gao Qinjui sat up as he took off that skull ring, throwing it towards me. Put it on, and don't give it to Gao Qi anymore. I seemed to finally understand all that had happened at the moment I caught the ring. I wasn't in some illusion here. I was a participant in my own dream. This was everything that happened when I was alive. This was exactly like when I entered my own dream in the past. The difference was that there had to be some sort of restriction this time. It might be because of the drug that Son Lu gave me which caused me to lose all my MF, as it could have made me enter the dream as an ordinary human being. This means that I would probably be unconscious in that jail in the gate of heaven right now. My consciousness has entered the part of my memories where I've lost, leading to all these scenes being played out. What I saw might be what I've forgotten after meeting Gao Qi for the first time. I've lost a lot of those memories, and they usually return in bits and pieces, with no order to them at all. But were these really my memories? Did I actually know Gao Qinjui when I was alive? Did Gao Qinjui really pass through the split zone to meet me in Gao Qi's body in the real world? How could that be possible? Thinking about it, it might not be entirely impossible. When I was picking up trash at the field, Gao Qi walked over to talk to me, but I don't remember what happened after that. Did we leave together? No, I couldn't remember a thing. This means that the scene earlier was a part of my memories. Gao Qi passed out at that point, and Gao Qinjui's consciousness took over. Good heavens, this sounded so out of this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 246. Volume 4. 246 Eyes that traveled back in time. If that really was the truth, this meant that Gao Qinjui had known me for quite a while. He had known me from the very moment I met Gao Qi. How could this be possible though? If that was the case, wouldn't that mean I couldn't remember anything that involved Gao Qinjui, and all the memories I lost just so happened to be related to him in some way? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Wait, I had to really think about this. When I met Gao Qi, it was Gao Qinjui's consciousness which took over Gao Qi's body. According to him, it's not often that he did that. This ended up in both of them sharing one body. And then what? I stared blankly at Gao Qinjui, who was in front of me. He pointed at the ring I just caught. What are you waiting for? Put it on. Haven't I told you this already, that I brought this ring over from the split zone? It's a treasure. You can summon me here through it. It'll protect you as well. I realized I wore the ring obediently on my left hand. That's it. Can you feel it now? A sharp pain shot through my brain as another scene played out in front of me. Gao-chi pulled me with him to the rooftop as he held the novel, Faust, in his hands. Looking down, our schoolmates looked just like tiny ants on the ground. His eyes seemed to be full of mockery as he said, "Ashin, don't you think it's tiring for them to live like this?" Mephisto the demon once said that the world was a torturous place. Why do they want to torture themselves like this? My brows furrowed. Senior, you seem a little different recently. You keep talking about depressing things. Gao-chi looked at me with soft eyes. Didn't you say that you'll accept me however I am? That's not what I meant. I mean, Senior? What's wrong, Senior? Gao-chi passed out again. It happened so suddenly that I was at a loss of what to do. But from past experience, this could just be a sign that he was coming. For some reason, I was expectant of his arrival. I could hear nothing but my own heartbeat on the roof. Gao-chi opened his eyes after a couple of seconds. A charming smile hung on his lips as his gaze felt full of malice. He sat up and glanced at me. Been a long time. I looked at him. Yes. I still can't quite believe it yet. How did you come over? Are you really from another dimension? Are you an alien of some sort? You don't happen to be Gao-chi's second personality, are you? Gao-chinju's malicious smile widened. Do you think everyone else has an identity disorder like you? That causes a body of consciousness to split into two, but he and I are originally two separate bodies of consciousness. I'm just taking over his body temporarily. Where did you come from? Why do you have to take over his body? What did you mean when you said you did it all for me the last time? I come from this place called the Split Zone, but I'm not able to explain everything to you in such a short time. The reason I'm here is because you summoned me, and you've always been in my dreams. What? I deadpanned. Gao Qingjui leaned back as he placed his palms on the ground behind him. It's like this. Where I come from, we don't dream. We end up dreaming only if a body of consciousness in your world resonates with a body of consciousness in our world. If that happens, we'll be able to see all that happens in this world. Put simply, I'm able to see whatever happens to you here because your consciousness resonated with mine. Basically, it works just like a camera. I became interested after seeing you, and this is why I thought of a way to come look for you. And the only way to do that is through my doppelganger in this world, who happens to be your senior, Gao Qi. It's only through him that I can arrive here. This is why I'm here after I took that opportunity. You mean, in order to come look for me, whom you saw in your dreams, you have to look for a body here in this dimension, and that vessel is Senior Gao Qi, but... Yes. Gao Qi and I are doppelgangers, and it's only through such a connection that I'm able to come here. It just so happens that my doppelganger knows you as well, and that he's also your senior. These are mere coincidences. The relationship between us and my connection with him are two separate matters. As for the fact that the both of you know each other, it has nothing to do with me as well. It's purely something between the two of you in this world. Though I was slightly confused, I was still able to understand the majority of what he said. But why did you come looking for me? I'm just a person who happened to appear in your dream. Gao Qingjui sat up and scooted over. I'm curious about you. This is why I had to come and take a look. My heart began to race. I could see a light in those dark brown eyes of his. His face was literally right in front of me now. He waved the ring on his right hand. I've brought this ring here, and I'll put it on him. He wouldn't take it off. Just tell him that you bought it for him as some kind of a protective amulet. Take the ring off if you wish to see me in future. I'll appear then. Do that too if you're in danger. His voice seemed to float farther and farther away. I regained my senses as I felt another pain shooting through my chest. Back in the laboratory, I realized that I had taken off the ring I just put on moments ago. Gao Qingjui was still smiling casually in front of me. Remember it now? I've told you this before, just take the ring off when you're in danger and I'll appear. Why didn't you do that even when he had already pounced on you? It's lucky that I was dreaming of you at the same time. I forced my way through once I saw that. My heart sank as I finally understood what was happening. I was merely reliving the memories that I've lost. Gao Qingjui was simply narrating whatever happened in the past, and those images were like fragments of memory within my memories. It was like a dream within a dream. Right now, I had to face Gao Qingjui, whom I had forgotten. Should I continue pretending, or should I treat him as I do now? I momentarily forgot that he won't be able to hear me even if I spoke. Since this was simply a reenactment, everything would go according to what had actually happened before. As expected, he spoke as if I had responded. It's good that you remember. Right, I'm actually here to settle some serious matters. Where's that bottle? Oh, I see it, it's there. My eyes widened. Yes, this might just be the opportunity I'm waiting for. He stood up quickly. Walking over to the glass bottle, he picked it up before he returned and sat beside me. My friend, got me to retrieve this? I don't know why you would send me on an errand here in this world. Who does this belong to? Who did Gao Qi gouge it out from? Isn't it illegal to gouge someone's eyes out in your world? I shook my head as I answered, I don't know, but... Gao Qingjui looked at those eyes which looked so similar to Jiao S's as he continued, no matter who it belongs to, I guess it must be of some use, if you got me to come here in such a secretive manner. I'm taking this. You'll have to run and leave this place. I'm about to go back, and I can't stay with you for too long. I'll need a large amount of MF to bring this item back. I have to go soon. Put the ring on and leave before I go. Keep the ring and don't give it to him anymore. I'll be able to sense it the very moment you're in danger. I'll force my way through again if need be. Go on, quick. Put it on. Stop taking it off. I had a feeling that this was my chance to get to the bottom of things. Thus, I put the ring back on obediently and left. Opening the door, I looked at the dark corridor right in front of me. Quietly, I leaned against the wall. I was going to enter the room again after Gao Qingjui leaves. Though I finally understood all that had happened, what I recalled was simply snippets of memory related to Gao Qingjui. There had to be other snippets. Especially the events that led to my killing of Gao Qi. All I could remember was plunging that knife into his chest, and I couldn't remember anything that happened before or after it. I had to get those memories back. In the quiet corridor, I began to think about what Gao Qingjui just said. Why was this related to Do You? Why would Jiao S's eyes be here? This was the past, and it was in another dimension. Why would Jiao S's eyes in the split zone end up in the past in the real world? Was this Do Yu's ability? Could I then interpret this as Do You sending Jiao S's eyes to the real world through some spatial transference, and with that, she also made it travel back in time? It didn't end up in the same timeline, but it ended up in my memories from the past. She sent it to Gao Qi's laboratory, which is a place that contains my lost memories. This means that as long as I set out to regain the memories in the laboratory, I'd definitely be able to see that pair of eyes? Wasn't this a mechanism that had been put in place much earlier on? It was simply waiting for me to pass through. Listening to Gao Qingjui speak earlier, I knew it was the old Gao Qingjui I was seeing. He was still on good terms with Du Yu in the past. Did Du Yu already know that this was going to happen from a long time ago? Is this why she contorted time and space and had Gao Qingjui retrieve Jiao S's eyes from here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 247. Volume 4. 247. Who was the one who forgot? This means that Gao Qingjui had retrieved Zhao S's eyes from the future. If so, Zhao S's eyes were still in the split zone. This felt equivalent to an antique being preserved from the past. Zhao S's eyes had been kept away earlier on, creating an impression that her eyes could not be found at this point. Why did you do something like this? What I can be sure of was that Zhao S's eyes were still in the split zone, hidden somewhere. What did you aim to achieve by doing something like this? Was it merely to trigger those lost memories of mine? But how would she know that I've lost them? She became increasingly terrifying the more I thought about this. What I should be focusing on was getting all my memories back. I had to find out what led to me killing Gao Qi. Just as I worked up enough courage to enter that laboratory again, I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. A chilly voice spoke behind me. "Shinner, are you sure you have the courage to face this? Do you really want to know what happened that caused you to kill him, Dot?" She stuck close to my ear, and my hands, which were already on the door handle, started trembling. What actually happened? Everything seemed to be turned upside down here. Gao Qi was not who I expected him to be. Gao Qi might not even be the one I liked all this while. I had also forgotten everything related to Gao Qingjui. I forgot everything about him. Even if Gao Qi was not the one I had fallen in love with, if it was really Gao Qingjui I had fell in love with, this meant that I had forgotten about the person I loved. What irony! Isn't it, Li Shun? That you could even forget about the person you loved the most? But if everything was a lie, what about her? Was she really the one who killed Gao Qi? Was she really a bad person? I looked up at her slowly. With a murky gaze, she asked, "Do you need my help, Shunner? I can lend you my strength." "No," I answered with no hesitation. This was the first time I heard her scream so loudly. Blame was apparent in her eyes. "Oomph, don't give me that look. No matter what happens, I'll never accept your help. I'll never borrow your strength. I've already paid a heavy price once. Even if I might be loving the wrong person right now, the fact that you hurt him doesn't change. You turned me into a devil. This is a fact that will never change. I never want to have anything to do with you anymore. Because I remember everything now. I remember how cold that knife felt in my hands, and I remembered his warm blood on my hands. I remembered those eyes which slowly lost their fire. It's a nightmare that I will never be able to escape from. You? Do you really remember?" She leaned in closer, her cold lips coming into contact with my ear as she blew cold air on my face. For some reason, my tears started falling again. Tiny fragments of memory started appearing in my mind. Slap. Let go of me. Don't hurt her. Didn't you say you hated her? That she spoilt your experience in high school? I'm helping you take revenge now, Ushin. You're crazy, insane. Let us go. I'm insane? We're the same. Didn't you say you'd be with me forever? You promised. Do you think I'm unaware of his existence? You actually thought about taking over my body? You actually thought about betraying me like this? I'm the one with you here in this world, and you can actually believe some ghost from another world? You're such a liar, Li Shun. Let me go. He's right, you're a demon. Ha, I'm a demon? Then what are you, Li Shun? Do you want me to show you what a real demon is like? Come on, here's the knife for you. I'm giving you a chance. Kill her or kill me? The voices seemed to overlap with each other in my ear. I listened with wide eyes that were filled to the brim with tears. She was still standing in front of me with that red hair, red dress, and those enchanting eyes. Picking up a strand of my hair, she said, You don't like black, do you? You really don't want to accept the strength that I can lend you. I pushed her hand away. Dream on. Wiping my tears, I decided that I couldn't continue like this. Wasn't it just getting back some of my memories? What's there to be afraid of? I wanted to get them back, and I had to face my own past someday. Nothing can beat me down. No one can. I stared at her angrily before turning around and opening the door. A blinding light shone through as I stepped back into the laboratory. The scene changed around me the very moment I entered. I sat up suddenly. The scene before me became clear. Song Lu was looking at me with an inscrutable gaze with her arms still folded in front of her. I'm back. Looking around me, I realized I was back in that prison. Jiao S did not have her eyes yet, and I was still sitting in front of her cell. I rushed towards Song Lu, grabbing her as I said, Why am I back? Didn't you say that the drug would help recall those memories buried deep within my heart? Didn't you say that no one could endure this? Why am I back even when I haven't recalled everything? Why did my consciousness not come apart? Song Lu grabbed me. Calm down, Shun. Calm down? How do I calm down? Everything was just about to be revealed. The truth would have been made known in just a moment. But I ended up back here. How do I remain calm like this? Tell me if you still have that drug. Give it to me, I want to go back. Shen. Jiao S spoke this time. I turned around, forcing myself to smile. Don't worry. I've found your eyes. I'll definitely bring them back and get you out. Trust me. Tell me, Song Lu. You still have that drug, don't you? Jiao S sounded anxious as she continued, Shun, my eyes don't matter. You have to stay calm. You can't take that drug a second time. Do you want to be controlled by your second personality again? I froze at this. What did you say? Song Lu let go of me slowly. You actually woke up once during the time you lost consciousness. Look at my neck. I was too agitated to notice the streaks of blood on Song Lu's neck earlier. Her neck was still bleeding from the injury. What happened? I stared, open-mouthed. She wiped the blood away as she said, You did this to me when you woke up. You looked totally different, and you always spoke with a smile. You looked confident, dynamic. Your attacks were extraordinary as well. She was able to hurt me like this even when I used all my defenses against her. This injury isn't healing either. Looking at her neck, I asked, You mean to say? You saw her? My second personality? Song Lu nodded. Though I don't really understand what's up with your second personality, I can be sure of one thing. You weren't yourself when you stood up earlier, and you could remember everything from your past. It's just that right now, you aren't able to recall the memories that were related to her. What right did she have, What right did she have to know everything like this and control me at her whims and fancies when I knew nothing about her? Just why? I'm the owner of this body of consciousness. What exactly does she want to do? Unable to control my emotions, I felt myself shaking. Shun, can you tell me what you saw in that dream? Though I know that Du Yuzayan was to force your second personality out through this drug, I didn't expect it to really work. I didn't expect you to wake up at a crucial moment either. To be honest, I might just have been killed by her if you didn't wake up. This is actually the first time I found myself weak. Song Lu's eyes still contained the fear from what happened earlier. See it now? That's you. You're a demon who kills people. You'll just bring misfortune to me. I can't believe there would be others telling me to accept you. You can forget about being accepted by me in this lifetime. Don't even think about joining forces with me. What else did she do or say, apart from attacking you like that? I asked coldly. Song Lu said, she told me not to hurt you, and not to force you. She said she'll protect you forever. Enough! I shouted. Protect me forever. This is your method of protecting me forever. By hurting me and those around me? Is this the way you protect me? If it is, I'd rather die. She also said that everything was a conspiracy, that both of us had been duped. She said she'll not let me get my way. I laughed. Shun, what did you see in your dream? Instead of answering, I asked, do you still have that drug? I want to take it again. Song Lu shook her head. That was the only one. But even if I had another one, I wouldn't give it to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248. Volume 4. 248. She was always the target. I stepped forward resolutely, stretching out a hand. Give it to me. Song Lu shook her head. Shun, you need to calm down. Have you thought about it? She might be able to control you again if you take it. Do you want to be controlled by her? You can't do that anymore. I didn't know that to use drug would lead to something like this. I can't let you do something like that again. I smirked. Didn't you hate me? Didn't you team up with Du because you couldn't forgive me? What now? You're not going to complete the task that Du entrusted you with? She instructed you to get me to take the drug because she wants me to go through something like this. She wants to force my second personality out like this. Since you've already chosen her, why are you still pretending to be kind here? Song Lu looked at me with a complex gaze. I couldn't tell what she was thinking. Nor did I want to know what was on her mind. Jiao S spoke. Shun, calm down. You're just spitting words out of anger now. You're too agitated, and you won't find the truth like this. It will just push you further away from it. Don't be anxious. Things will eventually be revealed. Eventually be revealed? Do you think she can really uncover everything on her own? I don't think Li Shen has that ability yet. Someone was walking down the steps that led to this dungeon-like place. I regarded her coldly. It was Du. Giving her a slow clap, I smirked as I said, good going. You're quick. I guess I've underestimated you. You've calculated everything perfectly. Du's sleek ponytail looked neat as she walked with those long and slender legs. With cold arrogance on her face, she said, it's not that I've calculated everything perfectly, it's just that a mechanism would be activated after you take the drug, which will lead to a series of events after. I would say it's more of an intricate plan. I would rush back the very moment you took the drug, because I too have that pill which Jiao owned. She showed me that red pill from her pocket. Also, the Gaoqing Jui whom you saw wasn't an illusion. You were suspicious of it, right? Li Shen, you're so gullible. Did you really think that Gaoqing Jui would have fallen in love with the childish you in the split zone? Gaoqing Jui had known you for a long time, and you shouldn't think that it's the current you that he had fallen in love with. Pain seemed to flash past her eyes as she said this. I narrowed my eyes at her. So it's like this. Composing myself, I folded my arms in front of me as I responded. You don't sound too happy with Gaoqing Jui's earlier confession to me. Are you trying to emphasize that it's the Li Shen from the past that he loves instead of the current me? I think you're confused about something, do you? No matter which version of me he loves, it's still me. It isn't you. I purposely placed extra emphasis on the last word as I dragged it out. Fiery killing intent appeared in Du's eyes immediately. I waved at her. simmer down, simmer down. I know you have much more to tell me. Go on. Since you've already planned all this, why not just tell me what you're up to? After hearing me say this, that fire in her eyes was momentarily tamped down. I guess I was still of some use to her. Fine. Since you're asking, I'll be frank with you. She relaxed all of a sudden, and a smile even appeared on her face, even though it did not look the least bit genuine. I don't know how much you remember, but you should know this as long as you recalled even a teeny weeny bit about Gao Qingjui. Gao Qi wasn't the one you fell in love with. Gao Qi had an incomplete personality, and he was always hurting you. But he thought that was a manifestation of his love for you. I don't know his thoughts exactly, since I'm not from your world. What I know is that your consciousness and Gao Qingjui's consciousness achieved some kind of resonance somewhere. You can look at this phenomenon like brainwaves, though it's not exactly like this. Anyway, you were the person who appeared in Gao Qingjui's dreams. In his dreams, he was able to see your life in that world, and he began to take an interest in you. He knew that Gao Qi was hurting you, and because of that, he began to look for various ways to travel to that world to look for you. The interesting thing is that he was looking at things from your perspective in his dreams. This means he was able to see Gao Qi, who looked exactly like him. He then realized that Gao Qi was his doppelganger. This is a term that we use here, so you don't have to understand it. What you need to know is that in order to help you, Gao Qingjui used the body of his doppelganger so that he could protect you. Gao Qingjui. Do you look pleased as she saw that sorrowful expression that appeared on my face? This means that you've been loving the wrong person all this while. You've forgotten everything related to Gao Qingjui. Your second personality appeared during that very last time he attempted to help you out, scrambling your memories. You even took off the ring that he gave you. He lost the ability to protect you since that ring was no longer with you. Gao Qingji wasn't able to pass through the dimensional boundaries to save you then, and in his haste, he captured you as an heir and brought you over to the split zone. It was all to save you. But you? Li Shen, you're really something. You actually stabbed Gao Qi in all that chaos. Do you know that if Gao Qi dies, you can forget about meeting Gao Qingji ever again? It's lucky that I've planted a seed in this process. When I found out that Gao Qingjui was passing through the dimensional borders to go to your world, I had him retrieve something for me once. That item was an opportunity one created in his dreams earlier on. Put simply, it's something that didn't exist. I made use of Gao Qin's memories to create an empty space, and that space can then be filled with something else in future, which is Jiao's eyes. By triggering your desire to save her, we can return to that space once again. So it was an opening that you had left in Gao Qingjui's memories. She's making use of this opening to make me return under the guise of looking for Jiao's eyes. But how did she do all that? How did you do that? Do you smirked? I can't do it. Do you think I have abilities like your grandpa fan? Spatial transference? If it has to do with space, why do is the only one who can do that in the split zone? My eyes widened in shock. Why do? Him again? What do you mean? Do you walked over to Song Lu? Song Lu glanced at her, before looking back at me. Though do you walked over to her, she ignored Song Lu? She simply stood by Song Lu's side as she addressed me. This means that everything is a conspiracy by Huaidu. He made use of the interest that Gao Qingji had in you, and he helped Gao Qingji go to your world, leading to him falling in love with you. He even created some disagreements between the both of you. His eventual aim was for Gao Qingji to bring you over to this world. Why did he do that? We have nothing against each other. I don't even know him. Do you lost her smile as shook her head? I don't know why he did that, since I'm a soul splitter from the gate of heaven, and he's the ruler in the gate of ghost. I wouldn't know what he's thinking. However, I know one thing. There's some secret behind that second personality of yours. They're all aiming for your second personality. They? Who else? Why was my second personality so popular? Everyone is fighting for her. She caused me to become a freak in my own world, and now a series of gears have been set off because of my second personality? What's going on here? It's not like I'm the only one who has double identity disorder in my world. Why did I have to be chosen like this? I want to find out the secret too, so I wanted to bring you here to the Palace of Cold Blood. You can see for yourself. I haven't really done anything to your good friend. Liwen handed her over when she made a deal with me, and I've been nice to her since. I've even given her important tasks. I wouldn't have had to waste that pill if you had come here with me willingly. But things change, and I was prepared for accidents to happen. I have this pill with me so that I can return here the very moment you meet Son Lu, or when you entered the Palace of Cold Blood. Talking about this, aren't you really something, huh? You didn't even bother to say anything before you left. Is the Western District Commander such an unreliable person? I stared at her. You make yourself sound the most innocent. Who was the one who destroyed the Western District? It's those experimental subjects of yours, isn't it? Have you already anticipated that I would be able to survive and escape to the Northern District? Sorry, but I don't think so. If you can anticipate things like that, I don't think there's a need for you to go to such lengths to do me in, is there? Diyu's face dropped. The Eastern, Western and Southern districts were destroyed because I do not have the ability to anticipate everything. Things aren't as simple as you think they are. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249. Volume 4. 249 Reuniting in the Gate of Heaven. I don't care what excuses or reasons you have. All I saw was how those experimental subjects of yours wreaked havoc on my home. I looked at Diyu coldly. Instead of getting upset, Diyu smiled. You want revenge? You have no choice but to listen to me right now. Force your second personality out, I want to meet her. Why do you think I'd agree? Because you haven't found those eyes yet. And weren't you begging to take that drug again just moments ago in order to return to those lost memories? You still have it. Of course. Give it to me. I reached out to her. You're still as impulsive as ever, huh? I laughed at her. People, stop going around in circles. Why are you pretending? Don't you want me to take that drug again? You're disappointed that my second personality wasn't properly forced out by it the first time, aren't you? It's not a bad thing actually, since I might not even be able to control that second personality myself. Are you sure you're able to go against her if she comes out? Diyu smirked. What audacity! There's nothing I haven't seen here in the split zone. How powerful can that second personality of yours be? I refused to back down. Not powerful? Then why is everyone running to her? There's no use in talking so much. Give Jiao's eyes back, then give me that drug. I'll listen to whatever you say after I take it. How about that? Jiao shouted suddenly, no. Ashin, you can't take that drug anymore, but... Diyu looked at Jiao with furrowed brows and a stormy expression. I moved to obscure her vision and asked, what do you think of my suggestion? Song Lu stepped forward before Diyu could answer. She's not here alone. Nie Zun is here too. Song Lu looked at me with a complex gaze as she informed Diyu of this. Diyu raised a brow. Oh. Where did you take him? Song Lu glanced at me before answering. I brought him to see Jiepa, and I've locked him up together. What? I frowned at Song Lu. Diyu pondered for a moment before addressing me. How about this? Come with me and I'll bring you to see Niezun and your Western District subordinates. What do you think? Would she be that kind? There has to be some other plan going on here. Whatever she was planning, she was in a favorable position right now. I had no choice but to be passive and just be led by her. Sure, but can you assure that she'll be safe? I pointed at Jiaos behind me. Du nodded. Not only will I return her eyes, I'll even let her go if you do what I say. Great. I answered without hesitation. Ah Shen. Jiaos called out urgently. I knew she was worried about me. But, Jiaos, I have to save you. I have to. Even if I might lose everything in the process. I knew she'll understand where I was coming from, and I continued without looking back at her. Let's go. We'll do as you say, I said to Du. With a look from Du, Song Lu led me back to those steps. I couldn't help but turn back for a last look before I left. Jiaos was still seated with both her arms trapped in shackles. She was looking up, facing me. I held back tears as I turned to leave. Du motioned with her hand and a door appeared in a flash of white light. She turned to me with upturned lips. Come in. I was in the gate of heaven, but all I could see was a sea of white. There was no day and night here, it was simply connections between different areas and spaces. There were two possibilities. The first was that the gate of heaven looked just like this, and that it was filled with countless spatial connections that looked exactly like what I was witnessing. The other possibility was that this was how the Palace of Cold Blood looked like. Whatever it was a manifestation of the powers of those in the gate of heaven. They might have extraordinary ability in controlling and manipulating MF, and also these spaces. Du had much greater power than I did, judging from how she used those restriction techniques and how she could control divine beasts. What exactly is her goal? She seemed to be destroying everything around me, but if I think about it, she didn't really do anything to me personally. Who is she targeting? Dianing and Song Ming are both missing now, and I don't know where Talai is. It felt as if a huge puzzle was placed right in front of me, just waiting for me to solve it. After the door opened, I stepped into the room after Song Lu. I was stunned at what I saw. This was the laboratory. The laboratory that Gao Qi would bring me to, the laboratory at the end of the corridor. What's going on? Two shadows emerged from behind the door as I looked at Du, expecting her to answer. One of them grabbed Du by the neck and took her in a chokehold, while the other one held onto Song Lu, restricting her movement. It was Nie Zun who grabbed Du. The hand that was on Du's neck was enshrouded in black fog, and I could see a little bit of that skull ring. It rang a bell as I recalled something regarding that ring. This was the ring. This was the ring which Gao Qinji gave me after taking it from the split zone, the ring which existed in my lost memories. Why would it be on Nie Zun though? I realized that no one else seemed to have noticed this. But how could that be possible? If it really was the same ring, would Gao Qinji not have noticed? Why are you here? Nie Zun asked me coldly. Du smirked. I guess I've underestimated you. But I shouldn't have been so naive to have thought that the enchantment on this space would be able to stop you, even if Song Lu locked you up in here. What's the point of you doing this anyway? Isn't this all for naught, since you can't kill me? A malicious smile appeared on Nie Zun. What makes you think I can't kill you? Because you're a soul splitter? The black fog around his hand seemed to get heavier. Though there was a sudden look of surprise on Du, she was able to hide her emotions and thoughts well. Miss Ah Shun. It's been a while. I turned around as I heard Jiapa's familiar voice. The individual holding onto Song Lu was actually Jiapa. Jiapa did not change at all. He still looked like a gentleman, even while he was restraining Song Lu. He seemed to have become quicker. I was filled with joy as I saw Jiapa like this. He did not look like he had suffered much. It's been a while since I felt like this. It felt as if I had just met a long-lost friend who was doing very well. How are you, Jia-pa? I asked without any concern to the current situation. Jia-pa smiled. I'm well, Miss Ah-shun. It's just that we couldn't protect the Western District. I've tried my best to bring everyone out, and I've also been investigating these matters in the split zone. Not to worry, we'll definitely be able to solve these problems. The last line seemed to have been targeted at Du Yu. He even looked at Du Yu while he said it. Du Yu smirked as she could tell it was meant for her. As expected of the head of an intelligence, but I'm afraid the information that you have is barely enough to shake things. My advice is for you to give up. Niazun's hand seemed to move and Du Yu fell silent immediately. Say it, where's Yu Liang? I did not expect that it would be Niazun who asked. Song Lu's eyes widened as she heard this. She looked at Du Yu in disbelief. Du Yu shot her a cold look? No need to look at me like this. It's true that I kept you in the dark, but it's for your own good. Didn't you say you don't love him anymore? I retorted, love? What do you know about love? You don't seem to know much about love either, so who gave you the right to judge others like that? I turned to Song Lu. You've heard it yourself. She's been keeping you in the dark about the fact that Yu Liang is in the gate of heaven. Are you still going to work for her like this? Song Lu bit her lip without saying anything. Say it. Where's Yu Liang? Niazun asked again. Du Yu responded coldly, why are you guys looking for Yu Liang? What, is it because you felt his presence and you want to go help him? His presence? Who is she referring to? I frowned. I seem to be the only one who was out of the loop here. That's right, they all know that I'm here. A shadow emerged from behind a curtain. It was Gao-chin Jui. Laughter escaped me as I looked upon this ridiculous situation. How did Gao-chin Jui arrive here so quickly from the Gate of Ghost? Du Yu's expression turned stormy. She retreated to the side as Niazun let her go suddenly. No, something wasn't right. With Du Yu's abilities, it would not be an easy task even for Niazun to restrict her movements. Why did she allow that to happen? Did we walk into another trap again? I snapped alert this time. It wasn't the first time I was going against Du Yu, and I knew I had to be careful. I even wanted to step forward to take a better look at them as everyone seemed to be appearing everywhere. Were these individuals really the people whom I thought they were? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250. Volume 4. 251 against 5. Du Yu's smile looked like she had anticipated everything? Since you're here, you must have that bottle with you then. Ah-shun's friend, Jiao-s, is still waiting for her eyes. You can return it to them. Du Yu called me Ah-shun? My hairs stood on ends. A bottle magically appeared in Gao-chin Jui's hands before he put it on one of the desks near him. You know this isn't the only reason I'm here. I knew that the opening had been activated when I saw this bottle in front of me. What did you do to her? You made her remember? Gao-chin Ji pointed a finger at me with a cold look on his face. Though he was usually arrogant, he looked indifferent most of the time. This was the first time I saw a serious expression on him. However, he had not taken a single look at me since he entered. For some reason, it felt as if he was afraid to do so. Du Yu smirked. That's right, that opening which I had created earlier had now been activated. She knows everything now. Gao-chin Jui looked at me with bright eyes. Du Yu glanced back and forth between me and Gao-chin Jui. She already knows that her senior Gao-chi wasn't the one she had fallen in love with when she was alive. She knows that it was you who passed through the dimensions and who took over Gao-chi's body. I subconsciously looked at Niazun as she said this. Except for a slight movement in his hands, Niazun was completely still. I bit my lip. No matter what Duyu's plan was, I won't let her get her way. That smug look of hers annoyed me so much. I spoke. No, I didn't recall everything. I only recalled the part when we first met. I'm not sure about whatever happened after. I addressed this to Gao Qingjui, thinking that he would clarify things. Instead, he looked at me and said, "You could only remember a tiny part even when you had the chance to recall everything? Looks like you're still not ready to face yourself, and also to face me." I stole a glance at Niazun again. "Do you laughed out loud? Don't forget, Gao Qingjui, you're not the one she loves now. Why would she still be interested in those lost memories when she doesn't love you anymore? I've told you that she's not worth it. How much did you get in return for how much you've given up for her?" In response, Gao Qingjui said, "Return? All I wanted was for her to be safe. It's the same right now. That ring is gone now, and we are unable to find it no matter how hard we look. Don't think that I'm unaware of your plans. You won't be able to complete it without power. Now that you're not able to find that ring, you're trying to activate her second personality and use it to go against Huaidu at the same time, right?" Fed up with their conversation, I interrupted them. "Where's Yu Liang? Aren't you trying to save Si Luo, Gao Qingjui? How long do you want Si Luo to be unconscious for? You said she'd bring me to see Yu Liang? Si Luo would be able to wake up with Yu Liang around. Aren't you going to ask where Yu Liang is?" I looked at Duyu as I said this. Song Lu's gaze landed on Duyu as well. Duyu's chances of winning would drop if I turned this into an argument that was 5 against 1. She might even lose it. Duyu was no fool though. Her eyes shone as she said, "You want to save Si Luo?" "Sure. But I want that second personality of hers. I'll never give up on this. How about you, Gao Qingjui? Don't you want to see her again?" This angered me. Her? She spoke as if that her was the one Gao Qingjui wanted to meet, as if she had so much value. Before I came up with my retort, I wanted to see how Gao Qingjui would respond. Little did I expect for him to turn to me and say, "The truth is right here. Since you've already recalled some things, how about you try and remember everything else?" Why did he say that? Niazun laughed suddenly, breaking the suffocating atmosphere in this laboratory with that laughter made it sound like nothing in this world affected him at all. His gaze remained cold and distant. "All this is for naught. Do you think that you'll really be able to control her even if she had regained all her memories in an instant? If that was the case, Huaidu wouldn't have had laid eyes on me." What? Huaidu did something to him. All of us stood stock still after we heard Niazun reveal this. Niazun then explained with patience, "All those possibilities you've thought of, especially you, Huaidu would be able to think of them too. He had already put in place his defenses, and he put a curse on me in that demon cave. Well, instead of a curse, it would be more accurate to call it a key that would activate upon certain circumstances. Anyway, once Li Shen's second personality is being activated, she'd be in a constant state of rage. Without me, it's unlikely that anyone else would be able to stop her in that state." Do you seem to hesitate before she responded? "Are you sure this is not you just thinking too highly of yourself?" Niazun laughed with malice. "Thinking too highly of myself? You should know very well whether I have the ability." Duyu frowned. "That doesn't sound like you at all. What did Huaidu do to you?" Niazun smiled casually. "He merely gave me some memories for me to understand some of the secrets in the split zone." "Why? Are you scared that I know everything? All that planning, even that excuse of taking revenge on a rival in love? You're afraid now?" His words were an obvious challenge. Though Duyu looked calm, I could see her pupils shaking. Niazun had touched a nerve. However, I had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. "What are you guys planning to do?" I had to interrupt these people before the situation got out of hand. What I had to find out was if I could regain all my memories, and what exactly happened in those lost memories of mine. Do you ignored me? Everyone else ignored me. She looked at Gao Qingjui. Yu Liang is right outside. You'll be able to see him when you exit through the door. I thought I saw Song Lu shiver slightly at this. Gao Qingjui narrowed his eyes. You're trying to trick me now? I believe you if you tell me that I have to exit the door to be able to see him, since you're good at connecting these spaces. But how can I be sure that you won't do anything to Li Shen after I'm gone? For some reason, his words sent a rush of warmth to my heart. Do you seem a little surprised at what he said? She stared at him with gritted teeth as she responded. You can forget about Si Luo waking up if you don't go look for Yu Liang. That's right, I'll be doing something to your little lover once you're gone. I want her to regain every single one of those lost memories. You don't want that? No matter how much you like her, you'd not give up on Si Luo if you're presented with a choice like this. My heart was about to sink, but Gao Qingjui said, it's not the same today. I don't want her to remember so much. I'm sorry, but you're running out of chips today. I can think of another way to save Si Luo in future, but don't even dream of getting me to leave right now. Is this the first time he had chosen me over Si Luo? But why did I not feel happy about this at all? Do you laugh in self-mockery? I guess you're really loyal to her. But can you see that you're not the one in her eyes right now? Guess who she'd choose between you and her current lover? I thought those words wouldn't have affected anyone, because it was said with the purpose of tearing people apart. But Gao Qingjui seemed to be affected by them as he looked at me with sorrowful eyes. That sorrow seemed to be able to pierce right through my heart. It was different now, since I remembered some things from the past. Memories are such amazing things. You won't feel it if you don't remember it, but you'll never be able to ignore it if you recalled it. I had fallen in love with him once. He wasn't Gao Qi, and he didn't die. My heart hurt so much that I had to furrow my brows in pain. I caught Niazun from the side of my eye and I turned to look at him. He still had that indifferent gaze, as if he did not have a care in the world, as if nothing had happened. But I stared into his eyes and I knew I wasn't seeing things. I could see that loneliness deep inside them. It was heart-wrenching. I'm going to look for Yu Liang. Song Lu spoke, breaking the silence. Do you frown? I know you're not happy that I kept you in the dark about this. But I have a reason for doing so. Trust me, please. I'll bring you to him when the time comes. Do you could actually be polite like this? Trust me, please? Song Lu must have some sort of extraordinary ability to the point that she was being so favored by Du Yu. Song Lu did not buy it this time. She sounded resolute. I don't want to repeat this a third time. I want to look for him now. Open the door. Du Yu narrowed her eyes as she relaxed her frown. What to do? I don't like how the situation has turned out now. This makes me want to break the peace that has been maintained up until now. She wants to fight. That was quite fearless of her. Do you really think you can win if it's 1 against 5? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251. Volume 4. 251 His illusion. Du Yu's chances of winning would definitely be lowered in a scenario where she had to go against 5 others. To win, one had to know your enemy. Though she was powerful, there were 2 other individuals here who knew her rather well. In such a situation, it would be difficult for her to emerge victor if she wages a war on her own. I didn't believe that she'd actually choose to fight us alone, and she did not make that choice either. She looked at me steadily. Do you really think that those pills I made would be ineffective? What do you mean by that? She snapped her fingers loudly. The scene in front of me started shaking. I heard Gao Qingji ask, "What did you do to her?" It's not my fault when she voluntarily ate it. The drug only has a limited effectiveness if I don't activate it. You're worried? Don't you want her to remember everything about you? No, you can't do that. So this was to activate the drug again? I can finally find out what happened in the past? Instead of being afraid, I was surprisingly calm. Li Shen, just what have you forgotten? Just as I felt my consciousness slipping away, a cold hand grabbed me. That hand was as cold as ice, but I felt an indescribable sense of security in that coldness. His voice was calm beside my ear. Seems like I have to use that technique on you. Right after that, darkness blanketed my vision and I began to feel as if I was falling. It didn't feel as if I was falling at a high speed, and it didn't feel as if I was dropping into a bottomless pit. It felt like I was slowly flying downwards. It was sort of relaxing. Time to wake up, Shinner. I heard Niezun's familiar voice. Snapping my eyes open, I lost that feeling of flying immediately. I stood up and looked around me. I seemed to be on a tiny tropical island, but it did not seem like an uninhabited island. There was an abundance of trees, flowers, and little animals. The island was surrounded by a sea, and I woke up by the shore. Climbing up to higher ground, I could see the waves crashing against the rocks. I enjoyed the smell of the fresh air as the breeze from the sea tousled my hair. I have not felt this alive in such a long time. I didn't want to think about what was happening right now nor where exactly this was as I shouted towards the ocean, After taking a deep breath, I felt re-energized as the cold air entered my throat. This felt different from the split zone. I literally felt alive at this very moment. Someone tapped me on the shoulder as I was busy being excited on my own. My heart flinched a little in fear before I turned around to look. His starry eyes met mine. The wind tousled his wispy bangs, and the sunlight reflected off his black hair, making it look golden brown. It was the first time I saw such a gentle gaze on him. Yeah. Zun, I stuttered. He interrupted me gently, "Call me Zun." My eyes widened in slight shock. Call him Zun? I've never called him that, and it was difficult for me to change how I addressed him all of a sudden. But what he did next made me even more surprised. He reached out and took me in an embrace. Resting my chin on his shoulders, I looked up at the endless azure sky. The sky was blue instead of gray here, and there were clouds around. The sun was behind me, and I could hear the sound of the waves hitting the shore. Though the breeze was chilly, it felt comfortable as it blew across my back. Though his embrace still felt chilly, there was no one else but him who could give me such a sense of security. After being in a daze for about 10 or more seconds, I finally returned his hug as I wrapped both my arms around his waist. We hugged each other tightly. My eyes were open as I asked softly, "I'm not dreaming, am I?" His voice was dreamy but clear at the same time. "You're not. I'm Niezun, and you're hugging me now. Where is this place? Where are we? Why are we here? Why are you treating me so differently now?" There were many more questions in my head, but I didn't want to ask any of them. None of that mattered in this moment. At least I knew that I wasn't dreaming. This might be an illusion, or some other space that I was not aware of. But these things were not important anymore. What mattered was that I could feel that the real Niezun was right in front of me now. He was no imposter. That was enough. I'll cherish this precious moment. Just like that day in the demon cave, I wanted time to stop so that I could just stay by his side like this. Just like what he did for me in the past. Nothing mattered more than this. Although this might just be me running away from things, I'd rather enjoy this beautiful moment, even if it might turn out to be a lie. I hugged him even tighter as I thought of this. He returned it. "Don't you want to ask me anything?" My chin was still resting against his shoulder as I spoke, "Yes." "Then I interrupted him. I want to, but I won't. Shoo. Just let me hold you like this for a while. Nyazun kept quiet after that. I closed my eyes slowly and took another breath of the refreshing air. I could smell Nyazun's unique aroma with it. This was a smell that was indescribable. It was like telepathy between us. I could always feel it and smell it whenever he was around. This was that aura which gave me a sense of security. There was nothing to be worried about and nothing to be afraid of, because he would be by my side like this. I could free my mind of all thoughts as I held him. I've never felt this way before, and I might never feel this way again. Let time stop now. Every girl would probably have had such a thought. Every girl would have had such an experience, and it might have been more than once, or with more than one individual. But I only had Nyazun in my life. It was only now that I began to realize how scary it was to get used to being together every single day. He had been by my side for way too long. It was like a slow-acting drug where he enters your life slowly but surely, and takes over all your senses and everything in your mind. You'd be crying tears of joy when you realize it, and you'd be smiling bitterly too, because you'd know that you'll never be able to leave him, ever. He had become your greatest weakness, and your only weakness. I could not imagine losing him, not even for a mere second. I took him in a tighter embrace as I felt my heart overflow with emotions. Zun, I called out, hearing my own voice being carried away by the wind. He answered, as if reassuring me that he was right there. My tears started falling just like this. He then let go of me slowly, as if he had sensed something. I didn't want that embrace to end, so I grabbed him tightly, refusing to let go. He seemed to get a little anxious at this, probably because he could tell I was crying. But he still let me grab him. "Don't be scared, I'm here," he said. Looking up at the clear sky, I knew that no matter how much I wanted for this moment to last, I had to face reality. Avoidance does not solve any problems. Finally, I let go of him unwillingly. I smiled as I looked into his eyes. "Tell me, where is this place? Why am I here?" Nyazun's gaze entrapped me as he brushed my hair lovingly. "You're in an illusion that I've created." I stuttered, You know how to create illusions?" He nodded. "Guan Ye taught me a bit, and I've seen Wan Qing use it a few times. The way they controlled MF seemed similar to how I controlled mine, so I tried to do this on my own." "But why did you pull me into your illusion?" He smiled gently. "It's not only you. I'm here in the illusion too. It's nothing, just treat it as a present from me. Taste the freedom here with me for a little while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 252. Volume 4. 252. Returning a real love to you. Freedom. Freedom. That seemed to have been something that has eluded me for a long time. Taking my hand in his, he said, "I owe you a love, and I'd like to make it up to you now. Even if it's an illusion, I hope you can believe it just this once, and let me lead you in this." I smiled. "Okay." He pulled me with him like an excited child as we ran along the rocks on the shore. My red dress and his black coat overlapped with each other at times when they billowed in the wind. It felt colorful, as if they weren't just black and red. It felt like they were a rainbow of color, the color of love. I know I shouldn't be too immersed in this, but I could not help myself. I might have suppressed my feelings for too long, or it might be because I had been unhappy in my previous relationship, but I now felt that I could never let him go even if the world crumbled right in front of me. "Let's go over there. There's a tiny beach where we can go look for crabs." My eyes widened in surprise. Crabs exist here in this illusion? My legs were already running after him. We arrived at a beach which looked totally different from those rocks earlier. He let go of me and started backing away as he turned around to face me. The wind was blowing against his back, towards me, and it made his hair a beautiful mess. A loving smile appeared on his face. This was the first time I've seen such a happy smile on him, not like that mock indifference that seemed to have always been forced out. Looking at that adorable face, I ran towards him with a brilliant smile. He turned to the sea and shouted, "I love Li Xin." Never would I have expected for him to confess so loudly like this. This quiet, mysterious man was acting like a child who had just gotten a candy. He was announcing his happiness to the entire world. "You're amazing!" I shouted, "I love Nyezun." I even choked a little on the wind which blew right into my throat. He grabbed me and we both squatted on the beach. "Look, a crab!" Where? I looked around in excitement, trying hard to find the crab which Nyezun mentioned. "Ha, you're an idiot. Can't you see that there's only a shell? A shell is fine too," I said as I snatched that shell he just picked up. "You aren't going to be like those childish girls who'd put the shell against their ear to try and listen to sounds of the ocean, are you? How'd you know?" "My dear, you have to know that this is an illusion. My MF is nowhere near high enough to create a conch that would contain the sound of the ocean." "It doesn't matter. I'm just going to listen for a bit." Putting it against my ear, I listened to it carefully. Nothing was heard. It proved that this was in fact an illusion. But it wasn't the time to find fault in things. "Hey, are there other fun places on this island?" I took Nyezun's hand as I asked. "Want to go have a look, Dot? You prepared a surprise for me? Let's go." "You'll find out then." "Poof. You've gone back to your annoying self. Let's go." Without further ado, Nyezun took my hand and led me further in towards the island. I couldn't believe that I ended up perspiring as we ran. It felt hot as the sun shone above us. It was almost as if I was alive again. He led me into the forest in the middle of the island. "I've prepared a surprise for you." "Oh? What surprise?" Pulling me with him, he started running through the forest. Focusing MF on my feet, I ran at his speed. It felt as if I was flying. The smell of the trees and flowers were fresh, and I could hear the sounds of insects and birds all around me. I was stunned by the scene in front of me as we finally arrived at the destination. Wow! I looked at the flower field in front of me. It was a rare scene. Yes, it literally was a sea of flowers. These were my favorite, roses. Red roses. I loved roses. I loved them because everyone said they were old-fashioned. Many others liked lilies as they found lilies elegant and pure. But I liked roses. I liked that bright red. It was a sea of red, and waves of red appeared as the wind caressed it. It was beautiful. It was too beautiful. Surprised? A field of roses. I don't think you've ever seen this before. Do these roses prick? I asked, dumbfounded. Why not you try touching them? Before I could answer, he grabbed me and led me into the flower field. I stepped on many of the roses along the way, but these roses were rather interesting. They sprang back up a while later after being stepped on. If Nyezun specially designed this scene for me, I could only say that he knew me well. His eyes met mine when we finally ended up right in the middle of the flower field. Those starry eyes that seemed to reflect the light of the full moon were filled with emotion in the slight breeze. These eyes were those eyes that I could not pull myself out of from the very moment I saw them. They were coming closer to me now. I felt the kiss very clearly this time. It was not as passionate as before, and I could feel every single one of his minute movements. I could feel those cold lips and his breath. I acted like those females in romance stories, holding onto him as his kiss slowly turned fiery. Diamonds sparkled in his jet-black eyes as I fell backwards into the sea of flowers. I embraced him tightly. But a dream was still a dream, and even if it was a dream, one would still be able to feel that sense of danger. He lay down in the flower field beside me and looked at me. "Can you promise me something, Shinner?" I didn't like the sound of this at all. It sounded as if it was the beginning of an end, but I still responded as gently as I could. "Say it." "I'll promise you." My heart felt like it was slowly being twisted into a knot as I saw the sorrow in his eyes as he looked at me. "If I'm not by your side in the future, you have to promise me that you'll accept her and continue living." As expected. I felt shivers as I heard this. I tried to answer as calmly as I could. "Don't leave me again, okay?" Instead of responding immediately, he pointed at the sky above. "We haven't seen such a sky in a long time. The real sky. Don't you miss it, Shinner?" "I miss it, of course I do. But there are things we had to do here. There were still others we had to save. We came to Split Zone 13 in order to pay for our sins, didn't we? Do you still remember how the sun looks like?" I don't know why he asked that, but I answered, "Of course I do." "Then you won't forget me." He then turned and smiled mischievously. This made me more afraid. I turned to face him, and I made him face me as well. There was nothing but a single red rose between us. Pressing down on that rose, I asked, "Tell me, why were you being so cold and distant to me? And now that you've brought me here to this illusion, why are you telling me to forgive you if you end up leaving in future? Tell me what's happening. We have to wake up soon, and you can't keep me in the dark forever." A bitter smile escaped Niazun's lips. "I really hope to be able to keep you in the dark forever." I answered softly, "You know that it's just wishful thinking. I'm begging you, Niazun. Don't lie to me. Tell me the truth." Niazun brushed my red hair. "I'll be sending you back in a while. You have to overcome that drug when you go back. Stop being controlled by it. Stop letting your second personality out. They're all looking for her, and you'll be putting yourself in danger if she appears." I suddenly thought of something. "That ring, Niazun. Who gave it to you?" I asked hastily as I happened to see that ring on his left hand when he lifted it. This was an important question, and I had an instinct that this was a chance where I could get him to reveal something. According to Duyu and Gao Qingjui was the one who gave me the ring. Why did it end up on Niazun then? Niazun looked shaken by my question, and that look he gave me confirmed my suspicions that there was something more about this ring. It might hold some sort of secret. He sighed after a moment of silence. "It was her who gave it to me. You might start hating me again if I say it like that. I was stunned at this. But I was no longer like before. I wouldn't put the blame on anyone for not stopping me, since I did not know what exactly happened then. Secondly, the murderer should be the one at fault for killing anyone. I shouldn't be blaming others for not stopping her. It's just that I didn't understand it. Why was she the one who gave the ring to him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 253. Volume 4. 253. The Heart That Was Taken Away. A gust of wind ruffled the flower field just when I was about to clarify with Niazun on why she was the one who gave him that ring. The wind was so strong that I had to squint to prevent it from piercing my eyes. It brought with it the smell of fragrant roses, but there was also the smell of blood in the air. Why would it smell like blood here? I saw a sea of red before pain shot right through my heart. Thud, thud, thud. The smell of disinfectant assaulted my nose as I ended up back in the laboratory. The flower field was gone. Everyone had shocked faces. Niazun's hand was embedded in my chest. There was no expression on his face. I could not tell what he was thinking. Thud, thud, thud. My heart beat in his hands. A bitter smile escaped me. I didn't want to think about what was happening, or what happened to him. Nothing mattered now. My mind was still in that flower field. I suddenly wanted to leave the split zone. I had never felt such an impulse to leave before. I wanted to go back to the real world with him, to go back to that place, to take a look at a real flower field. Promise me that you'll stay by my side as long as I can stay alive and bring you with me, okay? Rip. Connective tissues teared as he forcefully ripped my heart out of me. That feeling of cold wind blowing right through you was not comfortable at all. I could still remember the immense pain from when Si Luo stuck his hand into my chest. But it wasn't painful this time. How could I feel any pain when my heart was already gone? What are you doing? Gao Qingjui stared open-mouthed, looking like he was about to rush forward. A black fog encapsulated Niazun and I with a wave of his other hand. Gao Qingjui was not able to come near this fog at all. Niazun had that usual indifference on his face. The blood from my heart was dripping all over those pale, slender fingers of his. We looked at each other like that, with him holding my heart. I was suddenly curious about the reactions of others, and I tried to steal a glance at the rest of them from the corner of my eyes. You did not look too happy about this, and Song Lu was frowning deeply as if she was worried about something. Jiapa looked surprised at first, but he then looked as if he was in deep thought a few moments later. I knew Jiapa was always calm. He must be thinking about the reasons behind Niazun's actions. But I'm not going to ask him about that, because it wasn't what I cared about at this moment. My gaze landed on Gao Qingjui for a couple of seconds. I was a little stunned when I saw him. Those eyes of his. He looked enraged. He was watching me with hopeless eyes and a kind of hatred that seemed as if he had stopped the sky from crumbling down on me, but all I did was go and kill myself in front of him right after. I knew then that he hated me. He definitely hated me. But how could I not hate you? If you loved me, and you knew that I loved you, why did you let me forget? Why did you pile this guilt on me and make me come here to live like a rat? Why didn't you go over to that world to be with me? Why did you lie to me? I smiled at him. I knew it would make him hate me even more. Yes, this was me. Gao Qingjui, since you've chosen to stand against me from the start, then we shall forever be on opposite sides. If Niazun turns into a devil and I'm with him, there's no need for you to be near me. Just continue staying on the other end. It was already fated from the very beginning that you had to bring such pain to me. You shouldn't be looking at others when I have your heart with me. Niazun spoke, rippling the still air. I felt myself getting paler and paler. I wasn't upset or in pain, it was merely from losing too much blood. It's inevitable that we might be a little lost and confused when we lose too much blood. I hope you understand. I forced myself to give him a bright smile. Do you's face look like she had just seen a monster? I bet she must be wondering how weird I must be to be able to say something like this. Life was difficult enough. Wouldn't we end up wallowing in sorrow if we don't laugh at ourselves like that? It's always good to be a little more optimistic. I realized something at this point. Why wasn't my heart regenerating after it had been ripped out? Were hearts unable to regenerate? This did not make sense. Every single part of a body of consciousness in the split zone is supposed to be able to regenerate, it's just that it would take up a huge amount of MF to do so, and it was a tedious process. This didn't mean that it could not regenerate, even if it was the heart. Even if it was a slow process, something should have already happened by now. However, I could feel it very clearly that there was no new heart growing in place. The hole in my chest was simply bleeding continuously, and I could even feel the wind blowing through it. I wasn't the only one who realized this. Song Lu said, "What did you do to her? Why isn't her heart healing?" Niazun was still holding my beating heart, dark and sticky blood flowing all over in his hand. Thud, thud, thud. Just as I wondered why that heart could still beat even after being ripped out, it disappeared in a cloud of black fog with a wave of Niazun's hand. The heart was gone after the black fog dissipated. It looked similar to Gao Qingjui's technique when he had Si Luo in the air vortex. This reminded me that we should be looking for Yu Liang so that we can wake Si Luo up. He said he'll help me accomplish all that I wanted to achieve. What are you trying to do? The others looked like they weren't able to go any closer to Niazun's black fog. They looked quite wary of it, even Gao Qingjui. All of them had that expression that Laurel had on her face when Niazun strangled her quite some time ago. I knew that Niazun's hands could put some sort of pressure on the consciousness of others, and it was difficult not to fear that. But right now, that black fog looked like a manifestation of that demonic prowess within him, and it was simply terrifying. Surprisingly, Duyu was the one who asked the question. Her expression looked almost as if she actually cared if I ended up dying. Niazun looked at his hand, as if he was observing those bloodstains left by my heart. He answered casually, "Don't all of you want her second personality?" From what I know, the method you're using to make others lose their ability to heal is merely a drug that has a limited effectiveness. I've used a bottle by accident, and I hope you don't mind. She'll be able to heal a little while after. Now that she doesn't have a heart, I'm going to drip some of my demonic blood in her. Since you know Waidu, you should know that his demonic blood would be able to capture this tiny heart, right? It's equivalent to having an incomplete consciousness without a heart, and there's no way you can summon her second personality like this. What? I didn't really get that. Wait, let me think this through. Firstly, he's saying that he is turned into a demon after coming out from Huaidu's demon cave. His blood has turned demonic, to the point that it is able to capture my heart like that? Of course, it isn't a simple taking. It's equivalent to making me lose a part of my personality, leading to an incomplete consciousness. I got it now. He didn't use any of Duyu's drugs. He simply used the demonic blood to create this handicap in my consciousness. A part of my consciousness had been forcefully taken away by him, and it would end up being controlled by that demonic blood. This was also why I could not regenerate. Bodies of consciousness in the split zone rely on MF to maintain their outer appearances, and a complete appearance is merely a manifestation of having a complete consciousness. Did he do this so that my second personality would not appear again? His words when we were in the flower field rang in my mind. Did he do this because he was afraid that my second personality would bring me harm? The wind was still blowing into that hole in my chest. Slowly, my flesh was regenerating, but I still had no heart. I had literally turned into a heartless person. I looked down at the hole in my red dress, wondering whether I should laugh or cry. Luckily, the blood had stained my skin to the point that nothing else could be seen. It seemed to also blend in with that red dress of mine. So you've been sent by Huaidu. Do you try to pick for more information? Niazun took out a white handkerchief from his pocket as he attempted to wipe the blood stains from his hands. He looked a little like the old Jiepa doing this. I stole a glance at Jiepa and I saw him looking at me as he adjusted his glasses. Slight joy filled me as I saw that familiar gesture. It was something that I haven't seen in a long time. Bouts of pain shot through my chest suddenly. Probably because I didn't have a heart. Everything I did was painful, even if it was just a tiny expression. This was quite unbearable. That's not important, whoever it was who sent me. The thing is, your plan has gone down the drain now. You can't use your drug to force her second personality out anymore. What do you plan to do next? Niazun was able to clean up most of the blood on his fingers, and he returned the blood-stained handkerchief to his coat pocket. Do you shot a glance at me before answering? How cruel. You can actually bear for her to go through such pain all for the purpose of stopping me in my tracks? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 254. Volume 4. 254 Si Luo wakes up. Niazun put his hands back into his pockets as he said, "You seem to have gotten that wrong. I didn't do this to stop you at all. In fact, I don't care whether you succeed or fail." Gao Qingjui shouted at me all of a sudden. "Are you an idiot? You just let him do whatever he wishes to you." I rolled my eyes at him, but I tried to sound as casual as I could when I answered. "I'm not able to beat him anyway. Why are you shouting at me?" My brows furrowed right after I said that. Seeing my expression, Gao Qingjui sounded angrier. "Do you know the pain of being heartless now?" I guess what he and Du referred to as the pain of being heartless had happened to somebody else before. This was caused by an incomplete consciousness, and it manifested itself in the form of pain. It felt like there was a huge fire burning right in the middle of my chest, and that heat was continually growing and spreading, immersing me in fiery pain. Every minute movement of mine caused me immense pain. Even though I was already rather immune to pain, this uniquely unbearable feeling of pain was pretty difficult to endure. Niazun and I were still enshrouded in that black fog which kept the rest at bay. Niazun turned to Du as he asked, "Where's Yu Liang?" Du glared at him. "Why should I tell you that?" He then pointed at me. "Your plan wouldn't go through if she doesn't have a heart." What he meant was that he wouldn't return me my heart if she doesn't do as he said. Du was no fool though. In this situation, you wouldn't be returning her heart to her even if I did whatever you said. If that's the case, I'll just do whatever I want without any heed to the consequences. Niazun shook his head slowly. He looked calm. In fact, he was the calmest person in the room right now. Or should I say he had always been the calmest person. I wanted to know what he was thinking at this moment, but I didn't plan on asking him because I didn't ask for much now. I felt contented just having him by my side, as long as I could still see him. I didn't care what happened to the world. Bring Yu Liang over. Or we could just continue wasting time like this. Song Lu sided with Niazun this time. Yes, bring him over first. I thought Du wasn't someone who'd be controlled by anybody else, but to my surprise, she relented this time. She looked around at us before snapping her fingers in the air loudly. With that snap, a vortex appeared in midair and two individuals dropped out from it. This wasn't the technique that Gao Qingjui used to hide people. This was a spatial technique where she connected our space with the space that these individuals were in. She then used MF to bring these individuals over to our space through that connection. They were Yu Liang and Jiao S. I wanted to rush forward upon seeing Jiao S, but when I met with that black fog that surrounded us, I realized why no one dared come near it. There was a terrifying chill the moment I came into contact with that fog. It felt as if someone was blowing chilly air into every single pore on my body. It gave me the chills all over. The feeling was indescribable. It was nauseating. I could feel the depths of my soul shivering in fear. My mind felt like it was being drenched in fear. It was horrifying. I backed away quickly as Niazun glanced at me with slight blame in his eyes. Seeing my attempt to approach Jiao S, Gao Qingjui grabbed that bottle he placed on a desk earlier and threw it to Jiao S. Though Jiao S did not have her eyes, she could still use her MF. Her other senses were still working fine and she managed to grab the bottle. She opened it without hesitation before taking out an eyeball and putting it back into her eye socket. Liquid from the bottle, which might be formalin, dripped down her hands as she did so. What a scene! She moved and rolled her eyes after putting the both of them back into her sockets. She looked exactly like this when she moved those emotionless eyes of hers in the past. I felt joy at seeing this familiar face, but I actually found her a little more adorable without them. With her eyes back, that aura and attitude of hers were back too. Didn't expect you to let her out too, Gao Qingjui said to Du coldly. Du pointed at Yu Liang. Isn't this a better present for you? Yu Liang had been quiet since his arrival, and there had been no change in his expression at all. He did not look in Son Lu's direction, and he looked like he was ignoring everything that was going on. It was as if he did not even recognize Son Lu. Surprise flashed past Son Lu's face when she set eyes on him. I was able to catch it, though she suppressed it quickly. What was up with these people? Why pretend that it didn't matter if you didn't care about me, because I didn't care about you too? It was almost as if it was some kind of game. Gao Qinjui wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. He spoke with haste. Yu Liang, take the splitting key from Si Luo. An air vortex appeared as Gao Qinjui waved his hands in the air. A beautiful, white-robed Si Luo dropped into his arms. He looked like an angel descended from heaven as he lay in Gao Qinjui's arms, as if he did not have anything against the world. Yu Liang finally looked up at Si Luo. He then went over and took out the spitting key from Si Luo without a word. Si Luo woke up just like this. When he woke up, the blood-red crescent moon in between his brows seemed to glow a little, making me wonder if my eyes were fooling me. When he opened his silvery white eyes, I could see the unadulterated joy in Gao Qinjui. He placed Si Luo gently on the ground as if he was some fragile treasure. An enchanting smile appeared on Si Luo, making my heart flutter. Oh, I didn't have a heart now. Nothing could flutter. His clear voice rang throughout the room. I guess I wasn't being careful enough and ended up falling asleep for a long time. He looked sprightly. He didn't look like he was going to die anytime soon. I heaved an inward sigh of relief at this. Huan Chang and Mi Fu were no longer in the split zone, and since he didn't look sickly, Gao Qinji wouldn't be bothering me about this anymore. Jiao's eyes were no longer emotionless as she saw Si Luo wake up. They were bright and shiny, as if she was looking at a pile of diamonds. Gosh, this woman wasn't even this emotional when she saw me after such a long time. I guess she doesn't care about me anymore now that Si Luo is here. Do you smirked suddenly? This is interesting. Yes, it is indeed. Gao Qinji and Si Luo were beside each other with Jiao facing them. I was standing closer to Jiao, somewhere to the side, enshrouded in a circle of black fog with Niazun. On the other end stood Yu Liang and Du Yu, with Song Lu not far away from them. Jiapa had been standing close behind Niazun from the start. Jiapa would always keep a low profile somewhere behind as long as Niazun was around. Just like how Niazun stayed behind me in the past. Right, did Jiapa actually say anything? I guess he was observing everything. Niazun laughed. Yes, this is interesting. What should we do next? This did not sound like him. He shouldn't be asking something like this. I had a feeling that someone was going to start something at this very moment. As expected, Du moved suddenly. She shot a green light at Niazun from her palm. She was targeting Niazun right from the beginning, but Niazun did not move at all. The black fog in front of him thickened right before that green light reached it. A screen made out of black fog blocked Du's attack. Attacking now? What's your goal? Si Luo laughed. I then decided to break this stalemate by waving towards Si Luo. Been quite a while. That unbearable pain assaulted my chest as I waved. Si Luo was looking at a woman with a weird expression on her face, where her brows were knitted tightly together and who looked like she was forcing a smile out of herself while waving a hand at him. He responded gently with a wave of his hand, his robes looking like fluffy clouds around his pale arm. He said, "Hi, been quite a while." It immediately felt awkward. This attempt of mine did not seem to have made the situation any better. It just made it seem as if I was a lunatic who crashed the party without knowing what was actually going on. Whatever, I've been a lunatic for more than a mere day or two anyway. I wondered what it was that made this group of people meet in this particular situation. It would be difficult to replicate a similar situation to this. It's been a long time. Jiao was the one who said this in that hoarse voice of hers. Alright, there was actually somebody else apart from me who would use such a line to continue this conversation. I knew Jiao S's goal was different from mine. She was testing the waters to see if Si Luo noticed her, or she might just be trying to get some sort of reaction from Si Luo. Si Luo's silvery hair seemed to dance in this windless room as that blood-red crescent moon on his forehead glowed faintly. Yes, it is. Been quite a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 255. Volume 4. 255 A Resonance of MF. Si Luo posed a question to Du before Jiao S could continue. Seems like I'm in the gate of heaven right now. Du smirked. That's right. You're in the palace of cold blood in the gate of heaven, Si Luo. Should I say, welcome home? Gao Qingju's expression turned dark at this. Si Luo raised a hand to brush his silvery hair. He was mesmerizing. Apart from beauty, he had this otherworldly aura to him. I'd love to hear words of welcome, but I wouldn't say this is home. What now, do you? You're so bored that you've started to invite heirs over to your place? Du answered with sarcasm, I'm accepting refugees here. The southern, eastern, and western districts have all been destroyed. Si Luo's brows knitted immediately and that blood-red crescent moon between them glowed bright. He emanated this noble but dangerous aura. I realized why Si Luo was hailed as the most beautiful individual in the split zone. It was not merely because of that pretty face of his. He had this aura about him that made it seem as if it belonged to no one else but him. It was this unique aura that could not be found in others. What did you say? Si Luo's voice did not sound any less frigid than Gao Qingju's when he said that. Gao Qingju answered before Du could speak. It's my fault for not protecting the southern district. It ended up like the eastern and western districts, they've all been destroyed. There aren't many heirs left, and those who've survived are all scattered among the three gates. Si Luo's eyes glinted as he turned to look at Gao Qingju sharply. His silver hair created a beautiful wave as he turned. Gao Qingju looked pained as he stared at the floor, not meeting Si Luo's eyes. This was the first time I've seen him look so defeated. I knew that it wasn't merely the destruction of the southern district that made him feel this way. He felt this way because he felt that he had let Si Luo down, that he did not uphold all the trust that had been placed in him. He was never a responsible person to begin with, so protecting the southern district was a job that was easy for him to forego. He did it because of his loyalty to Si Luo. An individual who did whatever he wanted could actually restrict himself like this for loyalty. This proved that Si Luo was someone irreplaceable to him. It could be talents recognizing each other, or it might have been because Si Luo was like an older brother to him in those lonely years. Si Luo finally spoke after a moment of dead silence. Who did it? Gao Qingju did not respond. I was suddenly overwhelmed by a bout of anger. Smirking, I said, Du's experimental subjects can cause heirs to lose their ability to regenerate within a limited time period. She then brought a whole batch of monsters to bathe the eastern, western and southern districts in blood. Du responded quickly with a smirk. I don't think I'd be telling you that your southern district has been destroyed if I was the one behind it. Laurel and that team wasn't part of my plan. That was all Ghost King Huaidu's scheme. Si Luo narrowed his eyes. You guys just refused to give up even after such a long time? You're even embroiling my residents in a fight between Fengzhu and Huaidu. Are you tired of living, What? I guess you're tired of living. I've heard lines like these a million times in those television dramas, but it's usually just an empty threat and there was actually nothing to be afraid of. However, it was different the way Si Luo said it. He said it calmly without much variation in pitch, and his voice sounded so beautiful and clear like the clean spring water flowing across a glacier. It was difficult not to take his words seriously. Apart from Huaidu, there was somebody else he mentioned, Fengzhu. Who is Fengzhu? There seemed to be some minute change in Du's expression after hearing Si Luo say that, but it was not obvious. She said, I haven't lived enough. Nobody would complain of having a long life, just like how no one in that world would complain of having too much money. I'm confident of winning if I dare let them wake you up like this. There's no need to threaten me like this, Si Luo. Right now, there's no way you can save your residence. How about joining us to go against Huaidu? Without him, you'll be able to create that gate of heaven you wish to have. What do you think of this suggestion? Oh, so Diu was trying to get Si Luo on her side? I wasn't too sure about their relationship and the various reasons behind this, but it was probably why she was looking specifically for Si Luo instead of any of us. Si Luo answered calmly, it isn't great. He glanced at Diu. Your bargaining chips are getting lower in value. Diu waved her only hand? I haven't reached the part about the chips yet. Since everyone is here now, I'll offer you something. I can give you a body of consciousness which hasn't been engraved with a split symbol, and I'll reveal Rong Jin's real identity as well. What I want is simple. I just want you to work with us to go against Huaidu. A beautiful smile appeared on Si Luo's face. This isn't simple at all. Also, I don't wish to engrave a split symbol on anyone else. Don't you know that? Diu looked at him resolutely. You don't wish to, but that doesn't mean that others don't either. Isn't it, Gao Qinjui? Surprise flashed in Gao Qinjui's eyes when Diu mentioned that she was able to provide a new heir, but it was replaced by another more complex emotion very quickly. Si Luo laughed lightly. Do you think he'll be able to get me to do anything that I don't want to? What use would you have for someone who refuses to engrave a split symbol and thus unable to get any power from it? You should give up right now. As for Rong Jin, aren't you just going to say that he's actually Ta Lai? Rong Jin is Ta Lai? What? Zhao S and I stared with wide eyes as we heard this. Surprise flashed in Nie Zun's eyes while Gao Qinjui looked absolutely stunned. Diyu's gaze darkened? How did you know? Si Luo laughed. That's not important. He turned to me suddenly. Do you still remember your promise to me? I was caught unawares. Why turn to me so suddenly? What I promised. Was he referring to how I had to fulfill those 3 conditions of his if he helps me accomplish whatever I wanted? I wasn't quite sure about the situation I was in, and all I could do was nod in mock understanding. Si Luo smiled. Good, you remember. But dear brother, may I ask what you're planning to do by encircling her like this? He posed this question to Nie Zun as he lifted a slender hand to touch that black fog. The black fog then disappeared with just a touch. Was this the ability of the individual with the highest amount of MF in the whole of the eastern, western and southern districts? He could maintain his abilities at such a level even without an heir? Nie Zun was rather surprised by his ability to dissipate the fog, but he calmed down quickly. Those starry eyes returned to that usual indifference. The further you are from her, the more you'll deteriorate. The opposite holds true. The symptoms of a deteriorating body from not having an heir would lessen the closer you are to her. Nie Zun said something out of the ordinary suddenly, causing stunned looks on everyone. What he meant was that Si Luo's condition would improve the closer he was to me. What kind of logic was this? Did Nie Zun become retarded after turning demonic? Si Luo looked serious suddenly. Gao Qinji finally spoke. He addressed Si Luo. Is it true, whatever he's saying? Is this the resonance of MF? You already knew this, didn't you? Si Luo seemed to steal a sideways glance at me. I was totally lost. What were they talking about? Si Luo sighed. Yes, I already knew this. I did it for you, because I didn't want you to do things against your will again. Sometimes, you might think that your choice is right, but Gao Qin, that's not always the case. Are you joking, Si Luo? I was searching high and low for a method to save you, and you had a method all this while but you hid it from me? And now you're telling me that you don't want me to do anything against my will. Ha, Si Luo, have you really placed any trust in me, ever? Gao Qingji seemed agitated, while I was still lost in all of this. Si Luo's face darkened. That's enough, Gao Qin. We can talk about this later. I'm not dead yet, and my body is doing great. You should be thinking about the important things instead of this, understand? Fine. You're always like this. You've never given a thought to how much weight your life actually carries, Si Luo. You're not living only for yourself. Can you spare a thought for others? Though Gao Qingji seemed to relent, I could tell he was only getting more agitated. Si Luo furrowed his brows. Stop throwing a tantrum and acting like a child. Didn't I say that I can't die? A smile appeared on Du Yu, as if something just went in her favor. That's right, Gao Qin. What else do you want Si Luo to do? Do you want him to tell you that because of the resonance of MF, Li Shen's second personality can actually stop Si Luo's body from deteriorating forever? Si Luo knows that you have feelings for Li Shen, so how could he let you hurt her to save him? What did that mean? Resonance of MF, This meant that my MF had resonated with Si Luo's on some level. Si Luo's condition was originally deteriorating because he had lost his heir, but because of the resonance of MF, his condition would improve once he came near me. And all of this was once again related to my second personality. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 256. Volume 4. 256 Falling Apart. Is this really the latest chapter in Split Zone 13? I think I'm going insane. No one noticed me, sadly. Niazun interrupted suddenly. If her second personality is really of such great use, then I'm sorry, because her heart is with me now. She'll never be able to summon her second personality without her heart. All your plans would turn to dust. Do you laugh before addressing me? See it now, Li Shen? You're the root of all problems. Take your heart back. Do you think you're of any value now that you're without your heart? Take your heart back, and those two friends of yours. I can send them back to the real world. She pointed at Yu Liang and Song Lu. They were standing at the sidelines, not looking at each other all this time. But when they heard her say this, both of them turned to look at Du Yu. What did you say? The three of us spoke at the same time. Du Yu smirked. I've found the corresponding soul splitters for these friends of yours. If you're willing to take your heart back, I can bring them here immediately through spatial transference. There might never be an opportunity like this to return to the real world again. It's okay if you don't care about yourself, but are you not going to spare a thought for your friends? Why do you want me to take my heart back? Does this need any further explanation? Unless you're willing, who else here can actually take your heart back from Niazun? Seems like you're really underestimating that demonic prowess. I glanced at Niazun. He spoke casually, no matter who it is, you can forget about taking this heart, even if it's her. I'm sure you're aware of this, but you've been trying all ways and means to change the situation from earlier. I'm curious, just what is your goal? Who is it who's backing you? Du Yu's expression changed when Niazun said those last words. Si Luo looked at me and asked, Niazun took your heart? I nodded in response. Though I moved, I didn't feel that unbearable pain anymore. I guess I might have gotten used to it. Getting used to things is pretty scary. Niazun headed for the door as we entered a stalemate once again. Du Yu stepped forward with a sharp gaze. Leave her heart. Even Gao Qingjui lifted a hand to stop Niazun. Apart from them, no one else moved. I stood where I was, looking at the back of Niazun's figure. Si Luo spoke. Gao Qin, let him go. Her second personality can't help me. Don't be so hung up about it. Gao Qingjui did not move nor speak. He didn't intend to heed Si Luo's instructions this time. Si Luo then turned to Du Yu. I'll suggest for you to hold your horses. How about we continue talking about Rong Jin? Right, what did they mean by saying that Rong Jin was Tao Lai? Were Rong Jin and Tao Lai actually one person? That enormous shadow of Rong Jin's and his weird cackling rang in my mind. I just couldn't reconcile that with Tao Lai's elegant style. With his right hand, Niezun pushed Gao Qingjui away slowly. In a split second, Gao Qingjui whipped Shenqi out and wrapped it around Niezun's neck. From the speed at which Shenqi was released and the blood that could already be seen on Niezun's neck, I could tell that Gao Qingjui was really furious. It was unlikely that he would let Niezun go. I rushed forward, causing my entire chest to feel like it was engulfed in flames. The blood dripped down my palm as I grabbed the bottom half of Shenqi. I looked at Gao Qingjui. Let him go. Pain flashed past Gao Qingjui. Li Shen, I'm not doing this for you. Since your second personality can save Si Luo, I'm not going to let up on this, no matter who it is. I know. But Niezun is innocent. You can drag me into things, but don't do that to him. That second personality belongs to me. I won't allow you to hurt him like this. I felt like I was about to be sucked into Gao Qingjui's eyes as he spoke. I think that last sentence was what you actually wanted to say. You've become irrational trying to protect him. I shook my head. No, I've never been more rational in my life. I've already given my heart to him, and he can take it if he wishes to. Gao Qingjui slapped me suddenly. Smack. Everyone seemed stunned at this. My face turned to the side from the force. I didn't turn back. I've been slapped quite a number of times here in the split zone. Gao Qingjui's voice trembled. Li Shen, are you going to trample all over my feelings like this? Even when you now know that you were in love with me previously? Even when you've recalled part of those lost memories? There's no real need for you to say it so clearly like this. Aren't you just trying to get me to give up on you? You can really be heartless, Li Shen. Instead of crying, I simply turned back to look at him blankly. I spoke slowly. You're right. I'm merely stepping all over your feelings for me. Who was it who entered my world and messed up my life? Who gave you the right to do that? Tell me, what right did you have to do that? I was living well in that world, whether or not I'd end up loving Gao Qi, whether or not he'd hurt me, that was still my life. Who gave you the right to intercept it and leave just like that? Let him kill me if he wants to. Why did you have to come save me? Why did you have to bring me here? Tell me, Gao Qingjui, why? I caught a glimpse of Niezun from the corner of my eye. There was a flash of sorrow in his eyes. Without a heart, my chest was throbbing with a dull pain. Gao Qingjui then loosened his grip on Shenqi and let Niezun go. Yes, Li Shen. That's my fault. I should have just let you die in that world, in his hands, instead of trying so hard to obtain the power to go to that world after having seen you just once in my dreams. Gao Qingjui's words made me stop in my tracks. I snapped my head up as I asked, what do you mean? Gao Qingjui looked at me as he placed Shenqi back around his waist. Li Shen, we'll have nothing to do with each other from today onwards. Whether or not you manage to recall all those memories, I, Gao Qingjui, will have nothing to do with you ever, from now on. Don't even think about trampling on my feelings again. His words were cold and harsh, and they carried a hint of hatred. He then turned to leave the laboratory. The situation changed just like this. Gao Qingjui turned out to be the first one to leave, and the second individual would also leave soon after. Niezun looked at me with an unfathomable gaze. We shouldn't see each other from now on either. I hope you'll be able to leave the split zone soon. As for your heart, I'll take it as a present from you for all this time that I've been by your side. I did not expect for Nyezun to say something like this. I grabbed him as he turned to leave. What did you say? Say it again, Nyezun. You brought me to that flower field just moments ago, and now you're telling me that we shouldn't be seeing each other again? Am I an idiot to you or what? Tell me, what's happening? Nyezun freed himself from me and headed for the door without answering. I wanted to chase after him, but Jiapa was quicker. With a quick movement of his hands, a screen made of air dropped from nowhere. It looked like that restriction technique he used previously, except that it looked much sturdier now. That air shield created a fence between us. He adjusted his glasses as he said, "Apologies, Miss Ah Shun. I believe Nyezun has his reasons for doing so, and I have to help him in this case." He left the laboratory right after. That air shield seemed to have trapped the rest of us within the room. I was almost hysterical as I screamed, "What's happening? What do you guys want?" Si Luo said, "Calm down. It's not all that bad now that the two of them have left. We can solve the remaining issues with do you hear?" This meant that he was on my side. Jiawas was right beside him, just like how Nyezun would be by my side in the past. Even so, her eyes were on me, looking as if she did not want to interrupt, although she was filled with nothing but worry for me. "Do you smirked? This is interesting. It doesn't look like I'm at any advantage even after some people have left. How about this, Li Shan? I'll make you an offer. I'll send these two back to your real world. How about that?" Si Luo laughed. No need to use petty tricks like these? Yu Liang and Son Lu have been working under you for quite a while now. You're just worried that they'll reveal certain things you don't wish for us to know, now that the tables have turned against you. You can't kill them in front of us, so you're trying to get them to leave so that they'll never be able to tell. Sadly, I'm awake now. Do you think this can escape me? Do you laughed loudly? Oh, Si Luo. You really think things are still like they were in the past, where you can control everything with a simple wave of your hand? Do you still think that you are the one whom the gate of heaven's Fengju trusts the most? Those times when you could control everything are already over. You couldn't even protect the southern district, and now you're here, trying to read me? I interrupted her. Judging from this defensive reaction of yours, I'm guessing Si Luo hit the nail on the head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257.